Chapter 1. The Illusory Leviathan. With a cacophonous rush, a torrent of seawater surged into this darkened space. Gurgling sounds echoed, followed by the splashes of arms thrashing against the water surface. A figure struggled to emerge from the depths. Cough! Cough! Zhou gasped for breath, his lungs desperate for air, followed by a fit of violent coughing. What on earth? Cough, cough. Has my home been flooded? As Zhou coughed, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was engulfed in darkness, his body half submerged in water. Before he could grasp the situation, the water receding from his waist began to diminish rapidly, and soon it vanished entirely, leaving only a damp floor in its wake. What is happening? Zhou found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. However, he discerned that he was not in his home. The oppressive darkness was unlike anything he experienced, for his residence in the city could never be this shrouded, even at night. As he shifted his weight, he noticed the peculiar texture beneath his feet, akin to stepping on rubber, yielding and soft. Just as he prepared to explore his surroundings, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the survival world within the Great Fish. You shall coexist with the Leviathan and explore this uncharted realm. Ding! Initial supplies are being distributed. In the next moment, Zhou felt something drop at his feet. Blinded by the darkness, he crouched down to investigate, discovering a wooden box. He opened it with a swift motion. Ding! Acquired bread X3, bottled water X3, hand crank flashlight X1. As the box opened, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Zhou paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the hand crank flashlight and turned it on. A warm glow pierced the darkness, illuminating a radius of 2 to 3 meters. As he moved the light around, he began to discern his surroundings. The space was enclosed by blood-red, fleshy walls, confirming the system's assertion. He was indeed within the stomach of a colossal fish. Zhou felt a momentary surge of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. The system had indicated a symbiotic relationship with the Leviathan, assuring him of safety. Within its belly, Ding, initial supplies have been fully distributed. We hope all survivors can thrive. Then, silence enveloped his mind, and no further sounds intruded. During this interval, Zhou utilized the flashlight's beam to scrutinize the gastric chamber, quickly forming a rough understanding of his surroundings. The stomach was approximately 5 by 5 by 3 meters in size, and at the far end lay a pool filled with a noxious yellow liquid, emanating a foul odor. The pool had a diameter of about 3 meters, which Zhou speculated was the Leviathan's digestive chamber. Having grasped the initial circumstances, a translucent blue screen materialized before Zhou, divided into 4 distinct channels: communication channel, trading channel, biological encyclopedia, physical attributes. The communication and trading channels need no elaboration. They serve merely for interaction and the exchange of goods. The biological encyclopedia appears to catalog various creatures, yet it is currently mostly blank, only documenting one species: transmuted Leviathan age, 1 day stage, neonatal length, 30 meters weight, 180 tons food type, algae feeding method, filter feeding evaluation, a 180-ton infant. Goodness! Zhou exclaimed, taken aback by the information. 30 meters, 180 tons, and it has only just been born. Imagine if it reaches adulthood. This transmuted Leviathan is evidently the creature he coexists with, the sole entity he has encountered in this world. Next, Zhou accessed the section regarding physical attributes. Zhou normal human attributes are 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 7 constitution, 9 speed, 11 evaluation, a relatively healthy individual. Zhou scrutinized his physical data, comparing it against his own, and found no discrepancies. His occupation as a beleaguered programmer required him to sit at a computer all day, naturally resulting in strength below the average human level. However, Zhou prioritized his health, running daily to ensure he did not become excessively frail. Thus, his speed attribute slightly exceeded that of an ordinary person, and his constitution was quite comparable to that moment. The headlamp's battery depleted, plunging Zhou back into darkness. Fortunately, the headlamp was hand-cranked, and Zhou remained unperturbed. He settled on a supply crate, cranking the lamp while accessing the world communication channel. Numerous messages already populated the channel. Help! I was just eating fish when, in the blink of an eye, I was devoured by one. Is this karma? Incredible. This survival world truly resembles the novel setting, but I wonder if anyone possesses an external system that, oh, great ones, please take me along. Damn it, it's my first time hitting the jackpot, and now I'm thrust into this. That is indeed unfortunate. How much did you win? $5. Heh, $5 and you're wailing. I thought you struck a billion. Seriously, what are you all discussing? Shouldn't we be contemplating what to do next? Having just arrived in this world, who knows what to do? The world system hasn't provided guidance. It's best not to act rashly. The messages in the world channel flashed by at a dizzying pace, and Joan found himself momentarily overwhelmed. However, as that thought formed in his mind, the messages in the communication channel ceased their relentless barrage, allowing him to scroll through them at leisure. Joan shook his head at the vacuous chatter. Though some of the sentiments expressed were indeed valid given the uncertain circumstances, it was wise to refrain from hasty actions. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, and the surrounding fleshy walls quivered slightly. Joan lost his balance and fell to the ground, yet the soft surface cushioned his fall, leaving him unscathed. The tremors persisted for several seconds before diminishing significantly, and the tumult within his stomach began to settle. Though there was a slight tremor, it had little impact on Joe when he surmised that the illusory Leviathan had begun its activity. A sudden rush of water echoed from the direction of the esophagus, and Joe sensed impending danger. Clutching a supply box, he pressed himself against the stomach wall. In the next moment, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, and a torrent of seawater surged into the gastric space. Even though Joe had prepared himself, he was nearly swept away by the violent current. The seawater in the stomach rose to waist height before it began to recede. This time, equipped with a headlamp, Joe observed that the water was draining into the digestive pool. Once the seawater had cleared, a wooden box identical to the initial supply box appeared before him. A supply box? Joe approached hastily to open it. Ding! Acquired bread X1, acquired mineral water X1. So this is how supplies are obtained, Joe murmured, casually opening the world exchange channel, discovering that many others shared his predicament, albeit with a slight time. Lag.DOE wait each day for the illusory Leviathan to find supply boxes? A question arose in Joe's mind. After a while, the sound of flowing water echoed from the esophagus once more. This time, Joe wised up. He did not stand, but instead crouched down to brace against the incoming torrent. As the water level began to rise, he slowly stood up, avoiding being submerged. Once again, the seawater drained completely, but this time, instead of a supply box, a plethora of algae appeared. For a while, seawater continued to flood the gastric space, accompanied by an abundance of algae, which quickly occupied 2/3 of the area. Then, the entire gastric space fell into stillness, ceasing its slight tremors, as if the illusory Leviathan had halted its activity. I'm full. Time to digest. A childish voice inexplicably resonated in Joe's mind. Joe's expression changed as he searched the remaining third of the space with the dim light of his headlamp, finding nothing amiss. Where did that child's voice come from? Alone in a darkened space, the unexpected sound sent a shiver through Joe, causing him to suspect the presence of something unclean. Chapter 2. Self-Destruction. Joe felt paranoid for a time, but upon reflection, he recognized that this was a survival world, devoid of any filth. Carefully recalling the mysterious voice, he began to entertain a hypothesis. Could it be that the illusory Leviathan is speaking? To confirm his suspicion, Joe reopened the World Exchange channel, hoping to find someone with a similar experience. However, the discussions revolved solely around whether algae were edible, with no mention of a child's voice. Did I misjudge? Joe scrutinized the messages in the World channel again, indeed finding no one had mentioned it, yet he was certain he had not imagined it. Could it be that only I can hear it? Joe's eyes brightened, realizing this indicated he was a unique entity. Is this my golden finger? Am I the protagonist? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The more he pondered, the more he felt an undeniable sense of uniqueness, a fleeting moment when he believed himself to be the sovereign of this world. However, he swiftly regained his composure, as contemplation revealed that this newfound ability appeared to bear little utility. He attempted to communicate with the Leviathan of illusion, yet received no response. In essence, he discovered he could not command it, but merely hear its voice. Thus, This power offered him scant assistance. As Zhou pondered how to exploit this ability, the spatial confines of his stomach began to undulate rhythmically. The seaweed accumulated within gradually moved towards the digestion pool, propelled by the rhythmic contractions of his stomach. However, the process was excruciatingly slow. After watching for considerable time, even after the headlamp had recharged, he noted that the seaweed had only shifted slightly at this rate. It would take at least 7 or 8 hours to fully transport the seaweed into the digestion pool. This digestive process is exceedingly sluggish, Zhou remarked, but suddenly his expression shifted. The Leviathan of illusion has halted its activity to digest food, and this process is remarkably slow, requiring an extended duration. What would transpire if I assisted it in hastening the digestion? With this realization, Zhou sprang into action, seizing a substantial amount of seaweed and swiftly moving to the digestion pool, where he tossed the seaweed in, watching it sink. Rapidly, he repeated this action tirelessly for an hour, until all the seaweed from his stomach space had been transported. Huff huff, why is breathing so arduous? Zhou gasped. Yet no matter how he adjusted his breathing rhythm, he sensed a persistent difficulty in drawing breath. Like a tea that moment, he became acutely aware of a critical issue. From where was the oxygen in his stomach space derived? If the stomach space did not autonomously generate oxygen, then his prior actions of moving the seaweed had evidently accelerated the consumption of oxygen. Could it be that I am courting death? This thought struck Zhou with alarming clarity, and as the available oxygen dwindled, he was enveloped by a profound fear of death. Cunning can be a double-edged sword. Regret washed over him as he collapsed to the ground, striving to minimize his physical exertion. Yet the thinning air rendered his breaths increasingly frantic, and his head began to spin from oxygen deprivation. What a fool I am! Zhou chided himself internally, feeling his life slip away. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the stomach space began to convulse violently, and the Leviathan of illusion resumed its activity, followed by a deluge of seawater. Gasp! Zhou erupted from the water's surface, inhaling deeply, as the influx of seawater was accompanied by fresh air. After taking several substantial breaths of oxygen, he managed to regain his composure, resting against the stomach wall to alleviate the weakness brought on by his earlier suffocation. Once the seawater receded, he felt nearly restored. That was close. Zhou sighed, sinking to the ground, a wave of relief washing over him. The line between life and death had been perilously thin. At that moment, the headlamp extinguished, prompting Zhou to once again crank the charger, and as the light flickered back to life, a brand new supply box appeared not far away. A new supply box? Zhou rose to check his 2 supply boxes. Earlier, due to the lack of oxygen, seawater had surged in, and he had no time to grasp the boxes, which had since drifted away. However, the supply box before him was evidently pristine and unopened. Zhou embraced this new box, and then stood up to search for his previous 2. The earlier supply boxes hadn't been swept too far by the sea. With the aid of the light, Zhou soon located them. Now, he possessed 3 supply boxes in total. Zhou proceeded to open the new supply box. Ding! Acquired wood X10, acquired stone X10, acquired soil X10. All materials, Zhou remarked, gazing at the box brimming with basic supplies, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He was uncertain how to utilize these materials, as food and water remained of utmost importance. With little else to occupy his time, Zhou opened the global communication channel to peruse the exchanges among other survivors. Upon review, he discerned a notable issue. Other survivors had not received additional treasure chests from the phantasmic Leviathan. The reason was that the Leviathan was currently in a state of digestion, which occurred at an exceedingly slow pace. The survivors, unable to hear the Leviathan's utterances, remained oblivious to its digestive state, and thus did not consider assisting in this process. It seems my ability to comprehend the Leviathan's speech is rather advantageous, Zhou mused. While others had only secured 1 supply box from the Leviathan, he had obtained 2. Moreover, his own Leviathan was still active, potentially leading to a 3rd supply box. In this manner, his development pace could be threefold compared to that of the other survivors. Zhou had no intention of divulging his unique advantage of aiding the Leviathan's digestion for additional supply boxes to anyone else. In this uncharted realm, conflicts with other survivors might arise in the future, and maintaining a significant lead in development was essential for his continued survival. It is prudent to avoid harming others, yet one must possess the means to defend oneself, Zhou contemplated inwardly. After a while, the sound of surging seawater once again echoed from the esophageal entrance. Zhou promptly secured the supply box beside him, bracing for the impending rush of water. Uncertain whether this time the sea would bring food for the Leviathan or another supply box, he listened intently. As the waters receded, Zhou immediately shook his headlamp to survey the surroundings. Noticing the absence of seaweed indicated that this was not the Leviathan feeding thus. It must be a supply box. A surge of joy filled Zhou as he began to search with the light, quickly locating the new supply box. Eagerly, he opened it. Ding! Acquired algal oxygen chamber blueprint. The sound of the notification reverberated in his mind, leaving Zhou momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by a wave of elation. The algal oxygen chamber, as its name suggested, was designed for the production of oxygen. Zhou had been fretting over whether he should assist the Leviathan in accelerating its digestion during its next feeding. After all, he had narrowly escaped death due to oxygen deprivation before, and he had no desire to face such a predicament again. To his astonishment, the third supply crate contained blueprints for oxygen production. Zhou promptly utilized the blueprints, which transformed into a radiant blue light that merged seamlessly with the system interface, revealing a new section dedicated to blueprints. Upon opening this section, he discovered a solitary blueprint, the algal oxygen generation chamber. Blueprint for algal oxygen generation chamber. Requires 10 stones, seawater, algae. After reviewing the materials required for the blueprint, a look of delight spread across Zhou's face, for he possessed all the necessary components. 10 stones had already been extracted from the supply crate, and regarding the seawater and algae, he merely needed to await the next feeding of the transformed Leviathan. "Oh dear, I'm so tired it's time for sleep," he murmured at that moment. The voice of a child echoed once more, and Zhou clearly discerned it this time, fully convinced that he could indeed hear the transformed Leviathan's voice. As the vibrations within the stomach ceased, it indicated that the transformed Leviathan had also halted its movements, presumably entering a state of rest. Chapter 1. The illusory Leviathan. A sudden deluge of seawater surged into the darkened space with a cacophony. Gurgling, gurgling, in the depths of the darkness. A series of choking coughs erupted, followed by the sound of arms thrashing at the water's surface as a figure struggled to emerge from the depths. Cough, cough. Zhou gasped for air repeatedly, only to be met with violent coughing. What on earth? Cough, cough. Has my home been flooded? As he coughed, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was engulfed in darkness, with half of his body submerged in water. Before he could comprehend the situation, the seawater receding rapidly from his waist, and soon it vanished entirely, leaving only a damp floor in its wake. What was happening? Zhou found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, he quickly discerned that he was not at home, for this space was pitch black, devoid of any light. While his residence was situated in the city, where even at night, the rooms could not be shrouded in such profound darkness. As he moved cautiously, he noticed an unusual sensation underfoot, akin to treading upon rubber, the texture remarkably soft. Just as Zhou was poised to explore his surroundings, a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the survival world within the giant fish. You will now coexist with the Leviathan and explore this unknown realm. Ding! Initial supplies are being distributed. In the next moment, Zhou felt something drop at his feet. Due to the darkness, he crouched down to fumble around, discovering a wooden box, which he promptly opened. Ding! Acquired bread, X3. Acquired bottled water, X3. Acquired hand crank flashlight, X1. As the box opened, a series of notifications chimed. Zhou paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the hand crank flashlight, activating it. A warm, yellow light pierced through the darkness, illuminating a radius of 2 to 3 meters. Although the beam was not particularly strong, it allowed him to discern his immediate environment. Surrounding him were walls of blood-red flesh, confirming the system's assertion. He was indeed within the belly of a giant fish. Zhou was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. As the system had indicated, their existence was symbiotic with the Leviathan, implying that being in its stomach posed no immediate danger. Ding! Initial supplies have been fully distributed. We hope all survivors can navigate this world successfully. Following this, silence enveloped his mind, with no further sounds emerging. During this time, Zhou utilized the flashlight's beam to scrutinize the gastric space, which was not expansive, allowing him to grasp its layout rapidly. The stomach chamber measured approximately 5 by 5 by 3 meters, and at the far end, he spotted a pool filled with a yellowish liquid, emitting a foul odor. The pool, roughly 3 meters in diameter, was likely the area where the giant fish digested its food. Having gained a preliminary understanding of his current predicament, a translucent blue screen materialized before Zhou, segmented into 4 channels: communication channel, trading channel, biological compendium, and physical attributes. The communication and trading channels need no elaboration. They serve merely as platforms for conversation and the exchange of goods. The biological compendium appears to document various creatures, yet remains largely vacant, recording only one species, the transmuted Leviathan. Age: 1 day. Stage: neonatal. Length: 30 meters. Weight: 180 tons. Diet: algae. Feeding method: filter feeding. Evaluation: a 180-ton infant. Astonished, Zhou marveled at the details. A mere newborn at 30 meters and 180 tons. What might its size become in adulthood? This transmuted Leviathan was evidently the creature he cohabited with, the sole being he had encountered in this realm. Next, Zhou perused the section detailing his physical attributes. Zhou, normal human attributes set at 10. Intelligence: 10. Strength: 7. Constitution: 9. Speed: 11. Evaluation: a relatively healthy individual. Comparing his physical data with the standard, Zhou confirmed its accuracy. His occupation as a beleaguered coder required him to sit before a computer daily, naturally resulting in lower strength than the average. However, he prioritized his health, running daily to prevent excessive frailty, which accounted for his slightly superior speed and comparable constitution. At that moment, the headlamp's battery depleted, plunging Zhou back into darkness. Fortunately, the lamp was hand-cranked, and he remained unperturbed, sitting on a supply crate while cranking the lamp and opening the world communication channel. Numerous messages flooded the channel. Help! I was just eating fish, and in the blink of an eye, I was devoured by one. Is this karma? Is it true? We are truly in a survival world akin to novel settings. I wonder if anyone possesses an external system. Great ones, please take me along. Damn it, I hit the jackpot for the first time in my life, and now I'm thrust into a different world. That's indeed unfortunate. How much did you win? $5. Yeah, $5 and you're wailing? I thought you won $5 billion. What are you all even discussing? Shouldn't we be contemplating what to do next? Just arrived in this world. Who knows what to do? The world system hasn't provided guidance. It's wise to proceed with caution. The messages in the world channel flashed by at an incredible pace, overwhelming Zhou momentarily. Yet, as the thought formed in his mind, the messages in the communication channel ceased their rapid display, allowing him to scroll through them leisurely with a flick of his finger. Observing the triviality of the messages, Zhou shook his head. Nevertheless, some contained a kernel of truth. Given the uncertainty of the current situation, restraint was indeed prudent. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, and the surrounding flesh-like walls quivered slightly. Zhou, unable to maintain his balance, toppled backward onto the ground. Fortunately, the soft surface cushioned his fall, sparing him from injury. The tremors persisted for several seconds before significantly diminishing, and the space within the stomach began to stabilize. Although there remained a slight vibration, it had little impact on Zhou. He speculated that the illusory Leviathan was commencing its activities. A sudden rush of water surged from the direction of the esophagus, prompting Zhou to realize the gravity of the situation. Clutching the supply box, he pressed himself against the stomach wall. In the next moment, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, and a deluge of seawater inundated the stomach space. Despite his preparations, Zhou was nearly swept away by the torrent. The seawater rose to waist level once more before receding, allowing Zhou, equipped with a headlamp, to discern that the water was being expelled from the digestive pool. After the water was drained, a wooden box identical to the initial supply box materialized before him. A supply box? Zhou hurriedly approached to open it. Ding! Acquired bread X1, acquired mineral water X1. Thus, this was how supplies were obtained, Zhou mused, casually activating the World Exchange Channel. Many others shared his predicament, differing only by a brief time lag. Was the expectation to await the illusory Leviathan's search for supply boxes each day? A question arose in Zhou's mind. After a while, the sound of rushing water echoed again from the esophageal direction of the stomach space. This time, Zhou had learned his lesson. He crouched down to brace against the impact of the water flow. Once the water began to rise, he slowly stood up to avoid being submerged. The seawater was once again fully expelled, but this time, instead of a supply box, a profusion of algae appeared. For a while, the stomach space was continuously inundated with seawater, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of algae, which soon filled 2/3 of the space. Subsequently, the entire stomach space fell into tranquility, and the slight vibrations ceased, as if the illusory Leviathan had halted its activities. "Oh dear, I'm full, time to digest." A childlike voice inexplicably echoed in Zhou's mind. Zhou's expression shifted, and utilizing the dim light of his headlamp, he searched the remaining third of the space. Finding nothing. Where did that child's voice come from? Alone in a darkened space, the sudden sound of a child's voice sent a shiver down Zhou's spine, leading him to fear the presence of something unwholesome. Chapter 2. A Fool's Errand. Zhou, consumed by suspicion, pondered for a time, yet upon reflection, he realized that this was undeniably a world of survival, devoid of any malevolent entities. As he meticulously recalled the peculiar sounds he had just encountered, a hypothesis began to crystallize in his mind. Could it be that the Leviathan was communicating? To validate his conjecture, Zhou reopened the World Communication Channel, eager to discover if others were experiencing similar phenomena. However, the discussions within the channel merely revolved around the edibility of seaweed, with no mention of any childlike voice. Had he misjudged? Zhou scrutinized the messages in the World Channel once more, confirming that no one had raised such a topic. Yet he was certain that he had not been imagining things. Could it be that I am the sole listener? A spark ignited in Zhou's eyes, signifying his realization of being a unique existence. Could this be my golden opportunity? I am a protagonist. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as though he reigned supreme in this realm. Yet, swiftly came a wave of calm, as thoughtful reflection revealed that this newfound ability appeared rather futile. He had attempted to engage with the Leviathan, yet received no response, indicating that he could not command it, merely hear its voice. In this light, the ability offered little assistance. While Zhou deliberated on how to leverage this talent, he felt a rhythmic movement within his gastric space, as the accumulated seaweed slowly began to shift toward the digestive pool. However, the process was agonizingly sluggish. Zhou observed for an extended period, even consuming the power of his headlamp, yet the seaweed had only budged a fraction. At this pace, it would take 7 or 8 hours to fully push the seaweed into the digestive pool. This digestive process is absurdly slow, Zhou remarked, yet suddenly, a realization struck him. The Leviathan, in its quest to digest food, had ceased its activities, and the digestion was a protracted affair. What if I were to assist in hastening the digestion? With this thought igniting his resolve, Zhou swiftly gathered a significant quantity of seaweed and, with a few strides, reached the digestive pool, casting the seaweed into its depths, where it quickly submerged. Back and forth, Zhou toiled for an hour, finally transporting all the seaweed from his gastric space. Phew, why is breathing so arduous? Zhou gasped, struggling to regulate his breathing pattern, yet still feeling a sense of suffocation. In that moment, he confronted a critical question. From where was the oxygen in his gastric space originating? If the gastric space did not independently produce oxygen, then his recent labor had undoubtedly accelerated its consumption. Could it be that I am courting disaster? This thought enveloped Zhou in dread, as the dwindling supply of breathable oxygen instilled a profound fear of death. Cleverness can often lead one to folly. Zhou now found himself engulfed in regret, his body slumped against the ground, striving to minimize his movements. However, as the oxygen thinned, his breaths grew increasingly labored, and his mind began to cloud from the lack of air. What a fool I am! He berated himself internally, feeling as though death was imminent. Just as he teetered on the brink of suffocation, a violent tremor surged through his stomach, and the Leviathan manifested once more, followed by a torrent of seawater flooding in. With a sudden burst, Joan erupted from the surface, gasping for breath as the seawater mixed with fresh air. Drawing in several deep breaths of oxygen, he managed to regain his composure, resting against the stomach wall to alleviate the weakness brought on by his earlier asphyxiation. Once the seawater receded, he felt nearly restored. That was close. He sank down onto the ground, a shiver of fear coursing through him, realizing how perilously close he had been to death. At that moment, his headlamp flickered out, prompting him to manually recharge it. When the light returned, a brand new supply crate appeared in the distance. A new supply crate? Joan stood and searched for his two previous supply crates, which he had lost in the chaos of suffocation and flooding. He had no idea where they had gone. However, the crate before him was evidently untouched and pristine. He carried the new supply crate beside him and then rose to locate the earlier ones. Fortunately, the previous supply crates had not drifted far due to the water. With the aid of his light, he found them in just a few steps, bringing his total to 3 supply crates. Joan opened the new supply crate. Ding! Acquired wood X10, stone X10, soil X10. All materials. He surveyed the contents, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had no knowledge of how to utilize these materials, and for now, food and water remained his utmost priority. With little else to occupy his time, Joan opened the global communication channel to observe the exchanges among other survivors. After perusing the messages, he uncovered a troubling realization. The other survivors' Leviathans had not delivered additional supply crates because they were engaged in digestion, a process occurring at an exceedingly slow pace. The survivors, unable to hear the Leviathan's words, were unaware of its digestive state and thus had not considered assisting in this process. It seems my ability to comprehend the Leviathan's speech is proving advantageous. While others received only 1 supply crate, he had acquired 2, and his Leviathan remained active, potentially yielding a 3rd crate. With this, his progress would outpace that of the other survivors by 3-fold. Joan certainly would not disclose his method of aiding the Leviathan's digestion to anyone. This was his unique advantage. In this unknown world, future conflicts with other survivors loomed, and maintaining a significant lead in development was essential for his survival. One need not harm others, but must possess the ability to defend oneself, he mused silently. After a while, the tumultuous sound of the sea echoed once more at the entrance of the esophagus. Joan promptly secured the supply box beside him, bracing himself for the oncoming rush of seawater. Uncertain of whether the tide would bring sustenance for the Leviathan or more supplies, he awaited the inevitable. As the water receded with a splash, Joan eagerly shook his headlamp to inspect the area. The absence of seaweed indicated that this was not the Leviathan's feeding time. It must be a supply box. A surge of delight coursed through him as he began to search for it, aided by the light. Soon enough, he discovered a new supply box and, unable to contain his excitement, opened it hastily. Ding! You have obtained the blueprint for the algal oxygen generator. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Joan momentarily froze, only to be engulfed by a wave of elation. The algal oxygen generator, as its name suggested, was designed to produce oxygen. He had been troubled by the thought of whether he would need to assist the Leviathan in digesting its food during the next feeding, especially after narrowly escaping death due to oxygen deprivation before. He wished to avoid a repeat of that harrowing experience. To his astonishment, the 3rd supply box had yielded a blueprint for oxygen production. Without hesitation, Joan utilized the blueprint, which transformed into a radiant blue light that integrated into the system interface. A new section for blueprints appeared before him, displaying a singular document, the blueprint for the algal oxygen generator. Blueprint for algal oxygen generator. Requires 10 stones, seawater, and algae. After reviewing the materials needed, Joan's joy intensified. He had nearly all the required components. 10 stones had already been retrieved from the supply box. And as for the seawater and algae, They could be obtained during the Leviathan's next feeding. "Oh, I'm so tired. It's time for sleep." At that moment, the sound of a child echoed once again. And this time Zhou clearly discerned it, confirming that he could indeed hear the voice of the Leviathan. As the vibrations of the gastric walls ceased, it was evident that the Leviathan had also come to a halt in its activities, likely entering a state of rest. Chapter 3. Algal Oxygen Chamber. A pang of hunger struck, prompting the thought that it was time to seek nourishment. The innocent voice of a child echoed in Zhou's mind, rousing him from slumber. Enclosed within the confines of the stomach cavity, he was oblivious to the passage of day or night. Consequently, Zhou adhered to the diurnal rhythms of the Leviathan, resting and awakening in alignment with its cycles to maintain harmony with the creature's natural schedule. Suddenly, the walls of the stomach cavity trembled violently as the Leviathan stirred from its repose. With provisions and water in short supply, Zhou had consumed a single loaf of bread the previous day, and upon awakening, his stomach protested with a growl of hunger. Left with no alternative, he devoured another piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water. Now, only 2 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water remained, a meager supply that filled him with unease. The prospect of future resource boxes failing to yield sustenance loomed perilously in his mind. He silently prayed for the next supply crate to contain food. After a spell, the sound of surging seawater echoed from the direction of the esophagus. A torrent of seawater flooded in, and having endured several waves of this saline deluge, Zhou had gained experience in braving its force. He shielded the supply box with his body to prevent it from being swept away, directing the beam of his headlamp to illuminate the objects that accompanied the incoming water. It was seaweed. Upon witnessing the seaweed amidst the turbulent waters, Zhou promptly accessed the system interface, opened the blueprints for the algal oxygen chamber, and initiated its construction. In the next instant, a radiant blue light emanated, causing the stones within the supply box to levitate and rearrange themselves into a stone trough measuring 1 meter in height and half a meter in width. Under the influence of the blue light, seawater autonomously filled the trough, accompanied by strands of seaweed that took root among the gravel at the bottom, their delicate bodies swaying gently in the water. Was that all? The manufacturing process was swift and rather rudimentary. Zhou questioned whether such a simplistic apparatus could genuinely produce oxygen, as his knowledge dictated that algal oxygen production required sunlight, which was conspicuously absent in the dim confines of the stomach cavity. However, as he directed his light towards the algae within the trough, his doubts dissipated. Tiny bubbles began to emerge amidst the foliage of the seaweed, a clear indication of oxygen generation. It appeared that the mechanism indeed produced oxygen. A smile spread across Zhou's face as he leaned over the stone trough, positioning his nostrils above the bubbling surface, greedily inhaling the air. The crisp fragrance. This was the scent of oxygen. Zhou wore an expression of sheer delight. Yet, in truth, he felt nothing tangible. It was merely a psychological effect. Currently, the stomach cavity was newly infused with seawater, and the oxygen levels were abundantly high. The oxygen produced by the algal chamber was negligible, leaving no discernible sensation in the midst of such ample supply. Soon enough, the seawater began to recede, revealing a bounty of seaweed. This time, Zhou acted wisely. He did not wait for the Leviathan to finish its meal before transferring the seaweed to the digestive pool. Instead, as soon as the water retreated, he promptly gathered the seaweed and set to work. The amount of sustenance required by the Leviathan of transformation in a single day occupies 2/3 of its gastric wall space. This quantity necessitates multiple feeding sessions, each of which introduces fresh oxygen into the gastric environment. Thus, as long as he acts swiftly, he should avoid the oxygen deprivation crisis that befell him yesterday. Although equipped with an oxygen-producing device, the sufficiency of the oxygen generated for his personal respiration remains uncertain. To ensure a fail-safe, Zhou devised a strategy. This approach, however, carries inherent risks, as the Leviathan will consume seaweed repeatedly, subjecting Zhou to several waves of seawater impact. Should he inadvertently be swept into the digestive pool, it would spell disaster. Consequently, Zhou's movements must be swift. and he must remain acutely attuned to the sounds emanating from the esophageal opening. Upon hearing the rush of seawater, he must immediately distance himself from the digestive pool. Zhou began to dash back and forth, fortunate that prior to his arrival, he had maintained a running regimen, allowing him to endure the exertion. After numerous trips, he successfully deposited the seaweed into the digestive pool. Exhaling deeply, Zhou leaned over the algal oxygen chamber, inhaling deeply. Given the limited quantity of seaweed this time, the oxygen within the gastric wall was still ample. After a period of vigorous breathing, the rhythm of his lung contractions gradually stabilized. After some time, the Leviathan resumed feeding, and Zhou, having rested sufficiently, commenced transporting seaweed once more. The Leviathan consumed a total of 5 times, with brief intervals in between, leaving Zhou somewhat exhausted from his relentless shuttling. By the conclusion of the Leviathan's feeding phase, approximately 1/5 of the seaweed remained untransferred within the gastric cavity. However, Zhou felt no urgency, for today had proven significantly more efficient than yesterday. Yesterday, he had begun transporting only after the Leviathan had entered its digestive state. Today, he had commenced his task immediately upon the Leviathan's feeding, and with merely 1/5 left, he was confident that once he regained some strength, he would swiftly complete the remaining transport. Moreover, having altered his strategy for moving the seaweed, the oxygen levels in the gastric wall remained plentiful, alleviating any sense of haste. After replenishing his energy, Zhou prepared to finish transporting the remaining seaweed when an unexpected incident occurred. As he reached into the pile of seaweed to grasp it, a sharp object within the mass grazed his arm, followed by an immediate sensation of pain. Startled, Zhou retracted his hand, and under the illumination, he noticed a vivid crimson wound measuring nearly 5 centimeters, blood seeping from the laceration and trickling down his forearm to his palm, where droplets splattered from his little finger. What was that? Zhou clutched his injury and quickly distanced himself from the seaweed pile. In the next moment, the mound of seaweed quivered, and a creature leapt forth from within. Fear surged through Zhou as he retreated several steps, apprehensive that the seaweed harbored some unknown entity poised to attack him. This realm was inherently unfamiliar, and the newly born Leviathan, measuring 30 meters in length, hinted at the extraordinary nature of this world. The other creatures inhabiting this oceanic expanse were undoubtedly formidable as well. Zhou hesitated to approach recklessly. He removed the headlamp from his forehead and commenced the manual charging, ensuring that the light would persistently illuminate his surroundings, lest he be ambushed by an unknown creature lurking in the darkness. The sound of carapace striking flesh reverberated in the vastness of the stomach, creating a haunting echo. After emerging from the tangle of seagrass, the mysterious entity seemed to bounce in place, not advancing toward Zhou. The beam of the headlamp reached merely 2 to 3 meters, failing to reveal the nature of the creature. After a brief period of waiting, he resolved to muster his courage and draw nearer. It was not out of a desire for recklessness, but rather a pressing need to tend to his bleeding arm, which required urgent bandaging to staunch the flow. However, the looming threat of the unknown creature left him reluctant to divert his focus from his wound. Zhou held his breath, cautiously inching forward, the light sweeping across the area 2 to 3 meters ahead. At last, he beheld the visage of the enigmatic being. It was a shrimp? Chapter 4. The giant shrimp. This shrimp was remarkably large, comparable in size to an adult's forearm, its entire body a vibrant red, adorned with a sharp, dagger-like spike protruding from its head. The wound on Zhou's arm was inflicted by this very spike. Upon realizing it was merely a giant shrimp, Zhou's fear began to dissipate significantly. Despite its considerable size, the creature exhibited no aggression, merely hopping in place. As his trepidation waned, it was swiftly replaced by anger. While he was minding his own business gathering seaweed, this massive shrimp had inflicted a long gash on his arm, and lacking any medical supplies. The risk of infection loomed large, potentially threatening his life. Damn it! Zhou's frustration mounted as he seized a nearby supply box and hurled it at the shrimp. However, the impact proved ineffective. The soft ground cushioned the blow, and the shrimp's hard shell absorbed the force, rendering his attempts futile. After several fruitless strikes, his irritation boiled over, and he kicked the shrimp away, wary of its erratic jumps that might lead to another piercing injury. No longer willing to squander time on the creature, Joe tore a strip of fabric from his undershirt and began to administer a rudimentary bandage to his wound. Once he had tended to his injury, he resumed gathering seaweed, taking precautions to kick the foliage beforehand. With shoes on, he could detect any lurking shrimp, thus avoiding further harm. After a span of several minutes, he successfully collected all remaining seaweed, encountering no additional giant shrimp. With the most pressing task completed, he now awaited the Leviathan's transformation to commence digestion. However, before the Leviathan could act, Joan needed to dispose of the shrimp that had injured him. Joan contemplated simply kicking the shrimp into the digestive pool. Yet he hesitated, reluctant to part with its formidable shell and the sharp spike atop its head. The shrimp's size, akin to an adult forearm, meant that if he were to carefully peel away the shell, it could serve as a protective covering for his own arm, providing some defense against any future aggressive creatures. Furthermore, the spike could be fashioned into a knife, a useful tool for cutting. After a moment's reflection on how to deal with the shrimp, Joan sprang into action. He first opened the lid of an empty supply box and placed it atop the shrimp, restricting its movements. Then, he tore another strip of fabric from his clothing and bound it around the shrimp's body, completing his preparations for its demise. The shrimp continued to bounce about, blissfully unaware of its impending fate. Grasping the other end of the fabric, Joan began to spin, the shrimp following suit due to the centrifugal force. When the force reached its zenith, Joan violently flung the shrimp's body toward the algae oxygenation chamber. Thud! The sound of the shell colliding with stone rang out, followed by the distinct crack of shattering exoskeleton. Joan's heart leapt with joy as he promptly ceased his actions, eager to ascertain whether the shrimp had succumbed. The resilient shrimp did not perish. However, its exoskeleton bore numerous cracks, and coupled with the violent impacts, its demise was imminent. Joan persisted, once again swinging the shrimp and causing it to collide with the oxygen-producing algae chamber twice, ultimately leading to its death. Yet, the subsequent challenge of peeling the shrimp shell perplexed Joan, as he lacked any tools for cutting through the shell. Using one spear to attack another shield, Joan mused, observing the sharp spike at the shrimp's head. He placed the creature's body atop a supply crate, firmly securing it with one foot while pressing down on the spike with the other. With a decisive force, he snapped the 7 to 8 centimeter long spike. Armed with a makeshift cutting tool, Joan endeavored to dissect the shrimp. The shell on its back proved too robust to penetrate, prompting him to commence his task at the more pliable underside near the tail. The process of shelling the shrimp was no easy feat. Despite the sharp spike serving as a cutting implement, it was far from a true knife. After a laborious half-hour, he finally managed to peel off the shell from the shrimp's tail. Phew! Finally accomplished, Joan exhaled, collapsing onto the ground as he grasped the jagged remnants of the tail shell. Though unsightly, it would suffice for his needs. Wrapping the shell around his forearm, it snugly enveloped the area. However, due to the shrimp's traumatic demise, the shell bore several cracks, rendering it somewhat tattered, yet it still offered a measure of protection. Now, only the shrimp's head and tail meat remained. Joan gazed at the translucent shrimp tail meat, swallowing hard. If only I had fire, he thought. Joan was not accustomed to consuming raw meat, especially not that of an unknown creature from this foreign realm. The prospect of eating it raw was even more daunting. But could he ignite a flame here? He examined the space within his gastric cavity and shook his head. Even if he possessed fire-starting tools, he could not kindle a flame, as the oxygen within the cavity was insufficient to sustain a fire, unless he wished to suffocate. At that moment, the already digested phantasmic Leviathan began to stir. Joan placed the remaining shrimp head and meat into the now vacant supply crate to prevent them from being washed away by the seawater. He cast a glance at the makeshift bandage on his arm, noticing blood seeping through the fabric. He recognized that such rudimentary treatment would not suffice. Thus, he accessed the World Trading Channel on the system interface, seeking medical supplies to staunch the bleeding. 10 wood for 1 bread. I'm out of food. I implore those with an abundance of provisions to trade some. 10 stones for 1 bottle of mineral water. My initial 3 bottles were inadvertently washed into the digestion pool, and I have not had water for a day. If the materials for trade are insufficient, feel free to message me privately. Joe quickly perused the listings, most of which involved trading materials for food. Evidently, most individuals had opened their supply crates to find materials first. After further searching, he finally discovered an offer for medical supplies. 1 medical tourniquet for 3 breads. Medical items are invaluable for saving lives. First come, first served. 3 loaves of bread. How extortionate, Joe thought. Joe furrowed his brow, noticing the blood seeping from his arm. This was the only medical item capable of staunching the flow. He had no choice but to procure it. However, with only 2 pieces of bread at his disposal, he recognized the inadequacy of his offering. Thus, he tapped on the trader's avatar, resolved to negotiate. My friend, your medical bandage for staunching blood is rather excessive at 3 loaves of bread. Would one suffice? Before long, a response materialized. That is not feasible. This is a life-saving item. Have a look at the trading channel, where you might find other medical supplies. What is the matter, my friend? Are you injured? Not at all. It is quite difficult to sustain an injury within the belly of the phantasmal Leviathan. I merely possess a heightened sense of crisis and prefer to be prepared. Upon seeing medical supplies in the trading channel, I thought to stock up in advance. Joe refrained from disclosing his injury, lest the trader capitalize on his vulnerability. That is a valid point, my friend. I shall forego the trade for the bandage and keep it for future emergencies. Thank you for your reminder. Upon receiving this message, Joe felt a surge of urgency. The wound on his arm required prompt attention, as the relentless bleeding could prove fatal long before any infection set in. Please, my friend, how about 2 loaves of bread? My friend, you are indeed injured, aren't you? Damn, he had discerned the truth. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident. This was merely the 2nd day, and most individuals were bartering for food, while he was seeking medical supplies, a clear indicator of his plight. 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water. This is all I have left. If you're unwilling to trade, I'm left with no recourse. Joe's message was resolute. It represented his entire food supply, with merely 2 bottles of mineral water remaining. Should today's 3 supply crates yield no food, he would have no choice but to subsist solely on water. Chapter 5. Small planting box. Oh, dear brother, do not think so ill of others. I shall not exploit the situation, Joe replied silently, awaiting further words from the other party. Let's arrange it this way. 1 loaf of bread for a bottle of mineral water, and I shall trade with you. Upon reading this message, Joe felt a surge of joy, though it was soon tempered by a sense of disbelief. Could it be that I have encountered a genuinely kind soul? Or have I truly underestimated humanity's capacity for goodness? Joe had always believed that in such an uncertain world, particularly amidst food shortages, individuals tended to be selfish. Otherwise, survival would prove exceedingly difficult. Upon reviewing the trade offer once more, it was indeed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Joe accepted the exchange. The bread and mineral water in the supply box shimmered with a blue light, and as the glow faded, a roll of medical gauze appeared within the box. Joe swiftly seized the medical gauze, unwrapping the fabric that bound his wound. With half a bottle of mineral water, he endured the pain to cleanse the injury before applying the gauze to secure the wound, finally halting the flow of blood. At that moment, a private message popped up on the system interface. Brother, now that you have obtained the gauze, I hope it proves useful to you. Thank you, Joe replied, grateful that the other had not taken advantage of him. Such consideration warranted his appreciation. Fair trade indeed. No need for thanks, came the response. Dear brother, as you can see, I have not taken advantage of your plight. Might you share how you sustained your injury? What a clever individual. Joe thought with a chuckle upon receiving this message. Clearly, the other wished to garner a favor in exchange for the information regarding his injury. Joe, having nothing to conceal, recounted the incident involving the large shrimp. However, he did alter the details, omitting the part where he transported seaweed to hasten the Leviathan's digestion. While the Leviathan was consuming the seaweed, my supply box was inadvertently swept away by the sea, prompting me to search through the seaweed heap. To my surprise, I encountered a large shrimp roughly the size of an adult forearm, which left a gash on my calf with its sharp spines. A shrimp the size of an adult forearm. It seems the creatures in this world are indeed colossal, the other observed. Indeed, be cautious in the future. Although the shrimp does not exhibit aggression, being caught off guard by its sharpness can still be perilous, Zhou warned. While the others sought to extract information from him, he had also managed to save on food, rendering the exchange fair. Thank you for the warning. I shall be careful. Perhaps we can keep in touch and assist each other moving forward? Certainly. As Zhou concluded the conversation, he heard the sound of seawater in the esophagus. He quickly repositioned the algae oxygenation chamber beside the esophageal diaphragm, where it would be least affected by the incoming waves. Zhou placed all 4 supply boxes atop the algae oxygenation chamber, with the seawater barely submerging them. This way, he would no longer need to use his body to secure the boxes each time. This time, the ocean delivered a new supply box, which he promptly opened. Ding! Obtained stone X10, obtained soil X10, obtained hay X10. Why is it all materials? I need food, Zhou lamented, as he was left with only a single piece of bread. Without food, he would inevitably face hunger. After a while, the illusory Leviathan consumed the second supply box. Ding! Obtained small planting box blueprint. A planting box. Zhou was filled with unparalleled delight. With the planting box, he could cultivate food, alleviating his concerns about sustenance in the future. He immediately utilized the small planting box blueprint, which transformed into a beam of blue light and entered the blueprint section of his system interface. Materials required for small planting box: wood X10, soil X10. He had all the necessary materials. Construct. Zhou clicked to build, yet nothing occurred. What is happening? Why is there no response? I have enough materials. Zhou gazed at the ample supplies within the box, bewildered. Unwilling to accept defeat, he clicked to construct once more, but still, there was no reaction. What is going on? He pondered various solutions, removing materials from the box and arranging them in the same configuration as depicted in the planting box blueprint. Yet construction remained impossible. Is this a joke? Zhou's frustration mounted. They provided him with a planting box blueprint, but denied him the ability to build it. What was the meaning of this? Ultimately, he surrendered. His dream of self-sufficient food cultivation shattered. Zhou opened the trading section to peruse the trade information. This was already the second supply box of the day. If the last one did not yield food, he would have to trade materials for a piece of bread in the trading channel. Watermelon seeds for 1 piece of bread? Upon seeing this trading information, Zhou immediately thought of his small planting box. Once he constructed it, he would need crop seeds for planting. Trading a single watermelon seed for a piece of bread seemed quite advantageous. However, Zhou refrained from trading, as he was left with only 1 piece of bread. Trading it would leave him without food, and he needed energy to transport seaweed each day, a significant expenditure of energy. The remaining piece of bread would barely sustain him until tomorrow. Otherwise, his body simply could not endure. For a normal person, 1 piece of bread per day was scarcely sufficient. He had been living in a state of hunger for the past 2 days, with food being painfully scarce. This was precisely why Zhou yearned to construct the small planting box. The sensation of hunger was truly unbearable. Several hours later, the final supply box was washed ashore by the ocean. Once the water receded, Zhou hurriedly carried the box beside the algae oxygenation chamber. Please grant me food, he implored, placing his hand upon the lid of the box. Ding! Obtain apple X1, obtain banana X1. Well, it's indeed food, but it hardly alleviates my hunger. He had just arrived in this world for merely 2 days, and his yearning for fruit was not yet intense. Rather, he longed for bread. Yet, I do not desire fruit does not imply that others do not, he mused, contemplating placing them on the trading platform. With this thought, Zhou proceeded to list 2 fruits on the trading channel, seeking to exchange them for 2 loaves of bread. Before long, the transaction was completed, and the 2 fruits were successfully exchanged for 2 loaves of bread. It seemed that there were indeed many individuals with an abundance of food, Zhou remarked softly. Now, he possessed 3 loaves of bread and a bottle and a half of water, which would barely sustain him until the day after tomorrow. I am weary. It is time to sleep. The voice of a Leviathan echoed. Upon hearing this, Zhou prepared to rest. Yet he was acutely aware of his dampened state and the lingering water stains on the ground. making sleep rather uncomfortable, especially since his injured arm could not come into contact with water. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou turned his gaze towards the supply crates stacked atop the algae oxygenation tank. A few minutes later, 7 supply crates were arranged side by side on the ground. Zhou stripped off his clothes and lay upon the slightly drier supply crates. Ah, how delightful! Chapter 6. The spiny krill. The walls of the stomach began to tremble violently as the Leviathan of illusion stirred into action. Zhou awoke from his slumber, having dreamed a dream filled with delectable foods. He sat up from a makeshift bed fashioned from supply boxes, subconsciously moistening his lips at the thought of the culinary delights from his dream. He wondered if there were any items within the supply box that could be used to heat food. His mind immediately drifted to the shrimp meat from the previous day, but alas, he had no means to cook it, rendering it inedible. He settled for a simple piece of bread and washed it down with the remainder of a half bottle of mineral water that he had used to cleanse his wounds, barely alleviating the gnawing hunger in his belly. Next, he inspected the injury on his arm, whether it was the efficacy of the medical bandage or simply his robust constitution. The wound showed no signs of infection, a small blessing amidst his misfortunes. After rebandaging his injury, he stacked the supply boxes that lay scattered on the ground atop the algal oxygen chamber, now awaiting the Leviathan's meal. During the wait, he opened the global communication channel to peruse the exchanges of other survivors. Hey folks, I have no food left. All I have is a watermelon seed. Can anyone help me out for a piece of bread? What good is a watermelon seed? You don't even know how to plant it now. Dreaming of trading it for bread is wishful thinking. Stop shouting, man. You've been begging since yesterday. Right now, each person only receives 1 supply box a day. Whether we find food is purely a matter of luck. Just look at the trading information. Most people are severely lacking in food. Who would trade food for a useless watermelon seed? I beg you, I haven't eaten in a day. I'll trade anything edible. Isn't today the day you can obtain a supply box? Just wait a bit longer. But that is still 5 or 6 hours away. I'm utterly drained of strength. It was he who had traded watermelon seeds for bread in the trading channel yesterday. Upon seeing the messages exchanged, Zhou contemplated briefly before clicking on the person's avatar and sending a private message. The response came swiftly. Are you looking to exchange watermelon seeds? Yes, but I'm not trading for bread. No problem. Anything edible will do. What exactly do you have? Raw shrimp meat. Shrimp meat? Where on earth did you find shrimp? The other party was evidently taken aback, and Zhou briefly recounted how he had acquired the shrimp meat. A shrimp the size of an adult forearm? That must weigh 3 to 4 pounds. About that. I'm not accustomed to eating raw meat, and I can't keep it for long as it will spoil. Thus, I thought to exchange it for watermelon seeds. However, I must caution you, in this unknown world, that shrimp might be poisonous. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange? After sending this message, the other party hesitated for what felt like an eternity. Let us exchange. I have no other food and nothing to trade for food either. I'll take my chances with the shrimp. In the next moment, the other party sent him the watermelon seeds through a private message, finalizing the transaction. After Zhou confirmed it was a watermelon seed, he sent the shrimp meat over, trading it with Jiang Haitao for a small watermelon seed. To outsiders, this appeared to be a significant loss, as watermelon seeds could not currently be cultivated. However, for Zhou, who already possessed a small planting box, it was akin to a missing puzzle piece. The seed was an indispensable component for self-sufficient production. Moreover, he had no inclination to consume the raw shrimp, nor was he certain of its edibility. Exchanging something he deemed useless for something he required seemed quite advantageous to him. After some time, the illusory Leviathan began to feed, and Zhou, as he had done the previous day, commenced the arduous task of transporting seaweed. Due to the prior day's encounter with large shrimp hidden within the seaweed, he donned shrimp shells on his forearms and hollowed out the shrimp heads, wrapping them around his palms. Before embarking on the task of moving the seaweed, he first used his shrimp shell-encased hands to probe within, ensuring no creatures lurked among the foliage before he began his labor. The protection of the shrimp shells proved effective, as within today's heap of seaweed, 3 large shrimp were concealed. Zhou detected one of them in advance, while the other 2 launched an attack against him. Fortunately, the shells on his arms successfully absorbed the blows, leaving him unscathed. After completing the seaweed transport, Zhou began to process the 3 large shrimp, employing a different method from the one he had used the previous day. The prior technique had been too damaging to the shells and was a last resort measure. Today, however, with the sharp spines from the shrimp heads as tools, he could proceed without harming the shells. First, he secured the large shrimp in an empty supply box, then used the sharp spines to pierce the connection point between the head and tail. This region was the shrimp's most vulnerable spot. By slicing through the thin shell at this juncture and forcefully prying apart the gap with his hands, he successfully separated the head from the tail, thereby preserving the integrity of the shell. After approximately half an hour, he had processed all 3 large shrimp. Drawing from his experience of shelling shrimp the previous day, today's shells remained largely intact, a marked improvement. With nothing further to occupy his time, he placed the shrimp meat and shells into the supply box for safekeeping, awaiting the illusory Leviathan to consume the container. Once the Leviathan finished digesting, it began to stir, and soon after, the first supply box was swallowed into the gastric cavity accompanied by seawater. Ding! Obtained iron shell peach, canned X1. To his surprise, there was even canned yellow peach. This was delightful. It was high in sugar and could provide substantial energy. Zhou joyfully stored the supply box, knowing that the canned peaches and syrup could serve as life-saving sustenance in this world. While waiting for the second supply box, he received a message from Jiang Haitao. "Bro, do you still have any of that spiny shrimp meat?" "Spiny shrimp meat?" Zhou paused momentarily before realizing it was the large shrimp meat he had traded to Jiang Haitao. "How did you know the large shrimp was called spiny shrimp?" Zhou inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It's in the illustrated guide. I stumbled upon it by chance." "The illustrated guide?" Zhou immediately opened it and discovered that indeed, a second page had been added. The spiny krill measures between 30 to 40 centimeters in length and weighs approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. Its diet primarily consists of algae. The introduction to the spiny krill in the compendium is rather succinct, yet it provides Zhou with valuable insights. It is no wonder that they tend to conceal themselves among the seagrass. Their sustenance is indeed algae. The Leviathan's food also comprises algae, and when it consumes, it inevitably engulfs a few unfortunate spiny krill. However, a question suddenly arises in Zhou's mind. Why has no one else encountered them? After some contemplation, Zhou considers a possibility. Could it be that by assisting the Leviathan in digesting seagrass more swiftly, it has the opportunity to traverse areas abundant with spiny krill, far exceeding the movement of other Leviathans? Zhou muses. This hypothesis seems plausible, suggesting he is significantly ahead of others. Yet, this revelation does not bring him joy. Instead, a sense of unease looms. As the Leviathan ventures further from its birthplace, it will inevitably encounter a greater variety of marine life. Should it inadvertently ingest a creature several meters in size, Zhou fears the dire consequences. "Brother, are you still there?" "Yes, I was just perusing the compendium. The flesh of spiny krill is quite a delicacy. Consuming it can enhance one's strength. Therefore, I wish to trade for another piece of spiny krill meat." Offering the blueprints I just uncovered from the supply crate. What? Chapter 7. Strength 1. Zhou was utterly astonished by Jiang Haitao's message. The spiny shrimp meat, which he had consistently refused to consume, could indeed enhance physical attributes, and significantly so, particularly strength. Upon receiving this revelation, Zhou's gaze shifted towards the supplies box containing the spiny shrimp meat. He resolved against trading it. Consuming the 3 pieces of spiny shrimp meat would augment his strength by 3 points, bringing him to the level of an ordinary person. In the days to come, he anticipated the continued availability of spiny shrimp, allowing for an exponential growth in his strength, rendering him invincible. However, Zhou quickly dismissed this fanciful notion. While spiny shrimp possessed certain dangers, they could be easily dispatched with proper precautions. If it were indeed possible to infinitely bolster one's strength, it would imply that he had become invincible without even leaving the novice village, which was patently unreasonable. Thus, Zhou speculated that the enhancement provided by spiny shrimp meat was, in fact, limited. To validate his hypothesis, Zhou resolved to trade 1 piece of spiny shrimp meat with Jiang Haitao. What blueprint did you obtain? It's an armor blueprint called the spiny helmet, seemingly crafted from the shell of the spiny shrimp. What a fortuitous coincidence, as this was perfectly aligned with his interests. Presented with the opportunity for armor, Zhou unhesitatingly opted for the trade. After you consume this piece of spiny shrimp meat, let me know if you can continue to increase your strength. Sure, brother. I'll eat it right away and inform you afterward. By the way, what is your name? I forgot to ask earlier. After revealing his name to Jiang Haitao, Zhou concluded their conversation and proceeded to utilize the armor blueprint he had just acquired. Materials required for the spiny helmet: complete spiny shrimp shells X3, cloth scraps X5. He had just enough shrimp shells, though he lacked the cloth scraps. Zhou decided to wait for the remaining 2 supplies boxes. If neither yielded cloth scraps, he would resort to the trading channel to procure 5 cloth pieces. He too wished to sample the spiny shrimp meat. Zhou retrieved a piece from the supplies box designated for the spiny shrimp. Since the meat was purported to enhance strength, he disregarded whether it was raw, taking large bites with fervor. The flavor is rather pleasant, Zhou remarked with surprise. The spiny shrimp meat was firm and tender, devoid of any fishy taste, and carried a subtle sweetness. Nevertheless, he was unaccustomed to consuming raw meat, finding the texture somewhat peculiar. After finishing the entire piece of shrimp meat, Zhou felt somewhat full, marking it as the only satisfying meal he had enjoyed in 3 days. Ding! Consumed spiny shrimp meat, strength 1. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou promptly opened his character attributes panel. Zhou, normal human attributes: 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8 speed, 11 constitution, 9 evaluation, a relatively healthy individual. His strength had indeed increased by 1 point. Zhou flexed his arms. Apart from a slight firmness in his muscles, he noticed no significant changes, suggesting that the increase in strength was minimal and thus not overtly perceptible. A single spiny shrimp had already satiated Zhou, leaving 1 remaining for tomorrow. After a couple of hours, the second supply crate surged into the stomach cavity with the tide. Ding! Acquired stones X10, acquired wood X10, acquired cloth scraps X10. The cloth scraps had arrived. Zhou promptly opened the blueprint for the spiny helmet and clicked to craft. 3 spiny shrimp shells and 5 cloth scraps coalesced into a radiant blue light, swiftly materializing into a helmet encased in an external shell, adorned with 3 prominent spikes atop. As he donned the helmet, it fit perfectly, with a soft layer of fabric separating it from the shell, providing a comfortable snugness against his head. Quite fitting indeed. Zhou carefully removed the helmet and placed it atop the pile of supply crates in the corner, ensuring it wouldn't get wet from the sea, intending to use it when he moved the grass tomorrow. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent a message. Brother 1, I consumed the spiny shrimp meat, but this time I did not gain any power points. It seems that the spiny shrimp meat only grants power attributes upon the first consumption. Subsequent meals yield no benefit. Haha, that seems to be the case. Brother 1, the blueprint I traded with you is rather rare. Could you perhaps add another spiny shrimp meat? I feel a bit shortchanged. Initially, Jiang Haitao was willing to trade the blueprint for the spiny shrimp meat, believing it would bestow an additional boost to his strength, making the exchange seem fair. However, upon realizing that the second consumption of spiny shrimp meat would yield no power points, he felt the trade was exceedingly unfavorable. The issue was that he had proactively requested the trade. Now, seeking to renegotiate made him feel somewhat shameless, particularly since today's supply crate had yielded a blueprint. He was still without food reserves, which left him feeling anxious. Today, there were only 2. I traded 1 with you, and I consumed the other. Tomorrow, if I find another, I shall give you 1. Zhou didn't dwell on it too much. Indeed, a piece of armor blueprint held greater value than a single spiny shrimp meat, making Jiang Haitao's request reasonable. However, Zhou couldn't ascertain the truth of Jiang Haitao's words. What if he consumed the second spiny shrimp meat and still gained power points, then deliberately deceived him? That possibility lingered in the air. Thus, he decided to reserve the remaining spiny shrimp meat for tomorrow, consuming it only after confirming that it could not augment his power points, at which point he would consider trading the newly acquired spiny shrimp meat with Jiang Haitao. The sound of surging seawater echoed from his esophagus as the final supply crate of the day arrived. Ding! Acquired heating pack X1. A heating pack. This suggests that tomorrow I might be able to cook the spiny shrimp meat. The mere thought of indulging in a cooked meal brought Joe an immense joy. Coincidentally, he had also opened a tin of canned yellow peaches today. After savoring the peaches, the tin would serve perfectly as a vessel for cooking. Upon witnessing the heat pack, Joe's mind instinctively conjured a list of subsequent necessities. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed the idea of consuming cooked food. No, that would not do. The heat pack was a one-time utility, and the only edible option available was the delicate shrimp meat, which seemed rather extravagant to waste. Joe felt that such simplicity was inadequate. Given the singular opportunity, it warranted a more grandiose approach. Furthermore, the canned peaches were meant for preservation, a lifeline during times of scarcity. To merely boil the shrimp meat in hot water and consume it would be an utter squandering. In that moment, Joe, a seasoned player of survival games, felt his inner hoarder awaken. He resolved to save the good things for the most critical moments. He carefully placed the heat pack and the canned peaches into a supply box, recognizing both as exceedingly precious items that deserved to be stored safely and elevated, ensuring they remained untouched by water. Chapter 8. Shadows in the water. On the fourth day of arriving in this world, the Leviathan began to stir, and Joe awoke from his slumber. The first act upon awakening was to consume the remaining portion of the spiny shrimp meat for breakfast. Jiang Haitao had not deceived him. It was indeed impossible to augment his strength further. Joe felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to elevate his power to at least 10 points, reaching the level of an ordinary person. After some time, it was nearly the feeding hour for the Leviathan. Joe donned the spiny helmet he had crafted the previous day and positioned himself in a corner surrounded by supply boxes, awaiting the transportation of seaweed. At that moment, an unexpectedly infantile voice echoed from the Leviathan. How vexing! Why is it always this creature stealing my food? The tone conveyed the Leviathan's frustration, suggesting a confrontation with another being over sustenance. Could it be the spiny shrimp? Joe pondered, recalling from the encyclopedia that spiny shrimp also feasted on algae, and the seaweed the Leviathan had been consuming was a type of algae. It appeared that today, the seaweed would be rife with spiny shrimp. He would need to exercise caution while transporting it. In the previous days, spiny shrimp had been entangled within the seaweed, yet the Leviathan had not expressed such agitation, indicating that their numbers had been relatively sparse. Today, however, the presence of spiny shrimp must have reached a level that significantly impeded the Leviathan's feeding. Suddenly, without warning, the entire gastric cavity began to tremble violently, causing the space to tilt. The digestive pool surged upward, and the stomach chamber nearly stood upright. Joe, caught off guard, tumbled to the side, colliding with the soft flesh of the wall, which cushioned his fall. Aside from a slight dizziness from a jolt, he remained unscathed. However, the oxygen-producing chamber containing algae was not so fortunate. The tilting of the stomach caused seawater to spill forth. Additionally, the 10 supply boxes he had accumulated over the past few days were now scattered haphazardly. Joe lunged towards one of the supply boxes, which contained the precious canned peaches and heating packs obtained the previous day. He could not afford to let these invaluable items be compromised. What was happening? Gripping the supply box tightly, confusion and panic filled his mind. Could the Leviathan be under attack from another creature? Joe instinctively thought in a negative direction. There was little he could do. This world was a realm of uncertainty for him. Even after several days, he remained oblivious to the nature of the outside world, and the unknown breeds fear. Though the Leviathan was not small, measuring a formidable 30 meters, such a size would dominate the oceans on Earth. Yet this was not Earth. The Leviathan had only recently emerged into existence, and it was entirely possible that it could encounter even larger beings that might pose a threat. A thunderous explosion echoed, reverberating through the Leviathan's body and penetrating the gastric cavity. The sound was deafening, and the intense sonic waves coursed through Joe's entire being, causing his internal organs to quiver, while his head felt as if it had been struck with tremendous force, inducing a splitting headache. Fortunately, the sound was but a fleeting moment, abrupt in its emergence and swift in its departure. Oomph. Snatching my food. I could swat it away with a single flick of my tail. The voice of the illusory Leviathan resonated at that instant, enlightening the dazed Zhou as to the peculiarities he had just witnessed. Ah, so it was merely a matter of snapping up shrimp. This revelation allowed Zhou to release the anxiety that had gripped his heart. As long as he was not under attack from other colossal fish, all was well. The commotion was exceedingly loud, nearly sending me away. His stomach now returned to normalcy. Zhou sat on the ground, wearing a wry smile. After resting for a brief moment and feeling less lightheaded, Zhou propped up the algae oxygen chamber that had toppled over. The seawater within was nearly depleted. Yet it posed no significant issue, for the illusory Leviathan was soon to feed, and replenishing the seawater would follow. He gathered the scattered supply boxes one by one, neatly arranging them atop the algae oxygen chamber, placing the most precious box at the highest position. With a splash, the familiar sound of surging seawater echoed from the esophagus as the illusory Leviathan commenced its meal. As seawater flooded into the gastric cavity, Zhou promptly accessed the system interface, located the blueprint for the algae oxygen chamber, and with a click on the repair option, seawater began to automatically fill the stone chamber, swiftly completing the restoration. Once the water receded, Zhou embarked on the task of transporting seaweed for the day. During the process, he exercised great caution, continuously using his shrimp shell-encased arms to sift through the pile of seaweed, only lifting the bundles once he confirmed the absence of spiny shrimp among them before carrying them to the digestion pool. What is this? Spiny shrimp? As Zhou rummaged through the seaweed, he encountered something hard, a sensation he recognized as the touch of a spiny shrimp-esque shell. However, this particular spiny shrimp did not flick its tail upon being disturbed, remaining motionless amidst the seaweed. Parting the foliage, he directed his headlamp towards the object, revealing indeed a spiny shrimp, yet it was evidently lifeless, its head spine broken and its shell shattered, exposing the shrimp meat within. Today, I should be able to collect a significant number of dead shrimp, Zhou mused with a smile. The sound of the illusory Leviathan's tail, thrashing moments ago, had nearly knocked him senseless. Its power was undeniable. The spiny shrimp that endured such a blow must have suffered greatly, many undoubtedly perishing from the impact. As the illusory Leviathan continued to feed here, the seaweed was surely interspersed with a plethora of deceased shrimp. Although spiny shrimp do not yield additional power points, Zhou could trade them for rare items. Thus, Zhou cheerfully continued to transport seaweed while collecting the lifeless spiny shrimp. Upon completing the first round of seaweed transport, he had amassed a total of 13 dead spiny shrimp and 2 half-alive ones. Wow, this is merely the first feeding round, and I've already collected 15 spiny shrimp. By the time the feeding concludes, there could be 70 or 80. Zhou exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the pile of spiny shrimp. However, if left in this manner, the seawater would surely wash them away during the second feeding. Zhou began to contemplate the issue of storage, directing his gaze towards the algae oxygenation chamber nestled in the corner. Perhaps he should construct an additional algae oxygenation chamber. His idea was to position 2 chambers in a V-shape against the wall of the stomach, allowing the triangular space between them to serve as a storage area for the spiny shrimp. After all, with ample materials at hand, the addition of another oxygen-producing apparatus could only prove beneficial. Before long, the second feeding round commenced. Zhou carefully arranged the spiny shrimp in the corner, using his body to shield them from the onslaught of seawater, thus safeguarding the 15 delicate creatures. He then unfurled the blueprints for the algae oxygenation chamber and set to work on its construction. The 2 chambers were arranged precisely as planned in a V-shape, perfectly encircling the 15 spiny shrimp and providing a buffer against the sea's relentless currents. Now, the spiny shrimp harvested later can be temporarily stored here, Zhou remarked with a sense of satisfaction. However, at that moment, a flicker of movement caught the corner of his eye, a dark shadow lurking within the water. Zhou's heart sank. He swiftly directed the light towards it, feeling his pulse quicken involuntarily. He knew instinctively that this shadow was no spiny shrimp, for it measured a daunting 3 to 4 meters in length. Chapter 9. The Monsters in the Dark. Fortunately, Zhou found himself within the confines of a triangular space constructed by two algae oxygenation tanks, thus alleviating his concerns about the shadow lurking beneath the surface. Poised to strike, his gaze was fixated on the water's surface, the beam from his headlamp sweeping back and forth across the undulating water. With his right hand, he retrieved a sharp spike from his waist, gripping it firmly. Zhou remained still, biding his time for the sea to recede. However, calamity struck. In this moment of heightened tension, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The headlamp's battery was running low, and its already dim light grew fainter, flickering ominously. Damn it! Out of power now, Zhou cursed under his breath. Yet, he dared not free a hand to manually recharge. Instead, he squinted, attempting to discern the surface in the flickering dimness. At this moment, the wait for the tide to retreat felt interminable. Finally, the headlamp extinguished, plunging the space into utter darkness. In the second before the light vanished, Zhou's expression shifted abruptly. He had spotted a flesh-colored, elongated creature in the water ahead, resembling either a serpent or a tentacle. Boom! Splash! Before Zhou could ponder the identity of the lurking creature, the surface erupted violently as something surged forth from the depths. Fear saturated Zhou's being in the darkness. He widened his eyes, striving to discern his surroundings. But it was a futile endeavor. He saw nothing, and the terror of the unknown magnified in the obscurity. Crack! A sudden impact struck Zhou's head, seemingly the claw of some creature, gripping his spiked helmet. The claw appeared to possess barbs, exerting tremendous pressure on the helmet, producing the sharp sound of an object scraping against its shell. Zhou's spirit plummeted into dread, his entire being numbed by sheer terror. His right hand, clutching the spike, trembled uncontrollably beyond his command. Calm, calm, Zhou urged himself. Only by regaining composure could he hope to control his body. At that moment, he sensed something coiling around his neck, a slippery, clammy sensation that sent chills down his spine. What is it? A tentacle? In the enveloping darkness, Zhou was utterly oblivious to the nature of his assailant. Amidst his panic, a vision of a colossal creature, adorned with two claws and legs bristling with tentacles, materialized in his mind, instilling a fear that lingered unrelentingly. The tentacle around his neck tightened, making breathing increasingly difficult, his face flushing with blood. Is this how it ends? Wait, why do I say again? Zhou realized that the sensation of suffocation felt alarmingly familiar on the very first day in this world. He had nearly succumbed to asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. Damn it! Perhaps sensing the imminent threat to his life, Zhou's fear dissipated significantly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of anger, as adrenaline coursed through him, restoring his numbed body. With a sudden thrust, Zhou swung his right hand, driving the spike into the tentacle constricting his neck, disregarding the risk of inadvertently piercing his own throat. Squeak! Squeak! The unknown creature under assault emitted a shrill and eerie wail, which Zhou discerned emanated from its head. At that moment, consumed by fury, Zhou disregarded this detail and frantically began to slice through the tentacles encircling his neck with his spikes. Despite the resilience of the tentacle's skin, it proved utterly incapable of resisting the sharpness of the spikes, and soon, the appendages were severed. The severed tentacles flailed wildly in Zhou's hands, spraying a copious amount of putrid liquid that drenched him completely. After a while, the creature fell silent, though its claws remained clutched around his spiked helmet, now devoid of strength. As his rage subsided and the adrenaline began to wane, fear crept back into Zhou's heart. He swallowed hard, paralyzed by trepidation, and remained motionless, awaiting the receding tide. Surely, it must be dead. Zhou felt a twinge of uncertainty, as the creature's claws still grasped his helmet, and darkness enveloped him, obscuring his surroundings. After a lengthy pause, gathering his courage, Zhou removed the headlamp from his helmet and began to crank it for power. The light flickered a few times before casting a dim, yellow glow that illuminated his immediate vicinity. Before him lay a gruesome sight, pools of blood and a severed tentacle, which dangled over an oxygen-producing algae bed, still dripping blood from its severed end. This tentacle must be the creature's main body. Directing the light further, Zhou discovered a long, 3-meter body, roughly the size of a bowl in circumference. Suddenly, the dreadful realization hit him as he recalled the earlier cries from the creature's head, prompting him to swiftly remove his helmet. Clinging to the helmet were 4 claw-like appendages, resembling ship anchors, which had embedded their tiny barbs into the helmet's surface. Between these anchor-like claws was a circular mouth filled with curved, dagger-like teeth. Goodness, had it bitten down on my head, the consequences would have been dire. Zhou was drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing the creature's full form. The fact that it failed to pierce his skull was sheer luck. The helmet shell was no match for the creature's sharp fangs. His safety was entirely due to the 3 spikes on the top of the helmet, which prevented the creature's 4 claw-like appendages from fully making contact with his head, thus keeping the toothy maw at a safe distance. This spiked helmet has saved my life, Zhou thought, still shaken. Suddenly, a memory flickered. His biological encyclopedia should now contain information about this creature. Prompted by this thought, he accessed the system interface and located the entry for the creature. Anchorhead worm. Length, 2 to 3 meters. Weight, 30 to 40 kilograms. Diet. Blood description. A parasite that dwells within the bodies of gigantic organisms. Its sharp mouth parts can easily penetrate an adult skull. The 4 anchor-like claws resemble the scythe of death. Without the protection of a sturdy helmet, capture is tantamount to certain death. The anchor-like claws can also be fashioned into tools. Having read the description of the anchorhead worm, Zhou felt a deepening sense of dread. His survival this time was entirely a stroke of luck. He had acquired the schematics for the spiked helmet in advance and had successfully crafted it, which fortuitously served to thwart the attacks of the anchorhead worm. The sound of turbulent seawater echoed within the esophagus. It was then that Zhou recalled that the Leviathan's feeding was not yet concluded, prompting him to hastily remove the head of the anchorhead worm he had grasped in his helmet and carelessly discard it aside before donning the helmet once more. Zhou refrained from exiting the triangular space of the algae oxygenation chamber, as the recent feeding might have concealed more anchorhead worms lurking within the seawater. He deemed it safer to remain within. It was only after the Leviathan's feeding had concluded, without any further sighting of anchorhead worms, that Zhou cautiously departed from the area where the spiked shrimp was stored. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest while transporting seaweed and collecting spiny shrimp. Zhou periodically charged his headlamp to ensure sufficient power to manage any unforeseen circumstances. The recent encounter with an unknown creature in the darkness left him quite reluctant to face a similar ordeal again. After approximately half an hour, all the seaweed from the gastric space was transferred to the digestion chamber, during which he encountered no more anchorhead worms. He successfully obtained a total of 58 spiny shrimp, of which 8 remained alive and unharmed by the illusory Leviathan, their shells intact and suitable for crafting spiked helmets. The remaining 50, however, were severely damaged and rendered unusable. Zhou decided against shelling them, opting instead to trade them whole in the marketplace. This time, he did not experience any oxygen deprivation, suggesting that the algae oxygenator was indeed effective. Breathing deeply, he found the air within the gastric space to be ample and refreshing. Once his tasks were complete, Zhou sat atop the supply crate to rest, accessing the system interface to contact Jiang Haitao, transferring 3 spiny shrimp to him. Surviving the attack from the anchorhead worm had been largely due to the crucial role of the spiked helmet, and with an adequate supply of spiny shrimp at hand, he felt it fitting to offer Jiang Haitao a token of gratitude. "Whoa, Brother One, did you send this by mistake? Why are there 3 shrimp?" "I did not send it by mistake. I'm giving you 3. "Really? Thank you, Brother One. It seems you had quite a harvest today, Brother One." "Indeed, but it was nearly fatal." "Huh? Are you all right, Brother One? What happened?" Zhou then recounted his encounter with the anchorhead worm to Jiang Haitao. "Is there really such a dangerous creature out there?" Jiang Haitao reacted with alarm. Since Zhou had encountered it, it was plausible that he might too, and he lacked the protection of a spiked helmet. Brother One, could I trade you 2 spiny shrimp for a spiked helmet?" Before Zhou could respond, Jiang Haitao quickly sent another message. "Don't worry, Brother One. I understand that 2 spiny shrimp aren't enough. In the future, if I find any seeds, I will give them to you directly, or if you need materials, I will provide for you. I'll gift you one. The blueprint Zhou, when obtained from Jiang Haitao, fortuitously saved his life, and since he was most familiar with Jiang Haitao in this new world, gifting him a spiked helmet would also be a gesture of goodwill, fostering friendship in this unfamiliar realm, which may prove beneficial in the future. Isn't that a bit excessive? It's fine. It won't consume much material. Brother Wen, you're like a brother to me. Thank you so much. After concluding his exchange with Jiang Haitao, Zhou turned his attention to the corpse of the anchorhead worm. He pondered whether its flesh could enhance attribute points. Could it? He murmured. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing this thought. The biological compendium did not indicate that the flesh of the anchorhead worm was edible, and the potential for toxicity could lead to dire consequences. After a while, the first supply crate arrived, and Zhou opened it directly. Ding! Acquiring iron or X1, copper or X1, and sand X10. Zhou expressed mild surprise at the unexpected discovery of metallic ore. In the ensuing hours, he planned to barter the spiny shrimp meat with other survivors, but he had to wait for 3 to 4 hours. He needed to allow the other survivors to retrieve today as first supply box, so he could exchange his spiny shrimp meat for items of greater worth or a larger quantity of supplies. Zhou calculated that today marked the 4th day. Each survivor could secure only 1 supply box per day, totaling merely 5 boxes among them, which was not substantial. To maximize his gains, he should ideally wait several more days, perhaps 10 to 15, certainly yielding a more abundant collection of resources. However, spiny shrimp could not be preserved for such an extended period, and lacking a refrigerator, he had no means of keeping them fresh. The supply boxes were merely containers, devoid of any preservation capabilities. Moreover, Zhou speculated that it was likely someone would encounter spiny shrimp in the coming days. Due to his assistance in accelerating the digestion of the phantasmal leviathan, its daily travel distance was 3 to 4 times that of the other survivors. Zhou had encountered spiny shrimp the following day, and according to his calculations, it was probable that someone had already stumbled upon spiny shrimp today. With this thought in mind, Zhou promptly opened the global communication channel to see if anyone was discussing the matter. Wow, have any of you encountered shrimp measuring 20 to 30 centimeters? Bro, are you hallucinating from hunger? Exactly. Clearly, you're delirious from starvation. If such large shrimp existed, we'd never go hungry again. I wake up starving every day. Stop it. Just thinking about shrimp that size makes my mouth water uncontrollably. What are you talking about? I'm being serious. If what you say is true, then you're in luck and can enjoy a hearty meal. A hearty meal? That shrimp has spines 7 or 8 centimeters long, razor sharp. It sliced my pants, and had I not noticed in time, I would have been cut open on my leg. Really? Are there shrimp that large? Do you think I'm joking? That shrimp was hopping not far from me. Well, find a way to kill it. That is premium shrimp meat. It could be eaten raw. The subsequent discussions revolved around methods to capture the spiny shrimp, prompting Zhou to close the communication channel. Indeed, someone had encountered spiny shrimp already. A sense of urgency welled up within Zhou from the days to come. All other survivors would likely encounter spiny shrimp as well, diminishing the value of the ones he possessed. 3 to 4 hours later, the other survivors secured the first supply box of the day. Zhou divided his 50 spiny shrimp into 5 distinct trading options and listed them on the trading channel. The first trading option was a blueprint, offering 1 spiny shrimp for each blueprint, totaling 10 shrimp. The second trading option involved food, 1 can of food, 1 loaf of bread, and 1 bottle of water in exchange for 1 spiny shrimp, also totaling 10 shrimp. The third type of transaction involves medical items, with 1 exchange of medical goods yielding 1 spiny shrimp, totaling 10 exchanges. The fourth type pertains to metal ores, where 10 exchanges of metal ores also result in 1 spiny shrimp, culminating in 10 exchanges. The fifth type encompasses basic materials, with 50 exchanges of basic materials equating to 1 spiny shrimp, again totaling 10 exchanges. Spiny shrimp meat for sale, visible in the trading channel. Consuming spiny shrimp meat grants a slight increase in strength, with limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon Zhou's message being posted in the global communication channel, It was akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, igniting a frenzy. Have you lost your mind playing this game? A mere boost in strength? How foolish. Whether others are foolish in their gaming pursuits is uncertain, but your ignorance is evident. The character panel data exists precisely for the purpose of enhancing attributes, does it not? Isn't that spiny shrimp the type that measures around 20 to 30 centimeters in length? Is it true? I just checked the trading channel, and to be honest, it seems a bit pricey. However, if it truly is that size, there should be ample meat, and with the added strength boost, it could be justifiable. Consequently, many began to contemplate whether to make a purchase, engaging in discussions about which trading method was more advantageous. Yet at that moment, an ill-timed message emerged in the communication channel. Seriously, do you really believe him? Just because he claims it enhances strength, does that make it true? Who can validate that? Moreover, have you considered that if it genuinely provides a strength increase, why would he sell it? He could simply consume it himself, thereby enhancing his own power even more. Wouldn't that be preferable? With the emergence of these two messages, the previously vibrant atmosphere in the global communication channel diminished significantly. Chapter 11. The wooden platform. Zhou, when gazed at the messages from this individual, his expression betraying no sign of anger. Instead, a hint of amusement graced his features. After posting two messages in the global communication channel, this person promptly exchanged 200 units of basic materials for 4 portions of spiny shrimp meat in the trading channel. What a cunning maneuver! It was evident that he feared an influx of traders, hence deliberately sowing doubt in the global channel to buy himself more time to secure additional spiny shrimp meat. He had managed to trade for it once. Perhaps he aimed to become a reseller. One could only wonder where he procured the 200 units of basic materials. Currently, others possessed merely 5 crates, aside from the initial resource crate distributed by the world system, which contained food. Even if the remaining 4 crates yielded only basic materials, they would amount to a mere 120 units. Could it be that this individual had devised a method to expedite the digestion of the Leviathan? Yet, Zhou quickly dismissed this notion. If the person had truly discovered such a method, he would have encountered spiny shrimp long ago and would not require basic materials for trading. Upon reflection, only one possibility emerged. He had collaborated with an acquaintance to pool 200 units of materials, exchanging them for 4 portions of spiny shrimp meat. After consuming 1 each, they could sell the remaining 2 portions for greater resources. At that moment, a private message arrived from the very individual who had raised doubts in the global channel. Apologies? My comments did not impede your trading, did they? Not significantly. Zhou glanced at the trading information. All 10 portions of spiny shrimp meat intended for the exchange of basic materials had been traded. That is good to hear. I would like to ask you a question. Go ahead. Zhou chose not to dwell on the impact of the other's earlier remarks. While they had indeed had some effect, the individual's bulk trade of 4 portions would likely encourage onlookers to follow suit. After all, at present, basic materials held little utility. Without blueprints, they were mere refuse. Exchanging 50 units of worthless basic materials for a spiny shrimp measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, which yielded 3 to 4 pounds of meat, was hardly a loss, even if it did not add to one's strength points. I wish to know, does the spiny shrimp meat only enhance strength points when consumed for the first time? Indeed, the second portion will not confer any additional points. Zhou replied truthfully. The other party had clearly surmised this and sought confirmation through private messaging. He refrained from mentioning this information in the global channel, for he desired those fortunate enough to possess several blueprints to believe that consuming more spiny shrimp would yield greater strength points. This way, he could acquire more blueprints. Had he disclosed the truth prematurely, these individuals would undoubtedly be disinclined to engage in further trades. Thank you immensely. My name is Cheng Yoming. May I ask for your esteemed name? There is no need for such formality. I am Zhou. I am grateful for your magnanimity, Zhou. Should I acquire blueprints in the future, I shall prioritize trading with you. After concluding his conversation with Cheng Yoming, Zhou glanced at the trading information. Of the 50 spiny shrimp meats he had listed, 43 had already been sold. A quick look at the global exchange channel revealed that many individuals had verified the potency of spiny shrimp meat in augmenting strength, which undoubtedly explained the brisk pace of transactions. The remaining 7 pieces were intended for trading blueprints. Evidently, such blueprints were scarce, and most who acquired them likely utilized them for personal gain, leaving only a few for trade. 3 hours passed, and the illusory Leviathan had consumed its second treasure chest. Yet no one had exchanged for the blueprints. If the third supply box of the day yielded no trades, it would suffice for exchanging basic materials. Zhou mused with a hint of resignation as he casually opened the second supply box. Ding! Obtained 3 bottles of mineral water. 3 bottles of mineral water. Acceptable, though I find myself no longer in need of water, he reflected, surveying the substantial supplies he had traded for, a smile gracing his face. In the time that followed, Zhou began to assess the items acquired through trade. Only 3 blueprints were exchanged: Wooden Foundation Blueprint, Iron Dagger Blueprint, and Spiked Greaves Blueprint. The Spiked Greaves Blueprint? It appears to be part of the set. I wonder if I can gather a complete set. He pondered momentarily before his amusement returned. Without hesitation, Zhou utilized all 3 blueprints and began to examine the materials required for their construction. Wooden Foundation Blueprint requires 20 wood. Iron Dagger Blueprint requires 1 iron ingot. 1 wood. Goodness, an iron ingot? Where on earth shall I find that? Zhou recognized that crafting the iron dagger would not be feasible in the near term. Spiked Greaves Blueprint requires 8 spiny shrimp shells, 10 cloth pieces. 8 shells are needed, yet I currently possess only 5. I should be able to craft it by tomorrow, he calculated internally. Today, he had obtained 8 shrimp shells, but had utilized 3 for crafting a spiked helmet for Jiang Haitao, leaving him with just 5. Having reviewed the blueprints, he turned his attention to the exchanged food items. 10 cans, along with 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water, assured Zhou that he need not worry about sustenance for the time being. The 10 cans were all tin-packaged fruit preserves, peach, coconut, orange, and so forth. Though lacking meat cans, Zhou was nonetheless delighted to carefully stow away these treasures, recognizing their value. As for medical supplies, Zhou noted with surprise that 9 of the items were medical tourniquets, while the remainder consisted of a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Though predominantly bandages, each item was invaluable, prompting Zhou to securely store them in a high place, away from moisture. The traded metal ores amounted to a total of 100 units, comprising 50 iron ores and 50 copper ores. Finally, regarding basic materials, he had gathered 500 units, opting not to categorize them just yet, planning to do so after exchanging the remaining spiny shrimp for basic materials later that evening. In the remaining time, Zhou decided to craft a wooden foundation to see its form, feeling confident in his ample supply of basic materials, allowing himself a moment of indulgence. He opened the blueprint and clicked to construct. At the moment the wooden foundation was constructed, a look of astonishment graced Zhou's face. He had presumed that the wooden base would be laid directly upon the ground. Yet, to his surprise, it was supported by 4 1-meter-long wooden stakes, elevating it a full meter above the surface, an ideal height to remain unscathed by the encroaching tides. No longer would he be submerged in water daily. Zhou exclaimed joyfully. For the past few days, the relentless battering of seawater had left him perpetually damp and uncomfortable, a sensation that was truly indescribable. Now, with the wooden foundation in place, he could comfortably remain above the waves while the Leviathan feasted and consumed the supply crates, only descending once the waters receded to attend to his duties. Amidst his elation, Zhou harbored a flicker of concern regarding the stability of the wooden foundation. Would it withstand the tempestuous seas? He pushed against the base with all his might, only to find that the 4 wooden stakes seemed to be seamlessly integrated with the surrounding space, unmoving and steadfast. Although the underlying principles eluded him, he dismissed the thought. Reveling in the successful construction, Zhou proceeded to erect a total of 6 wooden foundations, each occupying an area of 1 square meter, ultimately forming a 2-by-3 platform. He diligently relocated all the supply crates onto this platform, relieved that they were now safe from the capricious tides. Chapter 12, Glowing Eyes by the way. Could the inability to construct the small planting box previously be attributed to the absence of a foundation? Upon this realization, a spark ignited in Zhou's eyes. He deemed it a plausible explanation and promptly commenced the construction of the small planting box. Was he successful? Indeed, he was. Ha ha ha, just as he had imagined. The small planting box was successfully erected upon the wooden platform. Zhou Wen, brimming with excitement, danced joyfully. He was finally on the path to self-sufficiency. It was a splendid day, with all his aspirations materializing. Zhou Wen sang merrily and retrieved watermelon seeds from the storage box, planting them in the small planting box. Today was truly fruitful. He only wondered how long it would take for the watermelons to mature, he mused. Subsequently, with nothing else to occupy him, Zhou Wen reclined on the dry wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the third supply box. 3 hours later, when the third supply box arrived, he sat on the wooden platform, waiting for the seed to reseed before leaping down to open the box. Ding! Acquired the Accelerated Growth Food Compendium for the illusory Leviathan 110. The Accelerated Growth Food Compendium? As the name suggests, Zhou Wen surmised its purpose. It likely contained a record of food types capable of hastening the growth of the illusory Leviathan. However, with only a fragment in hand, it was currently of no use, so he carefully stored it away. Zhou Wen glanced at the trading channel, but still, no one was offering to trade the blueprints for the spiny shrimp. So he opted to exchange his items for basic materials instead. Within a few minutes, all 7 pieces of spiny shrimp meat were traded away. 17 spiny shrimp yielded 850 portions of basic materials, 200 each of stone, wood, and soil, 100 each of sand and hay, and 50 pieces of cloth. Having just built the wooden foundation, which required 120 pieces of wood, and the small planting box, which consumed 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of soil, Zhou Wen now possessed the following basic supplies: 90 pieces of wood, 210 pieces of stone, 210 pieces of soil, 110 pieces of sand, 110 pieces of hay, and 50 pieces of cloth. The consumption of wood was substantial. He resolved to engage in more trades for wood in the future. After a while, the illusory Leviathan ceased its activities, indicating it was time to rest. Zhou Wen had only consumed a single loaf of bread today, and with ample food now available, he decided to indulge in a can to enhance his living conditions. With a pop, he pulled the tab of the can, lifting the metal lid to reveal a sweet, cloying aroma mingled with the fragrance of yellow peaches that wafted into his nostrils. Zhou Wen brought his nose closer, inhaling deeply, utterly relishing the scent, and then eagerly took a hearty sip of the sweet broth. The long-forgotten sweetness flooded his mouth, enveloping his taste buds. Ah, how delightful it is to be alive! Zhou Wen had never imagined he would exclaim such sentiments over a mere can. Without chopsticks at hand, he wiped his hands on his clothing and pinched out half a piece of succulent peach flesh from the can, slowly placing it into his mouth. The plump peach flesh filled his entire mouth, and with each chew, the flavor intensified, a harmonious blend of sweetness laced with a hint of tartness. Truly a delightful balance that lingered long after. Soon, Zhou Wen finished the canned peaches and drank the syrup to the last drop. He gazed at the empty tin can, licking his lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. Yet he resolved not to indulge further. Zhou Wen tucked away the tin can and reclined on the wooden platform, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. He dreamed of ripe watermelons and the bliss of feasting upon them. As dawn broke, Zhou Wen was roused, as usual, by the rumbling of his empty stomach. This sleep was the most restful he had enjoyed in the 5 days since his arrival in this world, as the dry wooden platform completely insulated him from the damp ground below. The first thing Zhou Wen did upon waking was to approach the small planting box to check on the watermelon seeds, only to be met with disappointment. After a night's time, there was no sign of germination. He mused to himself, surely, the growth rate of watermelons here cannot mirror that of Earth. He had anticipated a much quicker growth cycle in this realm, considering it was a world where survival was paramount and food was scarce. If crops took too long to mature, hunger would claim lives before the harvest. Could it be the lack of sunlight? Zhou Wen pondered as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Each day, his activities relied solely on the light from his headlamp, as there was no natural illumination, and sunlight was essential for plant growth. If the absence of sunlight truly stunted the growth of his watermelon seeds, then my agricultural ambitions would be doomed, he thought. Staring despondently at the barren planting box. In the confined space of his stomach, sunlight was an impossibility. Was he to relocate these planting boxes outdoors? That was clearly unfeasible. He wondered if he could find blueprints for a grow light, but without sunlight, he could only resort to artificial sources. However, with the materials at hand, even if he possessed the schematics for a grow light, he could not fabricate one. Thus, Zhou Wen's initial enthusiasm for farming waned, leaving him deflated, his dream shattered. He slowly reclined, becoming a lethargic figure devoid of motivation. After a while, the Leviathan began its daily feeding, lying despondently on the ground. Zhou Wen recalled the harrowing encounter with the anchor-headed worm from the previous day, and he immediately regained his composure, donning his spiked helmet and charging his headlamp. Although the inability to cultivate crops weighed heavily on him, he had no desire to succumb to death. The perils of yesterday were still vivid in his mind, compelling him to remain vigilant. With a rush, seawater flooded into the stomach's cavity, prompting Zhou Wen to retreat to the farthest corner of the wooden platform, creating a 2-meter distance from the water's surface to evade being snatched by the worm's pincers. Utilizing the beam from his headlamp, he scanned the water's surface back and forth, finding no trace of large creatures lurking beneath. Just as Zhou Wen thought this feeding would proceed without the threat of anchor-headed worms, suddenly, 2 luminous points flickered to life in the water. 2 luminous orbs, perfectly spherical and roughly the size of a fist, resembled a pair of eyes intently observing him from beneath the water. Zhou Wen was startled, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. He quickly crouched down, pressing his back against the wall of his stomach, positioning himself in the blind spot of any aquatic predator. What on earth is this? Zhou Wen cursed inwardly, instinctively adjusting the spiked helmet atop his head to ensure it was secure, which provided him a modicum of comfort. He refrained from making any rash movements, opting instead to wait for the tide to recede before assessing the situation. In this world, all creatures were marine beings. The presence or absence of water made a profound difference. Without the obstruction of seawater, he would be able to discern the true size of the fist-sized eyes and determine whether he possessed the capability to confront whatever lay beneath. The wait for the water to withdraw felt interminable, beads of sweat accumulating on Zhou Wen's forehead. He was undeniably anxious, his body remaining in a half-crouched position, ready to evade any sudden attack from the lurking creature. At long last, the water completely receded. Summoning his courage, Zhou Wen cautiously approached the edge of the wooden platform, directing the beam of his headlamp towards the source of the glow. To his surprise, the fearsome, colossal creature he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, the luminous eyes were revealed to be 2 glowing, spherical objects. What are these? Zhou Wen pondered, noting that the 2 glowing spheres exhibited no signs of aggression. He then leaped off the wooden platform and approached within 2 to 3 meters of the orbs. Are these merely light bulbs? The spheres emitted a soft, white glow, their brightness weaker than that of his headlamp, casting illumination only within a meter-s radius. Chapter 13. Sunlight sphere worm. Zhou Wen cautiously approached and gently prodded the luminous orb with the tip of his sharp implement. The glowing sphere rolled a few times before its radiance gradually dimmed, revealing a pinhole-like mouth at its base and 4 tentacles used for adhesion. Instinctively, Zhou Wen stepped back, wary of any potential attack from the luminescent orb. However, it appeared disinterested in him, its tentacles twitching as it righted itself and reattached to the gastric wall, once more emanating a soft glow. What manner of creature is this? Suddenly, Zhou Wen recalled the biological compendium and swiftly accessed the system interface. Sunlight sphere worm. Length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 1 kilogram. Food type, blood evaluation. A luminescent parasite with minimal aggression, potentially useful for illumination. Another parasite. Yet this one is far more endearing than the anchor-headed worm, Zhou Wen murmured to himself while observing the 2 glowing sunlight sphere worms. According to the compendium, these creatures typically measure 10 centimeters, but the ones before him were merely 6 or 7 centimeters, indicating they were not yet mature. Wait, sunlight sphere worms? Could they be just the thing to provide sunlight for the watermelon seeds? Zhou Wen suddenly grasped the significance of his discovery, his excitement surging. He promptly removed his clothing, wrapping it around his palm, and carefully lifted the sunlight sphere worm from the ground. Deprived of blood to consume, the sunlight sphere worm's glow dimmed once more. Its four short tentacles flailing about while its pinhole mouth seemed to search for blood. After a brief moment, realizing it could not reach the gastric wall, the sunlight sphere worm retracted its needle-like mouth and pulled its tentacles back in, transforming completely into a round ball. Quite adorable indeed. Zhou when ascended the wooden platform, bringing the sunlight sphere worm to the location of the small planting box. Positioned conveniently near the gastric wall, he brought the sunlight sphere worm close to it. Sensing the presence of potential nourishment, it extended its four tentacles, adhering to the gastric wall, and punctured its pinhole mouth into it. As it fed on blood, the sunlight sphere worm's body glowed anew, illuminating the entire small planting box. I hope this proves effective, Zhou when silently prayed. He then captured the other sunlight sphere worm and placed it against the gastric wall adjacent to the planting box. The overlapping lights provided even greater illumination. After some time, the phantasmal leviathan entered a state of digestion, and Zhou had transferred all the consumed seaweed into the digestive pool. Today was remarkably tranquil, devoid of encounters with aggressive creatures like the anchor-headed worm. Only 5 spiny shrimp were present today. Zhou swiftly dispatched and shelled them, trading the remaining 5 shrimp from yesterday for 250 units of basic materials. During the process of transporting seaweed, Zhou stumbled upon another sun orb creature, bringing the total to 3. He instructed them to provide sunlight for the watermelon seeds, fervently hoping for their swift germination, while awaiting the transformation of the Leviathan to digest. Zhou opened the global communication channel to gauge the situation of other survivors. As he had surmised, several hundred survivors had encountered the spiny krill today. Among them, some who had traded substantial resources with Zhou for the spiny krill the previous day were now filled with regret. They felt they had exchanged a significant amount of resources for something they could have easily obtained themselves. And a few even sought Zhou on the global channel for restitution, demanding the return of their traded goods. Naturally, Zhou refused to refund them and concocted a reasonably justifiable excuse. I had no idea you would also encounter spiny krill. When I found them, you had not. My sale of the spiny krill was entirely justified, and thus, there is no rationale for refunding the resources. Although those few individuals persisted in their insistence on reimbursement, Zhou chose to ignore them. Today, while many survivors had indeed discovered spiny krill, there were still far more who had not, ensuring the continued market demand for the creatures. His statement was not directed at those few seeking refunds, but rather aimed at the broader audience in the global channel, providing a rational explanation to avoid being perceived as a profiteer, which could jeopardize future transactions. Soon, the global channel became silent regarding the complaints of those few troublemakers, as many had realized the considerable difficulty in slaying the spiny krill after their encounters. The krill's exoskeleton was notably robust, and it bore a sharp spike on its head, which posed a risk of injury if one were not careful. Without weapons, it was exceedingly challenging to kill a spiny krill. Consequently, some turned their attention to Zhou, the individual who had sold a significant quantity of spiny krill the day before. Boss, you sold 50 spiny krill yesterday. Could you please share how you managed to kill them? Yes, please tell us, boss. Zhou did not withhold his methods, revealing the technique he had employed during his first encounter with the spiny krill. He suggested using the spike on the krill's head as a tool to remove its shell. This approach was not a particularly difficult secret to deduce. With a bit of thought, it could easily be conceived. Zhou chose to share this information openly, thereby earning the goodwill of the other survivors. After discussing the method for killing spiny krill, the survivors on the global channel began to engage in casual conversation, during which one individual proposed an intriguing idea. Upon reading this person's message, Zhou furrowed his brow, for the suggestion pertained to assisting the Leviathan's digestion to extend its active period. After observing for several days, I've noticed that the Leviathan's stomach contracts slowly, yet the digestion of seaweed in the digestive pool occurs rapidly. The process of transporting seaweed into the digestive pool via stomach contractions is exceedingly prolonged, leading me to a hypothesis. If we were to personally transport the seaweed and deposit it into the digestion pool, might we not bypass the gastroperistalsis and expedite the digestion process of a leviathan. This, in turn, could grant the leviathan more time for activity, and with such additional time, yield us surplus resource chests. This individual's hypothesis immediately captured the attention of everyone in the global channel. Indeed, that makes a great deal of sense. It is evident that there are disparities among individuals. I had never considered this. As it happens, the leviathan has recently fed. We should give it a try. Some found this hypothesis compelling and prepared to experiment. But another interjected, "Please refrain from attempting this just yet. While the hypothesis is indeed sound, there exists a critical issue." What issue? The oxygen levels. Many must have noticed that during the period when the leviathan has completed its digestion and begins to move, breathing becomes labored. Only when the leviathan consumes a resource chest does this discomfort dissipate. Is that so? It has seemed to be the case. Some survivors reflected carefully and confirmed this observation. This indicates that the oxygen levels within the gastric cavity can only support static respiration and are utterly insufficient for the dynamic activity of transporting seaweed. The friend S hypothesis is indeed reasonable, but without addressing the oxygen levels, one should not undertake such attempts, lest one risk suffocation. Chapter 14. The advantage will vanish. Joe, when observed the discourse of the two individuals, a sense of urgency swelling within him. His current advantage over the other survivors lay in expediting the metamorphosis of a leviathan through the transportation of seaweed, thereby securing additional resource boxes. However, the realization of this strategy had already dawned upon others, who had even raised concerns regarding the peril of insufficient oxygen. It would not be long before someone conceived a similar approach, and his lead would dissipate into thin air. He felt the impending pursuit closing in. Worried, Joe found himself at a loss for alternative methods to maintain his edge. As he pondered potential solutions, the first resource box of the day was swept in by the sea. Ding! Obtained steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher X1. This voucher resembled a 100 yuan banknote in size, its surface gleaming with a golden hue, seemingly crafted from gold itself. Upon grasping the steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher, a notification resonated in his mind. Steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher. Upon use, one may enter the interior of an adult steel-armored Leviathan to eliminate all parasites within its gastric cavity. Upon completion of the task, one may return, bringing back any items acquired within the Leviathan's gastric space. It appeared to be akin to a ticket for a game instance. Through the notification, Joe discerned the voucher's purpose, which promised the acquisition of valuable items. Nevertheless, he refrained from using it hastily. The instructions were clear. He needed to enter the Leviathan's gastric cavity to eradicate the parasites. Yet, given his current strength and equipment, even contending with a single anchorworm proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone a multitude of parasites. The Leviathan had only been born 4 days prior, and aggressive parasites, such as the anchorworm, had already begun to infest it. The mere thought of the number of parasites residing within an adult steel-armored Leviathan sent shivers down his spine. Stowing the pest control voucher away, Joe continued to observe the discussions among other survivors in the global communication channel. There should be a solution to the oxygen deficiency. As long as we can acquire the blueprints for oxygen-producing items, the hypothesis of transporting seaweed can be implemented. Someone proposed a remedy for the oxygen shortage. And upon reading this individual's remarks, Joe's gaze immediately shifted to the algae oxygen-generating tank tucked away in the corner. At that moment, he found himself in a moral quandary. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to sell the algae oxygen-generating tank at a high price, while simultaneously wishing to delay the other survivors from swiftly transporting seaweed. After considerable contemplation, Joe arrived at a decision. He resolved to sell the algae oxygen-generating tank at a premium, with the condition that he would exchange it for blueprints. His rationale was clear. Even if he chose not to sell it now, eventually someone would unveil the blueprints for oxygen production, diminishing the value of the algae oxygen-generating tank he possessed. Moreover, once individuals possess a goal or hope, they will invariably devise means to achieve it. If he refrained from selling the algae oxygen-generating tank, once other survivors became aware of the method to secure additional resource boxes through the transportation of seaweed, It was inevitable that someone would conjure the same approach as Zhou. Due to Zhou method of transporting seaweed during the feeding of the phantasmagoric Leviathan, it is not particularly difficult to conceive. Their current inability to think of it stems primarily from initial inertia. Initially, they believed there was only one supply crate per day and never considered the idea of transporting seaweed to expedite the Leviathan's digestion. However, now that someone has proposed the notion of acquiring more supply crates, some astute individuals will undoubtedly break free from prior fixed thinking and devise a method to prevent suffocation. Zhou sale of the algae oxygen-generating tanks serves another purpose, to temporarily divert their thoughts. With the algae oxygen-generating tanks available, concerns about suffocation naturally diminish. Yet, to ensure that everyone refrains from seeking solutions to the suffocation problem, a majority must be able to trade for the algae oxygen-generating tanks. Otherwise, he cannot sell them at a high price, and his plan to acquire the blueprints will fall through. Alternatively, the first unit could be sold at a low price, while subsequent purchases would necessitate a blueprint exchange. Zhou quickly devised this strategy. The oxygen content produced by the algae oxygen-generating tank is not substantial, with only one unit. It is insufficient to resolve the oxygen deficiency issue. If the frequency of movement is too high, the rapid consumption of oxygen will still pose a risk of suffocation. Consequently, some survivors may desire a second unit to completely eradicate the suffocation problem, offering in return 3 supply crates daily. Such a substantial return makes trading a blueprint for the second unit worthwhile. Having contemplated these matters, Zhou promptly took action and sent a message to the World Communication Channel. It seems I'm quite fortunate. Yesterday, I opened a supply crate and happened upon a blueprint for an algae oxygen-generating tank. I initially thought it was of little use, but it turns out to be highly beneficial. Wow, boss, is that true? Such luck is unbelievable. Brother, are you selling the blueprint? Name your price. Goodness, wanting the blueprint right off the bat? Only a fool would sell it to you. Brother, you should create it and sell it to me. The price is negotiable. Just as Zhou anticipated, everyone began inquiring about the trading price of the algae oxygen-generating tanks, and no one discussed the oxygen deficiency issue any longer. Zhou did not rush to sell the algae oxygen-generating tanks. He intended to engage in a bit of hunger marketing. Everyone, please hold on. I do not plan to sell today. After all, I am uncertain about the oxygen content produced by the algae oxygen-generating tank. So I need to test its effectiveness for 2 days before selling it the day after tomorrow. Although Zhou stated this, it was inevitable that some individuals would privately seek to purchase the algae oxygen-generating tanks. There would always be those reluctant to lag behind. Thus, he cleverly proposed the condition of exchanging blueprints. Indeed, shortly after Zhou concluded his communication, someone messaged him, eager to purchase a unit in advance. Zhou's heart leaped for joy, yet he feigned difficulty in his responses. After the other party raised the price, Zhou insisted on a blueprint exchange, but the individual lacked the required blueprint, leading to a failed transaction. However, Zhou did not feel disappointed. He knew that today would certainly attract more than one person to privately message him. In the ensuing hours, countless individuals inundated him with private messages. Upon witnessing such a multitude, Zhou ceased his idle chatter and proposed a direct exchange of blueprints, swiftly narrowing the crowd down to merely 30 individuals. Among these, 8 expressed their willingness to trade their blueprints. Us blueprints. Zhou chuckled heartily, though the coveted blueprints had yet to be in his possession. Today, the Leviathan had completed its meal. Without seagrass, it was impossible to produce the algae oxygenator. Thus, he could only commence trading the following day. At that moment, the second supply crate of the day was swept ashore by the waves. Ding! Acquired sweet potato seeds, X1. To his delight, it was indeed sweet potato seeds. Zhou, already in high spirits from the prospect of acquiring 8 blueprints, found his joy magnified upon receiving the seeds. He promptly crafted a small planting box, positioning it within the radiant embrace of the sunlit orb creatures, and proceeded to sow the sweet potato seeds, watering them with half a bottle of mineral water. He now fervently hoped that the light from the 3 sunlit orb creatures would suffice to coax the seeds into germination. Chapter 15. Crop germination Zhou found himself with little to do as he awaited the arrival of the third supply crate. Upon its opening, he received bread and bottled water. The crate contained sustenance, and, as Zhou was feeling somewhat peckish, he eagerly partook of the food, content in the knowledge that his supplies were ample enough that he need not endure hunger. While he was indulging, a private message arrived. "Hello, I am Xian, the one who proposed the hypothesis of transporting seaweed in the World Exchange Channel. I wish to trade for an algae oxygenator. Would that be acceptable?" Upon reading Chen Xian's message, Zhou recognized her as the individual who had disrupted his previous advantage. His once joyous mood quickly evaporated. How dare she approach him for a trade? Zhou could not help but feel a mixture of amusement and irritation. "I'm afraid I cannot trade today," he replied, concealing his anger behind a facade of normalcy. He was aware that Chen Xian was astute. He did not want her to sense his discontent. "I am willing to offer a blueprint in exchange," Chen Xian persisted, producing her most valuable bargaining chip. "Even with the blueprint, I cannot trade. I have exhausted all materials needed to construct the algae oxygenator and have no surplus to offer." Zhou continued to decline. Normally, he would have agreed to a trade for a blueprint, but given that she had undermined his leading position, he was reluctant to allow her an early advantage over other survivors. "How many have you manufactured? If the quantity is sufficient, I would be interested in purchasing one." "Only 2. I require them for my own use and cannot part with them." "Then, what are the materials needed for production?" "I can provide them. Seaweed is required." Zhou thought for a moment before revealing the primary material needed for the algae oxygenator, knowing that at this hour, all the phantasmal leviathans had already digested their resources, leaving no one with access to seaweed. "Could you sell me one? After all, I am the one who proposed the seaweed transportation hypothesis, which has aided you, and this blueprint I possess is for a weapon quite valuable." "You would not be at a loss." Zhou furrowed his brow slightly upon reading Chen Xian's words, for she made a compelling argument. From an outsider's perspective, she had indeed made significant contributions to all survivors, and it was reasonable, both ethically and logically, to trade her an algae oxygenator, especially since she was offering a blueprint in return. "I understand your intention to gain an advantage over others through this opportunity, but in this unpredictable world, being ahead is not necessarily advantageous. The farther you venture, the closer danger approaches. While one additional person may not provide direct assistance, we can mutually alert one another and prepare in advance." "All right, you make a valid point. I shall trade you one." Zhou was swayed by Chen Xian's reasoning. Recalling his own brush with peril on the 4th day, without his spiked helmet, he might have already met his demise. "Thank you. May I know your name?" "Zhou. A pleasure to collaborate, Mr. Zhou." Zhou managed a wry smile. Having a threefold advantage over all others, it seemed cooperation might be beyond his reach. Subsequently, Zhou engaged in a transaction with Chen Xian, exchanging blueprints for an algae oxygenator. Upon acquiring the schematics, Zhou was momentarily taken aback. The blueprint for the fishbone blade was indeed a treasure of considerable worth. This weapon's design required a 1-meter-long fish spine, and the resulting creation would likely be substantial, surpassing the initial value of those iron weapons that demanded ingots. As the illusory Leviathan event concluded and a period of respite began, Zhou cast a glance at the small planting box that had occupied his thoughts. To his astonishment, it had already sprouted. Gazing at the vibrant green watermelon seedling, joy illuminated his face. It seemed that the solar orb insects could indeed substitute for sunlight. He resolved to gather them whenever encountered in the future. However, another concern flickered in Zhou's mind. Would an increase in the number of solar orb insects adversely affect the growth of the illusory Leviathan? While the light emitted by the insects facilitated plant growth, they were parasitic by nature, drawing sustenance from the blood of the illusory Leviathan, posing a potential threat to its well-being. He decided to keep merely 10 for agricultural purposes, eliminating any excess. Zhou contemplated the maximum number of solar orb insects to retain, understanding that farming was crucial, yet must not compromise the primary reliance on the illusory Leviathan, whose robust growth was essential for his survival. On the 6th day, as with the previous day, the first task Zhou undertook upon waking was to rush to the small planting box. The watermelon seedlings, which had just germinated the previous afternoon, had grown to over 10 centimeters overnight, a rapid growth that filled Joe with delight. The sweet potato had also sprouted, reaching 5 to 6 centimeters. It appeared that his earlier assumptions were correct. The plant growth cycle was merely a matter of days. Observing the two thriving seedlings, Joe's imagination began to conjure visions of the watermelons and sweet potatoes ripening in a few days. The thought of achieving self-sufficiency exhilarated him. Next, Joe assessed his stone supply. Today, he needed to manufacture 8 algae oxygenators to trade for 8 blueprints. He possessed 210 stones, and with each oxygenator requiring merely 10 stones, he had more than enough. After a brief respite, the illusory Leviathan commenced feeding, and Joe donned the spiked helmet. He then utilized 8 spiked krill shells and 10 pieces of fabric to craft a spiked greave. Once adorned with the greaves, Joe focused intently on the seawater surging into the gastric cavity. Ever since the encounter with the anchor-headed worm, a lingering fear had enveloped him during the feeding period. As the dark space felt akin to an abyss concealing monstrous threats, ever present was the apprehension of an attack from a lurking beast. As before, Joe crouched at the innermost part of the wooden platform, illuminating the dark water surface with his headlamp. Upon discerning no signs of aquatic life, he opened the compendium and commenced the fabrication of the algae oxygenators. Manufacturing knows no bounds. A mere click allows for the creation of vast quantities. Joe, in a single breath, produced 20 units, occupying 1/5 of the stomach wall space, 8 of which were designated for trading blueprints today. The remaining 12 units were intended for exchange with other survivors tomorrow. The decision to fabricate them in advance stemmed from a concern that withdrawing too much seaweed at once might adversely affect the overall food supply for the Leviathan's transformation. Joe resolved to sell 20 algae oxygenators daily. Yet, in the grand scheme of 100 million survivors, such a quantity seemed but a drop in the ocean. However, there was no alternative. Joe could not deplete the Leviathan's sustenance to satisfy the demands of others. Ultimately, the motivation behind his actions was self-serving. Sacrificing his own interests to assist others was simply unfeasible. Chapter 16. The Dilemma of the Spiked Set. As the illusory Leviathan finished its meal, Joe received multiple private messages from the 8 survivors who had expressed a willingness to trade blueprints the previous day. Having preemptively crafted 20 algae oxygen tanks for this very moment, he wasted no time and proceeded with the transactions. Before long, Joe found himself in possession of 8 blueprints, which he perused briefly. The blueprints included spike belt, spike boots, spike bracers, spike groin guard, dung shovel, wooden shield, wooden bed, and compost barrel. Noticing that 4 of the 8 blueprints belonged to the spiked set, a smile crept across Joe's face. He promptly utilized all 8 blueprints, transforming them into a radiant blue light that entered the World Channel interface. Upon opening the blueprint interface, he examined the materials required for crafting these items. Spiked belt blueprint requires spiked krill shell X3, fabric X5. Spiked boots blueprint requires spiked krill shell X4, fabric X10. Spiked bracers blueprint requires spiked krill shell X4, fabric X10. Spiked groin guard blueprint requires spiked krill shell X6, fabric X10. Upon seeing that the spiked bracers required 4 krill shells, Joe furrowed his brow. Currently, he had 1 krill shell wrapped around each of his forearms, which served as a makeshift bracer but was significantly more economical than the materials needed for the spiked bracers. He sighed, acknowledging that his self-made gear was indeed rather rudimentary. A glance at the krill shells, crudely bound with strips of cloth on his forearms, revealed that they could only withstand minor attacks. Heavier strikes would likely dismantle them. After venting his frustrations, Joe turned his attention to the remaining 4 blueprints. Dung shovel blueprint requires wood X5. A dung shovel, what a curious item. Joe chuckled at the thought, deeming this blueprint the most impractical, especially as he had yet to construct a toilet, rendering the need for such a tool moot. Wooden shield blueprint requires wood X5. This was armor, and it bolstered his confidence in utilizing pest control vouchers. Joe surveyed the shield blueprint. pleased by the simplicity of the required materials, nodding in satisfaction. Wooden bed blueprint. Requires wood X10. Zhou had no particular comments on this wooden bed blueprint, as sleeping on a wooden bed was no different from resting on a wooden platform. Crafting it would merely create an illusion of home. Compost barrel blueprint. Requires wood X10. Could this compost barrel be used for producing fertilizer? Fertilizer was crucial for his agricultural endeavors, and the required materials were minimal. Zhou clicked to manufacture it without hesitation. After expending 10 units of wood, a wooden barrel, 1 meter high and 1 meter in diameter, materialized before him, complete with a lid for sealing. Zhou gazed at the barrel with delight, envisioning the scene of fertilizing his crops once the fertilizer was produced. After much contemplation, Zhou found himself at an impasse, as he was unaware of the precise steps required to manufacture fertilizer. He only knew that the process necessitated manure or some decayed foliage, yet he lacked these materials at the moment. After exhausting his mind for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, Zhou reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon this endeavor and commence the task of transporting seaweed. The process of moving the seaweed proceeded smoothly today, devoid of any hostile creatures or the discovery of new species. He successfully acquired a total of 8 spiny shrimp, making for a commendable harvest. Presently, Zhou possessed 6 blueprints for spiny gear. He had previously crafted a spiny helmet and spiny greaves. To complete the remaining 4 pieces, he required a total of 17 shrimp shells. Today, he obtained 8 shells, and with the 2 shells left from yesterday, he now had 10 in total, leaving him short by 7. Zhou promptly utilized the 10 shrimp shells to forge a spiny codpiece and spiny boots. The spiny boots, as one would expect, were merely elongated boots adorned with spikes, imparting a certain weight when worn. The spiny codpiece, however, was more akin to a skirt armor, enveloping the upper thighs entirely and providing full protection to vital areas, marking it as a crucial piece of equipment. Previously, while donning only the spiny helmet and spiny greaves, Zhou had not felt the weight of the spiny armor. However, upon adorning both the spiny codpiece and spiny boots, he suddenly perceived a sense of heaviness in his body. This posed a dilemma. Zhou had already realized the issue at hand. Even with merely 4 pieces of spiny armor, he felt encumbered. Should he add the remaining 2 pieces, the spiny belt and spiny bracers, he would only feel further weighed down. Of course, while these armors did not render him immobile, they required an immense amount of energy to maneuver. Yet, Zhou had yet to gather the complete spiny set, as he still needed a crucial blueprint for the chest armor, which he had not yet acquired. Zhou made a rough calculation. 1 spiny shrimp shell weighed approximately 2 kilograms, and to create the entire spiny set he needed 28 shells, amounting to 56 kilograms. Goodness, that's 112 pounds. Upon realizing this weight, Zhou was taken aback. It is worth noting that this weight did not account for the chest armor. Should he include that, it would likely reach around 150 pounds. Given that Zhou's own weight was roughly 130 pounds, the total weight of this spiny gear exceeded his own body weight. How could he possibly bear it? Evidently, there was a strength limitation to donning this spiny armor. Zhou opened his body data panel and gazed at his meager strength of 8 points, feeling that the hope of utilizing the pest control voucher was a distant dream. He surmised that to wear the entire spiny armor set and move freely, his strength would need to reach a minimum of 15 to even 20 points. However, with only 8 points of strength, he was at least 7 points short, and he had no inkling of how to bridge this gap. Was he to merely await the arrival of new creatures that could enhance his strength? This thought left Zhou with a throbbing headache. For a discrepancy of 7 points in strength was not easily remedied. Even if he encounters new beings that can augment his strength, it is improbable that he could gain a sudden increase of 7 points. Having spent 6 days in this world, he has only come across the spiked shrimp, the sole creature that enhances strength points. Thus, the aspiration to elevate his strength to 15 points within a short span is utterly unattainable. This realization fills Zhou with dismay, as other survivors in the global channel have already discovered that transporting seagrass yields additional treasure chests, erasing his competitive edge. Although his transformed Leviathan can traverse distances that surpass those of other survivors, The pace of their advancement largely hinges on the fortune of what they can procure from the resource chests, rendering it a mere gamble of luck. In a scenario where all possess an equal number of resource chests, Zhou does not believe himself to be the most fortunate individual. He must urgently devise a strategy to maintain his lead over the other survivors. The Steel Leviathan Pest Control Voucher, being a dungeon, should provide access to some currently rare resources, allowing him to gain an advantage in his development. No, while Zhou had been preoccupied with preserving his existing advantage, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to hastily open his character attributes panel. The baseline attributes for an ordinary person are 10 points. As he scrutinized the hint alongside the attributes panel, a spark lit in his eyes. His strength, in fact, had not yet reached the level of an average individual. This implies that I can enhance my strength points through training? Indeed, this presents a viable method for augmentation. However, it must be noted that achieving strength through exercise is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in just a day or two. It necessitates prolonged periods of strength training. Sigh. At least I now have a goal, which is certainly more reliable than waiting for new creatures that could potentially increase my strength. The character attributes panel encompasses 4 distinct values: intelligence, strength, constitution, and speed. This indicates that the creatures in this world, once consumed, will confer enhancements to these 4 attributes. No matter how favorable one's luck may be, it is impossible to encounter only those beings that augment strength. Chapter 17. The creatures darting beneath the waves in a bid to enhance his strength through exercise, Zhou engaged in push-ups while awaiting the supply crate. He set a personal goal of completing 100 push-ups today, aware that his body was not capable of performing too many at once. Thus he decided to start with 20. However, after only 5 repetitions, he heard a peculiar sound emanating from his elbow, as if it were enduring an undue strain. Ultimately, with nearly every ounce of his strength depleted, he managed to complete a mere 10 push-ups, albeit not in perfect form. How has my body weakened to such an extent? Zhou pondered incredulously. He recalled a time during his school days when performing 40 or 50 push-ups in one go posed no challenge. Now, even 10 felt like a monumental task. Perhaps I should take it slow, he concluded, recognizing that the journey to build strength could not be rushed, and that perseverance would lead to progress. Thus, he opted to do 10 at a time, taking breaks in between. Suddenly, the sound of surging seawater echoed around him, prompting Zhou to halt his workout and stand upon the wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the supply crate. Soon, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, allowing a torrent of seawater to flood the stomach cavity, causing the water level to rise gradually. Splash! Without warning, an unknown creature darted swiftly beneath the surface, sending up a cascade of droplets that scattered and left ripples in its wake. Instinctively, Zhou retreated into the interior of the wooden platform, crouching down to peer into the water, the light above illuminating the undulating waves as he searched for the creature's silhouette. Isn't this the stage for acquiring the supply crate? Why are there creatures in the water? Zhou's expression grew grave. He had initially believed that only during the feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan would creatures be ensnared by the seaweed. However, it now appeared that the stage for obtaining the supply crate also permitted the entry of creatures, a rather unsettling revelation. The beam of his headlamp illuminated only a limited area, allowing Zhou to observe the surface of the water within a 3-meter radius. Yet even so, he could discern something zipping beneath the light, moving with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Splash! Splash! The creatures in the water seemed to be in a frantic state, darting back and forth with considerable force, creating waves that rose several centimeters high. Occasionally, Zhou could hear the sound of tails slapping against the water. As the seawater gradually receded, the creatures appeared increasingly agitated, seemingly struggling to escape the confines of this narrow space. Plop! Plop! After a while, as the water completely withdrew, the darkness beyond the reach of the headlamp was filled with the sounds of fish thrashing against the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhou felt emboldened to rise and investigate the creature. He was reassured by the fact that the creature had shown no signs of aggression, merely swimming back and forth. and he surmised that the sounds of it thrashing indicated that it had likely left the water, rendering it a type that could not be captured. Leaping off the wooden platform, guided by the sound, Zhou carefully held the headlamp, directing its beam forward. Suddenly, he was dazzled by a flash of light. Could this creature be bioluminescent, akin to the sunlit ballworm? This notion flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, for the creature had not emitted any light while submerged and remained unilluminated in the shadows where the lamp's glow failed to reach. Where then did this brilliance originate? With a sense of intrigue, Zhou shielded his eyes with one hand, squinting to gaze once more at the creature. To his astonishment, he observed a 1-meter-long luminous ribbon bouncing upon the ground, reminiscent of a fish stranded on shore after being pulled from the water. What on earth was this? Zhou found himself perplexed by the true nature of this being. It shone in the light, yet remained invisible in the dark. In a moment of clarity, he tilted the headlamp away from direct illumination, allowing the residual glow to reveal the creature's form. It was indeed a large fish, approximately 1 meter in length, shaped like a shuttle. The blinding reflection he had experienced was due to the fish's exceptionally smooth skin, which mirrored the light entirely. Realizing that this enigmatic entity was merely a fish, Zhou's apprehension dissipated. A fish out of water posed no threat to him. However, he refrained from capturing the fish, as it was still vigorous, thrashing its tail against the ground with considerable force, reminiscent of scenes from an anime where characters received slaps from a fish's tail. He had no desire to endure such a fate. A fish could not leap for long once removed from its aquatic habitat. He would wait until it exhausted itself before attempting to catch it. Thus, Zhou turned his attention away from the sizable fish and set off to search for supply crates. Ding. Obtain wood X10, obtain stone X10, obtain sand X10. The first supply crate yielded only materials. Zhou lifted the crate and returned to the wooden platform, placing it in the designated area for foundational materials before resuming his push-ups. Approximately an hour later, the large fish finally ceased its vigorous movements, succumbing to fatigue. Zhou promptly descended the platform to where the fish lay. Its mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but having left the water, it could garner no oxygen, slowly succumbing to asphyxiation. Effortlessly, Zhou lifted the fish, which weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Its skin was as smooth as a mirror. No, it was a mirror, reflecting Zhou's handsome visage with startling clarity. The creatures of this world were truly marvelous. Captivated by his mirrored reflection, Zhou casually opened the biological encyclopedia to explore specific information about this fish. Mirror skin pike, length, 1 meter weight, 10 to 15 kilograms food type, plankton introduction. Its exterior is as smooth as a mirror, and its shape resembles a dart, enabling it to move with astonishing speed through the water, akin to an arrow released from a bow. A careless collision could result in bruising or worse, internal injuries. The flesh is firm and resilient, while the skin can be utilized to craft diving suits. Indeed, this fish is no trifling creature. Upon reviewing the description, Zhou felt fortunate for having constructed a wooden platform early on, distancing himself from the water's surface. Otherwise, encountering the erratic movements of the mirror skin pike could lead to an unfortunate mishap, particularly if it were to strike a sensitive area. Such a blow could spell disaster for one's life. Chapter 18. Consuming fish. After reviewing the fundamental information about the reflective pike, Zhou discovered that it is indeed edible. This implies that consuming the flesh of the reflective pike could potentially enhance his attribute points. This realization caused a flutter of anxiety within Zhou. He desperately needed to augment his strength attribute and fervently hoped that the reflective pike would bestow upon him the coveted strength points. Consequently, Zhou placed the reflective pike upon a wooden platform, performing an exaggerated gesture of reverence while murmuring softly, "Strength, strength, grant me strength." As his incantation reached its crescendo, he abruptly raised his arms skyward, tilting his head back and shouting with fervor, resembling a zealot in a fervent ritual. Having completed this theatrical display, Zhou commenced the process of preparing the reflective pike with a sharp implement. At this point, the reflective pike, having been out of the water for too long and unable to absorb oxygen, had succumbed to death. Zhou no longer needed to contemplate methods of dispatching it. He could proceed directly to skinning. However, upon gazing at the flawless, mirror-like skin of the fish, Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Having never skinned a fish before, he feared that a misstep might mar the pristine surface of the reflective pike. After a moment of contemplation, he considered two methods for skinning. The first involved slicing open the fish's belly, akin to the usual method of preparing fish. The second method entailed making a circumferential cut behind the fish's head, thereby preserving the integrity of the skin as much as possible. Ultimately, Zhou opted for the first method, and the rationale was straightforward. He lacked the requisite skill and appropriate tools for the latter approach. Although he had never killed a fish, he had observed the process. Fish skin was notoriously difficult to remove, and the second method proved too challenging for his current capabilities. Thus, Zhou began the task of skinning the fish using the first method. The skin of the reflective pike was remarkably resilient, comparable in toughness to that of the anchor worm, yet it was not as formidable as the shell of the sharp-tailed shrimp. Zhou found that he could indeed slice through it with his sharp implement. His progress was slow and meticulous. After all, the fish skin could be fashioned into diving suits. Although he was uncertain of the utility of diving suits at present, he was prudent enough to stockpile materials for future use. After approximately half an hour, Zhou managed to slice open the belly of the reflective pike entirely, and the moment for skinning had arrived. To his surprise, the skin of the reflective pike was not as challenging to remove as he had anticipated. Though it required some effort, he successfully peeled off the entire skin in a mere 10 minutes. Not bad, Zhou mused. His spirits buoyed as he laid the skin flat. It resembled a mirror, reflecting his own visage with remarkable clarity, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. After stowing the fish skin in his supplies box, Zhou turned his attention to the flesh of the reflective pike. The next step was to consume the fish meat and ascertain what attributes it might enhance. He deftly sliced a piece of fish flesh with his sharp implement. The meat was extraordinary, transparent and crystalline, akin to that of sharp-tailed shrimp, but even more translucent, resembling crystal. Under the illumination of light, it reflected a silvery sheen. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou opened his mouth and placed the fish meat within, ready to experience its effects. After a thorough mastication, there was no peculiar aftertaste, yet the sweet essence of the sharp-flavored shrimp was absent. It was rather bland. The fish flesh was exceedingly firm, akin to consuming tasteless pigskin, rendering the experience quite unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, in pursuit of attribute points, Zhou persevered, consuming slice after slice. After devouring 1/3 of the fish, the system notification finally chimed. At last, it rang out. I was on the verge of being unable to continue, Zhou lamented inwardly. Although the mirror skin pike measured 1 meter in length, its girth was modest, approximately 10 centimeters. 1/3 of the flesh was insufficient to satiate Zhou, primarily due to its lack of flavor and his unfamiliarity with raw meat. Ding! Consumed mirror skin pike, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Goodness! It actually enhanced 2 attributes. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to astonishment. Although it was not the strength points he had anticipated, his heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of gaining 2 attributes at once. Zhou promptly accessed his character attribute panel. Zhou 1, normal human baseline, 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8 constitution, 10 speed, 12 evaluation, a healthy individual with remarkable speed. Is this truly what constitutes health? My strength hasn't even reached the normal level. Zhou mused with a smile as he observed the evaluation below. After a brief contemplation, he deduced that the term healthy in the evaluation likely pertained to the constitution value rather than an aggregate of all attributes. However, he remained uncertain whether the enhancement from consuming the mirror skin pike was a singular occurrence or a recurring benefit. Zhou gazed at the remaining 2/3 of the fish, his mouth curling into an expression of hope. Naturally, Zhou wished for multiple increments of attribute points, even if they were not the urgently needed strength points. Substantial improvements to his other bodily metrics could only yield benefits. Yet, he presently found himself unable to consume the remaining portion of the fish. Resolving to await the results until evening, Zhou carefully stored the leftover fish and, with nothing else to occupy his time, resumed his physical training. Uncertain if the slight increase in constitution was the cause, he found the push-ups somewhat easier this time. Previously, completing 10 push-ups left him breathless, and his form was far from perfect. This time, while still strenuous, he managed to execute 10 push-ups with considerably improved technique. Approximately an hour later, he completed the 100 push-ups he had set for himself, and it was time for the Leviathan to consume the second supply crate. Having learned that during the Leviathan's consumption phase, creatures could also enter the stomach wall space, Zhou would no longer approach the situation with the same nonchalance as before. Although the earlier mirror skin pike posed no threat, he understood that this did not guarantee the same for other creatures. Consequently, Zhou donned all 4 pieces of his spiked armor. While the armor impeded his mobility, his primary focus was on defense while remaining on the wooden platform, wary of potential ambushes from unknown aquatic beings lurking in the darkness. As long as the tide recedes, Zhou can initially assess whether the creatures pose a threat to him before contemplating the removal of his spiked armor. Fortunately, the seawater that accompanied the supply crate did not harbor any creatures. Once the tide had withdrawn, Zhou removed 3 pieces of his spiked armor, retaining only the spiked helmet, and leaped from the platform to open the second supply crate of the day. Ding! Obtained a fragment of the Accelerated Growth Food Compendium for the illusory Leviathan X1-210. Once again, it is this food compendium which seems to hold great significance for the illusory Leviathan. The compendium requires the collection of 10 fragments, and previously, Zhou had not paid it much heed, as he was enjoying a substantial advantage and saw no need to pursue further. Now that his advantage has diminished, this compendium, capable of accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan, has become exceedingly important. It appears that he must seek out fragments in the World Exchange Channel. Chapter 19. Crafting Fertilizer. Just as Zhou was preparing to send a message in the World Communication Channel to gather information on the food illustrations for accelerating the growth of the transmuted Leviathan, Jiang Haitao sent him several private messages. Brother Wen, thank you for the 3 spiked krill and spiked helmets you gave me a few days ago. I managed to trade those 3 spiked krill, just as you did, Brother Wen, and received 6 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of mineral water, along with some basic materials. I needn't worry about food for now, haha. Just now, I opened a supply chest and obtained a recipe. I'll send it to you. Please accept it. As Zhou finished reading these messages, Jiang Haitao sent him the recipe. Upon seeing its contents, Zhou's eyes lit up, and he promptly clicked to accept. This recipe was indeed timely. A broad smile spread across Zhou's face, for the recipe was one for crafting fertilizer. Low-level fertilizer recipe, crafted in a compost bin, requires hay X5, transmuted Leviathan droppings X5. Upon seeing the required materials for this low-level fertilizer, Zhou's smile faltered. He had the compost bin and hay, but where would he procure the droppings of the transmuted Leviathan? The Leviathan excretes waste externally. How could he obtain droppings from its stomach? Could he perhaps acquire them in the digestion pool? This thought prompted Zhou to recall the previously obtained manual for a dung scoop. So the dung scoop is intended for collecting the droppings of the transmuted Leviathan. With renewed enthusiasm, Zhou's smile returned. He opened the blueprint interface and immediately utilized 5 units of wood to craft the dung scoop. After a flash of blue light, the dung scoop was completed. A 3-meter-long wooden handle connected to a 30-centimeter diameter barrel, perfectly designed for scooping waste. Having already prepared the compost bin, Zhou added 5 units of hay into it, and then approached the digestion pool, plunging the dung scoop into the pool filled with digestive fluid. The 3-meter-long handle sank 2 meters deep into the pool before encountering resistance. Zhou surmised that he had encountered the droppings of the transmuted Leviathan, so he grasped the handle firmly and scooped a portion. Retrieving the dung scoop from the digestion pool, he found the barrel filled with a green, viscous substance, interspersed with plant fibers. This must be the droppings of the transmuted Leviathan, Zhou remarked casually, dragging the dung scoop, now laden with droppings, to the side of the compost bin. The 3-meter-long handle and the 30-centimeter diameter barrel, filled with waste, proved quite heavy. Zhou exerted considerable effort to pour the droppings into the compost bin. According to the low-level fertilizer recipe, 5 units of transmuted Leviathan droppings were required. If 1 barrel's worth counted as 1 unit, he still needed 4 more units. Thus, Zhou, when repeated the process twice more, adding the droppings to the compost bin, and finally gathered all the necessary materials for the fertilizer recipe. Standing before the compost bin filled with droppings and hay, the noxious odor emanating from it made him wrinkle his nose. Earlier, while scooping from a distance, the smell was not overwhelming, but now up close. It was indeed quite pungent. Zhou hastily grabbed the lid nearby and covered the compost bin. He pondered, I wonder how I will know when the fertilizer is successfully crafted. In this world, many aspects lack explicit guidance. The growth cycles of crops remain undefined. The time required for fertilizer production is unspecified, and the attributes to enhance shrimp and fish meat are not detailed in the compendium. All of this necessitates personal experimentation to uncover. This basic fertilizer formula is quite beneficial to me, yet I cannot accept it without offering something in return. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao, accompanied by a microalgae oxygenator. Zhou wished to avoid being indebted. Should Jiang Haitao provide something of little use, he would accept it as a gesture of goodwill. However, this basic fertilizer formula was a divine boon for his agricultural endeavors, and thus, it would not be appropriate to receive it without compensation. Offering a microalgae oxygenator in exchange would be a fair transaction. The microalgae oxygenator. Brother One, isn't this a bit too precious? Jiang Haitao was well aware of the significance of the microalgae oxygenator. With it, he could transport seaweed, aiding in the accelerated digestion of a Leviathan, thus acquiring additional resource chests, which were currently invaluable. Jiang Haitao had initially planned to approach Zhou the following day to request a trade when he offered it for sale. But he was pleasantly surprised that Zhou had directly given him one now. No worries. The formula you provided is also crucial for me. So it is a fair exchange. Brother One, I am at a loss for words. When I lacked food before, you were the only one willing to trade with me, essentially saving my life. Then you generously provided me with more krill and even equipment. Brother One, no need for further words. I will follow you from now on. I shall offer you any blueprints I find, only asking that you allow me to cling to your coattails. Not necessary, not necessary. If you are willing, in the future, prioritize me for exchanging blueprints or formulas. Zhou did not fully embrace Jiang Haitao's desire to ride on his coattails. As the adage goes, one can know a person's appearance, but not their heart, especially in this world where face-to-face encounters are impossible. Although Zhou and Jiang Haitao had conversed numerous times, and Jiang appeared to be a simple-hearted individual, Zhou retained a modicum of caution in his heart. Naturally, should Jiang Haitao genuinely wish to offer him blueprints in the future, he would not treat him unfairly. By the way, if you are transporting seaweed tomorrow, it would be wise to rest periodically. The oxygen produced by a single microalgae oxygenator may not sustain your continuous activity. Before concluding their conversation, Zhou offered this advice. Overall, Zhou held a favorable impression of Jiang Haitao. His survival was advantageous for Zhou as well. Jiang Haitao did not inquire further and readily agreed. After finishing his exchange with Jiang Haitao, Zhou prepared to send a message to the World Communication Channel, seeking fragments of the compendium for food that accelerates the growth of the Leviathan. However, another private message arrived. Brother Zhou, I am Cheng Yongming. I would like to exchange a microalgae oxygenator with you in advance. Rest assured, I will ensure that Brother Zhou does not suffer a loss. I am willing to trade a precious blueprint for it. This statement made it seem as though he was at a disadvantage. Zhou smiled lightly as he read Cheng Yongming's message. Although from Zhou's perspective, he indeed gained a significant advantage from the viewpoint of others, the algae oxygenation chamber, under Chan X science hypothesis, holds an importance that is undoubtedly on par with the blueprints. After all, there exists a multitude of blueprints, which can be categorized into useful and useless. For instance, the blueprint for a wooden bed holds little value for Zhou. In the current scenario, where the supply and demand for algae oxygenation chambers are vastly imbalanced, the worth of the wooden bed blueprint pales in comparison to that of the algae oxygenation chamber. I apologize, but I only had enough materials to produce 2 units for my own use, Hence, I am unable to trade, Joan remarked, glancing at the remaining 12 algae oxygenation chambers. Chapter 20. Useless blueprint. I am uncertain what materials Brother Joan requires. However, I can provide what I possess. The other materials are manageable, yet one particular crafting ingredient is seaweed. Now that the Leviathan has entered its digestive phase, there is no seaweed available, making it impossible to proceed. Ah, I see. Since Brother Joe one has two, might you consider trading one with me? This blueprint is exceedingly rare. Joe eagerly awaited this proposition, intentionally mentioning his two devices to inform Chung Yongming of the availability of one for sale. That is not feasible. I require it for my own use. Zhou, of course, could not acquiesce immediately, opting instead for a strategy of feigned reluctance. Oh, Brother Zhou, now that the Leviathan has finished feeding, there is no need to transport seaweed. One algae oxygenator is sufficient. Please, trade one to me. This blueprint is indeed exceptionally scarce. Noticing Chung Yongming's repeated emphasis on the rarity of his blueprint piqued Zhou's curiosity. What blueprint is it? May I see the details? Well, then perhaps it is best to forget it. Since you are unwilling to share even the information about your blueprint, yet you claim its rarity, it seems prudent for you to keep it. From Chung Yongming's reaction, Zhou inferred that the blueprint in his possession was likely of little value. However, Zhou was not particularly concerned with the utility of the blueprint. He would accept any that were not duplicates, as exemplified by the previous shovel he acquired. His continued negotiation with Chung Yongming stemmed from the latter's evident attempt to feign disadvantage while actually seeking to gain. Chung Yongming aimed to elevate the perceived value of his blueprint and cultivate a rapport, suggesting, "Look, I have already allowed you to benefit. Perhaps we can discuss mutual advantages in the future." This was merely rhetoric, transforming the worthless into something of value, inflating the insignificant, and seeking to gain without investment. No, I shall show you. This blueprint is genuinely useful. Immediately, Chung Yongming sent the blueprint details. Upon reviewing them, Zhou was rendered speechless. The blueprint was not merely useless, it was utterly worthless. A blueprint for a seaweed cultivation box. Zhou could hardly comprehend. Did one truly need to cultivate seaweed when the Leviathan consumed it by the ton daily? Brother Chung Yongming is correct. This blueprint is indeed quite special. You should retain it for yourself. Sigh. Brother Zhou, I understand this blueprint's value pales in comparison to the algae oxygenator, but I possess no other blueprints. This one was just recently acquired. I sincerely hope Brother Zhou can assist me by trading an algae oxygenator. If you feel disadvantaged, I can offer a higher price. Though I have no other blueprints, only some basic materials. Now that the blueprint details have been revealed to Zhou, Chung Yongming ceased his attempts to overstate its worth. Such a worthless blueprint was apparent to anyone. If he continued to exaggerate, the transaction would indeed fall through. Alas, this blueprint is utterly devoid of value. Brother Zhou, please assist me. I mentioned previously that I would prioritize trading with you when I acquired blueprints. I have kept my word, and when I next find a blueprint, I will certainly seek you out first. Well, Sai, very well, considering that we have come to know each other in this unfamiliar world. I shall grant you this favor. As for the additional materials, let us overlook them and proceed with this blueprint trade. Haha, Brother Zhou, your loyalty is commendable. I am immensely grateful. When I next obtain a blueprint, I shall definitely trade with you. Subsequently, Zhou completed the transaction with Chung Yongming and acquired the blueprint for the seaweed planting box. Zhou immediately accessed the system interface and briefly glanced at the materials required for its creation. Seaweed planting box blueprint requires stones X20 seawater. The materials needed were similar to those for the algal oxygen chamber, albeit with an additional 10 stones. Presently, it seemed of little use, and Zhou had no intention of crafting it just yet. He resumed his quest for fragment collection, collecting fragments for the Leviathan Growth Acceleration Food Compendium, price negotiable. This message incited considerable discussion among the survivors, especially since Zhou intended to sell the algal oxygen chamber the following day. Every action he took was under scrutiny by all. Leviathan Growth Acceleration Food Compendium Fragment? What is that? I have no idea. I've never encountered one. Given its name, It surely pertains to aiding the growth of a Leviathan. Zhou had anticipated that gathering fragments in the global communication channel would allow him to swiftly collect the 10 needed, yet several hours passed, and he had only acquired one. With a billion survivors in the realm, was only one fragment truly that rare? He had found two himself, initially believing it would be an easy task to gather them. Could it be that the distance of my Leviathan's activities increases the likelihood of finding them in supply crates? Zhou pondered, and this seemed the only plausible explanation. With nothing else to occupy his time, he awaited the arrival of the third supply crate. During this interlude, Zhou checked on his compost bin to see if the fertilizer was ready. However, when he attempted to lift the lid, he discovered it seemed to be adhered tightly to the bin, resisting even his forceful efforts. After trying various methods, an epiphany struck him. The lid would automatically lift once the fertilizer was fully prepared. Understanding this mechanism uplifted his spirits. Initially, he had been somewhat anxious about what constituted completion, but now that he grasped the principle, his worries dissipated. After a while, the third supply crate arrived, and once again, the water contained no creatures, allowing Zhou to safely open the crate. Ding! Iron ore extra. Sigh, more ore. Zhou exhaled, uncertain when these ores would finally prove useful. Time was drawing near. Having successfully acquired 3 supply boxes, the Leviathan was nearing a state of repose. Zhou took out the remaining 2/3 of the mirror-scaled sturgeon meat and began to cut it into pieces for consumption. Given the unpalatable nature of the sturgeon meat, Zhou did not intend to savor it. He ate rapidly, almost carelessly chewing a few times before swallowing. Before long, he had finished 1/3 of the fish meat. Yet there was no indication of attribute points gained. It appeared, much like the spiny shrimp, that one could not repeatedly obtain attribute points from it. Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment at the wasted opportunity. Gazing at the remaining third of the mirror-scaled sturgeon meat, he resolved to exchange it for a blueprint in the World Exchange Channel. Mirror-scaled sturgeon meat can enhance 1 point of constitution and 1 point of speed. Exchange for the spiny chest armor blueprint. Zhou was uncertain about the exact number of spiny armor pieces, but he was certain that the chest piece was not among them. The mirror-scaled sturgeon offered 2 valuable attributes. Thus, even if someone wished to retain the blueprint for personal use, they would have to consider the merits of the 2 attribute points. For enhancing oneself through external means is often preferable to mere fortification. Chapter 21. Successful fertilizer production. Mirror Skinpike? How come you have so many good things? Are you the protagonist with the cheat system? Wow, now that you mention it, it seems that this big shot has been selling things we've never seen before lately. Could it really be a cheat system, just like in the novels? Big shot, please let me cling to your leg. The conversation drifted away from trading, inundated instead with pleas for attention. Zhou looked at these messages, amused yet exasperated, and decided to shift the topic. Stop thinking about the unrealistic stuff. Do you really believe this is a novel? A cheat system? Let me tell you something practical. Today, I successfully created an algal oxygen generator, and I tried transporting seaweed. It indeed accelerates the digestion rate of a Leviathan and yields an additional resource box. Zhou planned to begin selling the algal oxygen generators the next day. The messages he sent were merely a warm-up. As expected, once he announced the feasibility of transporting seaweed, the communication channel erupted with a cacophony of messages. No way. The seaweed transportation theory actually works. I thought it was a trap to harm us. Huh? How could it harm us? Think about it. Most of us are already short on food and consuming a lot of stamina, so our food consumption rate would definitely be faster. Without obtaining additional resource boxes, wouldn't we starve? No way. I feel like your reasoning has merit. This big shot ISNT secretly allied with the person who proposed the seaweed transportation theory. Are they? Are they deliberately telling us it works to lead us to our doom? Brother, I think you might be a bit paranoid, and your judgment seems clouded. What? Is it impossible that I'm right? They're not related to us. Why would they help us? There must be a catch. It is indeed possible. But at the moment, there is no conflict of interest among us, so there is really no need for mutual scheming. Who knows? Maybe these people are just psychologically twisted. Zhou felt a headache coming on. What should have been good news had been twisted into a conspiracy theory by these individuals. He was too weary to continue reading. The announcement was made, and the Leviathan had already entered its resting state. Zhou prepared to sleep. As he lay down on the wooden platform, a private message arrived, inquiring about trading for mirror skin pike meat. Haha, the blueprint for the spiked chest armor had finally arrived. Zhou chuckled with delight. This blueprint was the most crucial part of the entire spiked armor set, designed to protect the upper body, which is the most vulnerable area. Without armor, Zhou always felt a chill, lacking a sense of security. Suddenly, he reflected on the day as accomplishments. He had obtained a total of 12 blueprints and 1 fertilizer recipe. Zhou reclined on the wooden platform, gazing up at the sky as he opened the blueprint interface, perusing all the schematics he had acquired over the past few days. Ah, the fishbone blade blueprint. A sudden realization struck him, prompting an exclamation as he sprang to his feet and made his way to the stockpile area. From one of the supply crates, he retrieved a shimmering silver fishbone. Indeed, it was the bone of a mirror skin pike. Measuring precisely 1 meter, it was perfect for crafting the fishbone blade. A smile spread across Zhou Wen's face. After so many days, he finally had a legitimate weapon. He initiated the crafting process by clicking on the blueprint interface. A radiant blue light enveloped the silver fishbone, and moments later, the glow dissipated to reveal a gleaming silver blade, with the tailbone serving as the hilt, the spine forming the blade, and the head constituting the tip. The tip was slightly wider, while the blade tapered, creating an ideal design for slashing. With a swift motion, Zhou wielded the knife, slicing through the air effortlessly. Please call me the Silver Blade Master. At that moment, his inner adolescent spirit erupted, and he began to perform various dramatic stunts with the weapon, uttering flamboyant phrases. Fortunately, he was alone in the storage space. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. After indulging in the thrill of the fishbone knife, Zhou stored it away with satisfaction and turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potato seedlings. After a day of growth, both had begun to vine rapidly, a promising sight indeed. With a grin, he approached the compost bin, attempting to lift the lid, yet it remained stubbornly shut. Perhaps tomorrow, he mused. The day's achievements were already substantial, and he felt no urgency regarding the fertilizer production. As night fell, Zhou retired to sleep, waking to the dawn of the 7th day. It was a momentous occasion, as the global communication channel buzzed with survivors discussing the price of the algae oxygen generator. I believe the algae oxygen generator should cost at least 50 basic materials. What's wrong with you? Do you think you can snag an algae oxygen generator for just 50 materials? Dream on. The price is unlikely to be low. It might even require a blueprint exchange. That's outrageous. A blueprint? How could everyone possibly have one? Do you genuinely think everyone can trade for an algae oxygen generator? The World System channel shows a population of 100 million. Even if 1/4 went all needs and produced one every second, crafting a million would take nearly 3 years. I don't care. If the price is 50 basic materials, I will gratefully refer to you as my adoptive father. If it's 200, I'll call you a magnanimous lord. If it's a blueprint, my apologies, but I must attend my early class. Haha, indeed. Zhou observed these exchanges with a faint smile before closing the global communication channel. He felt no concern about being criticized by other survivors. He had no intention of selling the algae oxygen generator at a high price. Those prominent figures had already made their arrangements. As the Leviathan was just beginning to stir, there was still some time before the feeding phase commenced. Zhou glanced once more at the watermelon and sweet potato vines, noting how much they had grown overnight. I wonder if the fertilizer is ready yet. Zhou approached the compost barrel, reaching out to attempt to lift the lid, which surprisingly came off with ease. As soon as it was opened, clumps of dark green manure burst forth, startling Zhou, who quickly dodged aside. Almost immediately, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Acquired 10 units of low-grade fertilizer, which can reduce crop growth time by 10. Each crop may only utilize it once. Upon hearing the notification, a smile brightened Zhou face as he gazed at the scattered lumps on the platform, resembling cow dung. Unfazed, he bent down to collect them, depositing them into his empty supply box. This was indeed a valuable find. Although a mere 10% reduction in growth time may seem modest, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Chapter 22. the sale of algal oxygen tanks after placing all 8 fertilizer clumps into the storage box. Zhou set the box aside and picked up the 2 lumps from the ground, approaching the small planting box. Each fertilizer clump was roughly the size of a fist, a deep emerald green in hue, with a texture reminiscent of mud, emitting a foul odor that, due to the process of creation, was no longer as pungent as before. Unsure of the precise method of application, Zhou decided to experiment by inserting the fertilizer clump into the soil of the small planting box. Upon contact with the soil, the clump melted away like snow meeting flames, transforming into a rich green liquid that seeped directly into the earth. This appeared to be a successful fertilization, and it was quite convenient. Zhou smiled with satisfaction and utilized another clump. He then fetched 2 bottles of mineral water, pouring them into the 2 small planting boxes. The watermelon had been planted on the 4th day, while the sweet potatoes were sown on the 5th day. At that time, he had only watered them with half a bottle each. Now, on the 7th day, both the watermelon vines and sweet potato vines had grown considerably, and half a bottle was surely insufficient, necessitating a full bottle for each. It seemed that fresh water was running low. Zhou gazed at the 2 empty plastic bottles in his hands, then glanced at the remaining 7 bottles of mineral water. Currently, he was not overly concerned about his drinking water situation. If necessary, he could exchange the algal oxygen tanks for mineral water. However, relying solely on mineral water to irrigate his crops would severely limit the expansion of his farming endeavors. For mineral water could only be obtained through the opening of storage boxes, which was contingent upon luck. This reality dictated that mineral water could not be acquired through large-scale transactions, as, at present, fresh water could not be produced independently. Fresh water was intrinsically linked to life, and thus everyone prioritized hoarding it, trading only what surplus they might possess. Never mind, that is a distant thought. I currently lack the space to create additional small planting boxes. The wooden platform Zhou, when constructed, measured only 6 square meters. The 2 small planting boxes occupied 2 square meters, the compost bin 1 square meter, and the rest was taken up by piled storage boxes, leaving only enough space for him to sleep. The algal oxygen tank, made of stone, posed no risk of being washed away by seawater and was placed below. The space occupied by the scooping tool was minimal, lying horizontally against the wall of the platform. Thus, he found himself constrained in expanding his farming efforts due to a lack of space. As for enlarging the wooden platform, that was out of the question. The space against the wall was already limited, and any expansion would impede the feeding of the illusory Leviathan. "Grow quickly, my 180-ton baby," Zhou murmured, opening the biological encyclopedia within the world system, flipping to the first page, eager to see if the illusory Leviathan had grown after all these days. Age, 7 days stage, neonatal length, 35 meters weight, 200 tons diet, algae feeding method, filter feeding evaluation, a 200-ton little baby. It had grown 5 meters, a surprisingly rapid growth rate of approximately 1 meter per day. However, today had only just begun, so it could not be counted as a full day. In essence, it had grown 5 meters in 6 days, an astonishing rate indeed. While growth rate was crucial, the fragments of food necessary for the illusory Leviathan's accelerated growth were exceedingly scarce. Zhou possessed merely 3 fragments, making it exceedingly challenging to gather them all in a short span. After a few days of selling the algae oxygen generators, it was anticipated that the fragments would become more plentiful, especially since some individuals could open 3 supply crates in a single day. Zhou spoke with a calm demeanor, as the sound of the surging sea resonated within his throat, signifying that the Leviathan was entering its feeding phase. Hastily, he donned 4 pieces of spiked armor and grasped a 1-meter-long fishbone knife, bracing himself for any potential dangers that lay ahead. With the urgent rush of seawater flooding into the gastric space, Zhou approached the vicinity of the small planting box, utilizing the illumination from the sunlight ball and his own headlamp to maximize his visibility in the enveloping darkness. He crouched low, contracting his chest and abdomen, the fishbone knife held across his chest to shield his unarmored upper body. After a brief wait, seeing no signs of movement from aquatic creatures, Zhou felt a slight relief and opened the system blueprint interface to begin crafting the algae oxygen generators, only to find that he had merely 10 pieces of stone remaining. Originally, he had 210 pieces, but after creating 20 algae oxygen generators yesterday, he was left with just 10. Undeterred, Zhou retrieved 10 portions of spiked krill meat from the supply crate and proceeded to trade for stones in the trading channel. Due to many survivors encountering spiked krill, the value of the meat had diminished significantly. However, given its weight of 3 to 4 pounds, it still held some value as sustenance. Each portion of spiked krill meat could easily be exchanged for 20 pieces of stone. Before long, Zhou successfully acquired 200 pieces of stone through trading, and combined with the 10 he already had, he was able to manufacture 21 generators, bringing the total to 30 when added to the 9 left from the previous day. Having completed the production of the algae oxygen generators, which now occupied a third of the gastric space, Zhou realized he needed to sell them before the Leviathan entered its second feeding phase. Once the seawater receded, confirming the absence of aggressive creatures during this feeding, he began to broadcast a message in the World Communication Channel. Everyone has likely been waiting for some time. I shall not prolong this. I am now selling algae oxygen generators, with a total of 20 available each day. Why only 20? Indeed, that seems rather insufficient. I suspected from the start that not everyone would be able to trade for the algae oxygen generators. I initially thought I could sell 100 each day, but it appears I can only manage 20. Are you deliberately limiting the quantity to raise the price? I believe he wishes to maintain a lead, fearing that if he sells too many, we might surpass him, which is why he is offering so few. Upon announcing the daily sale total, the survivors in the World Communication Channel erupted in discontent, as the quantity was undeniably too meager. Everyone, please remain calm. I am not intentionally offering such a limited amount. It is simply not feasible to increase the quantity. The algae oxygen generator, as its name implies, requires algae for its production, and the seaweed consumed by the Leviathan is one of the essential materials. If I were to produce in large quantities, it would deplete a substantial amount of seagrass, consequently impacting the growth of the Leviathan, which serves as the foundation of our existence in this world. I wish to inquire, if it were you in my position, would you be willing to proceed? Upon hearing Zhou's question, numerous survivors who had been clamoring for an increase in production ceased their messages. However, a few exceedingly selfish individuals persisted in their demands for Zhou to augment the quantities. Zhou chose to disregard these individuals, for ultimately, he held the reins. The oxygen-producing algae tanks were his creation. Should everyone compel him to produce excessively to the detriment of his interests, he could simply refrain from selling them, denying anyone access to the algae oxygen tanks. I understand that everyone is anxious and empathize with your sentiments. While I may not be able to provide the quantities you desire, I assure you that I will offer a fair price. What price? I hope that, considering our shared struggles in this world, the price will not be excessively high. Chapter 23. The burden of excess supplies as the possibility of increasing quantities had become untenable. The survivors could only hope for prices to remain reasonable, granting them at least a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, I understand that times are tough for everyone. I am prepared to trade 1 blueprint per machine, announced Zhou. Upon hearing this, the communication channel erupted in chaos, with fervent remarks directed towards Zhou's lineage. Yet, Zhou deftly shifted his discourse. However, the blueprints are indeed exceedingly scarce, and their availability hinges on fortune. Thus, trading them is rather impractical. I have resolved to exchange for basic materials instead. How much basic material is required? The eager survivors inquired, their excitement palpable at the prospect of using basic materials. Alas, I too face difficulties. The quantity of oxygen-producing algae tanks I have for sale is regrettably limited. To ensure that everyone has a fair chance to trade, the first algae oxygen tank will only require 100 units of basic materials. Goodness, what a benevolent soul. I want one. So do I. The survivors clamored to seize the opportunity, and with the limited stock available, it was a race against time. Everyone, please hold on. The 100 units of basic materials come with stipulations. Of these, 40 must be wood, 30 stone, and the remaining 30 can be any combination, including complete shells of the spiny shrimp, where one shell equals 10 units of basic materials. Zhou Wen, having consumed a considerable amount of wood and stone, prioritized the acquisition of these two essential materials. The procurement of shrimp shells was essential for crafting spiny armor, which required 10 shells each and would inevitably suffer damage. Relying solely on the few spiny shrimps tangled in the seaweed was insufficient. Thus, acquiring them from other survivors was the most expedient approach. I possess all these materials. May I inquire when the esteemed one will commence trading? Trading will begin shortly. To ensure fairness, I will directly list them in the trading channel. Moreover, as today marks the inaugural sale of algae oxygen tanks, I shall forfeit a portion of my own profits and increase the total to 30 tanks. As for whether you all can successfully trade, that will depend on your swiftness. Upon concluding his statement, Zhou Wen promptly listed all 30 algae oxygen tanks. However, no sooner had they appeared in the global trading channel than they vanished in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the tanks were snatched up, and a cascade of blue light flickered before Zhou Wen as a plethora of basic materials materialized before him. Astonishingly swift, the pace of the transactions left Zhou Wen momentarily stunned. His finger hovered over the system's blue screen, and before he could even release his grip, the trading had concluded. Ha ha, I managed to secure one. Tremble, mere mortals. What was that flash? I didn't even catch a glimpse before it disappeared. Unbelievable. What sort of hand speed do you all possess? This is utterly outrageous. I placed my hand upon the trading channel early on, and as soon as the trading information emerged, I pressed down. However, in that fleeting moment, the information vanished. In the World Communication Channel, laughter erupted from those who successfully acquired the item, while those who did not were met with a chorus of complaints. Zhou Wen chuckled softly as he glanced at the messages, preparing to close the communication channel and tally the basic materials he had just traded for. Big boss, you mentioned that the first machine requires only 100 basic materials. How many will the second machine require? The second machine does not require basic materials for trade. It can only be traded with blueprints and must be conducted via private message. What? This disparity is too great. It seems unreasonable. Indeed, big boss, you should be generous to the end. Let the second machine also be priced at 100 basic materials. Yes, 100 basic materials is not insignificant. Big boss, you will surely profit as well, so let us settle on that price. Subsequently, a multitude of survivors began to impose moral pressure on Zhou Wen, hoping he would sell the second machine at the same price of 100 basic materials. Zhou Wen regarded these messages with a sly smile. All right. I shall be generous to the end. The second machine will also be 100 basic materials. Just private message me for trade. Big boss, you are so kind. Amazing. I'm firmly attached to the big boss. Not even Jesus can deter me. The World Communication Channel erupted in jubilation, as everyone was delighted at the prospect of acquiring the second algae oxygen generator at a bargain price. Yet, Zhou Wen soon sent out another message. However, I will only sell 20 algae oxygen generators each day. Repeat purchases will undoubtedly consume this limited quantity, so those who have yet to trade for one will need to bear with it. Upon the release of this news, nearly all survivors who had not obtained an algae oxygen generator exploded in anger. Big boss, I believe the second machine should be traded with blueprints. This pricing is very reasonable. Don't listen to those people. They are merely trying to coerce you into giving them a bargain. Yes, I think even one blueprint is undervalued. The algae oxygen generator can yield additional supply crates, so the second machine should reasonably be priced at 2 blueprints. Those individuals are truly selfish, always scheming to take advantage of the big boss. The first algae oxygen generator was already a tremendous bargain at just 100 basic materials. It's shameful that they still wish to benefit from a second one. Those people are simply despicable, worse than animals. Due to Zhou Wen's message, a fierce argument erupted in the World Communication Channel between those who had acquired the first algae oxygen generator and those who had not. Zhou Wen observed their quarrel quietly, a smirk forming on his lips as he transformed into a mischievous deity of discord. After watching the heated exchange for a while, it became evident that the few who had obtained the first generator were overwhelmed by the majority, and ultimately, the pricing for the second machine remained as a trade for blueprints. Zhou Wen could only reluctantly accept this price, having declined 3 times, only to be thwarted by the enthusiastic survivors each time. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all matters concerning the oxygen-generating algae tank were concluded, Zhou Wen commenced the organization of the quantities of fundamental materials acquired from transactions. He had 200 units of timber, 900 units of stone, 60 units of spiny shrimp shells, and 100 units each of sand, soil, and hay. Goodness, such an abundance of basic materials. I scarcely have any space left to store them, Zhou Wen mused, as he began to collect these materials using empty storage crates, each capable of holding 100 units. Zhou Wen managed 3 crates daily, and over the span of 6 days, along with the initial crates, he amassed a total of 19 crates. Ultimately, it became apparent that these materials could not all be accommodated within the storage crates. Since stones would not be swept away by the sea, Zhou Wen decided against collecting them, opting instead to stack the stones in a corner while he stored the other materials. Chapter 24. The Great Battle. Naturally, the stones were merely placed in the corner temporarily, as they occupied an excessive amount of space. Once he acquired 3 supply boxes today, he would stow these stones away. However, the influx of materials would only continue to increase, leaving him with no adequate storage solutions. As Zhou Wen contemplated the continuous sale of 20 algae oxygen tanks, which would yield a substantial amount of basic materials daily, he felt a headache brewing. The spiny shrimp shells were sufficient for the time being. Perhaps tomorrow he could use the empty supply boxes as substitutes. This was merely a stopgap measure, a temporary fix to the issue of excess materials that could not be stored. After all, supply boxes also took up space. Each was roughly the size of shoebox. And as their quantity grew, he would still face the same storage dilemmas, given the limited capacity of his storage space. Future matters could be addressed later. Zhou Wen found himself at a loss for solutions. If all else failed, he might exchange all these basic materials for metal or in the trading channel. Currently, the price for metal ore stood at 10 units of basic materials per piece. Although metal ore held little utility at this moment, it would undoubtedly become an essential resource in the future, making its accumulation now a prudent choice. Due to the demands of trading and clearing out basic materials, he had no time to relocate the seaweed that the transformed Leviathan had fed on during its first meal, so he decided to wait until the second feeding was complete. Today, he traded 60 spiny shrimp shells, using 10 shells and 20 pieces of cloth to craft spiny armor. Goodness, this is rather heavy. Zhou Wen lifted the spiny armor with both hands, gauging its weight, which was approximately 40 pounds. Regardless of the heft, he had to wear it. At the very least, it would protect his body. Once he donned the spiny armor completely, he felt an overwhelming weight upon his frame. Merely standing felt exhausting. Currently, he wore a total of 5 pieces of equipment: the spiny helmet, spiny chest plate, spiny groin guard, spiny leg armor, and spiny boots, amounting to a total weight of 124 pounds. He could still manage some movement, albeit with the sensation that his strength was being swiftly siphoned away with each motion. Oh dear, this is quite burdensome. I should lie down for a bit. Zhou Wen reclined on the wooden platform to conserve his energy, planning to rise and squat once the second feeding commenced. A few minutes later, the transformed Leviathan began its second meal. Zhou Wen attempted to rise from his supine position, but the weight of his upper body proved too great for his untrained abdominal muscles to bear, leaving him unable to sit up. With no other option, he braced himself against the ground and gradually adjusted to a squatting position. It seemed that in addition to push-ups, sit-ups would need to be incorporated into his routine. He mused, gripping the fishbone knife tightly. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a torrent of seawater surged into the gastric cavity. Zhou Wen steeled himself, his senses heightened as he scanned the water's surface with the light from his headlamp. Suddenly, the still surface of the water erupted violently, revealing a flesh-colored, elongated form that sent a chill down his spine. The anchorworm! Zhou Wen's heart raced, his face betraying his fear. The anchorworm had nearly claimed his life before, and the memory of that encounter lingered ominously in his mind. Zhou Wen exhaled a deep breath, a wave of fear washing over him once more, causing his hand gripping the fishbone knife to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, this time the headlamp illuminated his surroundings, preventing the disorienting darkness that had engulfed him previously. This marked the second encounter with the anchor worm, and coupled with his prior experience of vanquishing one, he found himself gripped by fear, yet able to act, unlike before. Zhou remained in a crouched position on the wooden platform, the fishbone knife held defensively before him, not a sound escaping his lips as he awaited the retreat of the sea. Time flowed slowly, the water level in the gastric cavity rising steadily, until it nearly matched the height of the wooden platform, at which point the diaphragm closed, halting the influx of seawater. With the Leviathan's second feeding complete, the seawater within the gastric cavity was set to be expelled. Zhou gently raised his hand, wiping away the sweat that had trickled from his forehead to his eyelashes. His strength was rapidly depleting. The spiked armor weighed heavily on him, and maintaining his crouched stance placed immense strain on his muscles. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, the previously tranquil water erupted as four anchor-like pincers, bearing menacing mandibles, lunged across the wooden platform, seizing Zhou's head. He could scarcely fathom that the anchor worm would strike at such a moment. The weight of his armor rendered him unable to respond in time, and his head was firmly ensnared by the pincers. Although startled by the sudden attack, Zhou quickly regained his composure. Just as before, the anchor worm targeted his head. Yet the three spikes atop his helmet once again thwarted its assault. Without hesitation, Zhou sprang to his feet, swinging the fishbone knife with ferocity, delivering a powerful blow to the worm's body, akin to a tentacle. This weapon was far superior to the spikes, cleaving deep into the anchor worm's flesh. Crimson blood gushing forth, and the creature's head screeched in pain. Unmoved, Zhou prepared to strike again, intent on severing the anchor worm completely. Bang! Another explosive sound erupted from the water's surface. Zhou's heart tightened at the noise, causing a momentary hesitation in his swing. A foreboding sensation gripped him as he contemplated redirecting the headlamp to investigate, when suddenly, something clamped around his thigh. An immense force tugged at him, and as he was already engaged in a struggle with the anchor worm above, he had not noticed the danger below. The sudden pull disrupted his balance. Thud! Zhou crashed heavily onto the wooden platform, the combined weight of his armor and body, totaling 254 pounds, creating a dull thud upon impact. The creature that had ensnared his leg seemed intent on dragging him into the depths, but Zhou's substantial weight rendered it unable to pull him down. Just as Zhou exhaled in relief, the anchor-headed worm gripping his head began to drag him into the water, alternating its force as it pulled him down. With a resounding splash, Zhou's body plunged into the water, sending up a cascade of droplets and creating waves that rippled outward in concentric circles. Submerged, Zhou's heart raced with terror, although he had held his breath before entering the water to avoid choking. The urgency of the moment left him no time to inhale again. His heart pounded fiercely as his oxygen reserves dwindled, and he sensed the onset of suffocation. With both his head and legs ensnared, he found himself unable to surface in nearly a meter of water. Time slipped away, and the sensation of asphyxiation intensified. In this desperate situation, Zhou summoned his resolve. With a determined heart, he exerted all his strength, his left hand searching for the body of the anchor-headed worm that clutched his head, while his right hand brandished a fishbone blade to sever the creature's grip. If he could swiftly eliminate the worm that ensnared him, he might yet have a chance to rise to the surface. Chapter 25. Relentless restraint. Zhou commenced a desperate and fierce assault on the body of the anchor-headed worm. Perhaps due to its severe injuries, after just 2 strikes, the creature relinquished its grip on Zhou's head. A surge of elation filled Zhou's heart, driven by the instinct to survive. He discarded the fishbone blade and vigorously flailed his arms, gradually elevating his body above the water surface. He gasped for air, inhaling the oxygen within the confines of his stomach, his movements so vigorous that his body contracted and expanded with each breath. However, before he could catch his breath, the creature that ensnared his legs violently dragged him back into the depths. Gulp, gulp. Caught off guard, Zhou swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, the salty liquid choking him and causing immense discomfort. He flailed his arms in a desperate struggle to break free from the water's grasp, but just as he coughed, he was once again submerged. Zhou bobbed up and down in the water, relentlessly striking with his arms to keep himself afloat. Fortunately, the creature clinging to his thigh lacked the strength to maintain its grip, ceasing its pull after dragging him a short distance. This provided Zhou with fleeting moments to catch his breath, and he realized that the entity ensnaring his thigh was likely another anchor-headed worm. With this understanding, Zhou felt a slight relief. As long as the other anchor-headed worm did not attack him, he could endure the stalemate with the one restraining his leg. He knew that once the tide receded, it would be his moment to retaliate. In truth, with the spiked armor he wore, the anchor-headed worm could hardly inflict harm upon him, not due to the armor's hardness, but because the spikes effectively restrained the creature. Yet, submerged and unable to breathe, he found himself utterly helpless. At that moment, the water's surface began to slowly descend. Zhou discerned the rhythm of the creature's pull on his thigh. Anticipating the worm's next attempt to drag him under, he held his breath, surfacing to exhale when the creature's strength waned. As the water level continued to drop, the force of the worm's pull diminished. Without the buoyancy of the water, it could no longer draw Zhou down. Having endured a prolonged stalemate underwater, the worm was now devoid of energy, its pincers still clinging to Zhou's thigh. Directing the light from his headlamp towards his leg, Zhou observed that the spikes on his armor effectively obstructed the creature's mouthparts, allowing him to relax completely. With the assurance of his safety, an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloped him, his body collapsing as though it had suddenly lost all strength. He had been thrashing about in the heavy spiked armor for an extended period, and had it not been for the adrenaline surging through him in that life-or-death moment, he would hardly have been able to move. Now that the peril of drowning had dissipated, he felt every muscle and bone in his body lamenting, a profound weariness sweeping over him, his eyelids heavy and longing for slumber. Snap! A resounding slap echoed throughout the vast expanse of the stomach wall, as Zhou removed his spiked helmet and delivered a stinging blow to his own face, the force of which left a lingering pain. The sharp ache that followed jolted him to his senses, prompting him to hastily don the spiked helmet once more. Twisting the headlamp in search of the wounded anchor-headed worm he had previously injured. Upon sighting the creature, Zhou's heart raced. For the injured anchor-headed worm lay on the ground, voraciously absorbing the blood of the phantasmal leviathan. Good heavens! Zhou exclaimed, propelled by an unexpected surge of energy as he sprang to his feet. He swiftly retrieved the fishbone knife he had discarded in his earlier struggle, and, with a few decisive strikes, dispatched the anchor-headed worm clinging to his leg. Without delay, he rushed towards the blood-sucking creature, delivering a flurry of blows until it lay lifeless. The sunball worm may be small and manageable, but you, with your considerable size, cannot simply drain blood without consequence. Zhou scolded vehemently, pointing the fishbone knife at the severed head of the anchor-headed worm. Next, Zhou cautiously pried the anchor-headed pincers from the stomach wall. Fortunately, the minuscule barbs on the pincers did little harm, leaving only shallow wounds that would not inflict significant damage on the phantasmal leviathan's stomach. Just as he began to feel relief, he noticed blood seeping from the stomach, a clear indication that this was not the worm's blood. Removing the entire head of the anchor-headed worm revealed a tennis ball-sized circular wound on the stomach wall. Damn it! Zhou exclaimed in frustration, kicking the severed head aside. The size of the wound unmistakably suggested it had been created by the worm's circular mouthparts. How do I stop the bleeding? He pondered anxiously, gazing at the persistent flow of blood from the round injury. The importance of the phantasmal leviathan to him could not be overstated. He could not afford any complications. Yet, he lacked any tools for staunching the bleeding, and medical bandages would be futile on the stomach wall. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, the sunball worm, he thought, recalling its potential utility for halting the bleeding. He quickly removed his spiked chest plate and ascended the wooden platform to capture a sunball worm. I hope this works, he murmured as he pressed the sunball worm against the wound. To his delight, the 4 tiny tentacles of the sunball worm adhered firmly to the surrounding stomach wall, sealing the blood hole seamlessly. It worked. Zhou rejoiced. Although this injury was relatively minor for the colossal phantasmal leviathan, living within its stomach compelled him to assist in any way possible. With all immediate crises averted, An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him once more. Yet, rest was not an option. The feeding phase of the phantasmal Leviathan was still ongoing. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Zhou hoisted the spiked chest plate onto the wooden platform and donned it, resolute that he must wear protective armor regardless of the circumstances. Though the spiked armor is cumbersome, its significance is evident given that Zhou remained unscathed during the recent onslaught of 2 anchorhead worms, even managing to counterattack effectively. Furthermore, Zhou resolved to refrain from unnecessary observations of the water surface during the feeding process of the transformed Leviathan. Following his near-drowning experience, he suddenly recognized the futility of monitoring the water's movements. Such vigilance was utterly unwarranted. During the interval when seawater flooded his gastric space and subsequently receded, he could simply conceal himself and wait until the water had withdrawn before assessing whether any creatures had entered his gastric chamber. In this manner, without the presence of seawater, even if he were to be assaulted by a creature, he would not be dragged into the depths and struggle amidst the waves. Chapter 26 returns. As for where to hide, it was naturally behind the algae oxygenator crafted from stone. Previously, when encountering the anchor-headed worm in the water, he had taken refuge behind the algae oxygenator, effectively obstructing the possibility of an underwater assault. Now, Zhou merely needed to elevate the algae oxygenator onto the wooden platform and position it at the edge, akin to a wall, to thwart any potential attacks from aquatic creatures. He wondered if there were architectural blueprints available. The thought struck him: if he could construct a house, it would provide a sanctuary when the seawater surged into the gastric cavity, ensuring greater safety. While pondering these musings, Zhou utilized the system interface to maneuver the algae oxygenator from beneath the wooden platform, placing it at the edge as envisioned. Previously, Chun Xin had traded with him for an algae oxygenator, leaving him with only one. Under normal circumstances, one would suffice during the feeding phase of the Leviathan transformation. However, he was currently exceptionally fatigued and lacked the energy to transport seaweed, and since the feeding phase had not yet concluded, aggressive creatures could still infiltrate the gastric cavity. He resolved to wait until the feeding phase was entirely over before beginning to move the seaweed. I must not sleep. I must not sleep. Zhou yawned repeatedly, feeling drowsy. To stave off slumber, he pinched his thigh with little effect. Ultimately, he decided to consume a can of fruit to replenish some of his expended energy. With a satisfying pop, the fruit can opened, revealing a can of oranges, brimming with tender fruit and syrup. Rather than reaching in with his hands, he opted to drink the syrup directly. The sweet and tangy liquid invigorated his taste buds, rousing him from his stupor. He took his time, savoring the syrup, maintaining his appetite for the can and warding off sleepiness. After a while, the Leviathan once again commenced feeding, causing the seawater to surge into the gastric cavity. Zhou nestled behind the algae oxygenator and accessed the system interface to construct another algae oxygenator using the blueprints. The 2 algae oxygenators stood side by side at the edge of the wooden platform, significantly constricting Zhou sleeping space. Originally, he had only 2 square meters for rest on the 6-square-meter wooden platform, but with the addition of the 2 algae oxygenators, he was left with a mere 1 square meter, a rather cramped situation indeed. Subsequently, disregarding what lurked in the water, Zhou sheltered behind the algae oxygenator, continuing to consume the orange can until the entire feeding phase concluded without incident. Once the can was empty, and after a prolonged period of rest, Zhou felt rejuvenated. He stowed away the tin can and peered out from behind the algae oxygenator, illuminating his surroundings with a headlamp, but detected no large creatures. During the previous feeding phase, he had not heard any sounds of biological activity, indicating that no creatures had entered the gastric cavity during the subsequent feedings. In the interest of safety, Zhou donned his spiked armor and leapt from the wooden platform. He traversed the seaweed mound several times, ensuring that no aggressive creatures were concealed within, before finally shedding the heavy armor to commence the transportation of the seaweed. After 2 arduous hours, Zhou completed the task at hand. The extended duration was unavoidable. Previously, he had been dragged underwater by 2 anchorhead worms, exhausting considerable energy, and had not been afforded the luxury of proper rest. leaving him in a perpetual state of fatigue. At last, he could indulge in a well-deserved respite. Zhou, when reclined upon the remaining half-meter wide, 2-meter long wooden platform, his entire being enveloped in relaxation. He had approximately 3 hours to rest, yet dared not succumb to slumber. Without an alarm, there was no guarantee he would awaken in time. In roughly 3 hours, the time for the Leviathan to consume the supply crate would arrive, and the current phase of the supply crate was no longer secure. Should he encounter perilous creatures while asleep, he would be oblivious to his own demise. To stave off sleep, Zhou decided to activate the World Communication Channel to observe the discussions of others. Geneva, refund. Do you truly deserve our trust? What on earth was happening? Zhou was taken aback. Upon opening the World Communication Channel, he discovered a multitude of individuals vociferously berating him. After perusing their messages, the reason for their ire became apparent. The algal oxygen generator is utterly ineffective. I just finished transporting the seaweed and felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. Is that true? Many of us have yet to make a trade. You aren't deceiving us, are you? Hoping to acquire a second one? He speaks the truth. I too traded for an algal oxygen generator and experienced the same suffocating ordeal after transporting the seaweed. I only just recovered. Fraud. Wasn't it said that with the algal oxygen generator, we needn't worry about oxygen deprivation? Indeed, it seems none of these so-called elites have any integrity. This is clearly an intentional scheme to ensnare us. Fraud. Come forth and provide an explanation. Yes. You owe us a refund of 100 basic materials, along with compensation. Refund. Refund. What nonsense. Zhou felt utterly bewildered by the unjust accusations. Anyone wishing to return their algal oxygen generator may message me privately, and I shall refund you 100 basic materials. Unfazed, Zhou recognized that the algal oxygen generators were currently in demand yet scarce. Some wished to return them, and he would promptly refund the basic materials, as he did not believe everyone to be gullible. 10 individuals approached him for refunds, and without a hint of resentment, he returned the 100 basic materials to each, subsequently adding them to a blacklist for future purchases of the algal oxygen generator. 10 algal oxygen generators are now back in stock, priced at 100 basic materials each. Those who act swiftly shall be rewarded. Zhou reinstated the trade channel and sent a message in the World Communication Channel. How is it possible that only 10 individuals returned their purchases? Are the remaining 20 merely foolish, unaware that they have been deceived? Astonishingly, the item was relisted. How audacious of him, believing that anyone would still fall for the ruse after it had been exposed. Yet, in the next moment, those who returned their items were swiftly proven wrong. The 10 algae oxygenators appeared in the global trading channel and vanished in an instant, all 10 being sold. Indeed, there were buyers willing to make the transaction, despite our previous trials revealing that the algae oxygenators were utterly ineffective. It seems to validate the saying that there are numerous swindlers precisely because there are even more gullible individuals. These people are truly difficult to assess. We have already encountered losses on their behalf, yet some still succumb to their tricks. Chapter 27. The golden silk fruit Zhou, when watched with amusement as the individuals clamoring for returns expressed their grievances in the global channel, choosing not to intervene, as it felt akin to watching a performance by clowns. However, he was somewhat taken aback that none of them had pointed out that without the algae oxygen supply tank, they might have suffocated by now, rather than merely whining about returns. Furthermore, through the transaction information, Zhou discovered that among those bemoaning their returns, one individual had just traded for an algae oxygen supply tank in the global trading channel. Upon comparing this with the blacklist of 10 individuals seeking refunds, he found that this person was not on the list. Zhou had implemented a policy against duplicate purchases, meaning this individual had never previously engaged in a transaction for an algae oxygen supply tank. This person was deliberately inciting the group of return seekers, encouraging their demands while seizing the opportunity to make a purchase amidst the confusion. Oh, my heavens, this world is rife with deception and falsehoods. As Zhou continued to monitor the messages in the communication channel, he awaited the arrival of the day's first supply crate. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and Zhou's health had recovered sufficiently. Once the tide receded, He noted the absence of any creatures accompanying the supply crate and promptly leaped from the wooden platform to open it. Ding! Obtained bread X1. Obtained mineral water X1. He received food and water, which failed to excite him. So he collected the items and returned to the wooden platform, continuing to wait for the second supply crate. During this interval, Zhou received a private message, and upon opening it, he discovered it was from Chun Xian. Mr. Zhou, I wish to trade some items with you. The second algae oxygen supply tank requires a blueprint for the trade. Zhou could surmise the nature of Chun Xian's intended trade. Thus, he directly stated his terms. But my first one was also traded for a blueprint, wasn't it? That cannot be said. You sought to acquire the algae oxygen supply tank ahead of time and willingly agreed to trade using the blueprint. It was not a proposal I made myself. Of course, I am not an unscrupulous merchant. Although your initial algae oxygen supply tank was acquired through your eagerness, I can overlook that. You may still trade for a tank using 100 basic materials in the trading channel. Mr. Zhou, you truly are a great benefactor. Chun Xian could not help but respond sarcastically, as Zhou's words, while seemingly generous, were ultimately vacuous. The daily supply was limited to 20 tanks. Competing with 100 million people for a trade was an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, to acquire a second tank directly from Zhou, she still required a blueprint. I cannot accept the title of benefactor. I merely possess a soft heart, recognizing the struggles others face. Zhou was well aware of Chun Xian's sarcasm, yet he remained unconcerned. The initiative lay firmly in his hands. If she wished to trade, she could, and if not, that was her choice. Let us set aside the jest, Mr. Zhou. The reason I reached out is that I have come into possession of something valuable, which I believe you might need. So I thought to inquire. No sooner had Chun Xian sent this message than she followed it with a notification of an item, prompting Zhou's curiosity to click on it. The golden silk fruit, a seed from the golden silk seagrass, bestowing an increase of 5 to strength upon consumption. Hiss! Upon reading this information, Zhou inhaled sharply, realizing that this boost in strength was precisely what he urgently required. Where did you acquire this? Judging by the description, the enhancement of 5 strength points is quite impressive and holds substantial value. How about a trade for a single algae oxygenator? Since Mr. Zhou is not interested, I shall seek another trader. Oh, come now, if you're dissatisfied, we can negotiate. Just state your desires plainly. Zhou initially intended to feign indifference to diminish its perceived value. Yet Chun Xian was evidently not a fool. He decided to forego pretense and directly invited her to make an offer. I require 20 algae oxygenators, a complete set of spiked shrimp shell armor, and my fishbone blade blueprint. Please take your golden silk fruit and graciously depart. Zhou could not help but laugh in exasperation. She had the audacity to demand 20 algae oxygenators up front, followed by a full set of spiked armor, and then sought to reclaim the fishbone blade blueprint. Such shamelessness was astounding, akin to a lion baring its teeth. How about 18 algae oxygenators, a set of spiked shrimp shell armor, and the fishbone blade blueprint? Miss Chun, I shall not engage in protracted negotiations. We are both astute individuals. Although I am not a paragon of virtue, my past dealings have been relatively fair, which is likely why you sought me for this trade. I assure you that I will not leave you at a loss. 10 algae oxygenators. The spiked armor is acceptable, and I can craft a fishbone blade for you, but the blueprint is non-negotiable. If you desire the blueprint, you are aware of the algae oxygenator's value. You may trade for the blueprint yourself. This reflects my sincerity. If you remain unsatisfied, then seek another trader. I perceive Mr. Zhou's sincerity. Yet the value of my blueprint remains significant. Since you are unwilling to trade it, I would like to request something else. Does Miss Chun truly believe herself clever, presuming others to be fools? The fishbone blade blueprint does not belong to her. It is mine. You willingly agreed to trade before, and now you wish to renegotiate. Such a notion is unacceptable. Mr. Zhou has misunderstood. I do not wish to raise the price. I merely feel that your terms fall short, so I hope for a slight addition. What else do you seek? The golden silk fruit was indeed crucial to Zhou. As long as Chun Xian did not impose exorbitant demands, he was willing to make further concessions. I wonder if Mr. Zhou possesses any other blueprints? Might you share them with me, so I can ascertain if there is anything I require? I have stated that trading blueprints is out of the question. I do not wish for blueprints. I simply wish to see the items crafted from them to determine if they are of interest to me. Upon reading Chun Xian's message, Zhou Wen, who had initially felt somewhat impatient, furrowed his brow. She intended to probe into his resources. Blueprints serve the purpose of constructing or crafting items. Knowing a person's entire repertoire of blueprints could provide insight into their level of development. With the algae oxygenator blueprint in his possession, Zhou Wen undoubtedly ranked among the fastest developing individuals in this world. It is impossible to inform you about the types of blueprints. Let me instead present two particularly significant items. What items? Qin Xian, aware that her subtle intentions had been discerned, refrained from further elaboration and grew curious about the crucial items mentioned by Zhou Wen. Two wooden platforms, each elevated 1 meter and occupying an area of 1 square meter. With these, you will no longer need to immerse yourself in seawater, and you can even rest upon them instead of lying on the damp ground. After examining Zhou Wen's description, Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, these were exceptionally important items. Within the belly of a leviathan, there was currently little danger. One could even assert that it was remarkably safe. The only caution required was during the transport of seaweed, where one must be wary of the sharp spines of the krill. Apart from that, the risks were minimal. In a context devoid of peril, coupled with a preliminary resolution to the food predicament, the ultimate pursuit became the comfort of living. Spending each day with half of her body submerged in seawater and then sleeping on the moist ground was far from comfortable. The wooden platforms represented the key to resolving all these issues. Chapter 28, Seaweed Cultivation Box. Mr. Zhou exhibited utmost sincerity, facilitating an agreeable transaction. Miss Chun, how would you like to proceed with the trade? Shall we list it on the trading channel? What about a private exchange? I presume Mr. Zhou does not possess an excess of 10 aquatic oxygenators at present. Indeed, I do not. What I propose is that Miss Chen kindly trades the golden silk fruit to me in advance. As for the items, I shall replenish them subsequently. Mr. Zhou, are you jesting? I assure you, I'm not jesting. I understand your concern regarding my trustworthiness. However, my dealings with others over the past few days should attest to my integrity. This golden silk fruit is quite significant to me, and the sooner I obtain it, the better. I am willing to trade a set of spiked armor and 2 wooden platforms in exchange, and I will promptly complete the rest. Are you unable to produce the fishbone blade at present? The materials required for the fishbone blade comprise a 1-meter-long fish spine, which is exceedingly rare. As you are well aware, after a moment of contemplation regarding Mr. Zhou's request for an early trade, Qin Xian ultimately decided to acquiesce. She had been observing Mr. Zhou for some time. Despite his somewhat shrewd demeanor, his trades have been relatively fair. Add 2 more aquatic oxygenators to the deal, and I shall agree to trade the golden silk fruit to you early. Agreed, a total of 12 units. Consequently, Zhou Wen promptly crafted the spiked chestplate, spiked leggings, spiked boots, spiked codpiece, spiked bracers, spiked helmet, and spiked belt, consuming a total of 38 shrimp shells. With the 7 pieces of spiked equipment and the 2 wooden platforms prepared, he sent a trade request and successfully acquired the golden silk fruit from Chun Xian. I trust Mr. Zhou will uphold his end of the bargain. Rest assured, one must possess credibility for mutual benefit, and I am well aware of this principle. Upon concluding the trade with Chun Xian, Zhou Wen gazed at the golden silk fruit in his hand, his expression alight with elation. His exuberance stemmed not merely from the fruit's ability to augment his strength by 5 points, but rather from the revelation that it was the seed of the golden silk seaweed. The moment he encountered this description, his excitement became nearly uncontainable. Yet, to avoid arousing Chun Xian's suspicions, he had maintained a ruse until now. It appeared that the blueprints he had uncovered from the supply box were indeed valuable, though the time for their utility had yet to arrive. Zhou Wen mused as he accessed the system interface and navigated to the blueprint section, his smile broadening upon viewing the seaweed cultivation box blueprint. Without hesitation, he initiated its construction. The materials required for the seaweed cultivation box comprised 20 units of stone, and Zhou Wen, glancing at the ample stockpile in the corner, noted he was in no shortage of stone. However, the world system did not respond. Upon reviewing the seaweed cultivation box blueprint once more, He realized that seawater was also necessary, and he would have to await the arrival of the next supply box to proceed with the construction. Carefully, he stored the golden silk fruit away, although Chan Xin had not disclosed how she had acquired it. The description indicated it was indeed the seed of the golden silk seaweed, suggesting that she had encountered the elusive golden silk seaweed herself. Previously, Chun Xin possessed merely a single algal oxygenation tank, leading to a rather sluggish pace in transporting seagrass. Based on the timing of Chun Xin's trade inquiries, it seemed that he contacted him shortly after completing the seagrass transport. This implies that the golden silk seagrass did not originate from the supply box, but was instead a rare variant discovered amidst the seagrass, fortuitously encountered by Chan Xin. Indeed, when it comes to luck, I am but a hapless wretch. Subsequently, with little else to occupy his time, he reclined upon the wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the second supply box. A few hours later, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, allowing seawater to rush in, heralding the arrival of the second supply box. However, this time, the water was teeming with life. Zhou concealed himself behind the algal oxygenation tank and accessed the blueprint interface to construct a seagrass planting box. As the water receded, Zhou heard the familiar sound of splash and directed his light towards it, only to behold a shimmering ribbon leaping about, a mirror-skinned pike. Realizing that the creature he had just spotted was indeed a mirror-skinned pike, Zhou felt a sense of relief. He leaped off the wooden platform to inspect the seagrass planting box he had just built. The appearance of the algal planting box was reminiscent of the algal oxygenation tank, albeit twice its size, comprising a stone trough measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, filled with seawater and a considerable accumulation of small stones at the bottom. Zhou initially pondered the absence of soil among the materials for the seagrass planting box, questioning where the golden silk fruit would be sown. However, upon noticing the pile of small stones at the bottom, he realized they served as the planting medium. Zhou excavated a small pit within the stone heap, carefully placed the golden silk fruit into it, and gently covered it with stones. He was left wondering how long it would take for the golden silk seagrass to mature and bear fruit. Considering that the golden silk fruit could enhance strength by 5 points, its growth period was likely to be substantial, certainly exceeding that of watermelons and sweet potatoes. Reflecting on watermelons and sweet potatoes led Zhou to recall the low-grade fertilizer he had crafted not long ago. Though he was uncertain if it could be utilized on golden silk seagrass, he decided to wait until the golden silk fruit germinated before making further considerations. With the golden silk fruit planted, Zhou turned his attention to the second supply box of the day and opened it. Ding! Obtained equipment slot X1. An equipment slot? The item he had acquired caught Zhou off guard, and he soon noticed a prompt appear on the character attribute panel. Upon opening the character attribute interface, he discovered a blue box adjacent to the character attribute panel. Equipment slot. Can store 1 piece of equipment or weapon. Zhou clicked on the blue box, and a message appeared in his mind, clarifying the function of the equipment slot. He attempted to store the spiked chest armor in the equipment slot, and after a flash of blue light, the spiked armor manifested within the slot. With a mere thought, the spiked chest armor adorned his figure. What a splendid find! Zhou marveled in surprise. Being a seasoned gamer for over a decade, he was well aware of the existence of equipment slots. However, the fact that such a feature could be utilized in this world astonished him greatly. However, the equipment slot can only accommodate 1 piece of armor or weapon at a time. After numerous attempts, it has become evident that items other than equipment, such as food, water, and basic materials, cannot be collected, thus limiting the slot to solely armor and weapons. It appears that this equipment slot can be acquired multiple times. Each slot can only hold 1 item of equipment. For instance, Zhou currently possesses a complete set of spiked armor, totaling 7 pieces along with the fishbone knife, making it 8 pieces in total. Therefore, it is essential to gather more equipment slots, as having only 1 is rather insufficient. After experimenting with the equipment slot for a while, Zhou processed the mirror skin pike, dividing the fish meat into 3 portions to be listed in the trading channel in exchange for an equipment slot. However, he felt that the likelihood of a successful exchange was slim, so he merely attempted it. The fish bones were utilized to craft a fishbone blade, which he subsequently traded to Chun Xin opting to use a new one for himself. Chapter 29. The storage cabinet. Last time you sold the mirror scale pike meat, claiming it could enhance both physique and speed, correct? Just as Zhou Wen completed the transaction of the fishbone blade to Chun Xian, she sent a message inquiring. Indeed. Would you like some? Yes, at what price? 2 algae oxygenation tanks. Mr. Zhou, you certainly do not allow others any advantage, do you? Has Ms. Chun not benefited at all? The golden silk fruit provides 5 points of strength. You've taken a plethora of items from me. And the mirror-scaled pike meat offers only 2 points of attributes. Am I the one at a disadvantage here? Can strength be equated with other attributes? Never mind. I shall forego the 2 algae oxygenation tanks and simply request a portion of the mirror-scaled pike meat. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhou Wen removed a portion of the mirror-scaled pike meat from the trading channel and transferred it to Chun Xian. It was always prudent to secure one less portion of the illusory Leviathan's sustenance. Having rested for the duration of 2 resource crates, Zhou Wen's stamina had nearly fully restored. He still had 100 push-ups to complete today. He couldn't simply abandon the plan he had devised the day before. Thus, he commenced his regimen of 100 push-ups. Upon completing the push-ups, it was nearly time for the arrival of the 3rd resource crate. Zhou Wen cast a glance at the corpse of the anchor-headed worm piled in the corner. The carcass was inedible and took up considerable space, so he employed the fishbone knife to slice it into smaller segments, which he then disposed of in the digestion pool. After a while, the 3rd resource crate for the day arrived. The water was tranquil, devoid of any creatures, and, as the seawater receded, Zhou Wen successfully opened the crate. Ding! Obtained storage cabinet blueprint. Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by sheer elation. It was as if the heavens had conspired in his favor. Just when he was pondering what to do with the returned resources, he was unexpectedly granted a blueprint for a storage cabinet. With a beaming smile, Zhou Wen utilized the storage cabinet blueprint and examined the required materials for its construction. Storage cabinet blueprint requires wood X20. The materials were few, so he proceeded with the crafting. Zhou Wen pressed the crafting button on the blueprint interface, and 20 pieces of wood soared from the resource crate, transforming into a blue light that coalesced into a wooden cabinet standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. According to the description within the blueprint, the interior of the storage cabinet contained 100 compartments, each capable of holding 100 units of resources, meaning a single cabinet could store up to 10,000 basic materials. Although Zhou Wen currently possessed a considerable amount of basic materials, it totaled only a little over 3,000, which was insufficient to occupy even half of the cabinet space. Most importantly, its footprint was minimal, requiring merely 1 square meter to house all the resources. Upon positioning the storage cabinet, Zhou Wen promptly began to transfer the 900 stones cluttered in the corner into it, followed by the complete relocation of the resources stored within the crates into the cabinet. After half an hour, all items from the 22 resource crates had been successfully transferred. Hence, these empty crates became redundant. He promptly listed 10 of them on the trading channel while discarding the remaining 12 directly into the digestion pool as refuse. Zhou Wen cannot simultaneously list 22 supply boxes. For doing so would unmistakably reveal to everyone that he has been securing 3 supply boxes daily since the very first day, thus exposing his resources. Certainly, Zhou Wen could claim that he is trading with others. However, once the seed of suspicion is sown, it is bound to attract undue attention from certain individuals, which is far from advantageous. Human nature is inherently greedy. Although the chances of encounters among survivors are slim at present, what of the future? The fear lies not in scarcity, but in inequality, and should conflicts arise later, Zhou Wen would undoubtedly become the target of resentment. Zhou Wen has set a modest price for the 10 supply boxes, recognizing that they are commonplace and that most individuals possess limited basic materials, rendering them incapable of filling their own supplies, let alone purchasing additional boxes. Thus, he has priced each supply box at 10 units of basic materials, making them quite affordable for those who possess an abundance of such materials. Moreover, Zhou Wen has another objective in selling these boxes: to discern who among the survivors is advancing at a rapid pace. Those in need of supply boxes must not have sufficient basic materials, indicating they possess items for long-term sale in exchange for such materials. After a brief wait, to his surprise, someone indeed purchased all 10 supply boxes at once. Zhou glanced at this individual's avatar, finding it unfamiliar. He had seemingly never interacted with them before. Consequently, he began browsing the global trading channel. After perusing the trading information for a while, he came across this person's listing on the World Channel. Filtered freshwater trade, 10 units of basic materials. Filtered freshwater? Upon noticing the offer of freshwater, Zhou Wen's eyes widened slightly. This is undoubtedly a timeless and lucrative business. Why was it not I who discovered the method for obtaining filtered freshwater? A twinge of jealousy stirred within him, but as he read the introduction to the filtered freshwater, his envy dissipated entirely. Filtered freshwater, water obtained through simple filtration of urine, suitable for limited consumption. He had assumed it was seawater filtration. Instead, it is urine filtration, and merely a simple filtration at that. Yet, considering the current lack of materials for filtering seawater or urine, it is somewhat understandable. Zhou, when initially contemplated inquiring whether the individual was selling the method for filtering fresh water, but he promptly abandoned that thought. A glance at this person's acquisition information revealed they were indeed purchasing significant quantities of urine. Suddenly, Zhou realized a troubling implication. The majority of survivors in this world are enduring considerable hardship. The fact that one can trade filtered urine for basic materials signifies the dire scarcity of water for many. Never mind, it does not concern me. My own situation is far from ideal. Just today, I narrowly escaped the attack of 2 anchorhead worms and almost drowned, so my existence is challenging as well, though I am not lacking in sustenance. Wait a moment. While this filtered freshwater may not be suitable for abundant consumption, it could indeed serve to irrigate my watermelons and sweet potatoes, thereby conserving my bottled water. Zhou suddenly realized this and promptly exchanged 100 units of basic materials for 10 bottles of filtered freshwater. At present, the leaves of the watermelons and sweet potatoes had completely filled the small planting boxes. As the plants grew larger, their demand for freshwater increased, and this filtered water perfectly addressed that need. Zhou directly watered each of the small planting boxes with 1 bottle of filtered freshwater, leaving the remaining 8 bottles beside the boxes for future irrigation. The primary reason for this arrangement, however, was that the bottles containing the filtered water were merely mineral water bottles. Zhou feared that if stored in the cabinet, he might inadvertently mistake one for actual mineral water, which would certainly be quite unpleasant. Chapter 30. The Watermelon Blossoms on the 8th day. The metamorphosed Leviathan began to stir, and amidst the vibrations of the stomach wall, Zhou awakened from his slumber. As he sat up, an immediate wave of soreness enveloped him. Gradually rising to his feet, he stretched his aching limbs. Having donned over 100 pounds of spiked armor and floundering in the water the previous day, his muscles had undoubtedly been overworked. It was no surprise that he felt this way. Although perilous, the experience of donning heavy armor and thrashing about in the water could be considered a form of exercise. Zhou mused with a wry smile. Once he had sufficiently limbered up and acclimated to the discomfort, Zhou hurried to the seaweed cultivation box. He leaned over the stone trough brimming with seawater, eager to glimpse the budding of the golden silk fruit. However, to his dismay, the trough yielded nothing. Slightly disappointed, yet anticipating this outcome, he reminded himself that the golden silk fruit, which promised to augment his strength by 5 points, would naturally require a longer growth period than ordinary plants. With no progress on the golden silk fruit, Zhou turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potato, which he had been diligently observing over the past few days. After a night of survival, the vines of both the watermelon and sweet potato had completely filled the small cultivation box, with a delightful splash of yellow amidst the verdant foliage. They had blossomed. Upon noticing the hint of yellow among the watermelon vines, Zhou immediately crouched down and parted the obstructing leaves, revealing a petite yellow flower with 5 delicate petals. How quickly it has bloomed! It seems that the day of indulging in watermelon is not far off, he thought, a smile gracing his face. After admiring the watermelon's small yellow flower, Zhou reached out to sift through the leaves of the sweet potato vines. yet found no blossoms there. Having been planted only 5 days prior, 1 day later than the watermelon, he speculated that it might bloom tomorrow. Although it was also possible that the sweet potato might not flower at all. As for the matter of pollination for these crops to bear fruit, Zhou chose to overlook it. The growth period for the watermelon, typically spanning months, had been compressed into mere days, rendering the pollination process unnecessary. Pleased with the state of his crops, Zhou enjoyed a piece of bread and half a bottle of water, a meager breakfast. Currently, he adhered to a routine of 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, foregoing lunch. The morning was dedicated to transporting seaweed, while the afternoon usually presented little to do. Thus he found no need to expend energy on a midday meal. Zhou was fortunate to have an abundance of basic materials, ensuring he was never short on food. Even if his stored provisions were to run out, he could always trade in the marketplace. 3 meals a day would pose no issue. His choice to limit himself to 2 meals stemmed partly from a desire for frugality, but primarily because he had consumed nothing but bread for 7 or 8 days. The thought of enduring 3 meals of bread in a single day was simply intolerable. "Oh, when will my food options improve?" Zhou murmured softly. At this moment, he particularly longed for savory food. After so many days, his body's craving for salt and his palate's yearning for flavor often led him to reminisce about the delectable dishes he had once savored. Slurp. The thought of those culinary delights made his mouth water. Indeed, humans are insatiable creatures. Zhou suddenly recalled the days when he had gone hungry, wishing merely for enough sustenance each day. Now that he could satiate his hunger, he began to ponder how to indulge in his meals. At that moment, the sound of surging seawater within his esophagus interrupted his reverie, signaling that the Leviathan had commenced its feeding. Hastily, Zhou concealed himself behind the oxygen-generating algae tank, donned his spiked helmet, and summoned the spiked greaves from his equipment inventory with a mere thought, which materialized seamlessly upon his legs, thus bypassing the cumbersome process of dressing. He employed the same method to equip the remaining spiked codpiece and spiked boots, temporarily storing the spiked chest plate in his inventory, as it was the heaviest piece of equipment and would conserve his strength. In the event of danger, a mere thought would allow the chest plate to manifest instantly. Safeguarding his upper body, gripping a fishbone dagger tightly, Zhou listened intently for any sounds in the water. Once assured of silence, he activated the blueprint interface to commence the creation of 20 oxygen-generating algae tanks. During this process, he opened the World Communication Channel, discovering that many individuals were clamoring for him to list the algae tanks for sale. What on earth is wrong with you people? Didn't we agree yesterday that the algae tanks were useless? Indeed, you are all rushing to be deceived. A bunch of fools. Yesterday, several individuals who had returned items witnessed the ongoing requests for the algae tanks in the communication channel. They quickly sent messages to dissuade others, but their words went unheeded, swiftly drowned out by the multitude of inquiries for the algae tanks. 20 algae tanks have been listed. Once the 20 tanks were crafted, Zhou placed them up for sale, as they occupied too much space and interfered with the Leviathan's feeding. The moment they were listed, they were snatched up just as quickly as the previous day, returning a similar amount of basic materials in trade, which Zhou promptly stored away in his cabinet. Today, he once again traded for spiked krill shells, nearly depleting his stock from crafting spiked armor for Chun Xian the day before. He decided to procure more for future necessities. After storing the traded basic materials, Zhou crafted 2 additional algae tanks and sent them to Chun Xian, who promptly replied, "Why only 2? 10? You're not planning to give them to me over 5 days, are you?" Chun Xian had anticipated receiving 5 tanks daily over 2 days, but upon seeing only 2, she feared a 5-day wait. However, in this world, 5 days could bring about significant changes. Should someone else develop an oxygen-producing device, the value of the algae tanks would diminish significantly. I cannot afford to deplete too much of the Leviathan's food supply. You need seaweed, right? I'll provide it. You can manufacture the remaining 8 tanks. All right, just a moment while I calculate how much is needed. Zhou waited for the water to recede. Using a mirror fashioned from the skin of a reflective fish, combined with a headlamp, to extend the algae tanks, checking through the mirror for any aggressive creatures lurking outside. Yesterday, Zhou devised a method while handling the skin of the mirror fish. The thought occurred to him that if he were to constantly extend his head outside to inspect for any lurking creatures, he would be exposing himself to considerable risk, particularly if he encountered a highly aggressive being. Utilizing the skin of the mirror fish as a reflective surface to survey the external environment proved to be a far more prudent approach, although it may seem somewhat excessive. Caution in this unknown world is undoubtedly wise. Once he confirmed that no large creatures were present outside, Zhou gradually rose to his feet and examined the quantity of seagrass within the algal oxygenation chamber. The blueprints for the chamber did not specify the precise amount of seagrass required, as an abundance of it rendered a specific count unnecessary. How should he quantify 10 stalks of seagrass? Should it be counted as 10 portions? Zhou meticulously counted the seagrass in the chamber, noting that 10 stalks were arranged in 2 neat rows of 5. All right, I've calculated it. We will need 500 portions. Chapter 31. Additional meal, Mr. Zhou. Do you take me for a fool? I possess a seaweed oxygenator. Surely, I do not require 500 units. Miss Chun, with your remarkable intellect, how could I ever consider you a simpleton? The 500 units are intended to compensate for the consumption of other materials. That cannot be correct. Our transaction pertains to 10 seaweed oxygenators, not your assistance in creating 10. Mr. Zhou, are you intentionally obfuscating the matter? Well, it appears I have erred. Let us adjust that to 400 units, and I shall disregard the 100 units for material compensation. 200 units of seaweed. And please send over the remaining 8 seaweed oxygenators. Thank you. Moments later, Zhou examined the 200 units of seaweed he had acquired, contemplation evident upon his countenance. An idea began to form within his mind. A method to procure 4 supply crates daily by trading basic materials for seaweed, thereby circumventing the feeding time of the Leviathan manifestation. This would also eliminate the risk of aggressive creatures infiltrating the stomach space, thus averting numerous perils. As Zhou pondered the feasibility of this plan, he caught sight of a spiny krill leaping amidst the pile of seaweed. He descended from the wooden platform, swiftly processing the krill, separating its shell from the flesh, and storing it away. Perhaps it was best to abandon the acquisition of seaweed, relinquishing the plan to bypass the feeding phase of the Leviathan. During the handling of the spiny krill, a realization struck Zhou. Although the feeding phase could indeed bring danger, it also yielded benefits. Whether it was the spiny krill that could enhance one's strength or the sunlit sphere that emitted light, these encounters were unique to the feeding phase. The golden silk fruit obtained by Chan Xin was likely a result of this as well. Moreover, danger represented a form of trial, allowing him to gradually acclimate to this unknown world. Should he bypass all hazards, he would undoubtedly perish when faced with unavoidable threats. However, trading for some seaweed to provide an extra meal for the Leviathan seemed prudent. Zhou contemplated and decided that the Leviathan would follow his lead, dining twice daily, albeit with the Leviathan having its meals in the morning and evening. With his decision made, Zhou disseminated a message through the World Exchange Channel, purchasing seaweed. 100 units of seaweed can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials. Daily exchanges up to 1,000 units of basic materials, first come, first served. Currently, Zhou was able to amass over 2,000 units of basic materials each day, allocating 1,000 for the trade of seaweed, thus alleviating his storage concerns. What on earth is the big shot doing, trading basic materials for seemingly worthless seaweed? This is a grand gesture of gratitude from the big shot. What gratitude? It appears he simply has an excess of basic materials with no place to store them, thus opting to exchange for seaweed. Indeed, when one considers the facts, it makes sense. The big shot acquires over 2,000 basic materials daily, and with a supply crate only capable of holding 100 units. He truly has no space left. My goodness, I find myself envious. The esteemed individual is already expressing concern over the surplus of basic materials, while I'm still fervently hoping for the resource box to yield food and water. How is the disparity between individuals so vast? Who could argue otherwise? Each day offers but a single resource box, and on a stroke of ill fortune, one might only procure a medal, or, unable to exchange, even for a loaf of bread. The prospects of trading for algae oxygen generators seem as distant as the farthest future. Alas, previously, 10 units of basic materials could be exchanged for a mere loaf of bread. Yet now, both bread and bottled water have skyrocketed to 20 units of materials. These unscrupulous merchants. The surge in prices for bread and bottled water is largely unrelated to human influence. The primary cause lies in the sluggish consumption rate of basic materials, which has led to their accumulation, while bread and water continue to be consumed, thereby causing the depreciation of basic materials relative to food and water. Ultimately, it boils down to the scarcity of blueprints. A single useful blueprint can elevate an individual to instant wealth, leading to rampant, high-priced acquisitions of blueprints, concentrating them in the hands of a select few who then control production and exploit the masses. Who are we referring to? Zhou observes the discussions of these individuals and finds their arguments quite reasonable, until he stumbles upon a specific comment that unmistakably pertains to him. What do you mean? Your words clearly point to the esteemed individual. Esteemed one, I must report this. Let us blacklist this individual from trading algae oxygen generators, so that they may think twice before speaking ill of you in secret. Goodness. This young person is resorting to any means necessary to enhance their chances of seizing an algae oxygen generator. In truth, the esteemed individual is quite benevolent. Are they not in the process of giving back to the community? While it may serve to alleviate storage pressures, they're exchanging for seaweed, allowing everyone to participate, thus achieving a semblance of wealth distribution. You all continue your discussions, yet the esteemed 1,000 units of basic materials have already been traded away. Goodness. To accommodate the 10,000 units of seaweed procured from trading, Zhou fashioned another storage cabinet, utilizing the recently freed 1 square meter of space for this second cabinet, reverting his living area to its prior state. One storage cabinet conveniently accommodates 10,000 units of seaweed, and from a long-term perspective, the creation of a second cabinet is inevitable, especially since he acquires over 2,000 units of basic materials daily, within 3 to 4 days. The need for a second cabinet will arise. After storing the 10,000 units of seaweed, Zhou found himself with no further tasks at hand, prompting him to begin relocating the seaweed from the stomach wall space. Wait a moment. Why must I move them manually? I can simply deposit them into the resource box, walk over to the digestion pool, and retrieve them from the box, saving myself considerable effort. This realization struck Zhou suddenly. Thus, he promptly engaged in a transaction for another resource box through the trading channel, eager to test his newfound idea. The outcome was feasible, though not entirely effective. Seaweed could indeed be placed within the resource box, yet it could not be transferred to the trading channel with a mere thought. Manual effort was still required to load it into the box. What a hassle! Zhou unceremoniously tossed the resource box onto the wooden platform and resumed the labor of manual transportation. In truth, employing a resource box for transportation is far superior to relying solely on human strength. After all, a resource box can accommodate 100 portions of seaweed without any increase in weight, whereas an individual can only carry approximately 50 portions at a time. The reason Zhou refrains from using the box is due to the cumbersome process of loading the seaweed into the resource box and then lifting it. Upon reaching the digestion pool, he must extract the seaweed once more. The time consumed in these additional 3 steps is sufficient for him to transport the seaweed back and forth 3 times. Of course, the current lack of utility does not imply it will be useless in the future. At present, the Leviathan's transformed size is relatively small, resulting in limited stomach wall space. However, as it grows, the capacity of the stomach wall will expand significantly. When the distance for transporting seaweed to the digestion pool becomes considerable, the use of a resource box will prove advantageous. After transporting the seaweed, Zhou returned to the wooden platform and suddenly pondered a pressing question. Today marks the 8th day, while I encountered the anchor headworm on the 4th day. Chapter 32. Divided attention on the 4th day. Zhou encountered the anchor-headed worm, yet his progress was threefold that of others. He preliminarily assessed that by the 12th day, the others would also face the same creature. On the 6th day, 8 individuals procured algal oxygen tanks from him. Based on their doubled progress, the 8th day would equate to the 10th. suggesting that they would soon confront the anchor-headed worm. If these 8 individuals were to fall victim to the anchor-headed worm, it would not be entirely detrimental, for they had privately traded for the algal oxygen tanks with Zhou. However, since the tanks traded from the previous day were known to all, it implied that those who first encountered the anchor-headed worm would be the traitors. In the eyes of other survivors, the cause of these deaths would undoubtedly be attributed to him. In such a climate of mutual suspicion, even if Zhou were to provide explanations, disbelief would prevail. Thus, he needed to undertake preparatory measures, ensuring that not all traders of the algal oxygen tanks met their demise. His strategy was straightforward. He would utilize the global communication channel to inform everyone of his encounter with the anchor-headed worm, accompanied by the biological data from the creature's compendium. This would serve to establish that he was the first to face the attack and to alert all survivors that, beyond the non-aggressive, spiny shrimp, there existed far more perilous creatures in this world. Consequently, even if numerous traders of the algal oxygen tanks perished, he would have preemptively shielded himself from blame, and he could seize the opportunity to sell spiny helmets. However, he decided to wait until the illusory Leviathan finished feeding before proceeding. As it stood, they were still in the feeding phase, a period fraught with danger, as they might indeed encounter the anchor-headed worm or other aggressive organisms. To mitigate risks, he resolved to await the conclusion of the Leviathan's feeding. After some time, the feeding concluded without incident, and he emerged unscathed. All 8 algal oxygen tanks requested by Chronicles were produced and delivered, with their transactions fully settled. Zhou was ready to initiate his precautionary plan, but upon opening the system interface, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. "Brother One, you are my savior." Upon reading Jiang Haitao's message, Zhou immediately grasped the situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting a revision of his precautionary plan. "What happened?" "It's about the anchor-headed worm you mentioned earlier. It was enormous. As I was submerged, I initially failed to notice it. Then it lunged from the water, seizing my head, and I nearly met my end in fright. Fortunately, I remembered your words, Brother One, and kept the spiny helmet on, even while sleeping. The helmet deflected the anchor-headed worm's assault, granting me the time to regain my composure. Ultimately, I followed your advice and succeeded in slaying the creature. Wengo, you cannot imagine how I trembled with fear at that moment. I was terrified beyond measure. Had it not been for your mention of the anchor worms being lethal, I might not have dared to act. It's fortunate that all is well, but from now on, the feeding phase of the Leviathan transformation will be perilous. You must exercise utmost vigilance. Will there be many more of these anchor worms in the future? Just yesterday, I encountered 2 attacks from them, narrowly escaping death. It seems the danger will only escalate. 2 of them? Upon hearing that Zhou had faced 2 anchor worms, Jiang Haitao envisioned himself in that dire situation, feeling his heart race and his body tingle with fear. For him, such a scenario would be one of certain demise. Wengo, do you have any means of defending against anchorworm attacks? Yes, but you might not be able to afford it. Zhou wished to assist Jiang Haitao. Yet the only effective defense against multiple anchorworms was a complete set of spiked armor. Despite his goodwill, he could not simply gift an entire suit of armor. Wengo, what would I need to acquire it? I will see if I can gather the necessary resources. At least 2 blueprints. Zhou's offer was already quite fair. A complete set of spiked armor consisted of 7 pieces, and given its life-saving properties and its formidable effectiveness against anchorworms, the price of 4 blueprints was reasonable. In a more unscrupulous market, one might even find survivors willing to trade a single piece of armor for a blueprint. Upon hearing the price of 2 blueprints, Jiang Haitao fell silent. How could he possibly procure 2 blueprints? His current living situation was only marginally better than that of the survivors who struggled for their next meal. After all, with the algae oxygenator that Zhou had provided, he could obtain 2 supply boxes a day. Even in the worst-case scenario of receiving 2 iron ores, he could still trade for a loaf of bread. In that case, if you could assist me with the task, I will compensate you, converting it into armor for you. Really, I will agree to any task. Jiang Haitao was overjoyed and readily accepted, without considering what Zhou might ask of him. After all, through their numerous interactions, he had come to understand Zhou's character, knowing he would not impose anything excessively dangerous. All right, simply announce in the world chat that you have encountered anchorworms and attach the entry from the Anchorworm's encyclopedia. Zhou Wen, upon learning of Jiang Haitao's encounter with the anchorworms, decided to have him relay the information to everyone. Zhou Wen had become quite renowned among the survivors. No one could rival him. However, excessive fame could be a double-edged sword. Observing the discussions in the world chat over the past few days, Zhou Wen realized that there were many astute individuals among them. One could be fortunate, but one could not rely on luck indefinitely, consistently outpacing others. Over time, this would surely lead to suspicion regarding Zhou Wen, and based on speculative survival novels, they might even accuse him of cheating. Certainly, at present, the situation is not as dire as Zhou Wen has envisioned. His current lead is quite reasonable, akin to what was previously mentioned by another. A fortunate encounter with a rare blueprint can suddenly bestow a substantial amount of resources, thereby creating a significant gap between him and the majority. However, Zhou Wen has never considered himself particularly formidable or more intelligent than others. Rather than standing in the spotlight, he prefers to remain in the shadows, playing the role of a strategist. Since Jiang Haitao has fortuitously encountered the anchorworm, it serves as an opportunity for him to divert some attention from the crowd and, in doing so, test whether Jiang Haitao is indeed worthy of trust. Following Zhou Wen's instructions, Jiang Haitao disseminated information about the anchorworm in the global communication channel. At that moment, the channel was embroiled in a debate over the price of 2 algae oxygen generators based on a blueprint. Zhou Wen observed that it was Chun Xin who was selling the algae oxygen generators, pricing them competitively at 1 blueprint for 2 generators. This pricing, while seemingly just 100 basic materials cheaper than Zhou Wen's total price for 2 generators, was, in fact, substantially more advantageous. The difficulty in trading for 2 algae oxygen generators from Zhou Wen was immense, as nearly 100 million people were vying for those 20 generators. Even with the blueprint in hand, one would first need to secure a generator before trading with the blueprint to obtain the 2. In contrast, Chun Xion's pricing was not only competitive but also reasonable, at least more so than Zhou Wen's. However, Zhou Wen's intention in selling the algae oxygen generators was never aimed at enabling other survivors to swiftly acquire 2 generators and thus obtain 3 supply boxes daily. Their objectives were fundamentally different. Nonetheless, once Jiang Haitao's message was broadcast, such critical information regarding one's very survival naturally captured everyone's attention immediately. 3 meters long? Capable of easily biting through a human skull? Isn't this a tad exaggerated, perhaps even fabricated? Do you think this is Earth? In this world, the existence of such large, dangerous creatures is quite normal. Isn't it? Brother, how did you manage to survive? Could you share your experience with us? Chapter 33. Black and white are both me, brother. How did you survive? Could you enlighten us? A palpable sense of crisis enveloped all survivors as they perused the entry on the anchorworm. Although their current existence was fraught with difficulties, they had previously enjoyed a semblance of safety. The sight of one being attacked by the anchorworm, coupled with its ominous description, made it abundantly clear that this creature seemed intent on preying upon humanity. The survivors in the global communication channel were fervently inquiring about Jiang Haitao's means of survival. My survival was purely by chance. The anchorworm lay concealed beneath the waves, and I was oblivious to its presence until it struck, seizing my head. You cannot fathom the moment my head was caught. My mind went blank, and I was utterly bewildered. When I realized I was facing a creature I had never encountered before, I was paralyzed with terror, my body rendered immobile. The interior of my stomach felt like an abyss, shrouded in darkness, with my headlamp providing scant illumination. The sudden assault left me feeling certain of my demise. In that fleeting moment, a carousel of memories flashed before my eyes. I recalled a sweltering summer day, where I sought refuge from the blazing sun beneath the shade of trees, the incessant chorus of cicadas surrounding me, and a gentle breeze ruffling her dark hair. The survivors in the global communication channel were left in a stupor. They yearned to learn how Jiang Haitao had evaded death. Yet his reminiscences seemingly spiraled into a narrative that stretched over an hour. Zhou Wen, too, was taken aback. He had merely intended for Jiang Haitao to recount the details of his encounter with the anchorworm, along with his innermost feelings. Zhou Wen's objective was to instill a profound understanding of the anchorworm's terror among other survivors, thereby commanding a higher price for his spiked armor. However, as Jiang Haitao drifted further from the topic, Zhou Wen's patience began to wane. This is the first scene that flashed in my mind. Next, I shall recount the second scene, which was, brother, perhaps you could save the second scene for later? Shouldn't you share how you managed to survive after the anchorworm seized your head? The survivors in the global communication channel were genuinely hesitant to interrupt Jiang Haitao's reflections. After all, he was the sole individual to have encountered the anchorworm and lived to tell the tale. They feared that disrupting his memories might sour his mood, leading him to withhold further information. Yet, as Jiang Haitao concluded the first part of his recollection, they had anticipated a return to the main topic, only to discover that he had a second segment to share. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they interjected. "Oh, right. The past few days in this world have been exceptionally challenging. It is all too easy to lose oneself in memories. My survival was entirely reliant upon a blueprint I had previously acquired, the spiked helmet blueprint. The spiked helmet serves as protective gear, with 3 spikes atop that effectively isolate the anchorworm's mouth parts, preventing it from attacking the helmet itself. It could be said to be the perfect countermeasure against the anchorworm." In the World Channel, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the spiked helmet could effectively counter the anchor-headed worms. After all, according to Jiang Haitao's earlier account, he had been ambushed by the anchor-headed worms, leaving him paralyzed with fear. This implied that Jiang Haitao had been powerless to resist for a period. However, his survival now served as a testament to the spiked helmet's efficacy against the worms. "Brother, are you selling the spiked helmet blueprint? I really don't understand why there are always people like you who immediately demand others to sell their blueprints. I also fail to comprehend why individuals like you consistently intervene. My transaction with this brother has nothing to do with you. I simply cannot tolerate people who treat others as fools." The two immediately began to quarrel in the World Exchange channel, while others chose to ignore them and began inquiring about the price of the spiked helmet from Jiang Haitao. Without hesitation, Jiang Haitao disclosed the price communicated to him by Zhou Wen. 1 spiked helmet for 1 blueprint. Upon hearing this price, the previously relieved survivors grew uneasy once again, pleading with Jiang Haitao to lower his price. "Brother, isn't your price a bit excessive? Look, even the esteemed one's algae oxygen chamber requires only 100 basic materials. This is a life-saving item. Can't you be a bit more reasonable?" "What esteemed one? Nonsense. What is he but someone who has benefited from a good blueprint? He is nothing in my eyes. You all know that the spiked helmet is a life-saving item. Isn't 1 blueprint worth less than your own life? If you wish to trade, then trade. If not, then so be it. I'm not forcing you." The survivors in the World Channel were taken aback. They had previously perceived Jiang Haitao as quite agreeable. How had he suddenly turned so fierce? This was indeed his true nature revealed. Yet, this was not merely a revelation of Jiang Haitao's character, but rather a strategy directed by Zhou Wen, highlighting the esteemed one's merits through contrast. How can you still have the audacity to say the esteemed one soared to prominence on the back of a good blueprint when you're doing the same now? Indeed, while the esteemed one may not sell many algae oxygen chambers, the price is accessible to everyone. What do you amount to? Jiang Haitao's disdainful remarks about the esteemed one ignited the survivor's discontent, since he refused to show any goodwill by setting such a high price for the spiked helmet. They felt no need to be courteous and began to express their outrage vocally. "Wengu, what? What should we do?" Jiang Haitao, witnessing the barrage of insults directed at him in the World Channel, felt a wave of panic and couldn't help but consult Zhou Wen. "Do not fret. Can they actually emerge from the World Channel to confront you?" Zhou Wen chuckled. Since Jiang Haitao had already assumed the role of the villain, it was only fitting for him to play the part of the hero now, and he began to compose a message in the World Exchange channel. "My friend, the title of esteemed one is merely a playful moniker among us. I have no desire to be seen as a figure of authority, but your pricing is indeed rather steep. If this friend is willing to lower the price, I shall graciously gift you an algae oxygenator, which will not count towards repeat purchases. What do you think? An algae oxygenator is valued at 100 basic materials. Such generosity is indeed remarkable. Well, since this friend does not require the algae oxygenator, I shall add them to the blacklist of prohibited purchases. However, lowering the price is out of the question. Instead, I can include an additional item, a wooden shield, allowing a trade of 2 pieces of armor for 1 blueprint. This is my final offer. If you continue to press me for a reduction, I can simply procure the algae oxygenator from another source. After all, wasn't there someone earlier trading 2 algae oxygenators for a single blueprint? I could easily acquire it from her. Upon hearing Jiang Haitao's remarks, a group of individuals rushed to criticize Chen Xian, demanding that he refrain from selling the algae oxygenator to Jiang Haitao. Chen Xian was bewildered, finding himself the target of unwarranted hostility. Zhou Wen chose to remain silent, tacitly acknowledging the situation. However, the survivors were still dissatisfied with the price, for blueprints are exceedingly rare, and even if you were willing to trade for one, it must first be obtainable. Chapter 34. The collapse of the harvest plan in the World Channel. The survivors continued to call out to the esteemed figures, hoping that Zhou Wen would reconsider and lower his prices. However, Zhou Wen remained unresponsive. His initial intention was to instill fear among everyone using the anchorworm and to ruthlessly reap a bounty of blueprints with the spiked helm. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen was not inclined to maintain the exorbitant price of the spiked helm indefinitely. After all, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited, whether it be blueprints, basic materials, or rare items. All must be procured from supply crates. The greater the number of people, the higher the probability of obtaining resources. The more Zhou Wen could capitalize on his advantages to harvest from others, the more he would secure. Thus, his pricing strategy for trading the spike helm was only applicable for today. Tomorrow, he would concoct a reason to lower the price, making it accessible to the majority. Is anyone trading the spiked helm now? The first 10 individuals will have their crafting materials waived. Subsequent trades will require self-provided materials. To others, Jiang Haitao appeared to be nothing short of a miserly, malevolent capitalist. The audacity to demand self-supplied materials for trading the spike helm was indeed shocking. The World Channel erupted with complaints, urging Zhou Wen to intervene and suppress Jiang Haitao's outrageous demands, which seemed utterly inhumane. Yet, Zhou Wen remained silent. They were not merely chastising Jiang Haitao, but rather directing their ire towards him. As it stood, he had no intention of lowering prices until he had harvested a sufficient number of blueprints. Everyone remained calm, since this fellow is unwilling to lower his prices. You may come to me for trading the spiked helm. Just as Zhou Wen was eagerly anticipating the acquisition of blueprints, a single message disrupted his plans. Could it be that others possessed blueprints for the spiked helm? Zhou Wen's smile faded instantly, a surprise that he had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, the emergence of duplicate blueprints was hardly unexpected. With a population of 100 million, it was implausible for each blueprint to exist in singularity. In such a scenario, individuals like Zhou Wen, who acquired a high-value blueprint, could leverage their advantage to amass a majority of blueprints early on, ultimately leading to dominance in the latter stages. Is there indeed someone with a blueprint for the spiked helm? How splendid! I feared monopoly. May I inquire about the selling price, esteemed brother? Brother, I hope the price is a bit more reasonable. If it could be set at 100 units of basic materials, akin to what the esteemed figure has done, that would be optimal. At long last, an opportunity had presented itself. Who was this esteemed figure, really? How could he, sitting atop a mountain of wealth, heed the foolish opinions of others and set the price of the algal oxygenator at 100 units of basic materials? Ridiculous. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average build, adorned in gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. His name was Zhao Tong, the owner of the Fortune Flying Business Group, one of the top 500 companies on Earth. Despite his polished attire, it was evident that his days in this world had not been kind. His stubble and unkempt hair gave him a disheveled appearance. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed upon the spiked helm in his hands, an exuberant smile graced his face. Everyone is jesting. The esteemed figure sets the price at 100, indicating a nonchalant attitude towards these rudimentary materials. However, I am merely an ordinary individual, akin to everyone else, struggling to make ends meet. At a price of 100, I would scarcely earn back the cost of materials. Naturally, I do not wish to emulate a certain and scrupulous capitalist by imposing exorbitant prices for mere blueprints. Therefore, I propose a deal: 500 units of basic materials, supplemented by 10 units of food or bottled water. If basic materials are insufficient, one may substitute with metallic ores or certain rare items. In comparison to Jiang Haitao, Zhao Tong's pricing can be deemed reasonable, yet it remains exorbitant for the majority of survivors. Could you possibly reduce the price a tad? This still seems rather steep. Where could one find so many individuals willing to part with 500 units of basic materials all at once, let alone adding 10 units of food and water? Oh dear brother, I truly cannot lower the price any further. However, I am aware of your predicaments. How about this? You could voluntarily form a small group and collectively fund the purchase of a spiked helmet. Whoever encounters an anchorhead worm may make use of it. What sort of solution is that? If we face it simultaneously, only one person will survive. That is not how it works. The chances of simultaneous encounters are exceedingly slim. Consider the unscrupulous capitalist from earlier. He faced one today, yet did anyone else encounter it? This indicates that not everyone will encounter the anchorhead worm. It largely depends on luck. Moreover, even if multiple individuals happen to face it at the same time, at least one would survive. Without the formation of small groups, the outcome would be catastrophic. Thus, my suggestion does hold merit. Upon hearing Zhao Tong's analysis, the survivors in the World Channel recognized the utility of forming small groups and promptly began to implement the idea, seeking companions willing to collaborate. Zhou furrowed his brow after reading Zhao Tong's words, sensing that this individual was quite astute. The notion of establishing small groups indeed presented a sound strategy. Not only could it extract the last remnants of resources from those already struggling, but it could also provide them with some advantage. However, once these small groups began to form, it would exacerbate the disparity between the strong and the weak, effectively stratifying the world into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The groups that could unite would undoubtedly possess similar assets. Those with significantly lesser resources would be unlikely to gain entry. After all, why should someone with minimal assets enjoy the same right to utilize the spiked helmet? Nevertheless, Zhou was not inclined to dwell on these matters at the moment, as he was preoccupied with instructing Jiang Haitao to aggressively acquire spiked krill shells in the World Trading Channel. Zhou promptly transferred 1,000 units of basic materials to Jiang Haitao and instructed him to procure spiked krill shells at the rate of 20 units of basic materials each. Currently, the default price for the spiny shrimp shell stands at 10 units of basic materials. Previously, for those lacking the blueprints for the spiny armor, the shrimp shell served little purpose beyond being crudely affixed to the arm or leg as a makeshift defense. However, with the newfound awareness of the peril posed by anchorhead worms and the significance of the spiny helmet, the price of spiny shrimp shells is destined to soar in the near future. Zhou possesses the greatest quantity of basic materials at present, and encounters with spiny shrimp remain relatively scarce. The number of complete spiny shrimp shells is limited, and he plans to acquire them at a double price, thereby stifling Zhao Tong's advancement. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Devoid of resources, it will be intriguing to see how Zhao Tong intends to forge the spiny helmet. Zhou deduces that Zhao Tong must possess few basic materials, making it improbable for him to outbid Zhou by imposing a blockade on materials now. Zhou believes Zhao Tong will find it exceedingly difficult to progress in the short term. Indeed, the situation unfolds as Zhou anticipated. Zhao Tong has just concluded his discussions with survivors in the World Channel and is preparing to procure spiny shrimp shells at the price of 10 basic materials. He lacks merely materials. He possesses none at all. The likelihood of encountering spiny shrimp is minimal, and in recent days, he has only come across one. To craft the spiny helmet, the remaining 2 spiny shrimp shells were acquired through trading his scant supply of 20 basic materials. He has just exchanged his sole spiny helmet for 500 units of basic resources, intending to utilize this sum as startup capital to purchase spiny shrimp shells while simultaneously selling the spiny helmet. In this manner, his wealth would multiply. positioning him as the wealthiest individual in this realm. Yet, upon opening the World Trading Channel, he discovers Jiang Haitao is acquiring spiny shrimp at the price of 20 units. One infuriating turn of events. Where did he procure such an abundance of basic materials? Chapter 35. Collaboration. Zhao Tong was taken aback to discover that Jiang Haitao could produce 1,000 foundational materials, for until today, he had never even heard of this individual. He had presumed that Jiang Haitao, like himself, had merely stumbled upon the blueprints for the spike helmet through sheer luck, never suspecting that the man harbored such depth. Zhao Tong realized he had underestimated him. After all, this man had shown a propensity for quick reversals, akin to flipping a book, which should have hinted at his formidable nature. As the owner of a Fortune 500 company, Zhao Tong understood the fundamentals of business, which often required a certain audacity. Initially, Jiang Haitao's words gave the impression of a naive individual, polite in his discourse, but soon he revealed an arrogant demeanor that suggested a complete disregard for others, as if he were suffering from a form of schizophrenia in his behavior. Yet, the youth remained just that, youthful and inexperienced. Observing Jiang Haitao's brazen acquisition of the spike krill shell, Zhao Tong could not suppress a derisive smile. Attention everyone, that unscrupulous capitalist is aggressively purchasing spike krill shells. For those who lack the blueprints for the spike helmet, you may not realize that the spike krill shell is the primary material for its creation. Please refrain from selling to him. Otherwise, I will lack the materials needed to craft helmets for you, and you will be left with only the option of trading blueprints. Upon sending his message through the global channel, a faint smile graced Zhao Tong's lips. He was confident that Jiang Haitao could not compete with him, especially since the latter had incited the fury of the survivors. Zhao Tong stood firmly with the survivors, and, primarily, his spike helmet was attractively priced. Whether driven by preference or profit, the survivors would undoubtedly side with him. How outrageous! That beast! Attempting to monopolize, are we? Trying to block access to materials? What a fool! As if he is the only one with blueprints. Who does he think we are? Do not sell spike krill shells to that imbecile. In the World Exchange Channel, Jiang Haitao became the target of vehement criticism, which only served to amplify Zhao Tong's amusement and delight. Dear brothers and sisters, please cease your condemnation. I concede, I was mistaken. I sincerely apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed by the attention and lost my composure. In an effort to express my regret, I have decided to learn from the esteemed leaders and will set the price for the spike helmet at a mere 100 foundational materials, only charging a small handling fee. Of course, for those unable to provide foundational materials, do not fret. You may purchase it for 200 foundational materials. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. This is my gesture of goodwill, and I hope for your understanding. Jiang Haitao's series of statements left the previously enraged survivors utterly bewildered, and their verbal onslaught against him quickly subsided. The ability to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is indeed a commendable quality. I have materials. Please craft a spike helmet for me. I would like one as well. Everyone has their moments of arrogance. It is understandable. No need to apologize. I possess 180 foundational materials. Could you possibly grant me a discount? Before the system interface, Zhao Tong's smile froze. He truly did not expect Jiang Haitao to lower the price so drastically, from an exorbitant amount to the absolute minimum. He had anticipated a price reduction from Jiang Haitao, considering that a price set too high would yield no sales. Zhao Tong assumed Jiang Haitao would adjust his price to match his own, which would still afford him some public support and retain his advantage. However, Jiang Haitao had completely overturned the table, ruthlessly undermining him. Zhao Tong realized he could not afford to drop his price to 200 basic materials, as the rising cost of spiny shrimp shells might push his expenses beyond that threshold. He could only follow Jiang Haitao's lead by charging a 100 basic materials fee for labor, compelling survivors to cover their own materials. But this would place him at a disadvantage against Jiang Haitao. By the way, in addition to selling spiny helmets, I also offer wooden shields for 100 basic materials. While it does not compare to the spiny helmet, it at least provides some defensive capability. Jiang Haitao sent another message, extinguishing any thoughts Zhao Tong had of competing with him. Selling spiny helmets at 200 basic materials would surely lead to losses for Jiang Haitao, offering Zhao Tong a chance to wait until Jiang Haitao's assets dwindled before raising his own prices, allowing him to profit as well. However, the wooden shield would directly offset those losses, leaving Zhao Tong with no opportunity. Yet, as an experienced businessman, Zhao Tong understood that adaptability is essential, and he had not yet reached a dead end. I am Zhao Tong. May I know your name, brother? I am Jiang Haitao. What can I do for you? Are you interested in trading spiny helmets? Haha, no. I am merely another individual with a spiny helmet blueprint. Oh, then what do you seek from me? Well, I previously spoke ill of you, Jiang brother, and I am here to sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry. No worries. I don't mind. Jiang Haitao genuinely did not take it to heart, as he was merely following Zhou Wen's orders. He felt no particular connection to the accusations of being a heartless capitalist that Zhao Tong levied against him. It felt more like a critique of Zhou Wen than of himself. Ha! Jiang brother, you are quite magnanimous. In addition to my apology, I also wish to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Indeed. Our mutual contention has driven the price of spiny helmets down to an unsustainable level, which benefits neither of us. Currently, we are the only two possessing the spiny helmet blueprint. If we join forces, we could easily elevate the price to whatever we desire. Those survivors would have no recourse, allowing both of us to profit. No collaboration. Get lost. Zhao Tong was taken aback, bewildered by the abrupt hostility after a seemingly cordial exchange. He attempted to contact Jiang Haitao several more times, only to receive the same curt response. It nearly drove him to the brink of rage. Truly a madman. Fine, fine. He thinks he is so remarkable. I possess the spiny helmet blueprint. Do I need to fear the absence of investors? The dream of amassing wealth single-handedly through the spiked helmet lay in ruins for Zhao Tong. He found himself compelled to seek the assistance of others. After all, he possessed the blueprints for the spiked helmet, and it was certain that individuals would be willing to collaborate with him to capture the market first, with any losses to be addressed later. His ambition was clear: to become a formidable figure by selling algal oxygenation tanks, thus amassing an unparalleled collection of essential materials. At that moment, it was Zhou Wen who was left bewildered. Zhao Tong had navigated a convoluted path, ultimately arriving at Zhou Wen, the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Zhou Wen temporarily consented to collaborate with Zhao Tong, recognizing that Zhao Tong's approach, seeking an apology from Jiang Haitao, and subsequently proposing a partnership, demonstrated his adaptability. Even if Zhou Wen were to decline, Zhao Tong would undoubtedly seek others, making him difficult to control. It was wiser to keep him within sight, allowing Zhou Wen to bide his time and seek an opportunity to eliminate him in the future. Chapter 36. The temptation. Zhou Wengang consented to collaborate with Zhao Tong, who requested 1,000 units of basic materials. However, Zhou Wengang firmly declined. In a world where human encounters are exceedingly rare, the level of mutual trust is remarkably low. If one were to be deceived, locating the other party would be nearly impossible. Thus, Zhou Wengang could not acquiesce to Zhao Tong's demands. What manner of collaboration does the esteemed leader envision? Zhao Tong was well aware of Zhou Wengang's reasons for refusal. His audacious request for 1,000 basic materials was merely a test. Should this leader be a fool, he would reap tremendous rewards. If you secure a deal for the spiked helmets, I shall provide you with the corresponding materials. That is not feasible. The spiked krill shells must be stockpiled in advance, else prices will surge later. Then I shall stockpile them, and you need only focus on production. Ultimately, the terms of their collaboration were settled. Zhou Wengang would acquire the materials, while Zhao Tong would handle production, with all profits reverting to Zhou Wengang. After all, should losses arise later, they would be borne by Zhou Wengang alone. This arrangement proved advantageous for him, as possessing the materials would enable him to ascertain the quantity of spiked helmets Zhao Tong produced and subsequently calculate the profits. With the pretext of collaborating with Zhao Tong, Zhou Wengang could also stockpile spiked krill shells without raising suspicion. He promptly produced 2,000 units of basic materials and, through the World Exchange Channel, procured spiked krill shells at a rate of 20 basic materials each swiftly acquiring 100 units. Now, all that remained was to await Zhao Tung's order. During this waiting period, Zhou Wengang commenced his daily workout, 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. Brother Wang, over 100 individuals have approached me for transactions concerning the spiked helmets. When shall we commence trading? Upon concluding his exercise, Zhou Wengang glanced at Jiang Haitao's message. A flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by determination, as if he had resolved something substantial. I shall directly trade the blueprints for the spiked helmets to you. You will be responsible for selling them from now on. If he were to test Jiang Haitao's trustworthiness, a considerable investment was essential, and the timing was impeccable. The blueprint for the spiked helmets had originally been entrusted to him by Jiang Haitao, who had now recognized their significance. Would he entertain the notion of claiming the blueprints for himself? This was Zhou Wengang's trial. Should Jiang Haitao succeed in passing this test, Zhou Wengang would elevate his development pace to match his own. Conversely, should he fail, the loss of a blueprint and 1,000 units of basic materials would be trivial compared to the insight gained into a person's character. Such a loss was far preferable to the pain of betrayal. No, this is unacceptable. I will provide you with the materials, Brother Wang. You need only produce the helmets and hand them over to me for sale. The blueprints must not be entrusted to me. How could I possibly find the time to produce the spiked helmets? I have other matters to attend to. You may keep the blueprints. Just return them to me before you retire for the night. Having spoken, Zhou Wengang extracted the blueprints for the spiked helmets from the interface and sent them to Jiang Haitao. Brother Wang, this blueprint has become so invaluable. Can you truly entrust it to me? What if I do not return it? Wouldn't you incur a significant loss? Upon entering this world, I found myself most familiar with you. I possess a keen insight into people, and I place my trust in you. Take it. Thank you for your trust, Brother Wen. You are truly kind to me. Jiang Haitao finally accepted the blueprint for the spiked helmet. Zhou Wen refrained from mentioning that this blueprint was originally part of a transaction Jiang Haitao had made with him, for human nature is susceptible to trials. Had he spoken of it, it might have stirred within Jiang Haitao a sentiment that the blueprint was inherently his, merely undervalued due to his ignorance, thus igniting a spark of greed. Please do not let me down, Zhou Wen murmured softly. Some time later, the first supply crate of the day arrived. After waiting for the tide to recede and ensuring there were no dangers, Zhou Wen leaped from the wooden platform and opened the crate. Ding! You have obtained a gold or X1. Gold dore. Zhou Wen extracted an irregularly shaped piece of bright yellow stone from the crate. The light from his headlamp illuminated its surface, which shimmered with golden specks reminiscent of stars. It was quite beautiful, yet at this moment, it served no practical purpose. Zhou Wen sighed and stored the gold ore in his cabinet. Boss, I have received a total of 50 orders for spiked helmets. Would you be able to send me 150 portions of spiked krill shells? First, you must send me 5,000 basic materials. Otherwise, should I send you the spiked krill shells, how would I ensure you won't default? But I do not possess such basic materials. How could I possibly procure 5,000 portions? I will send you spiked krill shells equivalent to the amount of basic materials you can provide. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Infuriating. It is truly difficult to deceive. Zhao Tong cursed vehemently, having initially thought he could swindle Zhou Wen, only to find his counterpart so cautious. Then I must wait until I can accumulate some basic supplies. In truth, Zhao Tong had 800 portions of basic materials. Initially, he used his existing 500 portions to acquire 25 spiked krill shells, subsequently crafting 8 spiked helmets, which he traded to obtain the 800 portions. Currently, the price of spiked krill shells remained at 20 portions of basic materials, not yet exceeding the cost threshold, allowing him a profit. Naturally, he was unwilling to work for Zhou Wen without recompense. This Zhao Tong is indeed a cunning fellow, attempting to extract materials from me. How naive. If he seeks to take advantage of me, he must not blame me for retaliating. Setting Zhao Tong's matters aside for the moment, Zhou Wen continued to exercise. A few hours later, the second supply crate of the day arrived. Accompanying it was a mirror-skinned pike, which he swiftly processed. The skin was preserved, while the fish meat was allocated to 2 trading slots. One portion was stored in his cabinet, and he then opened the supply crate. Ding! You have obtained instant noodles X1. Instant noodles. Zhou expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by overwhelming joy. Upon retrieving the noodles, he discovered a package of braised beef flavor, and at that moment, he could not help but salivate. Today, I was contemplating the possibility of indulging in savory cuisine when I unexpectedly stumbled upon braised beef noodles. However, what I encountered was not merely braised beef noodles. It resembled a sumptuous braised beef hot pot. Zhou hastily listed a portion of mirror skin pike fish meat, only to discover that the two portions intended for trading in the equipment bar from yesterday had yet to be exchanged. Without hesitation, Zhou combined them with today's newly listed portion, resulting in a total of 3 portions transformed into fragments of the Illusion Leviathan's accelerated growth food pictorial. As more individuals acquire the algal oxygen chamber, the likelihood of obtaining fragments for the Illusion Leviathan's accelerated growth food pictorial has notably increased, making the exchange of mirror skin pike fish meat exceedingly fitting. Chapter 37. Hot Pot. Zhou retrieved 2 empty tin cans he had previously stored away, along with a heating pack that had been preserved until now. However, the heating pack, once regarded by Zhou as a precious treasure, had become a mere commodity available for trade in the global marketplace, and he felt no reluctance to part with it. Utilizing a fishbone knife, he skillfully sliced one of the empty cans in half, leaving only the base, which would serve as a holder for the heating pack. The other can was placed atop this base, transforming it into a makeshift hot pot vessel. With the rudimentary heating apparatus assembled, Zhou took a bottle of mineral water and poured most of it into the hot pot container, reserving a small amount to pour into the heating pack within the base. Soon, the heating pack reacted with the water, releasing warmth that began to heat the mineral water in the pot. Zhou then added the seasoning from a braised beef noodle pack, and the only task remaining was to await the boiling of the water. During this interval, Zhou busied himself by retrieving the mirror skin fish and spiny shrimp meat he had stored in his cabinet. He attempted to slice the meat into thin pieces with the fishbone knife, but was met with failure. Lacking the skill to create delicate slices and recognizing the inadequacy of the knife for such a task, he ultimately decided to cut the meat into strips, reasoning that he could simply allow it to cook longer in the hot pot. After some time, a rich and savory aroma filled the air, emanating from the braised beef broth. Despite having once been repulsed by instant noodles, Zhou now found himself relishing the scent, greedily inhaling the fragrant air as saliva began to pool in his mouth. The broth in the hot pot had reached a rolling boil, and with eager anticipation, Zhou seized the strips of fish and shrimp with his hands and placed them into the bubbling soup. He also broke off a small piece of the noodle cake and added it to the mix. Though the meal was humble, it marked the first time in 8 days that Zhou would enjoy a warm dish. His eyes remained fixed on the cooking ingredients, ready to fish them out once they were properly cooked. Suddenly, he froze, struck by a grave realization. He had no chopsticks. In his fervor for the hot pot, he had completely forgotten to prepare a utensil to retrieve the food. In that moment, gazing at the nearly overcooked ingredients, Zhou's mind raced until he devised a solution. He would fashion a pair of chopsticks from the spiny shrimp's sharp spikes. With one spike still in hand, Zhou used the fishbone knife to split in half, then carefully tapered it to form a rudimentary pair of chopsticks. Though they were flat and somewhat cumbersome to use, they would suffice for the current predicament. Armed with his makeshift chopsticks, Zhou hastily extracted the food from the hot pot. Lacking a bowl to catch the food, he cupped his hands to prevent any from falling to the ground, ultimately managing to convey a mouthful of the delicious morsels to his eager mouth. In an instant, a medley of savory, spicy, and fresh flavors enveloped his palate. The tenderness of the fish, the bounciness of the shrimp, and the softness of the noodles created a delightful symphony of textures that brought immense satisfaction to Zhou. However, the dish was slightly too salty, and the noodles had been overcooked. Despite these minor imperfections, Zhou felt content, after so many days, indulging in a warm meal. Especially one with the rich flavor of braised beef, was a welcome change from the plain boiled fish and shrimp he had endured. He promptly added more shredded fish and shrimp into the hot pot, relishing the meal. The dining experience extended for about an hour, during which the self-heating package ceased to generate warmth. Zhou traded for 2 more from the World Trading Channel to maintain the pot's temperature. As he continued to add water, the robust flavor of the braised beef broth gradually diminished, and it was only then that Zhou felt fully satiated. Ah, delightful! The taste of sweet potato leaves is quite pleasing, he mused. Midway through his hot pot feast, he suddenly remembered that sweet potato leaves could also be consumed as vegetables. He ventured to the small planting box and plucked some, disregarding any potential impact on the growth of the sweet potatoes. Savoring this sumptuous meal, Zhou's belly swelled, and he let out a satisfied burp. After a brief respite to aid digestion, he began to tidy the wooden platform cluttered with jars and containers. Once everything was organized, he lay back on the wooden platform to rest until the arrival of the day's 3rd supply crate. Ding! Obtain mango seeds, X1. Excellent. Another type of fruit seed, though he had no immediate place to plant it and would have to store it for now. Mangoes were among Zhou's favorite fruits, and with a watermelon set to ripen in a couple of days, he would have the perfect opportunity to plant the mango seeds. Having collected all 3 supply crates for the day, Zhou noted that his day's endeavors were nearing completion. A quick glance at the World Trading Channel revealed that the 3 portions of mirror skin pike fish had been traded. At last, he had acquired 3 fragments of the illusory Leviathan growth acceleration food diagram. Zhou carefully combined these 3 fragments with the previous one stored in his cabinet, bringing his total to 6. He needed just 4 more to complete the 10 required for the illusory Leviathan growth acceleration food diagram. However, he pondered the nature of this elusive food and whether it would be difficult to procure. If it proved rare or hard to find, the diagram's usefulness would be limited, as the illusory Leviathan required several tons of food for a single meal, and rare food sources would be insufficient. Brother Wen, I've sent you the blueprints. Today, we traded 100 spiked helmets, netting us 10,000 basic materials, which I've sent to you as well. At that moment, a message from Jiang Haitao arrived. Zhou quickly opened it and glanced at the spiked helmet blueprints, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He sincerely hoped Jiang Haitao would succeed in this test, as he had previously saved Zhou's life, and in this world, he was undoubtedly Zhou's closest ally. After securing the spiked helmet blueprints, Zhou decided to keep half of the 10,000 basic materials, returning the remaining 5,000 to Jiang Haitao. Take these 5,000 basic supplies for now. You can use them to acquire spiny shrimp shells or purchase something for yourself. No, this is far too much, and I have no place to store it. The basic materials I have are already piled up like a small mountain. Don't worry, I will send you a few items, including storage cabinets for your convenience. Zhou swiftly crafted 6 wooden platforms and 2 storage cabinets, sending them directly to Jiang Haitao. The wooden foundation is a 1-meter-high platform. Once you use it, you won't have to wade in the water anymore, and you can build upon this wooden foundation, like with those 2 storage cabinets. Each storage cabinet can hold 10,000 units of basic materials, so you can easily store 5,000 units inside without taking up too much space. Wengo, these items are far too valuable. I cannot accept them. Jiang Haitao, recognizing the significance of the wooden foundation and storage cabinets from Zhou's description, understood that the wooden foundation was something everyone desperately needed. No one wished to remain submerged in water, especially with the lurking possibility of monsters. This is a reward for your assistance. We had agreed upon it previously. You helped me, and I provide you with armor against the defensive anchorhead worms. And this wooden foundation is part of that. Thank you so much, Wengu. I know this world better than anyone else, and you have rendered me substantial help. These are all rightfully yours, so please accept them without hesitation. Chapter 38, The Unexpected Death Toll. Subsequently, Zhou presented the specially reserved mirror skin pike to Jiang Haitao, who expressed his gratitude profusely. In truth, Zhou wholeheartedly endorsed Zhao Tang's proposal for a small collective. In this world, rapid advancement cannot be achieved solely through individual effort. The capabilities of a single person are ultimately constrained. Hence, he aimed to gradually form a small group under his control. However, the formation of this group was not an immediate priority. He needed to seek trustworthy individuals, a process that would require time. In the ensuing hours, Zhou allocated the 10,000 portions of seaweed he had exchanged for basic materials as a midnight snack for the illusory Leviathan. Although this quantity was not substantial, it took him half an hour to transport it all to the digestive pool. For the appetite of the illusory Leviathan, 10,000 portions were relatively insignificant. Nonetheless, Zhou did not intend to satiate it completely. This was merely a modest addition to its diet, aimed at potentially accelerating its growth slightly. Having completed all his tasks for the day, Zhou conducted a final inspection of his crops. The watermelon blossoms had withered, and beneath the shriveled yellow petals, a small watermelon had formed, already the size of a ping-pong ball. It was remarkable how quickly the watermelon had developed. Zhou speculated that it would nearly ripen by the following day. He then cast a glance at the sweet potatoes, which had begun to bloom with clusters of purple trumpet-shaped flowers, indicating that maturity was also imminent. Finally, Zhou approached the seaweed cultivation box with anticipation. Yet the golden silk fruit remained dormant, which left him somewhat disheartened. Was it due to the lengthy growth period required for this variety of seaweed? Or could it be attributed to other factors? Nearly 2 days had passed since he planted the golden silk fruit, and its lack of response compelled Zhou to question whether his cultivation methods were flawed. Perhaps it would be best to retire for the night. If there were no signs of germination by morning, he would devise another plan. The illusory Leviathan had ceased its activity and settled down for rest, prompting Zhou to dismiss further thoughts and succumb to slumber. After a night of tranquility, Zhou awoke, marking the 9th day since his arrival in this world. As soon as he roused, he hastened to the seaweed cultivation box to check for any signs of germination in the golden silk fruit. He had dreamt the previous night of the golden silk fruit sprouting, yielding golden seaweed shoots. However, to his dismay, there was no change within the cultivation box. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potatoes, which consistently brought him joy. After a night of growth, the watermelon had swelled to the size of a fist, and the sweet potato blossoms had withered, suggesting that tubers were likely forming beneath the soil. After assessing his crops, Zhou commenced his task for the day. He first sent the spiked helmet blueprint to Jiang Haitao, then checked the market price for spiked krill shells. Following yesterday's extensive procurement and subsequent price surge, the current price for spiked krill shells stood at 30 portions of basic materials. Zhou continued to urge Jiang Haitao to acquire a substantial quantity of spiny shrimp shells, while also entrusting him with the blueprints for wooden shields. He instructed Jiang to commence the sale of these shields once the price for the spiny shrimp shells reached the equivalent of 40 basic materials. The next step was simply to await the unfolding of events. After a period of time, the illusory Leviathan entered its feeding phase. Zhou concealed himself behind the algae oxygenation chamber, observing the system interface where the number of survivors remained steadfast at 100 million. Despite the passage of numerous days, not a single survivor had perished. However, starting today, the tranquility that had previously enveloped the survivors would no longer persist. With a resounding whoosh, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to surge into the gastric cavity. Zhou promptly redirected his focus from the system interface, donning his spiny armor and honing his senses to the sounds beneath the water. After confirming the absence of any significant disturbances, he employed a mirror crafted from the reflective skin of a fish to scrutinize the aquatic surroundings, further assuring himself of safety before finally relaxing. With no perilous creatures lurking in the depths, Zhou proceeded to open the blueprint for the algae oxygenation chamber and began its construction. Unlike the previous day, where the World Communication Channel buzzed with anticipation for Zhou to list the algae oxygenation chambers, today the discourse revolved around the dreaded anchorworms, with many expressing hopes of never encountering them. Zhou paid little heed to their discussions. Instead, he focused on completing the production of 20 algae oxygenation chambers and listing them in the trading channel. The chambers sold swiftly, vanishing from the shelves almost as soon as they were made available. At that moment, however, the survivor count in the upper right corner of the world system began to fluctuate, indicating that deaths had commenced. The toll rose incrementally, from a handful to hundreds, then thousands, and soon tens of thousands. A heavy silence fell over the world communication channel as the dread of death loomed over everyone. Why had so many perished after merely the first feeding? Observing the death count climb past 10,000, Zhou furrowed his brow deeply. This outcome starkly diverged from his previous conjectures. He had anticipated a widespread emergence of anchorworms on the 12th day, yet today marked only the 9th. The few who had acquired the algae oxygenation chambers should have been the only ones at risk. Or perhaps today was merely the beginning. With the true onslaught not arriving until the 12th day, a chill crept into Zhou Wen's heart at this thought. If his speculations held true, how many would succumb by the 12th day? The very notion sent shivers down his spine. As time inexorably passed, the death toll continued its relentless ascent. And by the conclusion of the illusory Leviathan's feeding phase, the count had approached 100,000. Zhou Wen, having navigated the feeding phase without encountering danger, was nonetheless astounded by the burgeoning death toll. Just at the dawn of this day, nearly 100,000 had perished. How many more would fall by the 12th day? The prospect was utterly staggering. Zhou Wen found the staggering death toll of several tens of millions rather absurd. If such a rate of mortality persisted, survival would become a mere illusion. Ultimately, only a scant few would endure. Yet, this minuscule remnant would suffer from a significant population loss, resulting in a drastic decline in resource acquisition, thus stunting developmental progress, leading to an inevitable dead end. Faced with such a relentless pace of demise, Zhou Wen felt utterly powerless, his only hope being that fewer lives would be lost. Brother Wen, many have implored me to reduce the price of the spiked helmets or to waive processing fees. What should I do? Do not lower the price of the spiked helmets. Instead, offer wooden shields to those lacking essential materials. For the wooden shields that originally required 100 basic materials, inform them that, in consideration of their plight, the price has been reduced to 50 basic materials. Jiang Haitao followed Zhou Wen's directives. Although he did not lower the price, he managed to sell wooden shields at the reduced rate of 50 basic materials, ensuring that they would not confront the anchorhead worms empty-handed. This strategy of discounting wooden shields also helped Jiang Haitao regain some of his reputation. After a period of contemplation, Zhou Wen resolved to extend further assistance to these survivors by offering wooden foundations for sale. Chapter 39. Price increase. The wooden foundations could elevate themselves above the water surface, providing the survivors a temporary respite from the lurking anchorhead worms below. Good heavens! Are we to be spared at all? So many perished in an instant. Is this truly survival? It seems more akin to a death sentence. Fortunately, I have not encountered them. The mortality rate is utterly alarming. What are those clad in spiked helmets? Are they still among the living? Indeed, do those spiked helmets serve any purpose at all? As the feeding phase of the phantasmic Leviathan concluded, the survivors found themselves momentarily secure, and the world communication channel buzzed to life once more. However, unlike previous occasions where light-hearted banter was commonplace, today's exchanges were rife with anxiety and trepidation. They are indeed effective. I just had a close encounter with an anchorhead worm. It surged from the water and nearly frightened me to death. Luckily, I was equipped with a spiked helmet, which deflected its attack. The spiked helmet is truly beneficial. Subsequently, several others donned and spiked helmets began to share their experiences in the World Communication Channel, confirming its efficacy against the anchorhead worms. This revelation only intensified the survivors' demand for the spiked helmets. Zhou Wen observed these fortunate survivors, biding his time to promote his wooden foundations. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent another message. Zhou Wen initially presumed it to be yet another plea from a survivor for a price reduction on the spiked helmets. However, upon reading the message, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Fortune had presented itself, and he saw no reason to hold back. It turned out that Zhao Tong, noticing the surge in demand for spiked helmets, had the audacity to approach Jiang Haitao once more, seeking collaboration to capitalize on this opportunity for a significant price increase. Brother Jiang, look at those survivors. They have gone mad in their desperation to survive. This is the perfect moment for us to join forces and set the price at one blueprint in exchange for a spiked helmet. Weren't you the one who wished to set this price before, only to be thwarted by that insufferable big shot? Indeed, it was my error yesterday, and I sincerely apologize for it. However, It would be unwise to let personal grievances interfere with the bounty of materials at hand. Our current low pricing only benefits others. Why should we do that? And how do you propose we collaborate? Brother Jiang, your magnanimity is commendable. Let us adhere to your initial pricing structure. One spiked helmet for one blueprint. We could take advantage of this opportunity to reap the rewards from those fools clutching their blueprints. What say you? Are you jesting? Do you truly dare to set such a price? Are you not afraid of being vilified by those survivors? Let them hurl their insults. It will not cost us a thing. No matter how they berate us, they will ultimately seek us out to trade for the spiked helmets. It is quite laughable. Let them vent their frustrations. In due time, we shall raise the prices further, and they will beg us for transactions. Jiang Haitao gazed at Zhao Tong's utterly shameless words, a surge of indignation rising within him. This was nothing short of exploiting the misfortunes of others. Collaboration? I have acquiesced, but I shall not be the one to face the ire of the masses this time. Since you sought my partnership, demonstrate your sincerity first. You announce the price increase, and I shall follow suit. Zhao Tong's face instantly brightened with ecstasy upon hearing Jiang Haitao's agreement. Yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind upon encountering the latter stipulation. Does it truly matter who announces it first? It certainly does. When I previously declared the trade of spiked helmets, you were the one undercutting the price, rallying the survivors to vilify me as a greedy capitalist. What? Are you treating me as a fool, hoping for a repeat performance? Of course not. I shall announce it first, and I trust you, my dear Jiang, will seize this rare opportunity. Naturally, I wouldn't stand in the way of progress, especially when it pertains to blueprints. With that, Zhao Tong proclaimed a price increase for the spiked helmets, now equivalent to the value of a blueprint. This news acted as a fuse, igniting the already anxious and distressed survivors, who erupted in furious denunciation of Zhao Tong, hurling every conceivable insult. Yet Zhao Tong remained unfazed by the vitriol. His sole desire was for Jiang Haitao to swiftly declare the price hike, allowing him to finally breathe easy. To Zhao Tong, Jiang Haitao appeared somewhat unhinged, akin to someone with a split personality. Despite the opportunity for substantial profit, any rational individual would recognize the necessity of setting aside grievances to secure the blueprints first. However, with Jiang Haitao's unpredictable demeanor, Zhao Tong found it impossible to make assumptions. He feared that Jiang might abruptly withdraw from the partnership, opting to maintain the current prices, although he could still procure basic materials at the existing rates. Such resources were ultimately inadequate. Only blueprints could elevate his quality of life, and no amount of basic materials could be exchanged for a single blueprint. After enduring a few minutes of internal turmoil, Jiang Haitao at last followed suit with the price increase, prompting a profound sense of relief from Zhao Tong. A fruitful collaboration. Dear Jiang, a fruitful collaboration indeed, he chuckled. This revelation sent the survivors into a frenzy, having just witnessed a spike in mortality rates. The one item that could save their lives, the spiked helmet, was now being extorted to exorbitant prices by two unscrupulous merchants, effectively sealing their fates. You two had better not cross my path, or I shall ensure your demise. Monsters! You are both monsters. You are nothing but disgraceful humans. How can such scoundrels exist among us? Thus, the survivors who had failed to acquire the spiked helmets, upon seeing the price of one helmet set at the cost of a blueprint, found their initial fear replaced with an overwhelming fury. In the midst of this turmoil, Zhou sent a message. These two are utterly contemptible, especially that Zhao Tong. I once thought him a good man when he reduced the price of the spiked helmets. Later, due to the plummeting price of the spiked helmets, he sought my partnership to combat unscrupulous capitalists. At that time, I readily agreed and even provided him with 1,000 units of basic materials for procurement. Little did I anticipate that he would betray our agreement and choose to collaborate with those very capitalists, inflating the price of the spiked helmets to exorbitant levels. It is utterly disgraceful. I demand a return of the 1,000 units of basic materials that you deceitfully acquired from me. Zhou had already established a commendable reputation among the survivors, and now, incited by Zhou's words, they entirely forgot about Jiang Haitao and erupted in righteous indignation, vehemently condemning Zhao Tong. Chapter 40. The success of the plan. When did I ever ask you for 1,000 basic supplies? Stop your nonsensical chatter. What do you mean? Are you trying to backtrack now? Backtrack? I never requested 1,000 basic supplies from you. It seems you are attempting to swindle me. Fine. If you refuse to return the 1,000 supplies, at the very least, shouldn't you lower the price of the spiked helmet considering the value of those supplies? Who could afford such a high price for a mere blueprint? Don't play the Good Samaritan. Just because these fools call you boss. Do you truly believe you are one? You are merely a pig that has soared based on a single blueprint. What are you pretending to be? Now, let me make it clear to all of you. I will follow this esteemed boss and limit the sale of spiked helmets to just 100 per day, with the highest bidder securing the purchase. If you wish for me to lift this sales restriction, then have your so-called boss also remove the limitations on the algae oxygen generator. Let me see just how benevolent this boss truly is. Or perhaps, how hypocritical, huh? Zhao Tong was indeed a formidable opponent. Zhou Wen had originally intended to outmaneuver Zhao Tong, but found himself outplayed instead. However, he was fortunate to have a countermeasure at hand. How ridiculous! The algae oxygen generator cannot be mass-produced. I've already explained the reasons. You want to continue raising prices while using me as an excuse? But rest assured, although I cannot increase the quantity of algae oxygen generators, I have acquired a blueprint that can produce an item beneficial to everyone. At that moment, Zhou Wen revealed a new item, instilling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of all survivors. What is this item, esteemed one? Can it truly help us deal with the anchorhead worms? While the survivors were filled with joy, a sense of worry lingered, as it seemed almost impossible to persuade Zhao Tong to lower the price of the spiked helmet. They could only hope that the item from their esteemed figure would prove useful. This item is called the wooden foundation. Once used, it can construct a wooden platform elevated 1 meter above the water surface. Though its utility may not be substantial, at the very least, it alleviates the concern of being attacked by anchorhead worms from beneath the water. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's explanation of the wooden foundation's purpose, the survivors felt a twinge of disappointment. The wooden foundation paled in comparison to the spiked helmet. However, reflecting on the unnerving fear that gripped them during the Leviathan's feeding, with their lower half submerged in the cold, dark waters, the anxiety and trepidation still sent shivers down their spines. Within the dark, cavernous space of the creature's belly, beneath the surface where the headlamp's light could not penetrate, it felt as if countless monsters were lurking just out of sight. What is the price for this wooden foundation? I hope it could be a bit cheaper. Most of us do not possess many basic supplies. The survivors, after contemplating for a moment, recognized the significance of the wooden foundation and began inquiring about its price, hoping for a more affordable option. Zhou Wen had no intention of setting a high price, for the sale of the wooden foundation was ultimately aimed at aiding the survivors. I am aware that everyone is currently facing a threat to their lives, and the utility of this wooden foundation is somewhat limited. However, I find myself with no other options and can only assist to the best of my ability. Therefore, I will only charge a nominal fee of 30 units of wood. The materials required to construct the wooden foundation amount to 20 units of wood, and by charging only 30 units, it is indeed a cost price. Yet, the value of the wooden foundation significantly surpasses the 30 units of basic wood. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen is not one to jeopardize his own interests merely to assist others. There is a stipulation in his sale of the wooden foundation, allowing each individual to purchase only one at this reduced price. One wooden foundation is sufficient for survivors to escape the water, but to truly harness its potential, at least 2 foundations are necessary, as a mere 1 square meter platform is hardly enough for sleeping. Indeed, the big shot is truly formidable, far superior to those 2 scoundrels. Yes, that Zhao Tong even deceived the big shot out of 1,000 basic materials. What a despicable creature. Just thinking about it makes me want to eliminate that Zhao Tong. How dare he swindle the big shot? It's utterly detestable. The survivors showered Zhou Wen with praise, which only served to infuriate Zhao Tong, whose frustration grew as he realized that the survivors had already benefited from Zhou Wen's generosity. Nothing he said could change the current situation. Concluding his interaction with the survivors, Zhou produced 500 wooden foundations and placed them directly in the World Trading Channel for the survivors to purchase. As the traded wood returned, he continued his production, tirelessly engaged in this cycle. While the survivors busied themselves with the exchange of wooden foundations, another explosive piece of news erupted in the World Communication Channel. Jiang Haitao had turned against his previous stance, drastically lowering the price of the spiked helmets to a mere 100 units of basic materials. At that moment, the price of spiked krill shells had risen to 40 units of basic materials, resulting in a substantial loss for the sale of spiked helmets. Jiang Haitao's reputation underwent a complete reversal, transforming from a greedy capitalist into a beloved figure, while Zhao Tong was left bewildered, burdened with all the infamy. Given Zhao Tong's previous arrogance before the survivors, even if he were to lower his price to 100 units of basic materials, no one would be inclined to transact with him. Moreover, having deceived Zhou when out of 1,000 basic materials, his reputation was irreparably tarnished. No one would trust him again, even if he sought collaboration with others. This entire scenario was part of Zhou Wen's meticulously crafted plan to eliminate Zhao Tong, which had been executed with remarkable success, rendering Zhao Tong's aspirations for resurgence temporarily futile. Subsequently, Zhou Wen continued to transport seaweed while crafting wooden foundations, occasionally sending basic materials to Jiang Haitao to help mitigate the losses incurred from the spiked helmets. Just then, he received a private message from Chun Xian. "Mr. Zhou, what act are you putting on?" "What do you mean?" "Mr. Zhou, you must have the blueprints for the spiked helmets as well, correct?" "I do not understand what you are saying." Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to join you. How about the three of us developing together?" "That does not seem right. Even if the two of us collaborate, it still only amounts to two. Where does this third person come from? Shall we collaborate, then?" "Well, we are not very familiar with each other. I need to think it over." "All right. I shall await your favorable response, Mr. Zhou." Sigh. It's truly vexing. Zhou Wen furrowed his brow, offering a helpless smile. Previously, when trading golden silk fruits with Chun Xian, he had given her a set of spiked armor, which included a spiked helmet. As someone who had obtained the spiked helmet from Zhou Wen in advance, she could easily see through all his plans. If Chun Xian had not proposed the idea of transporting seaweed, he could have leveraged his reputation amassed among the survivors to deny it outright. After all, due to his low-price sale of algae oxygen chambers, his reputation was quite commendable. Thus, even if Chun Xian spoke out, he could adopt a victim stance and subsequently increase the number of algae oxygen chambers sold, leading the survivors to doubt her claims. However, the issue lies in the fact that Chun Xian also enjoys a good reputation among the survivors. Once she speaks out, his reputation would be in a state of infamy. In a scenario where direct attacks on others are not feasible, only a sufficiently pristine reputation can enable the survivors to be swayed in his favor, serving to suppress his opponents. Therefore, his reputation must remain untarnished. How careless of me. I should not have given her the spiked helmet. After all, within the set of spiked armor, she would not have known whether the helmet was included. I was simply too honest. Alas, this is truly troublesome. Zhou Wen lamented. Chapter 41. The echo of inner voices. Setting aside the matter of Chun Xian for the moment, Zhou Wen resumed his labor of transporting seaweed. He found himself exceedingly busy, juggling the transportation of seaweed while simultaneously crafting wooden foundations, as the latter were affordably priced and accessible to at least half of the survivors. Despite the grim toll of nearly 100,000 deaths today, a staggering 99 million remained, creating an insatiable demand that saw wooden foundations vanish from the shelves the moment they were listed. Zhou Wen needed to maintain a continuous production flow to keep up with this demand. Perhaps he could delegate the task of crafting wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen mused quietly. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. The wooden foundations served a critical role, essential for the construction of numerous items. Such a pivotal resource must remain firmly within his grasp. After 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Wen finally completed the transportation of the seaweed. This time, he found no spiny shrimp among the haul, but he did discover 5 sunball creatures. He placed these 5 sunball creatures beside his crops, and then turned his attention to the sunball creature previously used to staunch the bleeding of his stomach wall. Upon removing the sunball creature, he noted that the circular wound inflicted by the anchor-headed worm had ceased to bleed and had shown significant healing progress. Considering that the gastric cavity was occasionally washed by seawater, which could hinder the wound's recovery, Zhou decided to return the sunball creature to its place, intending to wait until the wound was fully healed before removing it again. With no other tasks at hand besides crafting wooden foundations, Zhou commenced his daily exercise routine, 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. As he performed his push-ups, he felt considerably more at ease than the previous day, as if his strength had increased slightly. To confirm this was not mere illusion, he accessed his character attributes panel. Zhou 1. Normal human baseline is 10, intelligence, 10 strength, 8, 5 constitution, 10 speed, 12 evaluation, a healthy individual with remarkable speed. His strength attribute had risen to 8. 5. After merely a few days of training, he had managed to increase it by 0. 5. It seemed that exercise could indeed enhance one's strength. Zhou gazed at the newfound 0. 5 strength with great joy, as it validated his earlier assumptions. This revelation further fueled his motivation to train. 2 hours later, having achieved his exercise goals for the day, Zhou resolved to increase his push-up count to 200 the following day to expedite the growth of his strength attribute. The remaining time was spent waiting for today's supply box. During this interval, Zhou began to ponder the issue of why the golden silk fruit had not sprouted. Was it due to a lengthy growth cycle, or perhaps another reason? He gazed at the seaweed planting box, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could it be that sunlight was a necessary factor? Previously, he had only 3 sunball creatures. One was used to stop the bleeding, while the other 2 provided sunlight for the watermelon and sweet potato, leaving none available for the seaweed planting box. However, with the acquisition of 5 additional sunball creatures today, he now had ample resources to provide sunlight for the golden silk fruit. Regardless of the reason, Zhou decided to give it a try. He captured 2 sunball creatures and placed them beside the seagrass planting box. He hoped it would work. Gazing at the seagrass box illuminated by the sunball creatures, he silently wished for success. After completing this task, Zhou prepared to return to the wooden platform to await the impending supply crate. However, just as he was about to ascend, he paused. The golden silk fruit and golden silk seagrass. Could it be that they required gold elements to thrive? The mere thought of the golden silk seagrass's name triggered a recollection of the gold ore he had acquired yesterday. Promptly, he took action, retrieving the gold ore from his storage and placing it into the seagrass planting box. In his desperate attempt, he was willing to try anything, not caring whether it would work. After all, what if he stumbled upon the right solution? Worried that a single piece of gold ore might not suffice, Zhou scoured the World Trading Channel for information on gold ore, hoping to acquire more. Yet, there were no listings available. He contemplated that gold ore was likely a rare commodity, with few players possessing it, perhaps even none at all. Nevertheless, he resolved to attempt a purchase, offering 100 units of wood for a piece of gold ore in the trading channel. Given his extensive dealings in wooden foundations, Zhou's stock of wood was virtually limitless. Thus, parting with a mere 100 units was inconsequential. Moreover, due to his considerable transactions, the trading value of wood had diverged from that of other basic materials. Now, 100 units of wood equated to 200 units of other foundational resources. 2 hours later, it became evident that gold ore was indeed scarce. Despite the passage of time since his purchase request, he had only managed to acquire 2 pieces. Zhou positioned the 2 pieces of gold ore around the golden silk fruit, hoping it would sprout as he envisioned. However, he suddenly realized that over 4 hours had elapsed since digestion had concluded. Where was today's supply crate? A troubling realization dawned upon him. Historically, the Leviathan's digestion would culminate in the arrival of the day's first supply crate within a little over 3 hours. This timing was nearly consistent. Yet today, it had surpassed that by an hour. Earlier, Zhou had been preoccupied with acquiring gold ore and had inadvertently overlooked this pressing issue. What would be the cause? A sense of unease began to creep in. Supply crates were the lifeblood for every survivor, and any disruption could have dire consequences. Could it be that he had delayed transporting the seagrass for too long? Zhou retraced his steps throughout the day, searching for any discrepancies compared to previous experiences. But upon reflection, everything seemed normal. Although he had indeed spent additional time crafting wooden foundations, the delay had been minimal. Creating items was merely a matter of intent and hardly consumed any significant time. Unable to identify the cause within himself, Zhou opened the biological compendium to examine the Leviathan's details, hoping to unearth the source of the problem from its data. Transmuted Leviathan age, 9 days stage, neonatal length, 38 meters weight, 220 tons food type, algae feeding method, filter feeding evaluation, a 220-ton infant. There are no issues with the information regarding the transmuted Leviathan. In fact, the data suggests it is growing quite healthily. Everything seems fine. What could possibly be wrong? Zhou murmured anxiously to himself. He then opened the global communication channel, hoping fervently that everyone else shared his predicament, as that would imply the issue did not lie with him. Brothers, I have found the blueprint. No way. What blueprint did you stumble upon? Chopstick blueprint. Useless. Not entirely useless. Although its practical application is limited, it allows for trading for a second algae oxygenator with a big shot. Didn't someone mention that one could trade 2 algae oxygenators for just 1 blueprint? Why not seek her out for a better deal? I just did. She has already sold out. Observing the survivors on the global communication channel proudly showcasing their newfound treasures, Zhou felt as though he were plunging into an abyss. While others had obtained supply crates, he had received nothing, indicating that he alone was at fault. How could this be? Zhou stood there in a daze, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Just then, the esophageal diaphragm suddenly opened, jolting Zhou's attention. He eagerly turned his gaze, anticipating the arrival of a supply crate, but when he looked at the esophageal entrance, no seawater surged forth. What is happening? Zhou's mind raced, as everything unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. After finally discovering a treasure cave, why was the little one inside not emerging? At that moment, a long-forgotten, childlike voice echoed in Zhou's mind, causing him to pause momentarily before swiftly realizing. This is the voice of the transmuted Leviathan. Chapter 42. Entering the cave upon hearing the words of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou's mind raced, and he immediately realized that the illusory Leviathan desired him to leave the gastric wall space and enter a treasure cave. With this revelation, the anxiety that had plagued Zhou dissipated in an instant. Fortunately, as long as there were no issues with the illusory Leviathan, everything would be all right. The previous circumstances had truly left Zhou at a loss. However, a wave of tension soon arose within him, as the illusory Leviathan's thoughts clearly indicated a need for him to depart from the gastric wall space. Having been in this world for 9 days, this was the first occasion he encountered a situation necessitating such a departure. The outside world was rife with uncertainty for him, and venturing out without understanding the environment was undeniably perilous. After much contemplation, Zhou resolved to explore the treasure cave. If it was indeed a treasure cave, it surely harbored valuable items. He first instructed Jiang Haitao to craft a wooden shield for him, then donned a suit of spiked armor. Gripping a fishbone knife in his hand and cautiously entered the esophagus. The esophagus was enveloped in darkness. Utilizing the beam from his headlamp, Zhou observed the fleshy walls of the esophagus, which had a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters, requiring him to stoop to pass through. To prevent the spikes from his armor from injuring the illusory Leviathan's esophagus, he returned to the gastric wall space to stow the spiked armor in his supplies box. He then cradled the supplies box and re-entered the esophagus. Crouching low and guided by the light of his headlamp, Zhou advanced slowly, mindful of the slick ground beneath him. After traversing about 7 or 8 meters, he successfully emerged from the esophagus. The space ahead opened up, but it remained shrouded in darkness. The headlamp's beam seemed to be swallowed by the black void, rendering it ineffective. Nevertheless, Zhou felt no fear, for he was aware that he was within the confines of the illusory Leviathan's mouth. In this world, the safest place was indeed within the body of the illusory Leviathan. Thus, he had no reason to worry about lurking dangers in the darkness. However, he was now poised to leave the illusory Leviathan and enter the treasure cave. Zhou, when crouched down, opened his supplies box donned the spiked armor, and temporarily stored the heaviest spiked chest plate in his equipment slot. After equipping himself, he removed the headlamp, hand-cranked it to recharge, ensuring it would function when most needed. With all preparations complete, Zhou, when positioned the shield in front of his chest with his left hand and tightly gripped the fishbone knife in his right, proceeding step by step forward. After walking 5 or 6 meters, the headlamp's beam illuminated a wall that resembled a bristly white surface. Zhou approached for a closer inspection. The entire wall was composed of numerous bristles. When he reached out to touch it, he found it was not soft like a brush, but rather resilient like bamboo strips. This must be the bristle structure used by the illusory Leviathan for filter feeding. Zhou was uncertain of the exact nature of the illusory Leviathan's teeth and could only speculate. To venture outside, one must first scale this formidable wall. Fortunately, this wall is not excessively high, standing at merely 2 meters, a small leap sufficing to surmount it. However, considering the cumbersome nature of the spiked armor and the lurking dangers outside, Zhou ultimately decided to don only the spiked helmet and spiked greaves, temporarily stowing the remainder of his armor in the supply box. Naturally, the most critical piece, the breastplate, remained equipped to safeguard his upper body in the event of danger. With a determined effort, Zhou hurled the supply box upwards, leapt, and grasped the top of the wall, pulling himself up effortlessly. The enhancement of 1.5 in strength was not for naught, he mused with delight. Had he possessed only 7 points of strength previously, this ascent would have proven arduous, not nearly as effortless as it was now. In that moment of climbing, Zhou focused his mind and donned the spiked breastplate, illuminating the area with his headlamp, revealing a sheer rock wall before him. Noticing no immediate threats, he quickly equipped the spiked armor, stowing the breastplate once more, and grasped his shield and fishbone dagger as he began to explore the rocky wall for the entrance to a cave. After a thorough search, Zhou discovered a small opening, merely 1 meter in diameter. Could this be the entrance to the treasure cave? Gazing into the dark, constricted space, he felt a flutter of anxiety. The area was so confined that he would have to crawl within, and should danger arise, turning around would be quite the challenge. Blast it! No turning back now. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish, Zhou thought. Recalling his near-fatal experience with asphyxiation while transporting seaweed upon his arrival in this world, followed by an encounter with a voracious anchorworm. In less than 10 days, he had faced life and death multiple times. There was no path to a stable existence in this realm. With a surge of resolve, he tossed the supply box into the cave and, shield in hand, crawled inside. The interior of the cave was entirely rock, as if something had deliberately chiseled out the space within. Zhou lay flat against the ground, securing the supply box to his back with a strip of cloth, the wooden shield positioned in front to deflect any potential attacks. After crawling approximately 10 meters, sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Thank goodness I don't suffer from claustrophobia," he murmured to himself, pausing for a brief respite as he surveyed the increasingly damp and narrow cave. Once refreshed, he pressed on, advancing another 10 meters. When he sensed a shift in the environment, the cave grew progressively more humid, and water began to accumulate on the ground. Zhou tilted his head slightly, directing the beam of his headlamp forward, only to be met by a shimmering expanse, the reflection of light on the water surface. "Curse it," he muttered under his breath, continuing onward, his body now submerged in the rising water. As he pressed onward, the water level rose ever higher, encroaching upon half of the cave's space. Zhou found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament, his body submerged while his head remained tilted skyward, rendering his posture excruciatingly awkward. Suddenly, with a resounding plop, something fell upon his head. Anxious about the nature of this unwelcome intrusion, Zhou hastily reached up to investigate, only to discover a glutinous substance clinging to his fingers. Upon illuminating it with his headlamp, he was appalled to find his hand smeared with a semi-transparent slime. Disgusted, he shook his hand vigorously in an attempt to rid himself of the repulsive goo. Yet in that moment, something beneath the water brushed against his left arm, sending a jolt of terror through him, causing his arm to jerk upwards as if electrified. The abrupt motion splashed water everywhere, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the otherwise silent cave. Chapter 43. Creatures in the cave. Zhou, when swiftly calmed his emotions and directed his headlamp toward the area where he had seen a creature pass by, eager to discern its nature. However, the water was murky, and the lamp's feeble illumination rendered the underwater scene invisible. Thus, Zhou turned his headlamp upward, where he discovered that the viscous substance above had dripped down upon him. This revelation was revolting. The cave's ceiling was coated in slime, which periodically dripped down, and upon closer inspection, it appeared as though these glistening trails extended deep into the cave, as if some creature had slithered through, leaving its mark behind. Faced with this nauseating sight, Zhou steeled himself mentally. He had come this far, and retreat was not an option, especially in the narrow confines of the cave, where turning back was impractical. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he pressed onward, only to find that the further he advanced, the more slime he encountered, even on the submerged floor. This impeded his progress considerably. The already elevated water level forced him to crawl awkwardly with his head tilted back, and the slippery substance underfoot rendered his movements clumsy and ineffective. Am I here in search of treasure, or to suffer? This ordeal is truly tormenting. Zhou stumbled upon several patches of slime beneath the water, losing his footing and falling into the muck multiple times, leaving him in a disheveled state. He decided to take a moment's respite. As he halted, the sound of his splashing ceased, and the cave fell into a haunting silence. What was that sound? After resting for a while, his breath and heartbeat steadied. Just as he was preparing to continue, a faint noise caught his attention, reminiscent of some creature slowly crawling along the rock wall. The sound was subtle, previously drowned out by the rush of his own breathing and heartbeat, but now, in the stillness, it became more pronounced. Zhou turned his head, scanning for the source of the sound with his headlamp, and ultimately spotting a flat, soft-bodied creature clinging to the cave's ceiling. This organism was elongated and flat, transparent enough to reveal its internal organs, with a pair of small, dark eyes. Measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, it did not present a fearsome appearance, nor did it seem to harbor any intent of aggression towards Zhou. It simply crawled slowly along the rock, leaving a trail of slime in its wake. Disregarding the soft-bodied creature, Zhou felt a sense of trepidation towards the unknown and chose not to investigate further, lest he encounter unforeseen dangers. Having rested sufficiently, he resolved to press on. However, just then, the surface of the water ahead began to ripple ominously. Zhou's heart, which had only just calmed, raced anew. He had yet to make a move. So what could have caused these ripples? The situation quickly escalated. The ripples transformed into small waves, each surging higher than the last, until they filled the entire cavern. Zhou's heart plummeted as he realized that these waves were likely the result of some large creature charging toward him, sending forth a torrent of water. The wooden shield must hold firm. Zhou swiftly transitioned from a prone position to a crouch, curling his form in the confined space while positioning the wooden shield before him. With a mere thought, the spiked chest armor enveloped him. He exhaled deeply, striving to quell his anxiety and maintain his physical agility. With a cacophony of splashes, waves of water surged forward, crashing relentlessly against the wooden shield, sending sprays of water into the air. Zhou lowered his head slightly and squinted, wary of the droplets that might impede his vision. At last, the overwhelming tide filled the cavern, and as the water collided with the shield, Zhou inhaled sharply. In the next instant, the crushing waves struck the shield with such force that it nearly toppled him, inundating his surroundings in an instant, creating a fleeting underwater realm through which turbulent currents rushed past him. At that moment, Zhou's heart raced in his chest. He sensed the approach of a colossal creature. With a thunderous impact, an overwhelming force slammed against the wooden shield, a blow that Zhou's arms could scarcely withstand. The tremendous force ricocheted back into his chest, propelling his entire body backward by over a meter. Breathless and disoriented, Zhou felt his insides quiver, his consciousness momentarily blank, as if he had been struck by a vehicle. Coughing violently, he expelled the air that had been knocked from his lungs. In that chaotic moment, he inadvertently inhaled water. Fortunately, the water had receded just enough to spare him from drowning. In this urgent predicament, he set aside the pain coursing through his body. Once he regained his composure, he braced the wooden shield. Wielding the fishbone knife in his right hand, he thrust it fiercely from the edge of the shield. The knife struck the giant creature with a sharp clink, a sound that resonated in his ears. It was futile. Zhou realized that the fishbone knife could not penetrate the creature's head, which was as hard as stone. Thankfully, the wooden shield provided him some protection, and the slick, viscous water momentarily hindered the creature's advances, preventing it from inflicting harm upon him. However, his relief was short-lived. The creature, seemingly aware of the ineffectiveness of its previous tactics, began to thrash violently. The cavern reverberated with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a washing machine's drum, only amplified tenfold. As the creature's head spun, sharp protrusions began to assault the shield, accompanied by the ominous sound of splintering wood. Zhou's heart sank. He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, knowing that once the shield was breached, his fate would be sealed. Jiang Haitao, send me a wooden shield, Zhou urgently messaged. In no time, Jiang Haitao responded and dispatched a wooden shield. Setting aside the fishbone knife, Zhou hoisted the shield with his right hand. He resolved to outlast the massive creature. It could not maintain its relentless spinning forever, and he could continually request shields from Jiang Haitao. Yet, despite this, Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Although he could continuously replenish his wooden shields, sustaining them required considerable strength, and he doubted his ability to outlast the colossal creature. Time passed slowly, and he had already lost over a dozen shields. Exhaustion had reached its peak, leaving him with no strength to uphold the shields any longer. So be it. As death approached, Zhou found little fear within himself. Perhaps it was due to the choices he had made, or after enduring the strain of maintaining those shields, he had come to terms with his fate. Crack! The wooden shields shattered completely, and Zhou finally beheld the full visage of the gigantic creature. Its length was indeterminate, yet its body occupied the majority of the cavern, resembling a colossal worm. Its skin mirrored the color of the surrounding rocks, while its head was adorned with a layer of armor covered in sharp, triangular bone spines. The creature relied on these menacing spines to rotate and shred Zhou's shields to pieces. The armor split open in several segments, akin to blooming petals, revealing the creature's concealed mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Could you not hurry it along? The anticipation of death became a torment. The once serene acceptance of his fate now transformed into a burgeoning dread. Just as the colossal creature prepared to strike, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the cavern, causing the rocky expanse to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. These little pests are insufferable, blocking my path. Get out of the way. Chapter 44. The Golden Edge supply box. Upon hearing the resounding call, the colossal worm, poised to strike Zhou, momentarily froze as if caught in a spell. Its fearsome jaws retracted in an expression of fright. Zhou, however, was not in a favorable state. His vision blurred and his mind swirled in confusion. The sonic waves emitted by the phantasmal Leviathan were overwhelmingly intense, reverberating through the cavern and nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, despite the discomfort that enveloped him, Zhou managed to remain conscious after the Leviathan's call. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze towards the massive worm before him, only to observe its gigantic form quivering as if confronted by a formidable foe, rendered motionless in sheer trepidation. Realizing that the Leviathan's cry had indeed frightened the creature, Zhou, emboldened, directed the beam of his headlamp toward the worm's body, eager to discern its overall appearance. Yet, as he adjusted the lamp's direction, the colossal worm recoiled rapidly, vanishing without a trace. Once again, Zhou found himself alone in the cavern, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the worm's hasty retreat. It was somewhat amusing, yet understandable. Although the Leviathan had only recently been born, its length approached 40 meters. To Zhou, the worm appeared vast, but to the Leviathan, it was merely a diminutive insect. It was hardly surprising that the worm fled upon hearing the Leviathan's call. With the threat of death averted, Zhou exhaled deeply, leaning against the slime-coated rock wall, momentarily indifferent to its unpleasantness. All he desired was a moment's respite. As his heartbeat gradually steadied, he accessed the system interface to request a bottle of water and a piece of bread from Jiang Haitao. He suddenly realized that the system interface functioned as an exceptional logistical support system. As long as one had acquaintances, resources could be requested, even if one was not within the Leviathan's body. Having consumed his meager meal, Zhou felt his strength return somewhat. He lifted a wooden shield anew and continued his crawl forward. This time, he advanced with less caution, for the cavern's dimensions unmistakably indicated it had been excavated by the very worm from earlier, with the Leviathan's cry having likely driven away any other colossal worms. Zhou understood that the most dangerous creatures in the cavern posed no threat to him, allowing him to proceed with confidence. After traversing over 30 meters, Zhou encountered a fork in the path. To avoid losing his way, he adhered to the principle of keeping his right hand on the wall, opting for the right path, thus ensuring he could return by simply turning left. Entering the right passage, he crawled another 30 meters when suddenly the space expanded significantly, allowing him to stand upright. With vigilance, Zhou held his wooden shield aloft, circling the stone walls of this spacious area, which he discovered to be an oval-shaped chamber. The space was modest, approximately 3 meters high and 5 meters in diameter. Was that a supply box? Zhou, guided by the illumination, meticulously surveyed the periphery of the elliptical space before embarking on an exploration of the central area. To his astonishment, he discerned a faint outline of a square box submerged in the murky water. A surge of elation coursed through him. After enduring such hardships within this cavern, nearly losing his life, he had finally encountered a reward. He swiftly retrieved the square box from the water and, upon inspection, confirmed it to be a supply crate. He promptly opened it. Ding! Acquired 20 units of glass. Glass? And then? Zhou awaited further auditory notifications, anticipating the announcement of additional treasures. But his mind fell into a profound silence. No further prompts materialized. Is this all? With an air of disappointment, he rummaged through the supply crate, which indeed contained nothing but the 20 pieces of glass. While he acknowledged that glass was a notably rare material, after all, no one had previously unearthed any. It posed a dilemma. Zhou had no schematics that required glass as a component. Given the treacherous journey he had endured, he had hoped to uncover something of greater value, such as a blueprint, rather than mere materials, which left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Never mind. There was still a leftward path to explore. That route might also yield a supply crate. Zhou meticulously re-explored this section of the space, confirming the absence of any additional items before retracing his steps. Upon reaching the earlier fork, he opted for the left passage. After climbing for approximately 50 meters, taking multiple rests along the way, he encountered yet another fork. Another fork? Zhou muttered in quiet frustration, but pressed onward, choosing the right path first. After traversing over 30 meters, he entered another elliptical chamber. In the center of this space, he spotted another supply crate. Familiar with the process, he lifted the crate and opened it. Ding! Acquired 5 iron ingots. What the? Iron ingots? Zhou was overwhelmed with joy. He had long regarded iron ingots as a distant aspiration, believing them to require iron or for smelting. However, with the limited oxygen within the gastric wall space, smelting iron ore seemed utterly impossible. To his astonishment, he had encountered them directly within this cavern, igniting a wave of excitement in him. Moreover, he possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger, which required a single iron ingot for its construction. Zhou hastily closed the supply crate, cradling it as if it were stolen treasure, fearful of losing it through carelessness. As before, he conducted a thorough search of the area, ensuring no items were overlooked before returning to his original route. However, at this juncture, Zhou found himself encumbered with 3 supply crates, and the confines of the cavern made navigating with them exceedingly cumbersome. He decided to extract the glass and iron ingots from their respective crates and place them into the initial supply crate he had brought along. Subsequently, he dispatched the 2 empty crates to Jiang Haitao via the system interface. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitao stood bewildered, holding the 2 empty supply crates Zhou had sent him. What does this mean, Brother Wen? At this moment, Zhou had no time to ponder Jiang Haitao's confusion. He was finally beginning to relish the thrill of treasure hunting. Thus, he promptly retraced his steps and ventured into another passageway. The path diverged exceptionally long, nearly exhausting Zhou Wen to the brink of collapse. Spanning nearly 200 meters, it extinguished his fervor for treasure hunting, transforming his excitement into sheer torment. At last, he crawled into a spacious chamber. Upon entering, Zhou Wen discerned that this space was markedly different from the previous two. It was more expansive, and the water accumulated within was remarkably clear, allowing the light from his headlamp to illuminate the rocky floor beneath. Employing his previous strategy, Zhou Wen first ventured along the periphery, exploring its edges before daring to delve into the center. However, this time presented a novel aspect. At the rear of the chamber, there existed a cave, through which it seemed further exploration was still feasible. Zhou Wen chose to set the cave aside for the moment, opting instead to approach the center of the chamber to ascertain the presence of a supply box. To his astonishment, Zhou Wen indeed discovered a supply box at the center, but rather than being submerged in water, it rested upon a rocky platform, embellished with golden edges. A gilded supply box. One could surmise that its contents were anything but ordinary. He silently hoped for a valuable blueprint, fervently pleading for fortune's favor. With excitement etched upon his face, Zhou Wen clasped his hands together in reverence towards the air, before gently placing his hands upon the gilded supply box and slowly lifting its lid. Chapter 45. The Blood-Boiling Coral Ding. Acquired blueprints for a small aquarium, an iron broadsword, and fishbone armor. 3 blueprints. Zhou Wen was overwhelmed with excitement as the continuous notifications echoed in his mind. He promptly retrieved the 3 blueprints and activated them, watching as they transformed into azure light and integrated into the system interface. He then accessed the blueprint interface to examine the required materials for each design. Small aquarium blueprint requires 10 stones, 10 pieces of glass, and 10 bags of sand. Iron broadsword blueprint requires 3 iron ingots and 1 piece of wood. Fishbone armor blueprint requires several large fish bones, 100 strands of golden seaweed fiber, 50 units of shield fish fat, and 100 strands of silk. Upon reviewing the materials needed for the 3 blueprints, Zhou Wen found the first 2 manageable, as he already possessed the necessary components and could craft them immediately upon returning. Particularly, the iron broadsword blueprint represented the most formidable weapon available at the moment. After all, many individuals lacked even a single piece of armor, and Zhou Wen himself was clad only in armor made from spiny krill shells, wielding a knife fashioned from fish bones. The durability of these materials was incomparable to that of iron weaponry. Once Zhou Wen crafted the iron broadsword, his combat prowess among the survivors would undoubtedly become unparalleled. However, his spirits dampened upon examining the final blueprint for the fishbone armor, as the required materials seemed elusive. Aside from the golden seaweed, he had never encountered the other components. The large fish bones were somewhat manageable, although there were no precise size indicators, should he encounter what he deemed a large fish in the future. He could attempt to craft based on the blueprint, eventually figuring it out. Yet, this method hinged upon his ability to gather the other essential materials. Zhou Wen was familiar with golden seaweed, but whether he could cultivate it remained uncertain, especially considering the need for 100 units for the fishbone armor. Even if he resorted to planting, he couldn't fathom how long it would take to amass such a quantity. The other 2 materials, shield fish fat and silk, left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen did not allow the challenge of sourcing materials to deter his ambition of crafting the fishbone armor. Rather, it ignited a greater motivation within him, primarily due to the armor's striking aesthetic. Unlike the spiny armor, which consisted of disjointed pieces that created an unappealing silhouette, such as the spiny helmet adorned with 3 protruding spikes resembling antennas, the fishbone armor presented a cohesive and streamlined design. Its entirety appeared as an elegant ensemble, seamlessly fitted together, boasting a sleek, human-contoured silhouette. Composed entirely of bones, it resembled the exoskeleton seen in science fiction films. Even merely gazing at the simplistic illustration of the fishbone armor in the catalog filled Zhou Wen with a sense of profound admiration, intensifying his desire to craft and don it immediately. Not only was the fishbone armor visually captivating, but it also offered significantly superior defense compared to the spiny armor, thanks to its construction from robust, large fish bones, which naturally surpassed the durability of spiny krill shells. Moreover, Zhou subtly sensed that the materials required for this grand fishbone were rather specific, as the scope was exceedingly broad. He harbored a conjecture, positing that any suitable large fishbone could potentially serve as a material for crafting fishbone armor, which, if true, would indeed be fascinating. The creatures of this world were inherently peculiar, and many fish could not be understood through conventional logic. It was entirely possible that there existed a species whose bones surpassed the hardness of steel. Could the bones of such a fish also be utilized in the creation of fishbone armor? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself clad in armor fashioned from fish bones that exceeded the hardness of steel. However, the moment he considered the rarity of the materials required, his reverie was swiftly shattered. Alas, there were more pressing matters at hand. Shaking his head, Zhou temporarily quelled his yearning for fishbone armor, as the cave remained unexplored. At present, Zhou possessed an ornate supply box adorned with gilded edges. Casting a glance at the ordinary supply box he had brought, he unhesitatingly transferred its contents into the gilded one and subsequently handed the empty box to Jiang Haitao. After meticulously re-exploring this space to confirm the absence of any other items, he ventured into another passageway within this realm. The water in this passage was still remarkably clear, which piqued Zhou's curiosity about the possibility of discovering another gilded supply box ahead. Nurturing a sense of anticipation, Zhou quickened his crawl through the cave, this time not traversing 200 meters, but rather covering approximately 50 meters before entering a new space. Zhou swiftly surveyed this new area, only to be taken aback by the absence of any supply boxes. Instead, at the center of this space, beneath the water, he discovered a stag horn coral. The coral was a vivid crimson, and upon closer inspection under the illumination, a thin veil of blood mist swirled around it, the nature of which was uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou resolved to touch it, hoping to unlock the biological compendium and glean information about this coral. In different circumstances, he would certainly refrain from such an action, wary of unknown dangers. Yet, based on his prior experiences, this space appeared to be a repository for treasures. The absence of any supply boxes here indicated that the treasure was indeed this coral. With cautious intent, Zhou extended his finger and gently tapped the blood-red coral before retracting it immediately. After confirming that no anomalies had occurred to his finger, he proceeded to open the biological compendium. To his delight, it had indeed updated, and not merely with a single entry. To his astonishment, 2 new creatures had been unlocked. Gelatinous turbularian, length, 10 centimeters weight, 200 G diet, algae description. A soft-bodied creature with remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of producing hemostatic gel. This gelatinous turbularian seemed reminiscent of the flat, soft-bodied creature he had encountered earlier. Zhou suddenly recalled the slimy, flat organism he had seen clinging to the rocky wall before encountering the colossal worm. The ability to produce hemostatic gel was intriguing. He must capture a few specimens to take back with him. Zhou felt a surge of joy, unexpectedly discovering a hidden treasure. Boiling blood coral worm. Length, 3 millimeters weight. 0.05 grams food type. Blood description. Tiny creatures dwelling on the corpses of their ancestors. The coral can produce boiling blood powder. The boiling blood coral worm? It must be a creature that resides on coral. But what exactly is this boiling blood powder for? The description is utterly unclear, which is quite frustrating. Zhou was at a loss for words regarding the introduction in the biological compendium. It merely provided a vague overview, leaving one to explore on their own. This is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 46. The outside world. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the blood-boiling coral must be brought back. Yet how to transport it posed a dilemma for Zhou. The essence of the blood-boiling coral lies in the coral polyps, which are living creatures that cannot endure prolonged absence from water. If he simply stored them in the resource box, it was likely that these polyps would perish over time. After a period of quiet contemplation, Zhou devised a not-so-ideal solution. He first requested 10 units of stone and 10 units of sand from Jiang Haitao, then opened the blueprint interface and selected the small aquarium blueprint. Coupling it with the 10 units of glass he had previously obtained, he proceeded to craft the small aquarium. The dimensions of the small aquarium mirrored that of the seaweed planting box, each measuring 1 by 1 by 1 meter. Its framework was constructed from stone, with each side embedded with a transparent glass panel, allowing a clear view of the interior scene. The bottom of the aquarium was lined with a layer of sand. Once completed, Zhou filled the aquarium with pristine seawater and then sent a private message to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. Brother Wen, what do you need this small aquarium for? Jiang Haitao was thoroughly perplexed by Zhou Wen's erratic request today, ranging from wooden shields to food, followed by a series of empty resource boxes, and now a small aquarium. He sensed something unusual about Zhou Wen's behavior. Temporarily keep it there. I will send you a coral shortly. Upon receiving it, do not delay. Place it directly into the small aquarium, Zhou Wen instructed. After imparting his directions, he carefully uprooted the blood-boiling coral and transmitted it directly to Jiang Haitao via the system interface. Brother Wen, I have placed the coral into the small aquarium. Brother Wen, is everything all right on your end? There are indeed some issues, but this is not the time to discuss them. I will explain everything upon my return. All right, understood, Brother Wen. Zhou Wen had no intention of concealing the treasure cave from Jiang Haitao. Having chosen to trust him, it was only natural to treat him as one of their own. Perhaps in the future, Jiang Haitao would encounter a treasure cave himself, and informing him now would better prepare him for what lay ahead. With the blood-boiling coral successfully secured, Zhou Wen was uncertain about the potential risks of transmitting the coral polyps through the system. However, he saw no alternative method to carry the coral out. Now that the treasure in this space had been acquired, Zhou Wen pressed onward. Behind this area lay another cave, and with a heart full of anticipation, he began to crawl forward. Yet this cave was unlike the previous one. The earlier cave had typically contained only one fork in the path. But after crawling a mere 10 meters in this new cave, Zhou Wen encountered 5 separate passages. As he ventured deeper, the forks multiplied, creating an intricate network of routes. Moreover, the stagnant water within the cave had turned muddy, resembling a treacherous mire. Where could the next treasure space be amidst all these diversions? Zhou Wen muttered under his breath, his entire body now encrusted in mud, resembling a clay figure. Zhou Wen crawled back and forth in the chaotic cave for quite some time, only to realize that he had lost his way. The right hand rule, the right hand rule. To hell with the right hand rule. Zhou Wen gazed at the myriad of paths surrounding him, his mind swirling in confusion. Goodness, is that direction to the right? All around him were similar paths, and, compounded by the dim light of his headlamp, he could no longer discern which route he had taken. Frustrated by the indistinguishable caves, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and randomly chose a tunnel, marking it with his fishbone knife to leave a trace. Should he return, he could avoid this path and choose anew. Subsequently, Zhou Wen continued to crawl through the muddy tunnels, unaware of how long he had been traversing. Suddenly, he felt a breeze wafting towards him. A breeze. The exit must be ahead. Overjoyed, Zhou Wen quickened his pace, and, after crawling a few more meters, he finally emerged from a cave. I'm out. I'm out. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wen shouted exuberantly, nearly delirious. The oppressive darkness of the cave had weighed heavily on him, fostering a sense of despair as it seemed endless. It's over, I can finally. Wait, why are there stars in the sky? Zhou Wen looked up at the star-studded firmament, utterly astonished. Where am I? Is this still within the mouth of the Leviathan? He wondered in bewilderment. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze enveloped him, the briny air jolting him into the realization that he had emerged from a different entrance. However, Zhou Wen did not immediately crawl back, for this moment marked his first genuine encounter with the outside world. The sea breeze caressed him, waves surged, and tides crashed against the rocks as he gazed out at the boundless expanse of the ocean stretching toward the horizon. Though it was night, the sea was not shrouded in darkness. The reason was quite simple. There were 10 moons in the sky. Of these moons, 9 shone a pale blue, all of equal size, arranged irregularly across the night sky. Only one was deep blue, colossal in size, nearly obscuring half the sky, appearing as though it were within arm's reach. "Little one, where are you? Come back." The voice of the Leviathan suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Zhou. The tone was urgent, clearly indicating that Zhou was too fragile for the dangers of the outside world. Obediently, he decided not to linger outdoors and promptly returned to the cave, beginning his crawl back. However, after a short while, he encountered two more forks in the path, leaving him bewildered, utterly unable to find his way back. What is the little one doing? There is still something on the right to collect. The voice of the Leviathan resonated once more. Zhou's confusion swiftly transformed into excitement. The Leviathan's voice had become more frequent, guiding him with clarity. Thus, he followed the mental instructions and crawled to the right. Whenever Zhou encountered a fork in the road, the illusion of Leviathan would emit a voice filled with uncertainty, guiding him to crawl forward. After traversing through several such paths, Zhou finally entered a new space, one that was inexplicably filled with a mass of mud. The mud, shaped into elongated forms, twisted and folded into a heap, eliciting a sudden sense of foreboding within him. Why does this resemble worm excrement so closely? Zhou scooped up a handful of the mud, intending to examine it closely. Ding! You have obtained 1 unit of burrowing rockworm droppings. Oh, damn it! Zhou promptly discarded the mud from his hand, for he no longer needed to inspect it. The notification in his mind had already informed him. Although Zhou reacted with disgust, the mud itself bore no unpleasant odor. If one were to disregard its nature as excrement, it was fundamentally just mud. After slightly adjusting his psychological discomfort, he began to search within this space, for according to the voice of the illusionary Leviathan, this was indeed the location where the final treasure was concealed. Chapter 47. Rock Branch Crystal leaves Zhou searched tirelessly within the muddy confines of the space. Yet all he encountered was an endless expanse of muck. Could it be that this excrement was the treasure of this realm? As he gazed upon the towering mounds of burrowing worm droppings, Zhou mused. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. After all, if it was indeed excrement, it must serve as fertilizer. Perhaps the dung of these burrowing worms could even surpass his rudimentary fertilizers in promoting crop growth. Thus, Zhou sprang into action. No longer repulsed by the mud, these were indeed valuable resources. He promptly opened the gilded supply box, scooping up handfuls of the droppings and placing them within. After collecting several portions, he found the pace of using his hands too slow, so he resorted to using a wooden shield as a makeshift shovel, diligently loading the material. In no time, the 100 slots of the gilded supply box were filled, yet merely a tenth of the droppings had been gathered. This would not suffice. He needed to transport every bit of the excrement. Zhou pondered a solution and soon sought out Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao, I will send you a heap of mud shortly. Please hold on to it temporarily. Once I conclude my tasks here, I shall have you return it to me. Jiang Haitao had no reason to refuse, though Zhou's peculiar behavior piqued his curiosity about what Zhou had encountered. After notifying Jiang Haitao, Zhou cast his gaze upon the more than 90 portions of droppings in the gilded supply box. With a mere thought, he summoned them into the system interface and sent them to Jiang Haitao via private message. Continuing in this manner, Zhou filled the supply box and relayed its contents to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. Repeating this process, he successfully collected all the burrowing worm droppings from the periphery of the space, leaving only the tallest mound at the center. At last, he was nearing completion. Taking a moment to rest, Zhou sat upon the ground, gazing up at the small mountain of excrement before him, a smile gracing his face. His treasure hunt in the cave had proven remarkably fruitful. He had acquired 3 blueprints in one go, along with iron ingots, a rare material difficult to obtain, and 2 unique organisms with special properties. Once he excavated the final mound before him, he could return to rest, for the day's endeavors had thoroughly exhausted him. After a brief respite, Zhou resumed his excavation of the droppings. The mound, composed of soft mud, began to collapse as he dug beneath it, gradually shrinking until the apex was visible. What was that? Zhou's headlamp illuminated the summit of the excrement mound, revealing a sparkling reflection, indicating the presence of something atop. Treasure. A thrill surged within him, and he hastened his digging until the entire mound was reduced to a small pile of mud, finally unveiling the source of the glimmering light. It was a most peculiar plant, standing approximately half a meter tall, its trunk formed of a rock as thick as a pinky finger. From this rocky trunk branched 3 limbs, each adorned with leaves crafted from crystal. The crystal leaves are flat and elongated, resembling bamboo leaves found on Earth. They are adorned with delicate crystal spines that shimmer beautifully under the light. At the junction of 3 branches, 3 slender twigs extend, bare of any crystal leaves, each terminating in an egg-sized stone. The stone's surface is rough and unpolished, appearing rather unremarkable. Unsure of the plant's identity, Zhou decided to reach out and touch the stone hanging from the twig's end. As his hand made contact, the stone fell, and with quick reflexes, Zhou caught it just in time. In the following moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Obtained rock fruit X1. To his astonishment, this stone was indeed the fruit of the plant. Zhou had speculated about the irregular stones hanging from the branches, but the resemblance to ordinary stones was so striking that he found it hard to believe. If it is indeed a fruit, it should be edible, he thought, opening his mouth to sample the stone fruit. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, he hesitated and asked Zhang Haitao for a bottle of mineral water to wash it off, mindful that the area was littered with the feces of burrowing rockworms, which were soft and muddy. Although Zhou had grown accustomed to the sight of the feces, he certainly didn't want to ingest any. After rinsing the stone fruit, he placed it directly in his mouth and bit down hard. Crack! The rock fruit remained unyielding, nearly causing Zhou to chip a molar. Hiss! Is this truly a fruit? It is far too hard. Zhou winced in pain, observing only a faint bite mark on the stone fruit, and couldn't help but express his disbelief. Could this fruit be inedible? His mind was filled with questions, as his knowledge of this plant was woefully insufficient. After some contemplation, Zhou concluded that the rock fruit must be edible, perhaps encased in a protective shell akin to that of a nut. With this thought, he approached the edge of space, gently tapping the fruit against the rocky wall. There was no reaction. He applied a little more force, yet still no response. Determined, he increased his strength. Crack! The rock fruit finally split open, revealing a crystal-like flesh within. Zhou's expression lit up with excitement, just as he had suspected. The outer stone was indeed a shell. Carefully prying it open, he unveiled the translucent fruit flesh inside. The flesh was round, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, encased in a thick layer of transparent pulp, with a white seed at its center. Its appearance was reminiscent of a lychee, albeit with a hard flesh rather than the soft texture found in lychees. Zhou placed the fruit flesh in his mouth once more and bit down gently, this time easily breaking off a piece. The flesh of the fruit is remarkably crisp, akin to that of a crunchy apple, yet it boasts an exquisite sweetness, particularly the core, which is imbued with a rich aroma and delightful flavor. At first, Zhou assumed the core would be hard, only to discover that it was merely a tad firmer than the surrounding flesh, with a crispness reminiscent of lotus seeds. The stone fruit's flesh is not substantial. Zhou consumed it in just 2 bites. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, bestowing Zhou with an enhancement of 3 attributes in an instant. How remarkable it is to receive such a boon all at once. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight and a smile graced his face. Although each attribute only increased slightly, he felt immense satisfaction. His treasure-hunting venture had already yielded significant rewards, and these additional attribute points were a delightful bonus. He pondered whether this stone fruit could yield repeated enhancements. With that thought, Zhou plucked another stone fruit, preparing to test his luck, though he held little hope, for since arriving in this world, he had not encountered anything capable of providing repeated upgrades. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Chapter 48. Return. Upon hearing the same prompt sound echoing once more in his mind, Zhou found himself utterly frozen. The ability to repeatedly allocate attribute points was indeed real. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he eagerly reached for the last stone fruit, eager to discover if he could continue enhancing his attributes. However, the moment he plucked the stone fruit, A flicker of hesitation washed over him. This plant was a valuable find, and the stone fruit was, after all, a seed. Observing the location where this plant thrived, it was evident that its growth conditions relied on the dung of the burrowing rockworms. Having already excavated all the dung, he realized he could cultivate it himself later. Thus, Zhou collected the final stone fruit and carefully unearthed the plant from its dung mound. The plant's roots were composed of crystal, and he proceeded with great caution during the excavation. Fortunately, the plant was anchored in a patch of soft mud, making the task effortless while preserving the integrity of its crystalline roots. After a period of time, he successfully extracted all the remaining burrowing rockworm dung, bringing his treasure hunt in the cave to a satisfactory conclusion. On his return journey, Zhou, as before, secured the gilded supply chest to his back with strips of cloth. He then removed the spiked helmet and temporarily planted the rock crystal tree within it. The spiked helmet, having sustained damage during the confrontation with the burrowing rockworms, now served perfectly as a temporary container for the rock crystal tree. Thus, Zhou trekked back with the gilded supply chest strapped to his back, cradling the helmet in one arm. Guided by the mental imagery of the Leviathan, he skillfully navigated through the labyrinthine passages until he finally emerged from the cave entrance. With a sigh of relief, Zhou instinctively glanced upward, only to be greeted by an overwhelming darkness. Confirming he had returned to the mouth of the phantasmal Leviathan, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Now in a secure environment, Zhou stowed away his armor and weapons into the supply chest, feeling a weight lifted as he traversed the esophagus and re-entered the stomach wall space. Gazing upon the twinkling brilliance of the stomach wall space, he experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. The earlier encounters in the cave had been rather oppressive, but now he was back. Little one has finally returned. Time for sleep. I am so tired. The thoughts of the phantasmal Leviathan resonated at that moment, causing the entire stomach wall space to tremble as the creature began to move, presumably in search of a suitable resting place. Zhou, hearing the Leviathan's inner voice, offered a faint smile despite his weariness. The trials of the cave had indeed been exhausting. Nevertheless, it was not yet time for slumber. Zhou first sought a suitable spot to place the rock crystal tree and then deposited the iron ingots and glass from the gilded supply chest into the storage cabinet. Lastly, he sought out Jiang Haitao to reclaim the boiling blood coral and a small aquarium, along with a heap of burrowing rockworm dung that had been assigned to him that day. Brother Wen, have you completed your tasks? Jiang Haitao inquired as he handed over the items, followed by the blueprint for the spiked helmet. Zhou received the blueprint and set to work crafting a new spiked helmet for himself. Yes, I have finished. I left the stomach wall space today. What? You left the stomach wall space? In a moment of confusion, Jiang Haitao struggled to comprehend Zhou Wen's meaning. Consequently, Zhou Wen recounted his recent experiences in the treasure cave, deliberately omitting the details regarding the blueprints for the iron blade and fishbone armor, as well as the matter of transforming into Leviathan's voice. The treasure cave, a colossal worm. Jiang Haitao was astounded by Zhou Wen's narrative. The notion of encountering such a gigantic creature in a dark, narrow, and damp cave filled him with a sense of suffocating fear and despair. Wen Ge, you weren't injured, were you? Nothing serious, just some scrapes. Thankfully, with the help of the Leviathan transformation, it could have been perilous otherwise. Zhou Wen recalled the scene of using numerous wooden shields to fend off the burrowing rockworm, a chill running down his spine. If you ever find yourself in a treasure cave, you must let me know before you venture in. I can offer you some assistance. Thank you, Wen Ge, but isn't exploring the cave too dangerous? I feel there's no need to take such risks. Jiang Haitao felt a wave of fear just from listening to Zhou Wen's account. He could not fathom going there himself. That simply won't do. In this survival-driven world, the competition lies in acquiring resources and blueprints. The treasure caves yield rare resources. If you choose to retreat, you'll always be at a distance from others. Currently, it is true that survivors seldom encounter each other. But what about the future? If conflict arises and you find yourself lagging behind, I need not elaborate on the consequences. All right, but you must promise to help me when that time comes. Rest assured, that is a given. Zhou Wen cautioned Jiang Haitao to keep the treasure cave matter confidential before concluding their conversation. Afterward, he utilized 10 units of stone, 10 units of glass, and 10 units of sand to create a small aquarium. On his way back from the cave, he had not forgotten the gelatinous worms he had encountered. In a waterlogged cave, there were plenty of these creatures. He casually captured 10 of them, wrapping them in his clothing for transport. These 10 gelatinous worms were then housed in the newly constructed aquarium. However, with the addition of 2 small aquariums occupying 1 square meter each, there was no longer space on the wooden platform. Since expanding the wooden base was not feasible, Zhou decided to build upwards. He constructed 2 additional wooden bases on top of the 2 platforms where he slept. These bases were supported by 4 logs, leaving the center hollow, allowing Zhou to continue sleeping in his previous position, albeit with less space due to the overhead structures. The 2 small aquariums were placed on the second layer of the wooden base, while Zhou nestled in the cramped space below. How is it that the faster I progress, the narrower my living space becomes? Zhou lamented, confined within the limited area left for sleeping. Before retiring for the night, Zhou cast a glance at the myriad private messages from fellow survivors that flooded his system interface. Among the tens of thousands of messages, the majority inquired about his sudden cessation of selling wooden foundations. Zhou chose to disregard these messages. Having exited the stomach space, he was naturally unable to continue production. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would resume sales the following day, rendering these queries moot. Among the myriad messages, one stood out, seeking to trade for a second algae oxygenator. Upon reviewing the trade blueprints, Zhou recognized them as the chopstick designs he had previously encountered in the World Exchange channel. Promptly, he messaged the individual and successfully traded for the chopstick blueprints. The absence of chopsticks during his recent foray into a makeshift hot pot had left him quite distressed. Chopstick blueprint requires wood X1. After utilizing the chopstick blueprint, Zhou swiftly crafted a pair of chopsticks. After enduring such tribulations throughout the day, he felt deserving of a reward, a can of fruit. Opening the can, he savored a generous sip of the sweet broth, allowing its delightful flavor to wash away the fatigue of the day. With his newly crafted chopsticks, he deftly lifted the succulent fruit, relishing each morsel as it gracefully found its way to his mouth. The convenience of chopsticks brought immense pleasure. How delightful it was. Chapter 49. Golden Seaweed. On the 10th day, Zhou awoke, as usual, rising from the wooden platform only to inadvertently strike his head against the overhead wooden beams. Hiss! Zhou inhaled sharply, recalling that he had constructed 2 wooden supports above him the previous night. He could only ruefully massage his aching head as he crawled out from between the 2 wooden structures. However, as soon as he propped himself up on the wooden platform, he was met with a piercing pain in his arms, the muscles in his shoulders throbbing with discomfort. Yesterday, in the treasure cave, he had relied heavily on his arms to advance, and had even engaged in a test of endurance against the burrowing worm. In a moment of life-threatening peril, adrenaline surged within him, empowering his muscles beyond their normal limits, which likely resulted in strain to his tendons. I hope I don't encounter the anchorhead worm today, Zhou thought to himself as he gradually crawled out, wishing for a day of rest. His arms were too fatigued to exert much strength, and he knew he needed to recuperate. Yet if confronted by an anchorhead worm, he would have no choice but to fight through the pain, risking further damage to his tendons and prolonging his recovery. Wait a moment, what about the 2 points I added to my constitution yesterday? Why is there no noticeable effect? Zhou opened his character attributes panel. Zhou. Normal human attributes are 10 points, intelligence, 10 strength, 10, 5 constitution, 12 speed, 14 evaluation, a healthy individual exceeding ordinary capabilities. My constitution is at 12 points, surpassing the normal range. So why is my recovery so sluggish? Zhou pondered, believing that with his constitution increased to 12, there should be some tangible improvements. However, he had overestimated the effect. While an increase in constitution does expedite recovery, at 12 points, the acceleration was minimal, hardly sufficient to heal injuries overnight. Moreover, without that boost to his constitution, even rising from the wooden platform would have been a struggle today. Yet, Zhou merely expressed his grievances. For the specifics of how these attribute increases would manifest were not elucidated in the task attributes panel. He was left to rely solely on conjecture, uncertain of the accuracy of his assumptions. After examining his constitution, Zhou shifted his gaze to his strength, becoming lost in thought as he stared at his 10. 5 points. Previously, he had considered that by exercising, he could enhance his strength, and indeed, his hypothesis had proven correct, resulting in a genuine increase of 0.5 points, but only while remaining within the normal human threshold of 10 points. Now that his strength had reached 10.5, surpassing the ordinary, he felt that further push-ups would yield little benefit. Perhaps I should just continue doing push-ups. At the very least, I can regain that 0.5 point. Zhou was still in the exploratory phase of his training regimen, realizing that mere speculation would not suffice. He could only proceed gradually, seeking to develop a systematic approach to augmenting his strength. After reviewing his attributes, Zhou began to survey his surroundings. First glancing at the blood-boiling coral he had brought back yesterday, he harbored concerns that the coral polyps might be adversely affected by the system interface as transport. Zhou held the headlamp in his hand, carefully directing its beam toward the boiling blood coral within the small aquarium. After a thorough examination, he was reassured to find that the coral polyps were still alive. However, the food source for these blood corals was blood, and he pondered where he might procure such sustenance. The thought of feeding the coral with his own blood was unthinkable. Could he possibly use the blood of the Leviathan? After careful contemplation, he deemed the blood of the Leviathan as the most suitable option. Considering its large size, a small amount of its blood would scarcely make an impact. Nevertheless, he ultimately discarded this notion, at least for the moment, as he would not resort to sacrificing the Leviathan's blood for the sake of the blood coral. Instead, he conceived another method of obtaining blood, by hunting anchorworms. In the future, should he encounter anchorworms, he could kill them and use their blood to nourish the blood coral. If he did not come across any, he could post a request in the World Exchange Channel for the blood of anchorworms. One specimen would suffice to feed the blood coral. Zhou vividly recalled the first anchorworm he had slain, the scene of its blood splattering everywhere, an astonishing volume of it. After inspecting the blood coral, he turned his attention to another small aquarium housing gellworms. The water in this tank was sparse, and since he had no means of acquiring seawater upon his return yesterday, he scooped several handfuls of seawater from the blood coral's tank and transferred it to the gellworm aquarium. According to the observations he had made in the cave, gellworms did not necessarily require an aquatic environment. A slight moisture was sufficient for their survival. Zhou examined the 10 gellworms and found them to be in good condition, each one slowly crawling along the glass of the aquarium, leaving trails of slimy residue in their wake. The Biological Encyclopedia provided a straightforward description of gellworms, noting that their bodies could produce hemostatic gel and possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Thus, Zhou decided to test the extent of the gel worm's regenerative capabilities. He captured one and, using a fishbone knife, sliced it in half. He then placed the 2 halves into the small aquarium and awaited the results. Rather than idly waiting, he chose to investigate the golden silk grass that had been on his mind. As he approached the seagrass cultivation box, his keen eyes caught sight of a minuscule seagrass plant, no more than 3 centimeters tall, growing amidst the gravel at the bottom of the water. The plant glowed with a golden hue, shimmering under the light. It had sprouted. Zhou's excitement surged. He momentarily doubted his eyes, scrutinizing it several times to confirm that indeed, a golden-hued seagrass seedling had emerged. Overwhelmed with joy, he could hardly contain himself. His exuberance was not without reason, for golden silk grass could bear golden silk fruits, which would enhance the consumer's strength by 5 points, not to mention the fibers required for the fishbone armor. This underscored the significance of golden silk grass to Zhou. With the successful germination of the golden silk fruit, how could his reaction be anything less than ecstatic? Based on the earlier exchange between Chun Xian and Zhou when regarding the golden silk fruit, it can be inferred that Chun Xian has acquired at least 2 such fruits, implying that a single golden silk seaweed can yield a minimum of 2 fruits. Of course, it is also conceivable that Chun Xian experienced extraordinary fortune and encountered 2 golden silk seaweeds simultaneously. However, the likelihood of this scenario is exceedingly slim in Zhou Wen's estimation. Furthermore, Zhou Wen harbors a bold hypothesis suggesting that the golden silk seaweed may potentially bear three fruits at once. This conjecture stems from his own experiences whenever he encounters items that enhance attribute points. He typically consumes them a second time to ascertain that no further increase occurs before deciding to sell. It stands to reason that Chun Xin followed a similar protocol. After consuming 2 golden silk fruits and confirming that no further enhancement to strength was possible, she sought to trade the last one with him. Zhou Wen gazed intently at the delicate, slender seaweed seedling, his excitement mounting at the prospect of mass-producing such a rare and significantly potent attribute-enhancing fruit. After calming his emotions, Zhou Wen turned his attention to the rock crystal leaf tree he had brought back the previous day. Chapter 50. The watermelon ripe. The rock crystal leaf tree remains planted within the damaged spiked helmet, as there is currently no available space on the wooden platform for additional planting. Zhou Wen cannot cultivate beyond the confines of the wooden platform, as the excrement of the burrowing lava worm is merely soft mud, incapable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of seawater. Nevertheless, the rock crystal leaf tree is an immensely significant plant, for its fruits, the rock fruits, can exponentially enhance attributes, and remarkably, in 3 different aspects. Today, however, marks the day of the watermelon's ripening. Once harvested, the newly vacated space shall be utilized for the planting of the rock crystal leaf tree. Priorities must be set, and the significance of the rock crystal leaf tree far surpasses that of mere crops such as watermelon. Zhou Wen eagerly anticipates the rock crystal leaf tree to bear its fruits once more, to ascertain just how many attribute points can be amplified. With a heart full of anticipation, Zhou Wen cradled the spiked helmet meant for planting the rock crystal leaf tree and made his way to the cultivation area. His gaze was immediately drawn to a small planting box, where a watermelon, larger than a basketball and adorned with deep and shallow striped waves, lay serenely nestled among the vines. The once vibrant green vines and leaves now exhibited signs of withering. With a clap of excitement, Zhou Wen approached and gently tapped the watermelon. It quivered slightly, producing a crisp thud, clearly indicating its ripeness. However, he refrained from plucking the watermelon just yet. Observing the wilting vines and leaves, he surmised that the true ripening of the watermelon would only occur once the vines had completely withered. Swallowing hard, Zhou Wen recognized, from the feedback of his earlier tap, that this was undoubtedly a succulent watermelon with a thin skin and rich flesh. Suppressing his urge to indulge, he shifted his gaze to the sweet potatoes nearby. Buried in the soil, only the vines were visible, yet they had darkened significantly, indicating their age. The once even ground now displayed slight mounds, suggesting that the sweet potatoes had also grown quite substantial. Having surveyed the crops, he noted that it was nearly time for the Leviathan to enter its feeding phase. Zhou Wen carefully placed the rock crystal leaf tree in a secure location and then retreated back to his sleeping area. At this moment, he no longer perceived the sleeping quarters as cramped. Instead, he felt enveloped in a profound sense of safety. With a wooden foundation overhead and an oxygen-producing algae tank before him, he felt as though he were sheltered within a diminutive sanctuary, impervious to external dangers. Nonetheless, safety aside, it was essential to don his defensive gear, and Zhou Wen accessed the blueprint interface, turning to the design for the iron greatsword. Having acquired a superior weapon along with the requisite materials, it was only prudent to retire the fishbone knife for enhanced security. Zhou Wen promptly initiated the crafting process. 3 iron ingots combined with a piece of wood coalesced into a radiant blue light, forming before him an iron greatsword, measuring 1 meter in length. The iron greatsword boasts a blade length of 70 centimeters and a handle of 30 centimeters, designed for a 2-handed grip. Its form widens at the front and tapers toward the back, with a slight curve between the blade and the tip, making it ideal for slashing. It felt somewhat weighty in his grasp. Zhou Wen grasped the iron sword with one hand, assessing its weight, which he estimated to be around 10 pounds. For him, this weight meant that he could only manage simple slashes, placing a considerable strain on his wrist. To truly harness the sword's potential, he would need to wield it with both hands. However, As he had never handled such a weapon before, his dual-handed movements felt awkward. It was evident that he needed practice. With both hands firmly on the sword, Zhou attempted a few swings, noticing a lack of coordination in his arms. This was to be expected. He was an ordinary person who had only ever used a kitchen knife. Naturally, adapting to the heft of a two-handed sword would require time and continual practice. Suddenly, the sound of surging seawater echoed in his esophagus, prompting Zhou to collect his thoughts and conceal himself behind the algal oxygenation tank, listening intently to the aquatic sounds. Today, he hoped to avoid an encounter with the anchorhead worm, as any strain on his arm's tendons would be detrimental. A careful assessment of the surroundings confirmed the absence of the dreaded creature. He then accessed his blueprint interface and crafted 21 algal oxygenation tanks. The previous night, he had traded his own tank for the chopstick blueprint, and now he was replenishing his stock. The remaining 20 tanks would be listed on the trading channel, inviting survivors to procure them. After some time, it seemed that Zhou's hopes were realized, or perhaps fortune favored him, as he navigated the feeding phase unscathed. However, other survivors were not as fortunate. The death toll rose steadily, reaching over 500,000, aligning with Zhou's earlier predictions. Faced with such staggering mortality, he could only continue to sell wooden foundations to provide survivors with some measure of defense. Jiang Haitao encountered an anchorhead worm, but thanks to Zhou's advice to hide behind an algal oxygenation tank, he managed to avoid being dragged into the depths, unlike Zhou before him. Safely perched on the wooden platform, he awaited the retreat of the seawater. With the water's withdrawal, the worm's agility diminished significantly. Armed with the heavy spiked armor Zhou had provided and wielding a fishbone blade, Jiang Haitao remained still, waiting for the worm to ensnare him. Once it did, he swung his weapon with force, successfully slaying the creature. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately requested Jiang Haitao send him the anchorhead worm's carcass. He subsequently placed the worm's blood into a small aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. The blood stained the previously clear water crimson, invigorating the coral polyps, which began to dance and absorb the nutrient-rich liquid. After nourishing the boiling blood corals, Zhou tossed the remaining seaweed from the feeding phase into the tank of gel worms as their sustenance. Once he completed these tasks, he announced on the global trading channel his intention to acquire gold ore, recognizing its potential to promote the growth of golden seaweed. Having accomplished all this, Zhou began transporting the seaweed. Due to the injury in his arm, he was unable to exert much force, resulting in a slower pace that took nearly 2 hours. However, the mere expenditure of an additional hour would not affect the quantity of supply boxes obtained. The time has come to indulge in watermelon. While transporting seaweed, Zhou observed that the vines of the watermelon had completely withered, signifying that the fruit was fully ripe. Once the seaweed was moved, he hurriedly ascended the wooden platform and plucked the large watermelon from the desiccated tendrils. The newly crafted iron knife was perfectly suited for slicing the watermelon. Chapter 51. Eating Watermelon. Zhou 1. Cradling a watermelon, approached the wooden platform beneath his resting area. He removed the algae oxygenation tank that served as a wall, clearing a spacious area, and placed the watermelon atop the wooden surface. After many days, it had finally ripened. Zhou reminisced about the moment 6 days prior when he had sown the watermelon seeds. Although the duration was brief, it felt as if an eternity had passed. This perception stemmed from a multitude of events that had transpired during those 6 days, keeping his mental state in a constant flurry of activity, making each day feel interminably prolonged. He reflected on his initial aspiration to cultivate a large area for self-sufficiency upon planting the seeds. Yet the reality of that ambition proved daunting. The space within the gastric wall was limited, although it would gradually expand with the growth of the Leviathan. This was a protracted process. To genuinely achieve self-sufficiency, Zhou estimated he would require at least 20 to 30 small planting boxes, amounting to 20 to 30 square meters. Currently, the space had indeed increased slightly due to the Leviathan's growth, yet this expansion was insufficient to accommodate additional wooden foundations. Considering the Leviathan's current growth rate of approximately 1 meter per day, it would take about 20 days for the gastric wall's dimensions to increase by 1 meter. Thus, To accommodate 20 to 30 small planting boxes, the gastric wall would need to reach a length of at least 10 meters, resulting in a total area of 100 square meters. Zhou-Wen's wooden foundations typically occupied 1/5 to 1/4 of the gastric wall space, providing only 20 to 25 square meters for cultivation, not accounting for the essential requirements of living space. Based on this calculation, achieving self-sufficiency would necessitate at least 100 days, yet Zhou-Wen had only been in this world for 10 days. In that short span, he had faced near-death experiences 4 times. On the first day, he almost suffocated while transporting seaweed. On the 4th day, he encountered anchorhead worms and narrowly escaped strangulation. On the 7th day, 2 anchorhead worms nearly drowned him. And on the 9th day, in the treasure cave, he was powerless against the burrowing rockworms. Reflecting on these harrowing experiences, Zhou-Wen realized that the past 10 days had been extraordinarily perilous, and the prospect of self-sufficiency in 100 days seemed uncertain, as survival itself remained a question. Deciding to set aside these troubling thoughts, Zhou-Wen focused on the watermelon, which was the pressing matter at hand. He dismissed his concerns and raised his iron blade, gently slicing into the center of the watermelon. With a crisp sound, the blade penetrated the rind, causing the watermelon to split open effortlessly. Zhou-Wen set down the iron blade and, with both hands, pulled apart the now-halved watermelon, revealing a vibrant expanse of red flesh. Wow, this watermelon! Zhou-Wen was instantly captivated. It was the watermelon of his dreams. Everyone knows that the sweetest part of a watermelon lies in the seedless heart, where each bite is crisp and succulent, allowing one to relish the sweetness and fragrance of the flesh without the annoyance of seeds. The watermelon cultivated by Zhou-Wen is entirely composed of flesh that resembles the heart of the fruit, appearing firm, plump, translucent, and abundant in juice. The rind is remarkably thin, measuring only 2 to 3 millimeters, and is exceptionally crisp, with merely a gentle pull. It can be effortlessly peeled away from the vibrant red flesh. Naturally, this watermelon is not devoid of seeds. Nestled within the luscious red interior are 2 ebony seeds, quietly embedded in the succulent pulp. Zhou-Wen gazes at these 2 conspicuous seeds amidst the vivid flesh, a look of delight spreading across his face as he carefully extracts them. With seeds in hand, he can continue to cultivate watermelons. With a series of swift cuts, half the watermelon is divided into 7 or 8 slices. Zhou-Wen immediately grabs a slice, unable to contain his eagerness as he brings it to his mouth. With a hearty bite, the firm, crisp flesh bursts open, releasing a cascade of sweet, delectable juice that splashes within his mouth, while the intoxicating fragrance of the fruit envelopes him, filling him with a profound sense of joy. This is simply divine. Zhou-Wen has never tasted such exquisite watermelon. Previously, he relished canned fruits, but in comparison, they pale significantly. As he continues to indulge, half the watermelon quickly disappears into his stomach. Feeling the slight expansion of his belly, he gazes at the remaining half with a hint of regret for his limited capacity, wishing he could consume the entire fruit. I'll cut half for Jiang Haitao. After all, he won't finish it either, and if I store it in the cabinet, the taste will certainly diminish by evening. Wow, Brother Wen, where did you get this watermelon? It's absolutely stunning. Jiang Haitao, upon receiving the image of Zhou-Wen's watermelon, is left in awe. He has never seen such a beautifully fleshed watermelon, resembling a ruby. I grew it from the seeds you originally provided. What? Brother Wen, you can farm now? Indeed. Would you like to try your hand at it? I would. But, is that possible? Although Jiang Haitao was not particularly preoccupied with farming, he was not foolish. In a world where even basic sustenance is obtained through resource boxes, the significance of agriculture is evident. He doubted Zhou-Wen would furnish him with the necessary items for farming. Of course, I'll send you 2 small planting boxes. You will need to procure the seeds yourself. Zhou-Wen opened the blueprint interface and crafted 2 small planting boxes, sending them to Jiang Haitao along with 2 portions of basic fertilizer. Currently, relying solely on his limited space, he cannot expand his cultivation. The optimal strategy is to enlist trusted individuals in the endeavor. Brother Wen, thank you for your kindness. Don't speak so formally, since you call me brother. I naturally wish to look after you. By the way, you can use those 2 portions of basic fertilizer after planting the seeds. Each small planting box requires 1 portion to accelerate crop growth. Understood, Brother 1. I'm already in the process of acquiring seeds. As the conversation with Jiang Haitao came to a close, Zhou Wen gazed at the remaining quarter of the watermelon, hesitating for a moment before opening Chun Xian's profile and sending her message. Miss Chun, weren't you interested in collaborating with me previously? Indeed, it has been quite some time. I thought Mr. Zhou had forgotten about me. I wonder how you have been considering this matter. I am willing to agree to a collaboration, but I must request that you submit 2 of the 5 blueprints you obtained from the sale of the 10 algae oxygenation tanks. This will serve as a foundation for trust. Additionally, I would need you to send all 5 blueprints, from which I shall select 2 that I require, returning the rest to you. Zhou Wen, that request seems rather excessive. How can I be certain that you are not attempting to deceive me regarding the blueprints? Chapter 52. The stone mortar trust between individuals is a gradual process to establish. In my prior transaction of golden silk fruit with Miss Chun, I have already demonstrated my integrity. Mr. Zhou, if you insist on this, I had already placed my trust in you during our golden silk fruit transaction by providing it to you in advance. However, now you are asking me to gamble once more and with a larger stake this time. That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Since you have already trusted me once. Miss Chin, why not extend that trust once more? This would serve to further deepen our mutual confidence. That simply cannot be the case. Why is it that you, Mr. Zhou, always require my trust rather than offering yours to me? With the current high demand for wooden foundations, do you not find it exhausting to continuously produce them? Rather than that, why not entrust the blueprints to me? I can assist you in their production and sale, and I assure you that I will return the blueprints without fail. How about this time, Mr. Zhou? You trust me just once. It is impossible for me to hand over the wooden foundation blueprints to you. Zhou Wen firmly rejected this, as the significance of the blueprint transcends mere trust. It is imperative that it remains in his possession. Unless someone else were to acquire an identical blueprint, he would not relinquish it to anyone. Mr. Zhou, how can we establish trust between us with such an attitude? Miss Chun, do not misinterpret our roles. You are the one joining my team, and it is you who must earn my trust, not the other way around. However, given our long-standing acquaintance in this world, I have decided to allow you to join the team. Of course, if you find my demands excessive, you are free to decline. I merely hope that you will keep our secrets. After reading Zhou Wen's message, Chen Xian hesitated. Although this trust agreement seemed heavily weighted against her, she still recognized Zhou Wen's character through their previous transactions. Moreover, if she did not join Zhou Wen's team, whom else could she turn to? He was the individual with the most blueprints and resources at hand. Even if she were to establish her own group, it would not compare to Zhou Wen's. After some contemplation, she resolved to accept this seemingly disadvantageous agreement, but decided to alter her approach. Mr. Zhou, I do not possess 5 blueprints. I have only 4 and 10 algae oxygenators. I sold 8, keeping 2 for my own use, as I previously only acquired 1 from you. To ensure a stable supply of oxygen, at least 2 are necessary. I can offer you 4 blueprints to choose from, but I cannot provide all 4 at once. What would you propose instead? I will give you 1 blueprint. After you have reviewed it, return it to me, and then I will provide you with another. We can repeat this process until you have seen all 4 blueprints. Afterward, you can inform me of the 2 you require, and I shall hand them over to you. Agreed. This method is excellent and will adequately reflect our mutual trust. Chen Xian's approach is far superior to Zhou Wen's blunt and forceful means of eliciting trust. Although the blueprints exchanged back and forth between them ultimately returned to Chen Xian's hands, the trust between them deepened throughout this process. With Zhou Wen's consent, Chen Xian sent him a blueprint. Upon receiving the wooden bowl blueprint, Zhou Wen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was it valuable? Certainly, it held value for Zhou Wen, especially since he possessed a chopstick blueprint as well, thus completing a set of bowl and chopsticks. However, for most, it would be deemed worthless. After reviewing it, Zhou Wen returned the blueprint, and Chen Xian sent another one, the wooden table blueprint. Zhou Wen glanced at it, sending it back. While it was useful, it too lacked significant value. The stone mortar blueprint depicted a simple image. leading Zhou Wen to conclude it was a tool for grinding powder. Could the boiling blood powder require grinding the boiling blood coral into a fine dust? Zhou Wen speculated, recognizing that this stone mortar blueprint was indeed desirable, although he needed to return it to Chen Xian for now. The spike gloves blueprint puzzled Zhou Wen. How could there be gloves in the spike set? He had assumed he had already gathered a complete set of spike armor. Nevertheless, the gloves' value remained limited due to their minimal protective coverage. Survivors would prefer trading for a wooden shield, which could safeguard vital body parts, proving far more beneficial than spike gloves. For someone with a complete set of spike armor, the gloves were merely a decorative enhancement, making little difference whether they were included or not. Which two do you need? Chen Xian inquired after Zhou Wen had reviewed and returned all the blueprints. The stone mortar and the spike gloves. Having made his decision, Chen Xian said nothing further and promptly sent Zhou Wen the two blueprints. Welcome, Chen Xian, to my team. I hope you will contribute greatly in the future, Zhou Wen messaged. He then shared the remaining watermelon with Chen Xian, who was astonished by the watermelon's perfection. After tasting it, she was further captivated by its sweetness and crispness. How did you acquire this watermelon? Chen Xian echoed the same question posed by Jiang Haida. Delicious, right? I grew it myself. But if you wish to grow your own, you'll need to contribute to the team, Zhou Wen replied. Unlike Jiang Haida, who was more straightforward and motivated by emotional ties, Chen Xian was astute, requiring a profit-driven incentive to take action. Thus, it was essential to provide her with a goal. The small planning box would serve as that objective, and when she would obtain it was entirely up to Zhou Wen. By the way, how many strength points do you have now? Zhou Wen suddenly recalled that Chen Xian had consumed the golden silk fruit, which surely boosted her strength beyond his own. 13 points. Why do you ask? Can you move freely in a complete set of spike armor? Yes, but it gets tiring after a while. Understood. Engage diligently with the team, and should you excel, a fortifying sustenance shall be bestowed upon you. Why does that sound so much like an unscrupulous employer spinning grandiose tales? Ha! I assure you, I am not such a rogue. I have always adhered to my promises. Having concluded his conversation with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen proceeded to utilize the two blueprints he had just acquired. Stone mortar blueprint requires stone X2. Spike gloves blueprint requires spike krill shell X2, cloth X5. The materials needed for both items were modest, allowing Zhou Wen to craft them without delay. Upon donning the spike gloves, he noted that the dorsal side was entirely fashioned from shell, adorned with numerous diminutive spikes, while the palm was crafted from the abdomen of the spike krill, allowing for ease of movement. Zhou Wen found the gloves to be rather satisfactory. The stone mortar, on the other hand, was intended for his experiment with boiling blood coral powder, as he sought to ascertain its precise applications. Chapter 53. Blood coral powder. Zhou Wen temporarily set aside the stone mortar, having finished the watermelon. The small planting box was now vacant, and he intended to transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into it. However, considering that in the treasure cave, the rock crystal leaf tree thrived directly within the excrement of the burrowing worms, Zhou Wen refrained from planting it in the soil of the small box. Instead, he retrieved 3 portions of the burrowing worm's excrement from his storage cabinet and spread them directly over the soil layer of the planting box. Subsequently, he placed the rock crystal leaf tree atop the excrement, ensuring it aligned more closely with its natural habitat. Thus, the transplantation was complete, and he hoped the rock crystal leaf tree would continue to bear its rocky fruits. After transplanting the rock crystal leaf tree, Zhou Wen took a moment to inspect the golden silk seagrass seedlings. Both of these plants possessed unique properties that required his careful attention. Previously, he had acquired 5 pieces of gold ore through the World Trading Channel. He meticulously arranged these 5 pieces in a circle around the golden silk seagrass seedlings, facilitating their absorption of the precious gold elements. With these tasks accomplished, Zhou Wen retrieved the stone mortar once more and approached the small aquarium housing the blood coral. At this point, the seawater, once stained crimson by the blood of the anchored worms, had regained its clarity, indicating that the blood coral polyps had absorbed all the blood. Strangely, Zhou Wen felt that the blood coral appeared somewhat larger, suggesting a rapid growth rate. Initially, He had been concerned that taking a segment of the blood coral would require a lengthy recovery period for the polyps. However, it seemed his worries were unfounded. The overall shape of the blood coral resembled antlers. Zhou reached into the small aquarium and sought the smallest, thinnest antler. After exerting considerable force, he found it unyielding. How remarkably firm! The tiny antler was no larger than his pinky finger, and he had anticipated it would break easily. Since he could not detach it by hand, he resorted to using a formidable tool. He brandished a hefty iron sword and gently submerged it in the water, positioning the blade's tip next to the delicate antler. With a gentle tap at the bifurcation point connecting it to the main body, the iron sword's hardness and sharpness proved insurmountable for the coral. The slender piece was severed with ease. Zhou promptly retrieved the iron sword and lifted the broken segment of coral from the water surface. This small fragment still hosted a dozen blood coral polyps, yet they remained attached to the coral itself and were unable to detach. Zhou paid them no mind, as the small aquarium still contained numerous polyps that would eventually proliferate and restore their numbers. Wait a moment. Can I not strike a few more blood corals and replant them to sand? With an ample supply of blood, they might gradually grow into new blood corals. Zhou felt this idea was quite feasible. The growth of blood coral fundamentally depended on the calcified remains of the polyps. As long as the polyps remained alive and were provided with sufficient sustenance, they would undoubtedly flourish over time. Thus, the blood-boiling coral that Zhou possesses will multiply inexhaustibly. However, at present, this notion remains merely an aspiration. The blood-boiling coral is not yet substantial enough for division, and he lacks the requisite materials to construct a miniature aquarium, rendering this idea temporarily impractical. Setting aside such thoughts, Zhou prepared to commence the grinding of the blood-boiling coral into powder. The stone mortar consists of two components: the mortar itself, which holds the substance, and the pestle, used for grinding. Zhou placed a small segment of the blood-boiling coral into the mortar and began to crush it with the pestle. Bang! 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 Zhou applied force to the pestle, striking the coral within the mortar several times, causing the coral polyps residing on its surface to be obliterated, their fine scarlet blood seeping from their remains. A slight frown creased Zhou's brow as he felt an inexplicable sense of cruelty. Yet his hands did not cease until the coral was thoroughly pulverized. The primary structure of the blood-boiling coral differs from that of terrestrial corals. While earthly corals are white, the blood-boiling coral is entirely blood-red. Once shattered, Zhou began to grind in circular motions within the mortar, uncertain of the desired fineness, but adhering to the notion that the finer the powder, the better, as indicated in the description. Ding. Acquired a small portion of blood-boiling coral powder X1. Ding. Small portion of blood-boiling coral powder. Consuming it increases constitution by 3, strength by 5 for 10 minutes, enhances speed by 5, and accelerates healing. Can only be consumed once per day. What an astonishing effect! Zhou's heart raced upon hearing the description of the blood-boiling coral powder in his mind. He had previously suspected it to be a form of toxin, one that would cause another's blood to boil and perish upon ingestion. This assumption was not unfounded, as the name itself suggested malevolence, especially considering that the diet of the blood-boiling coral polyps consisted of blood. Yet, to his utter astonishment, it was the complete opposite of his expectations, an item that temporarily amplifies one's abilities, enhancing both strength and speed by 5 points. This 5-point augmentation should not be underestimated. Zhou, clad in a full set of spiked armor, found himself fatigued after only a few movements. Chun Xin, with a strength of 13 points, could not sustain prolonged activity while adorned in the same armor. However, once he consumed the blood-boiling coral powder, his strength surged to 18 points. Allowing him to move freely within 10 minutes, his speed markedly increased. A true life-saving artifact. Zhou's smile stretched from ear to ear as he resolved to personally test the effects of the blood-boiling coral. He swiftly poured the powder from the mortar in his mouth. It was somewhat dry, so he followed it with a gulp of mineral water, swallowing the powder entirely. Ding! Constitution 3, Strength 5, Speed 5. As the notifications of attribute enhancements echoed in his mind, Zhou suddenly felt his blood surging with vigor. A warmth coursing through his veins as his skin took on a slight crimson hue, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. Zhou, possessing attributes akin to an ordinary human with a score of 10 in intelligence, 15, 5 in strength, 15 in constitution, and 19 in speed, is evaluated as a person whose capabilities temporarily transcend those of the average individual following the consumption of a particular substance. Remarkably, this assessment can discern the attributes enhanced by temporary boosts, which Zhou finds quite intriguing. Upon reviewing his attributes, Zhou promptly donned an entire set of spiked armor, including the spiked gloves, while brandishing a wooden shield in his left hand and a heavy iron sword in his right. Even while encased in the formidable armor, he could still perceive the weight it imposed on his body. However, it was a significant improvement compared to when his strength was merely 10. 5. His arms now swung freely without the cumbersome weight of the spiked bracers hindering his movements, allowing him greater agility and the ability to run swiftly while clad in armor. Yet, the speed of 19 did not manifest as he had anticipated. It seemed that the weight of the spiked armor restrained his velocity. Consequently, Zhou removed the entire set of spiked armor and began to run within the confines of his spatial stomach. In this setting, his speed of 19 was fully unleashed, and he dashed forward with an agility reminiscent of lightness, far surpassing the world record for sprinting on Earth. With a sudden chime, a notification sounded: strength -5, speed -5. The message indicated that the 10-minute duration had elapsed, and the augmentation effects of the boiling blood coral powder had dissipated. Zhou felt as if he had abruptly deflated, transitioning from an invincible powerhouse to a state of weakness and helplessness. Chapter 54. Hemostatic Gel. It is no wonder that the hemostatic gel can only be used once a day. The augmentation effects come with a debilitating after effect. Zhou felt as though every ounce of energy had been siphoned from his body. Fortunately, the perilous phase of feeding had passed. Otherwise, in his current state, he would lack the strength even to wield a blade against an anchorhead worm. Having nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou picked up the sharp spiked armor he had carelessly discarded on the ground and crawled back into the narrow resting area. As he nestled into his resting spot, he suddenly noticed that the pain in his arm tendons had dissipated. Tentatively, he performed 2 push-ups and confirmed that he had indeed recovered. The restorative effects of the boiling blood coral powder were surprisingly potent, Zhou remarked to himself. Overall, the boiling blood coral powder exhibited a remarkably comprehensive enhancement effect, bolstering strength, speed, and recovery capabilities. Furthermore, upon its initial consumption, it granted a permanent increase of 3 points to his constitution, albeit usable only in dire circumstances, as the subsequent weakness would render it a double-edged sword. He pondered whether the hemostatic gel from the gel worm could also be produced using a stone mortar. With a weary expression, Zhou curled himself within the resting area to recuperate his stamina and energy, his mind drifting in contemplation. As his thoughts wandered, his eyelids grew heavy. The after effects of the boiling blood coral were undeniably overwhelming. However, sleep was not an option at this moment. In a little over an hour, the Leviathan would manifest and consume the first supply crate of the day. Though the supply crate phases have been relatively safe in recent days, he could not afford to let down his guard. With this in mind, Zhou rose and retrieved a can of fruit from his storage locker, along with a pair of chopsticks. Upon opening the can, he began to eat slowly with the chopsticks, having recently indulged in the fresh and delectable watermelon. The canned fruit paled in comparison. He found the texture of the canned fruit to be quite disappointing, and the syrup overly sweet, a far cry from the refreshing watermelon. I truly am insatiable, Zhou chuckled to himself. Among the survivors, he was certainly among the minority who had yet to taste canned fruit, yet here he was, expressing disdain. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, a sound akin to rushing water echoed within his esophagus. Having finished the canned fruit, Zhou rested for another hour, feeling his energy significantly restored. As the esophagus opened, seawater surged into the gastric cavity. The first supply crate of the day had arrived. Zhou donned his spiked armor, entering a state of readiness, calming his breathing as he attuned his senses to the sounds beneath the waves. Soon, he discerned the commotion of creatures swimming rapidly in the water. A mirror-skinned shuttlefish? The sounds produced by the aquatic life felt strikingly familiar. Once the seawater receded, the unmistakable sounds of fish leaping echoed, confirming his suspicion as he illuminated the area with his light. A shimmering creature was darting up and down, unmistakably a mirror-skinned shuttlefish. Zhou emerged from the resting area, first locating the supply crate and opening it, then waiting for the mirror-skinned shuttlefish to tire before proceeding to handle it. Ding! Goldore ixuno. Another piece of gold, or... It seems my chances of encountering these rare minerals are quite favorable at present. Zhou, while speaking, approached the seaweed cultivation box and placed the gold or near the golden seaweed. Having regained some energy, he turned his attention to the previously bisected gel-worm. Upon reaching the aquarium housing the gel-worms, Zhou discovered that the seaweed he had discarded earlier had nearly been consumed, and the number of gel-worms had increased to 11. Although 2 of them were significantly smaller than the others. This, splitting in half, resulted in 2. A look of astonishment crossed Zhou's face. This was not merely a robust recovery capability. It was evidently a remarkable regenerative ability. With a gasp of wonder, Zhou reached out to capture one of the smaller gel worms and tossed it into the stone mortar, intending to experiment with his hypothesis. He began to grind the gel worm's body with a pestle. This process was even more brutal than grinding the boiling blood coral worm, considering it was a living creature. Yet, he had no other choice. According to the description of the gel worm, it was intended for creating hemostatic gel using its own body. Fortunately, the gel worm's body was entirely composed of gel, devoid of blood, thus sparing him from a gruesome sight. Due to the worm's soft body, Zhou exerted little effort, and soon the gel worm transformed into a viscous mass of gel. Notification: obtained hemostatic gel X1. Notification: hemostatic gel. When a wound is profusely bleeding, applying the hemostatic gel can yield immediate results in stopping the bleeding and can slightly accelerate the healing process. It truly works, and its efficacy is substantial. Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing the alert, confirming his earlier assumptions. As he carefully listened to the effects of the hemostatic gel, joy spread across his face. Its potential was immense. Previously, when the anchor worm had bitten through the stomach wall, blood had gushed uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhou had been powerless to act. Fortunate that the size of the sunlight ball worm was just enough to seal the wound. Otherwise, he would have been left helplessly watching the blood flow. Now, with the hemostatic gel at his disposal, he had a means to treat the Leviathan's stomach injuries. Should any creature again pierce the stomach wall, he could utilize the hemostatic gel to mend the wound. Contemplating the importance of the hemostatic gel for the Leviathan, Zhou felt that 10 gel worms were woefully insufficient. In the event of a large wound in the stomach wall, these few gel worms would clearly not suffice. Thus, he raised his iron blade and sliced the 9 larger gel worms in half, then retrieved 2 portions of purchased seaweed from his storage cabinet and placed them into the small aquarium to increase the gel worm population. If only he had captured a few more yesterday, Zhou lamented. Currently, as neither he nor the Leviathan had any injuries, the batch of hemostatic gel he had created was of no immediate use, so he stored away. Next, he turned his attention to processing the mirror skin pike. Having gained experience from processing 3 previously, Zhou executed the task with practiced ease, further aided by a sharper iron blade, making the cutting of the fish flesh even simpler. The mirror-scaled pike meat was divided into 3 portions and placed in the trading channel. Still seeking to exchange for fragments of the Leviathan's growth acceleration food codex, he had already gathered 6 fragments, leaving just 4 more to complete the collection. Zhou gazed at the silver fishbone in his hand and decided to craft it into a fishbone knife, subsequently listing it in the trading channel to facilitate the exchange of fragments. After all, he only required 4 more, so he might as well collect them all at once. Utilizing the fishbone knife for trading fragments would undoubtedly result in a substantial loss, for the current fishbone knife is considered one of the most formidable weapons among all survivors. Although some had managed to obtain the blueprint for a wooden sword, how could a wooden sword possibly compare to the fishbone knife? The sharpness and durability of the two are on entirely different levels. Hence, trading the fishbone knife for valuable blueprints seemed most appropriate. However, as Zhou was on the verge of completing his collection, he no longer pondered the potential gains or losses. As soon as the fishbone knife was listed, a transaction was made, and Zhou promptly acquired 1 fragment. Shortly thereafter, the 3 portions of mirror-scaled pike meat were traded away, and 4 fragments appeared in his possession. At last, he had gathered them all. Chapter 55. Fragment Synthesis. Zhou retrieved the 6 previously stored fragments from his storage compartment and placed them alongside the 4 fragments in his hand. Ding! Do you wish to synthesize the Accelerated Growth Food Codex Fragment 1010? Without hesitation, Zhou selected the option to synthesize. In an instant, the 10 fragments transformed into a radiant blue light, gradually coalescing in the air to form a luminous screen, which detailed 5 categories of accelerated growth food. First, Survivor Planet Fruits. Feeding the Leviathan 5 tons will increase growth speed by 10. Second, Crimson Kelp. Feeding the Leviathan 10 tons will enhance growth speed by 20. Third, Bamboo Sea Mushrooms. Feeding the Leviathan 10 tons will boost growth speed by 30. Fourth, Golden Seagrass. Feeding the Leviathan 10 tons will amplify growth speed by 50. Fifth, Golden King Algae. Feeding the Leviathan 1 ton will double the growth speed by 100. After perusing the descriptions of the accelerated growth foods, Zhou felt utterly bewildered. None of the 5 items presented appeared attainable for him. The first option seemed the simplest, requiring only the cultivation of fruits in a small planting box. Yet he pondered the enormity of 5 tons. Where could he possibly find such a vast area to accommodate small planting boxes? Even if he filled the space within his stomach wall, he could not achieve such a yield. As for the second option, Crimson Kelp, the third, Bamboo Sea Mushrooms, and the 5th, Golden King Algae, he had never even heard of them. The only one he was currently attempting to cultivate was the 4th option, but he possessed merely a single, pitiful seedling of seagrass. What dilemma! Zhou chuckled wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, the codex was not entirely devoid of merit. Aside from the first option, it provided detailed descriptions and accompanying images for the remaining 4 types of algae. Should he encounter them in the future, he would undoubtedly recognize them. With this thought in mind, Zhou meticulously examined all the information regarding the 4 types of algae, particularly their appearances, to avoid missing out in the future. After committing the information to memory, he stored the Accelerated Growth Food Codex away. The codex transformed into blue light and integrated into his character attributes interface, forming a small square behind his name, inscribed with the character for food. With a simple click, the Accelerated Growth Food Codex would reappear, proving to be quite convenient. The first option was not entirely implausible, but was it worth pursuing? Zhou briefly contemplated the feasibility of the first method in the codex. Ultimately, he could sell the small planting boxes and allow other survivors to cultivate the fruits, subsequently purchasing the basic materials from them. Given the vast number of survivors engaged in planting, achieving the 5-ton requirement would be a trivial matter. After a moment's calculation, Zhou recalled the watermelons he had consumed earlier, estimating their weight to be around 10 pounds or approximately 5 kilograms each. A ton equates to 1,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to 200 watermelons. Thus, 5 tons would amount to 1,000 watermelons. This figure may appear substantial, yet when juxtaposed against the over 90 million survivors, it is but a drop in the ocean, aptly described as a mere grain of sand in the vast sea. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Zhou is currently reluctant to disseminate the small planting boxes, necessitating his search for 1,000 individuals who would adhere to his directives. The challenge then arises: where to find these 1,000 trustworthy souls? As Zhou pondered his options, a private message arrived. Greetings, esteemed one. My name is Zhuo Junyang. I have recently established a guild with over 1,000 survivors in the World Communication Channel and would like to extend an invitation for you to become our vice president. Might we be so fortunate to earn your favor? A guild? Is it possible to form a guild within the current world system? Zhou mused, slightly perplexed. He promptly opened the World Communication Channel for further investigation. Yet he found no option for guild formation. Not quite. This guild is a voluntary assembly on our part. The strength of one is ultimately limited. Only through unity can we achieve swifter development, which is the essence of our guild's formation. I see. That sounds commendable. However, I appreciate your invitation, but am not inclined to join any organization at this moment. Should I wish to join in the future, your guild will certainly be my choice. Please do not be hasty in your refusal. Esteemed one, consider it further. If you have any requests, feel free to communicate them with us. We will do our utmost to accommodate. Thank you, but I must decline. After once more rejecting Zhui Junyang, Zhou Wen ceased further communication. Zhui Junyang continued to send several private messages, all of which Zhou Wen chose to ignore. Moreover, he was not the only one extending invitations. Numerous newly formed guilds sought to recruit him as either vice president or even president, but all were met with his refusal. Upon reviewing the World Communication Channel, Zhou Wen noted that many individuals had commenced the assembly of guilds. These guilds, devoid of the world's system regulations, relied solely on the members' self-discipline, leaving Zhou Wen with a sense of unreliability. Furthermore, why should he join another's guild when he could easily establish his own if he desired? Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that forming a guild is indeed an excellent survival strategy, allowing for the consolidation of resources for collective use. For instance, valuable blueprints could be traded, and once acquired by the guild, could be sold to members at a more accessible price. However, the success of such an endeavor hinges on the collective adherence of all members to the established rules. Without this, maintaining the guild would prove exceedingly challenging. Zhou Wen harbored doubts about the likelihood of universal compliance, especially among the guild's higher echelons. In a scenario devoid of regulatory constraints, the temptation for greed would undoubtedly swell, particularly as leaders could rapidly amass considerable resources from lower-ranking members. Of course, there are those who genuinely aspire to create a thriving guild, such as Zhui Junyang and several others who sought his involvement. Zhou Wen's esteemed reputation and commendable standing mean that his acceptance into a guild would fortify the rules established therein. Should any member contravene these regulations, Zhou Wen's formidable influence could render any transgressor's existence within this world exceedingly difficult. This is also the principal reason they all came to invite Zhou Wen. To successfully establish a guild, it is imperative to have a person of high renown. Naturally, proximity to a valuable asset offers the best opportunity for acquisition at the lowest price. Boss Zhou, many individuals are currently forming guilds. Shouldn't we also consider establishing one? With your reputation, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable guild, Chen Xian messaged, inquiring if Zhou Wen would initiate a guild. I shall not establish one. However, you may form it in your name, as the method of transporting seaweed was proposed by you and is quite esteemed among survivors. I too wish to create one, but what leverage do I possess? That left Junyang's guild, Leviathan, is promoting with stone axe blueprints. What can I offer? Tables and chairs? If you wish to obtain something from me, just state it directly without beating around the bush. I seek the blueprint for the fishbone blade. Chapter 56. The establishment of the guild. Why do you always desire the blueprint for the fishbone blade? You currently lack the materials to create it, so it would be of no use to you, Chen Xian remarked. Indeed, it serves no purpose at present, but I can disseminate the information about the fishbone blade across the world channel for publicity. Given the scarcity of weapon blueprints, the formidable strength of the fishbone blade is bound to attract several affluent survivors to join us, Zhou Wen pondered, recognizing her intentions. She aimed to leverage the allure of the fishbone blade, the most potent weapon available, to amass a group of relatively wealthy survivors, thereby establishing the most formidable guild. In truth, Zhou Wen already possessed the blueprint for the iron broadsword, which he could hand over to Chen Xian. However, he harbored reservations about her trustworthiness. Most survivors were currently engaged in forming guilds, and Chen Xian could utilize her prior reputation, coupled with the fishbone blade blueprint, to eventually sever ties with Zhou when once her guild flourished. Nevertheless, if he were to continue harboring such suspicions, his invitation to Chen Xian would be rendered meaningless. Very well, I shall grant you the fishbone blade blueprint, but you must return it to me each night, Zhou Wen stipulated. Agreed. I had no intention of retaining the blueprint indefinitely, as I lack the materials to forge it, she replied. The purpose of my request is merely to provide those who join the guild with a glimmer of hope, Chen Xian explained. I did not expect you to genuinely agree, perhaps. You have acquired blueprints superior to the fishbone blade? She queried. We are allies. Do not perpetually scheme against your own. Manage your guild well, and I shall bestow upon you a reward, Zhou Wen assured her. What reward? Perhaps items for farming? She inquired. Not that. We shall discuss it once your guild is established, he responded. Understood, she acknowledged. Upon concluding their discussion, Zhou extracted the fishbone blade blueprint from the system interface and forwarded it to Chen Xian. Like Jiang Haitao, this too was a trial, albeit one with considerable stakes. Soon after receiving the blueprint, Chen Xian immediately shared the information regarding the fishbone blade in the World Exchange Channel and subsequently established the Survivors Guild. The entry requirements for the Survivors Guild were quite stringent, necessitating the submission of 300 basic materials. Nevertheless, many were eager to join, driven by Chen Xian's burgeoning reputation. The significance of the fishbone blade blueprint and the fact that she had previously sold 10 algae oxygenators, leading many to believe she had means to negotiate privately with Zhou one for more. Due to the absence of an official guild channel in the world system, survivors wishing to join a guild typically had to append the guild's name before their own in the system exchange channel, allowing others to easily identify their affiliation. However, this method bore a considerable flaw, as anyone could alter their guild name at will, leading to potential impersonation. Thus, the guild leader must meticulously record each member's avatar. While names could be changed, avatars remained fixed. Utilizing the system's built-in photographic feature, the leader could preserve these avatars to verify the identities of their guild members. Chen Xian swiftly welcomed 500 new members into the guild, nearly half of whom possessed blueprints of various kinds. However, the value of these blueprints was relatively modest, encompassing items such as the simple filter blueprint, wooden axe blueprint, and wooden spear blueprint. While these blueprints may not command a high price, they nonetheless held a certain market appeal, allowing for the sale of essential resources, especially in light of the recent attacks by anchorhead worms on survivors. Driven by an intense will to survive, these individuals began to place their hopes in the wooden weapons, enabling those who owned these blueprints to amass a small fortune. Among them was the individual with the simple filter blueprint, the very person who sold filtered water. Zhou gazed at the blueprint information sent by Chen Xian, murmuring to himself, "Ah, a wooden house blueprint." As he continued to browse, a surge of excitement washed over him upon discovering a guild member who possessed this blueprint, prompting him to message Chen Xian immediately. "Acquire this wooden house blueprint by any means necessary." "That's impossible. I've already inquired when I first saw it." "Why not?" "The value of the wooden house blueprint shouldn't be that significant at this point." It wasn't, but after you began selling wooden foundations in bulk, he realized that the wooden house can be constructed on these foundations, causing its value to skyrocket. It's only slightly less valuable than the spiked helmet. Had the construction of the wooden house not required 4 foundations, its worth would have surpassed that of the spiked helmet long ago. What? That can't be right. I limited the sale of wooden foundations to 1 per person. Where would they procure 4 wooden foundations? Through private transactions. Once it became evident that certain items had to be built on wooden foundations, some began to pay exorbitant prices to acquire them privately. Goodness, those selling wooden foundations are truly risking their lives for profit. My intention in selling wooden foundations was to enhance their chances of survival. Yet it seems I've been betrayed in the end. Concluding his conversation with Chen Xian, Zhou felt a surge of irritation. These people truly had no regard for their lives. With each person limited to 1 foundation, once they were sold, they were gone. Did they not fear a sneak attack from the anchorhead worms lurking beneath the waters? Thus, Zhou resolved to gradually cease the sale of wooden foundations. To date, he had sold approximately 100,000 wooden foundations. Although he had set the price low and earned only modest profits from each sale, he had been able to reinvest the earned materials into the production of more wooden foundations, resulting in a continuous cycle of accumulation. Now, he found himself in possession of 300,000 units of wood. This quantity was considerable, yet perilous. The capacity of his stomach space was finite. Should the processing of this would be delayed, it could accumulate and potentially rupture the walls of his stomach. Therefore, for whatever reason, he was compelled to halt the sale of wooden foundations. The dilemma arose from the fact that he had cultivated a persona of benevolence among the survivors. To gradually cease selling wooden foundations, he required a compelling rationale to persuade the public. How troublesome! Had he known, he would have refrained from establishing such a virtuous persona, thereby inviting his own troubles. Zhou scratched his head in frustration, momentarily at a loss for a suitable justification. At that moment, Zhou noticed the global exchange channel, where numerous individuals were attempting to connect with him. He glanced at the messages they had posted, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Esteemed one, is it possible to not convert the price of wooden foundations into basic materials? Indeed. The current price of timber has surged to 3 times that of other foundational materials, and the limited basic materials we possess can scarcely be exchanged for 30 units of wood. Is it possible to lift the restrictions on quantities? I implore you, esteemed one. As Zhou surveyed the messages from these survivors, a smile of resolution emerged upon his face. The rationale for a solution had presented itself most fortuitously. Chapter 57. The Brother Jiang Guild. I find myself unable to accommodate your request for a price reduction. The 30 units of timber are already at cost price. If I were to exchange them for 30 basic materials, I would incur a loss equivalent to 60 basic materials. Esteemed leader, please lend us your support. So many have perished today. I am beginning to dread the dawn of tomorrow. Kindly show us some mercy. If a reduction in price is truly unattainable, perhaps you could consider increasing the quantity available for purchase. Some individuals are offering high prices to acquire them, and we could transact with them. Upon reading this final message, Zhou was nearly driven to laughter by exasperation. How outrageous! You expect me to sell at a loss to you, only for you to privately trade at a higher price with others, and you brazenly inform me of it? Do you truly consider me a fool? The global communication channel echoed with derision, branding him a simpleton for daring to divulge such private dealings in front of the principal. However, Zhou saw this as an opportunity. Initially, I chose to sell the wooden foundations at a reduced price due to the high casualty rate. Otherwise, the price for wooden foundations would undoubtedly exceed 30 units of timber. My intentions were benevolent, yet you have recklessly engaged in private sales of wooden foundations, trampling upon my goodwill. Very well, if you wish to trade using 30 basic materials, so be it. However, once I have sufficiently exhausted my supply of timber, I shall cease the sale of wooden foundations altogether. Zhou's words were laden with disappointment, inciting outrage among the survivors who had genuinely benefited from his assistance. They began to vociferously condemn those who had engaged in private sales of wooden foundations, igniting a lively discussion in the global communication channel. Zhou chose to disregard the surviving individuals, for the notion of depleting his timber was but a ruse. After all, the survivors were oblivious to the specific materials required for crafting wooden foundations. Zhou had consistently emphasized the cost price, and he could easily present a FA of having 10,000 units of timber to spare while retaining an ample reserve of 200,000. As for those who might deduce the actual costs based on the gradually increasing quantities of wooden foundations sold previously, such speculation was futile. Jiang Haitao had been selling spike helmets at a loss, consistently utilizing a portion of timber to offset his deficits. This issue was resolved. The cessation of wooden foundation sales bore no relation to Zhou. It was entirely the fault of those engaged in private transactions. After utilizing the boiling blood coral powder, Zhou's tendon injuries in his arms had healed, allowing him to resume his push-up regimen, hoping to recover that lost 0.5 in strength. With 2 consecutive points added to his strength, performing push-ups became exceedingly effortless. He completed 200 push-ups in merely half an hour. Yet, Zhou soon realized that relying solely on push-ups would not suffice to regain the 0.5 strength. After finishing 100 sit-ups, he had met his exercise goal for the day, and the arrival of the second supply crate was imminent. Zhou donned his gear and concealed himself in the resting area. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent another message, inquiring about Zhou's opinion regarding an invitation to become the vice president of a guild. In the realm of survivors, Jiang Haitao initially bore a less than favorable reputation. However, his decision to sell spiked helmets at a loss garnered him a modicum of goodwill. Moreover, he became the first individual to endure an attack from the anchorhead worm and emerge unscathed, which, in a time where most survivors lived in trepidation, bestowed upon him an aura of heroism. Consequently, numerous guilds, unable to recruit Zhou, sought to invite Jiang Haitao as a secondary option. Naturally, Zhou advised Jiang Haitao to decline such offers. The role of vice president paled in comparison to the prospect of establishing his own guild and assuming the position of leader. I could establish my own guild and become the president, but I'm not equipped for that, brother one. Jiang Haitao expresses doubts. Fear not. In the eyes of the survivors, you are perceived as a capricious figure. Those who join your guild will come prepared for your unpredictable temperament. If they displease you, they may receive your ire. If they please you, they will earn your praise. Should they have questions, they can always approach me, Zhou reassured him. Subsequently, Zhou imparted essential preparations for founding a guild, which were derived from Chun Xian's experiences. Zhou directly relayed this knowledge to Jiang Haitao, instructing him to follow suit. Before long, the Jiangge Guild was established, with membership contingent upon the submission of 300 basic materials, mirroring Chun Xian's requirements. However, two notable benefits were introduced. Each member who joined the guild would receive a wooden shield free of charge, and those who survived for 10 days while contributing to the guild would be rewarded with a spiked helmet. The announcement of these incentives sparked a fervent rush among survivors to join the Jiangge Guild. The allure of the spiked helmet, validated by numerous survivors against the attacks of the anchorhead worm, overshadowed the offerings of other guilds, such as the stone axe of the Leviathan Guild, the fishbone blade of the Survivor Guild, and the spiked dagger of the Tumultuous Guild. A well-known adage states that survival begets opportunity. Despite the commendable weapons of the other guilds, an initial ambush by the anchorhead worm could render them ineffective. In a short span, the Jiangge Guild flourished, boasting a membership of 2,000, all of whom possessed the requisite 300 basic materials, thereby establishing itself as the preeminent guild in the survival world. Observing this development, Zhou traded a vast quantity of wood, 10,000 wooden foundations, back to Jiang Haitao, amounting to a total of 100,000 units. He then instructed Jiang Haitao to utilize the amassed 600,000 basic materials to procure spiked krill shells, as the surplus of basic materials was overwhelming. Even 6 wooden foundations could not be accommodated in storage. Thus, it was more prudent to exchange them for spiked krill shells. Originally valued at 40 basic materials per unit, the price of spiked krill shells surged to 50 and continued to rise. Witnessing Jiang Haitao's remarkable acquisition of resources through the spiked helmet, Zhao Tong eagerly publicized the schematics for the spiked helmet in his possession and aspired to establish the Tongfei Guild. However, before soaring could truly take flight, it was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen accused Zhao Tong of lacking integrity and committing fraud with supplies, urging others not to trust him and to be wary of deception. Jiang Haitao went so far as to declare that anyone who joined Zhao Tang's guild would find themselves in collusion with him, as he intended to inflate the price of the spiked helmets to that of a blueprint. Such precedents had already been set. Survivors who were initially hesitant about joining due to Zhao Tang's tarnished reputation were dissuaded further by Zhou Wen's and Jiang Haitao's actions, leading them to abandon their intentions entirely. Nevertheless, despite these adversities, 100 individuals still chose to join the Soaring Guild. The scarcity of spiked helmets compelled some to take risks. It was improbable that Jiang Haitao would genuinely ally with Zhao Tong and relinquish the market to him. Zhou Wen, observing the successful establishment of the Soaring Guild, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Zhao Tong was undoubtedly a clever individual, and this presented an opportunity. As long as he refrained from greedily hoarding the resources contributed by guild members and earnestly distributed the spiked helmets, Soaring could indeed soar to greater heights. That would be a matter for another time. After all, his initial resources were limited, and with 2 guilds at his disposal, could he truly be outmatched? At that moment, the sound of surging seawater echoed within the digestive tract, signaling the arrival of the second supply box, compelling him to momentarily set aside thoughts of Zhao Tong. Chapter 58. The diving suit as seawater surged into the cavity of his stomach. Zhou Wen listened intently to the sounds beneath the surface, perceiving what seemed to be several creatures swimming in the water, which momentarily heightened his anxiety. However, after a careful listen, He discerned that the commotion was merely caused by mirror-scaled pike. Once the seawater receded, he directed the light towards the noise, illuminating 3 shimmering trails. 3? What fortunate luck today, Zhou murmured in surprise. Yet, remaining true to his previous demeanor, he temporarily disregarded the 3 mirror-scaled pike and sought out the resource box to open it. Ding! Acquired diving suit blueprint X1. A diving suit? No wonder 3 mirror-scaled pike appeared at once. They were offering their skins for the creation of a diving suit. He jested. Zhou felt little enthusiasm for the blueprint. As he lacked the ability to dive, his swimming skills were limited to the most rudimentary dog paddle. Nonetheless, since he had obtained it, he resolved to craft it, for it might prove useful in the future. Many seemingly worthless blueprints had ultimately been of great utility. Zhou directly employed the diving suit blueprint, watching as it transformed into a blue light that entered the system interface. Diving suit blueprint requires mirror-scaled pike skin X5, fabric X20. He opened his storage cabinet and found the previously stored mirror-scaled pike skins, totaling 4 pieces. With the 3 newly acquired, he had sufficient materials. Once the 3 mirror-scaled pike had exhausted themselves, Zhou swiftly processed them with a steel blade, expertly peeling off the skins and dividing the fish meat into 9 portions to place on the trading channel. All 9 portions of mirror-scaled pike meat were allocated for trade in the equipment bar, which Zhou had come to deeply appreciate over the past few days, though he was uncertain if he could successfully complete the transactions. With resolve, Zhou clicked the crafting button to commence the creation of the diving suit. The 5 mirror-scaled pike skins transformed into blue light, gradually coalescing before him into a sleek, full-body diving suit. Wow, if I wear this out, 1T, I dazzle everyone. Zhou chuckled as he beheld the suit, its surface gleaming like a mirror. The material was exceptionally soft, and the interior felt comfortable against his skin, with flippers attached to the feet. However, there was a significant issue. The suit had only a single opening at the neck, making it impossible to wear. Was it necessary to equip it through the equipment bar? Yet, the equipment bar only had 1 slot. Could it truly accommodate an entire diving suit? Zhou, filled with curiosity, decided to test it out. He first removed the spiked chest armor from the equipment bar and attempted to store the diving suit within it. After a flash of blue light, he was astonished to find that the diving suit had indeed been successfully stored in the single slot of the equipment bar. Could an entire set of equipment truly fit into just 1 slot? Zhou immediately recalled the complete fishbone armor. However, such thoughts were merely conjecture for now. He had no idea when he might be able to craft the fishbone armor. With a thought, he donned the full-body diving suit, feeling it envelop him snugly. Every part of his body perfectly aligned with the suit. Zhou attempted to move slightly, finding that the diving suit was remarkably flexible, not hindering his agility. The surface shimmered with a silvery sheen, creating an illusion of merging with the surrounding environment through its reflective quality. It was quite satisfactory, though wearing it felt a bit warm. He decided to stow it away for the time being. With a mere thought, the diving suit was stored in his equipment compartment and subsequently placed in the storage cabinet, as there was currently no need for it. Afterward, Zhou found himself with little to occupy his time. He awaited the completion of the trades for all the wooden foundations listed in the World Trading Channel, after which he transferred an additional 50,000 units to Chun Xin. With 150,000 units remaining, he continued to manufacture wooden foundations for sale, adjusting the price to 30 units of basic materials as per the survivor's requests. He reserved 2,000 units for himself from the final 50,000. Placing 48,000 on the trading channel at a price of 100 units of wood for the purchase of gold, or establishing a long-term acquisition plan. Although Zhou, when considered retaining more wood, he was constrained by the fact that he only had 2 storage cabinets, both of which were already filled to capacity. Thus, he had no choice but to convert all excess wood into rare materials via the trading channel. Once this was accomplished, he decided to observe the growth of the rock crystal leaf trees to ascertain whether there were any issues with his cultivation methods. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a private message arrived, revealing that it was from Zhu Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. This time, Zhu Junyang was not extending another invitation for Zhou to become the vice president. Rather, he sought to trade items. "Boss, I wish to exchange 3 blueprints for 3 algae oxygenators. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. After so many days, someone had finally approached him to trade blueprints for algae oxygenators. Certainly, let me see the blueprints. Zhuo Junyang seemed well prepared. As soon as Zhou sent his message, the information for the 3 blueprints was promptly sent. Blueprint for wooden fence, blueprint for wooden barrel, blueprint for wooden cup. Zhou inwardly cursed, realizing that no one would part with valuable blueprints. However, he was not angered, as this reaction was entirely expected. Initially, when he had arrived in this world, many players did not perceive the value of blueprints, often deeming them less valuable than a piece of bread. Yet, everyone had since witnessed the power of blueprints, especially those of significant worth, which could instantly provide a player with abundant basic resources, propelling their development beyond that of others, who would be willing to part with valuable blueprints so easily. Without further ado, Zhou informs Wu Junyang that he would create the 3 algae oxygenators once he acquired seawater from the 3rd resource box. Thank you, boss. It's merely a standard transaction. No need for thanks. Haha, gratitude is still warranted. Please hold on to these 3 blueprints for now. That is not acceptable. Aren't you afraid I might renege later? We trust your credibility. Once Zhuo Junyang sent that message, he promptly transferred all 3 blueprints. Zhou accepted them without hesitation, sensing that Zhuo Junyang had more matters to discuss. In fact, I would also like to trade for some items. What items? Wooden foundations. I just observed the global communication channel, and it seems you are planning to cease the sale of wooden foundations. Hence, I wish to negotiate a trade with you. Certainly, the price will not merely be 30 units of basic materials. That is not feasible. I am currently not prepared to sell wooden foundations. I am willing to engage in an exchange involving blueprints. Blueprints, you say? Well, given your earnestness, I shall permit you to trade some. 1 blueprint for 1 wooden foundation. How many would you like to trade? 1 blueprint for 1 foundation? This price appears rather steep. How would you prefer to negotiate? I am proposing 1 blueprint in exchange for 10 wooden foundations, 3 algae oxygenation tanks. I will send them to you shortly, but I have other matters to attend to, so I must conclude our discussion for now. 1 blueprint for 8 wooden foundations. Seeing Zhou immediately refuse and wanted to end the conversation, Zhuo Junyang hastily reduced the quantity of the trade. My 3rd supply box is about to arrive. It will be prudent to wait until I deliver the 3 algae oxygenation tanks to you before we continue. Esteemed one, what price do you wish to propose for the trade? We can discuss it. 1 blueprint for 5 wooden foundations. No bargaining. This, Sai, very well. I hope to establish a long-term partnership with you in the future. Agreed, indeed. Subsequently, Zhuo Junyang sent 4 rather useless blueprints, and Zhou, adhering to the 1-to-5 exchange rate, crafted and dispatched 20 wooden foundations to him. With Zhuo Junyang as the precursor, I now have justifiable grounds to send wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin. Chapter 59. The 11th day, Zhou once again crafted 40 wooden foundations, distributing 20 each to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin. These wooden bases serve the purpose of enticing guild members, providing them with compelling reasons to remain committed to the guild. Now that the method to accelerate the growth of the illusory Leviathan is known, and while the other 4 methods remain temporarily unfeasible, it is prudent to commence with the first approach. The individuals responsible for cultivating fruits are naturally members of Jiang Haitao's and Chen Xion's guilds. However, as their guilds have only just been established today, the members possess little sense of belonging. It is essential to foster a vision over the next few days, allowing these guild members to perceive that joining the guild is vital for their survival and that their individual development will flourish only through contributions to the guild. Once these notions take root, the distribution of small planting boxes can gradually commence. After all, these boxes are rare treasures exclusive to their guild, further solidifying their identity and allegiance. Thus, the 5 tons of fruit necessary for the accelerated growth of the illusory Leviathan will find its purpose. Chen Xin will handle the motivational aspects for her guild members. So Zhou focused his explanation on Jiang Haitao, though it was not merely a matter of enticing visions. It was fundamentally about clear rewards and penalties. Those who adhere closely to the guild's directives will be rewarded with wooden foundations or basic resources, allowing others to witness that diligent efforts for the guild yield tangible benefits. Conversely, those who attempt to take advantage of the situation and refuse to comply may be promptly removed from the guild, as many others are eager to join. After thoroughly explaining to Jiang Haitao, the third supply crate for the day arrived. Ding! Obtain sand X10, hay X10, cloth X10. Zhou Wen glanced at the crate filled with basic materials before promptly storing them in his storage compartment. Subsequently, the illusory Leviathan was nearing a period of rest. Zhou Wen deposited the 10,000 seaweeds acquired today into the digestion pool, simultaneously utilizing the 7 blueprints obtained from Zhujiang. Wooden fence blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden barrel blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden cup blueprint requires wood X1. Wooden door blueprint requires wood X10. Wooden spoon blueprint requires wood X1. Small wooden hammer blueprint requires wood X2. Stone pile blueprint requires stone X10. This is excessive. Zhou Wen mused upon seeing the stone pile blueprint, astonished. While the previous 6 wooden items had limited utility, they at least served practical purposes. The wooden fence could encircle the edges of the wooden foundation to prevent falls. The barrel could hold seawater or be used to refresh the water in a small aquarium. And the wooden cup would allow for drinking water, adding a touch of domesticity. The wooden door, though currently of no use, could be sought from Chun Xin's guild members for a wooden house once there is extra space. The wooden spoon could serve its purpose when consuming canned fruits, while the small hammer, though presently lacking function, could at least be regarded as a tool. But what on earth is a stone pile for? Is it meant to be crafted as a gastric stone for the illusory Leviathan? At that time, I should have paid more attention. The quality of the blueprints I received was utterly disappointing. Zhou Wen, aware that the blueprints would be of little value, merely glanced at them. However, having already accepted them, there was no necessity for a return. They could serve as decorative items once circumstances improved. After examining the requirements for the creation of these blueprints, the illusory Leviathan ceased its activities, signaling that it was time for rest. Chun Xin returned the blueprint for the fishbone blade as promised, stating that she would no longer require any blueprints as she lacked the necessary materials to utilize them. Impressed by her understanding, Zhou Wen crafted 3 fishbone knives from the 3 fishbone materials he had acquired today and presented them to her. Should they encounter capable guild members or those willing to sell valuable blueprints, the fishbone knives could serve as rewards. Jiang Haitao also sent over the blueprint for the spiked helmet, along with a surplus of several thousand basic materials from the day. Zhou Wen accepted these materials but had nowhere to store them, so he decided to list all of them on the global trading channel, offering to purchase gold or at the price of 300 per unit. By the end of the day, Zhou Wen had acquired over a dozen pieces of gold, all of which he placed in the seaweed planting box. In the future, he intended to cultivate a substantial quantity of golden seaweed, taking advantage of the current uselessness of the gold or to amass it. The night passed without incident. On the 11th day, as was his routine, Zhou Wen began his day by surveying the growth of his plants and the activity levels of the creatures. The golden seaweed seedlings were thriving, having grown to 10 centimeters, their surfaces shimmering with a radiant golden glow, showing no signs of distress. The rock crystal leaf tree, however, exhibited some changes since yesterday. The 3 slender branches, which were meant to bear rock fruits, had fallen off. Zhou Wen picked up one of the fallen branches, but it broke as soon as he grasped it. With a slight exertion of pressure, the once solid rock branch crumbled to dust. Nevertheless, the main body of the rock crystal leaf tree appeared unharmed, its trunk remaining robust and its crystal leaves still glistening. For precaution, Zhou Wen added 3 portions of burrowing rockworm feces to ensure the tree's nutritional needs were met. After tending to the plants, he turned his attention to the creatures. The gel worms had increased to 19 in number and had grown slightly, all in good condition, though the glass interior of the aquarium was now coated in their mucus. Perhaps it was time to consider a different habitat for them. Gel worms do not require an abundance of water. A humid environment suffices. Keeping them in the aquarium restricts its intended function. For the time being, he would leave them there, reserving the small aquarium for any future aquatic creatures that might necessitate it. Lastly, he checked on the boiling blood coral, where the coral polyps appeared somewhat lethargic, likely due to a lack of food or insufficient water changes. During the upcoming feeding phase, if no dangers arose, he could refresh the water for the boiling blood coral. Upon completing his inspection, Zhou sent the blueprint for the spiked helmet to Jiang Haitao for continued sale. Soon after, the feeding phase of the illusory Leviathan commenced. As the seawater surged in, Zhou utilized a mirror-like surface to illuminate the conditions of the water, revealing two luminous orbs beneath the surface. Those were the sunlight ballworms. Confirming the absence of anchor-headed worms or any other creatures, he emerged from his resting area. His first task was to construct 20 oxygen-producing algae tanks, followed by crafting a wooden barrel from 5 pieces of timber. He then scooped out the water from the boiling blood coral tank, replacing it with fresh seawater. Suddenly, while standing on the wooden platform and lowering the barrel into the water to collect more, Zhou noticed a flicker on the water surface. However, upon directing the light for a closer examination, he found nothing amiss. Could it have been a reflection caused by the ripples created by the barrel? Puzzled, Zhou observed the layers of ripples undulating from the barrel, the interplay of light and dark under the illumination, gradually dissipating into the encompassing darkness. Sensing an unusual presence, he hastily added seawater to the aquarium before retreating to his resting area. Chapter 60. The invisible peril. Zhou remained ever vigilant, scrutinizing the water's surface with a reflective gaze. As the tide receded, he discerned no anomalies. Could it be that I am merely being overly cautious? A fleeting moment of doubt flickered within him, but he swiftly dispelled it. Whether or not there was a threat, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Emerging from the resting area, Zhou leaped down from the wooden platform and re-illuminated the gastric chamber with his headlamp. Aside from 2 sun orbs on the ground, no other creatures were present. Confirming the absence of danger, he removed his gear, retaining only a spiked helmet, and placed the sun orbs upon the gastric wall in the resting area. At this juncture, only the sweet potatoes and golden seaweed required sunlight, and the latter's need for illumination was uncertain. Thus, the 2 sun orbs were superfluous, perfectly suited to provide light for the resting space. Having completed these tasks, Zhou began to transport the seaweed. However, the instant he grasped a bundle, he heard something scuttling rapidly upon the gastric wall. Suddenly, a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air resonated behind him. Though not particularly loud, in the stillness of the gastric chamber, one could hear it distinctly with careful attention. Zhou immediately discarded the seaweed and turned around. As the beam of his headlamp swept across the area, he momentarily perceived a vague figure. His expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that this indistinct entity was hurtling towards his chest. Evasion was no longer an option. In a flash, Zhou summoned his spiked armor, which enveloped him instantly. Crack! The indistinct object collided with the spiked armor, cleaving through it and injuring the flesh beneath. A sharp pain pierced his chest, yet fortunately, the armor provided some degree of protection. The nebulous entity, seemingly in a state of rapid rotation, was repelled by the armor's resilience just as it breached its surface. Zhou instinctively pressed his hand against the wound, blood saturating his palm and oozing between his fingers. However, he had no time to dwell on his injury, for the sound of slicing air echoed once more, and this time it was not solitary. In a few swift strides, he reached the wooden platform where he had left his gear. His palm brushed against the spiked armor, and in the next instant, it vanished piece by piece, reappearing directly on his person. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was imminent, and Zhou promptly raised his empty right hand, summoning a heavy iron blade into his grasp. Bang! The rapidly spinning figure collided with the iron blade, igniting a shower of sparks. The indistinct entity was jolted away, soaring in an arc towards the darkness where the headlamp's light could not reach. No time for gratitude, having just deflected an attack from the right. Another assault was already upon him from the left. Zhou swiftly raised his left hand, conjuring a wooden shield into his grasp. Thud! The indistinct object easily penetrated the wooden shield, becoming lodged within it. At last, Zhou glimpsed the general form of his attacker, a creature resembling a flying saucer. Yet, he had no time to study it closely, for from the darkness, the sound of rapid flight resounded once more. Zhou cast aside the wooden shield he held, and with a mere thought, the wooden foundation behind him transformed into a radiant blue light, disassembling into 20 pieces of timber. 10 of these fragments coalesced once more into a wooden door before him. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 disc-shaped creatures became firmly ensnared upon the door, utterly immobilized. After successfully thwarting these creatures, Zhou remained vigilant, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds, confirming that no creatures were crawling upon the walls of his stomach. He promptly removed his spiked chest plate and ascended the wooden platform, retrieving the hemostatic gel he had crafted the previous day from the storage cabinet. At this moment, his chest to abdomen was awash in crimson, and upon shedding his garments to inspect the wound, he discovered a 5 to 6 centimeter long laceration across his chest. Fortunately, donning the spiked chest plate in time had mitigated the majority of the kinetic force from the disc-shaped creature's assault. While the wound was lengthy, it was not profound. Zhou gently cleansed the injury with mineral water before applying the hemostatic gel, which proved to be exceedingly viscous, sealing the bleeding wound with immediate effect, just as described. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, he wrapped a hemostatic bandage around it, ensuring that he would not inadvertently displace the gel during subsequent movements. With the wound tended to, Zhou picked up the wooden shield and scrutinized the disc-shaped creature resting upon it. This creature was predominantly circular, nearly transparent, with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. Its body was flat, save for a slight bulge at the center, which revealed its internal organs. The protruding region felt soft to his touch, while the rest of its form was remarkably rigid. Particularly noteworthy were the serrated edges, which, though transparent and thin, displayed an extraordinary hardness. Without the refracted light casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon it, one might hardly notice it at all. Beneath the creature, 8 legs encircled the central orifice, each resembling the hind legs of a grasshopper. However, unlike a grasshopper's hind legs, which could only leap forward, the 8 legs of this disc-shaped creature could spring in any direction, exhibiting formidable strength. Zhou opened the biological compendium and turned to the newly added page. Razor disc worm, length, 20 to 30 centimeters weight, 2 to 3 kilograms food type, blood description, a parasitic entity dwelling within colossal organisms. Its transparent, flat form resembles a specter, capable of swiftly claiming a life with a mere whisper. Without robust armor for protection, death is inevitable, and its body is capable of forming saw blades. Upon reading the account of the razor disc worm, Zhou felt an icy dread wash over him. Had he not sensed something amiss, perpetually on guard, he might have met a swift demise at the hands of this creature, its blade piercing his heart in an instant during the initial assault. Another perilous parasite had emerged. Merely days after the appearance of the anchorhead worm, Zhou lamented to himself. Furthermore, the threat posed by the razor disc worm far surpassed that of the anchorhead worm. Its translucent body and diminutive size allowed it to launch its attacks only after the tides had receded. The anchor-headed worm requires seawater to unleash its full potential, whereas the razor disc worm exhibits an entirely contrary nature. The presence of seawater hinders its remarkable speed and agility due to the lack of a stable foothold. The space within the stomach wall becomes increasingly perilous. Zhou sighed, contemplating the situation. The process of eliminating all 4 razor disc worms proved to be straightforward. One merely needed to pierce the soft protruding areas with the tip of a sturdy iron blade. According to the information provided, their bodies could be fashioned into saw blades, which may prove useful in the future. Thus he stored them in his inventory. Subsequently, Zhou carefully examined the stomach wall space while holding a wooden door, ensuring that no razor disc worms were concealed before beginning the task of transporting the seaweed. Chapter 61. The razor clam worm time was of the essence. Having just completed the first round of seaweed transport, the second round of feeding commenced. Zhou promptly utilized 20 units of timber to construct a wooden foundation, restoring the previously dismantled base before concealing himself once more. As the sea surged in, Zhou continued to observe the aquatic movements through his mirror skin. Suddenly, a flesh-colored, elongated form writhed on the surface. It was an anchor worm. Misfortunes seemed to compound, and Zhou furrowed his brow deeply. As the beam of his headlamp illuminated the anchorworm, he also detected an unusual glimmer on the water's surface, reminiscent of what he had seen before. This time, Zhou recognized it as the iridescent reflections from the serrated skirt of the razor clamworm. What to do? A sense of despair washed over him. Simply waiting for the tide to recede was certainly not a viable strategy. If both the razor clamworm and the anchorworm attacked simultaneously, being ensnared by the anchorworm would spell disaster for him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou resolved to take the initiative while the razor clamworm remained submerged, plunging into the water to eliminate the anchorworm first. However, before doing so, he needed to ascertain the exact number of anchorworms present. If, as before, there were two, he would have to exercise utmost caution. Failure to do so could lead to a fatal outcome. After observing for a while, he confirmed that there was only one anchorworm positioned right before him. Fully armed, Zhou concentrated his thoughts and moved aside the oxygen-generating algae chamber in front of him. With a surge of strength, he plunged into the water like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. His palm made contact with the anchorworm's elongated body, and he swung his iron blade with ferocity. The water erupted in a spray as he struck with all his might. Before long, the surface of the water was stained crimson, the anchorworm's body severed by Zhou's relentless assault. The attack was so sudden that the anchorworm had yet to react before being cleaved in two. Nevertheless, as the severed portion was not a vital area, the anchorworm continued to writhe in a desperate attempt to escape. Zhou could not allow it to flee. Having previously witnessed a wounded anchorworm escape and create a gaping wound in his stomach wall, he was determined not to let history repeat itself. With the anchorworm's body firmly pinned under his arm, its diminished strength in the water rendered it powerless against Zhou. Ultimately, it succumbed to a flurry of blows, its agonized shrieks and struggles echoing in the depths. Once the anchorworm lay still, Zhou emerged from his frenzied state, gazing at the surrounding bloodied water, and quickly dragged the anchorworm's lifeless body from the depths. Ah, this blood must not go to waste. Cradling the corpse of the anchorworm, he climbed onto the wooden platform and deposited the blood into the aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. After completing this task, he shed his equipment and retreated to his resting area. The recent bout of exertion had nearly drained half of his stamina, but the outcome had been favorable. The anchorworm had not even had a chance to resist before meeting its demise. Now, he needed to rest swiftly, gathering strength to face the impending threat of the razor clamworm when the tide receded. During his respite, Zhou continued to observe the water's surface through the mirror-like skin, only to discover an unexpected phenomenon. A multitude of razor disc worms had congregated. Due to their significant numbers, the light cast upon the water created a shimmering effect, reminiscent of an oil slick refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Was it the blood that attracted them? Zhou gazed at the crimson-tinged sea, stained by the blood of the recently slain anchorhead worm. The razor disc worms, being blood feeders, naturally gravitated towards the presence of blood in the water. This presented an opportune moment. Zhou promptly exited the resting area, donned his gear, and cautiously entered the sea. Given that razor disc worms are unable to swiftly rotate their bodies underwater, they possess little offensive capability, rendering this an ideal moment to eliminate them. Typically, the razor disc worms are highly transparent, making them nearly imperceptible in the equally transparent seawater. Thus, relying solely on the water to kill them would be nearly impossible. However, now, against the backdrop of the blood-red water, the transparent razor disc worms appeared as beacons in the dark, easily visible. Furthermore, as they consumed the blood from the seawater, their protruding bodies took on a red hue. Zhou's face lit up with joy at the sight of the translucent discs with red centers. Were they not targets laid bare before him? With swift precision, he struck at the center of each red dot, not once blinking. The razor disc worms were not entirely ignorant of the looming danger. Yet their 8-legged structure was ill-suited for underwater movement, causing them to escape at a sluggish pace. Seizing upon this weakness, Zhou pursued and swiftly dispatched all 8 razor disc worms. After collecting their remains, he returned to the resting area. feeling utterly exhausted after donning the full set of spiked armor for the second time. At this point, the seawater had receded by half, and after shedding his gear and taking a brief respite, he once more surveyed the expanse of crimson water, vigilant for any remaining razor disc worms. As the water fully receded, no further razor disc worms appeared. After a few minutes of rest, Zhou raised a wooden door to inspect the gastric cavity space, during which he encountered no attacks from the razor disc worms. This outcome revealed to Zhou the critical vulnerability of the razor disc worms. Henceforth, merely shedding blood in the water would attract them, allowing for their simultaneous extermination. However, a dilemma arose. From where would the blood be procured? It was improbable that he would encounter anchorhead worms each time. The simplest and most reliable method would involve the blood of the illusory Leviathan. Yet Zhou was not inclined to resort to such a means. He possessed ample fundamental materials and could procure the remains of anchorhead worms, storing the blood in wooden barrels. Moreover, with his control over 2 guilds, he need not even provide the basic materials himself. He could simply instruct Jiang Haitao and Chun Xin to request the remains of anchorhead worms from their guild members, as submitting these remains could be converted into guild contribution points. In the subsequent 3 rounds of meals, Zhou encountered no more aggressive creatures. The entire dining phase passed with an air of tranquility, devoid of peril. Upon accessing the world system interface, he cast a glance at the upper right corner, where the death toll had surged dramatically once again, exceeding 2 million souls. Tomorrow marks the 12th day, and he pondered how many more lives would be lost. Zhou felt a sense of numbness as he observed the daily death count, murmuring softly to himself before seeking out Jiang Haitao and Chun Xin, instructing them to gather anchorhead worms. He also took the opportunity to inform them about the razor disc worm, sharing its information and vulnerabilities, along with a biological compendium to ensure their caution. The intelligence regarding the razor disc worm could serve as a guild reward, informing those members who had shown great contributions and loyalty. One should never underestimate the significance of this information. Being prepared versus unprepared is entirely different. Those equipped with knowledge would hear the sound of danger and instinctively evade it, possibly surviving by sheer fortune, while the unprepared would become mere targets, unaware of their impending doom. Chapter 62. The maturation of sweet potatoes in accordance with Zhou's instructions. Chun Xin and Jiang Haitao collected 3 anchorhead worms from the guild members, 1 from the Survivors Guild and 2 from the Brother Jiang Guild. Although this quantity may seem scant, it is quite typical. Those who encounter anchorhead worms often meet their demise, and only a select few manage to survive. During the feeding phase, the Survivors Guild suffered the loss of over 50 members, while the Brother Jiang Guild endured more than 200 casualties, primarily due to its larger membership encountering the worms more frequently, coupled with the overall lower quality of its members compared to the Survivors Guild. One of the 2 anchorhead worms from the Brother Jiang Guild was slain by Jiang Haitao, who happened upon another one that day. Zhou accepted the corpses of the anchorhead worms sent by the 2 individuals, collecting all the blood in a wooden barrel. The substantial quantity of blood extracted from the 3 worms filled the barrel to the brim. He fashioned a wooden cup and scooped several servings of blood to pour into the boiling blood coral tank, seizing the opportunity to nourish the blood corals while the blood remained fresh. By the following day, the entire barrel would undoubtedly coagulate. After feeding the blood corals, Zhou retrieved 5 portions of the purchased seaweed and added them to the gel worm tank. He had personally experienced the hemostatic efficacy of the blood-staunching gel, which proved to be remarkably effective, deepening his understanding of the gel worm's significance. They must be well-fed and grow swiftly, allowing for division into more specimens. Having completed these tasks, Zhou inspected the wound on his chest, which had ceased bleeding, clearly indicating the gel's effectiveness. Satisfied that the wound posed no further issues, he approached the small planting box designated for sweet potatoes. At this moment, the vines had entirely withered, and the soil in the center had risen dramatically, concealing the fully matured sweet potatoes below. Using the sharp spines of shrimp as a digging tool, Zhou excavated the elevated soil, revealing 3 large sweet potatoes. Without any soil hindrance, he grasped the dried vines with both hands and pulled upward with determination. Akin to uprooting a radish, the 3 sizable sweet potatoes emerged effortlessly. All 3 sweet potatoes were of similar size, the widest part measuring approximately the size of an adult's fist and collectively weighing around 10 pounds. Zhou Wen's desire to consume sweet potatoes paled in comparison to his fervor for watermelon. It was not that he disliked them, rather, the limited space in his stomach prevented him from indulging in the ultimate preparation method, roasting them. Although they were quite palatable when eaten raw, excessive consumption could lead to mild digestive discomfort, a stark contrast to the soft, fragrant sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes. Nevertheless, having cultivated them, he felt compelled to savor their flavor. He used a metal knife to peel them with ease before washing them with mineral water. Crunch! Zhou Wen bit into the end of a sweet potato, effortlessly tearing off a generous chunk. How tender it was, crisp and succulent. The crops grown in this world were indeed of the highest quality, he mused. As he continued to chew, he could taste the sweet juices exuding from the sweet potato, and its flavor surpassed all the sweet potatoes he had previously consumed. If he could prepare them as roasted sweet potatoes, he could hardly fathom how exquisite they would be. Alas, how unfortunate it is! When shall I commence the kindling of fire? Zhou Wen gazed at the limited expanse of his stomach, feeling that the prospect of igniting a flame was exceedingly bleak. After consuming an entire sweet potato, he had another one, distributing the halves to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Jiang Haitao expressed his gratitude and mentioned that he had planted 2 watermelon seeds, which had now sprouted, reminiscing about the watermelons from yesterday. Boss Zhou, when will you provide me with farming items? I wish to cultivate some fruits as well. The watermelon and sweet potato you gave me were simply delightful. Bring me the wooden house blueprint, and I shall furnish you with farming items. This task seems rather daunting. Do not waste my time with irrelevant chatter. I have already declared the cessation of selling wooden foundations. The value of the wooden house is no longer what it used to be. You must swiftly devise a way to procure that blueprint. Very well, I shall give it a try. The blueprint for the wooden house was indeed invaluable. Once there was ample space, Zhou Wen was determined to construct a wooden house to shield himself from the perilous creatures. It was best that this blueprint remained in his possession. After a while, Chen Xian sent the wooden house blueprint over. Your efficiency is commendable. I exchanged it for a spiked chest plate. Boss Zhou, you owe me a reward. No problem. But a mere spiked chest plate was sufficient for them to agree to the trade? How could that be? I simply offered a glimpse into the future, informing him of his qualification for the vice presidency, then presented him with the information about the golden silk fruit, and finally gifted him the heaviest spiked chest plate, making him realize that strength is paramount, and attributes are the true essence, while everything else is secondary. After some persuasion, it was finally relinquished. Do you still have golden silk fruit? None, merely a fabrication. How much of it is truthful? Very well. I have sent you the spiked chest plate along with 2 small planting boxes, but do not publicize this outside. After dispatching the items to Chen Xian, Zhou Wen concluded their exchange and utilized the wooden house blueprint. Wooden house blueprint requires wood X100. The quantity of wood required was quite substantial. Zhou Wen remarked casually and then closed the blueprint interface. The sweet potatoes had been harvested, freeing up a small planting box, which was perfect for planting the mango seeds he had previously acquired. In the ensuing hours, Zhou Wen continued to exercise, performing push-ups while donning the spiked chest plate for added resistance. He was determined to compensate for that 0.5 strength deficit, as it was quite bothersome to him. 3 hours later, drenched in sweat, he achieved his goal of 200 push-ups, feeling a slight tremor in his arms, a testament to the efficacy of his training. At that moment, the sound of surging seawater heralded the arrival of the day's first supply crate. Ding! Acquired wood X10, soil X10, stone X10. All were fundamental materials, which Zhou Wen collected before continuing to await the second supply crate. Ding! Acquired iron or X1, copper or X1. The third supply crate contained merely some basic materials, yielding no valuable items. Not a single mirror-scaled fish could be found in the sea. Today, aside from a blueprint for a wooden house, there were no significant discoveries. With the remaining time, Zhou Wen retrieved the compost barrel and, using a dung scoop, extracted a few samples of the mythical Leviathan's excrement to craft a batch of low-grade fertilizer. Of the 10 portions of low-grade fertilizer he had previously made, he utilized 3, while Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian each took 2, leaving him with 3. In 2 days, Zhou Wen planned to instruct members from both guilds to cultivate fruits and produce additional low-grade fertilizer, which would be distributed along with the small planting boxes when the time came. Chapter 63. The 12th day, Beep. The Leviathan has traversed a distance of 10,000 nautical miles and is about to depart from its birthplace. The protection phase has concluded. At the current velocity, it will cross the boundary waters and enter the deep blue sea within a day. Zhou Wen, who was preparing to retire for the night, was jolted upright by the sudden notification echoing in his mind. He collided with the wooden ceiling above, oblivious to the pain. Now, astonishingly, the protection phase still persisted. Zhou Wen's expression froze, revealing his disbelief at the message. The harrowing experiences he had endured over the past 11 days could only be described as fraught with peril. Yet, the revelation that he remained in the protection phase raised the unsettling question of just how treacherous the unprotected deep blue sea truly was. Throughout these days, as his character attributes had grown, clad in a full set of spiked armor and wielding a newly acquired iron sword, alongside his hemostatic gel worm and the blood-boiling coral that enhanced his strength and speed, Zhou Wen had begun to feel a sense of security in this world. Even the razor disc worm he had encountered that day, though dangerous, had revealed its weaknesses to him. Based on his previous experience with the anchorhead worm, he had anticipated the possibility of encountering razor disc worms in the coming days, preparing his blood for a safe passage through the threats ahead. In that moment, the unknown world had seemed less terrifying. However, now the unknown loomed once again like a thick fog, obscuring his vision and filling him with trepidation. The protection phase. How absurd. Zhou Wen let out a bitter laugh, cursing under his breath to vent his frustration. Yet what could he do? Survival continued, and he had no choice but to venture into the more perilous deep blue sea. Never mind, sleep first. On the 12th day, the Leviathan began to stir. Zhou Wen, feeling lethargic, sat up. He had not slept well the previous night, as the uncertainties of the deep blue sea had gnawed at him, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the dangers that lay ahead. Yawning, Zhou Wen emerged from his resting area to commence his patrol for the day. The blood-boiling coral worms and hemostatic gel worms appeared to be thriving, while the golden seagrass had grown an additional 5 centimeters. The rock crystal leaf tree had sprouted delicate branches once more at its 3 bifurcations, and a small rock flower bud blossomed at the tip of one branch. The rock crystal leaf tree was flourishing at an impressive rate. It seemed on the verge of blooming. Observing the promising growth of the tree eased the persistent worry in Zhou Wen's heart somewhat. He then added 3 portions of burrowing rock worm droppings to the tree, concluding his patrol for the day. As the time approached for the Leviathan to feed, Zhou Wen retreated to his resting area, awaiting the arrival of seawater, uncertain of whether any dangerous creatures lurked within it. This marked the final day before entering the deep blue sea, and one could argue that the world system displayed a modicum of integrity, at least granting him a day to prepare. However, Zhou Wen was taken aback when the Leviathan unexpectedly refrained from feeding. There is something valuable over there. The voice of the Leviathan echoed suddenly in Zhou Wen's mind. What treasure? No meal today? Zhou Wen felt a sense of perplexity. Today, this illusory Leviathan exhibited peculiar behavior. After a while, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a torrent of seawater surged in. Zhou Wen immediately gathered his focus, using the mirror skin to refract the water surface, scrutinizing whether any creatures lurked beneath. However, after an extensive period of observation, he found nothing but solitude, perplexed by the murkiness of the seawater, which appeared to be infused with a plethora of silt. As he waited, the water surface remained tranquil, devoid of any life forms, not even seagrass. Today, Zhou Wen needed to construct 20 oxygen-producing algae tanks. Lacking seagrass, he had preemptively procured 1,000 portions through the global trading channel. With 200 portions of seagrass, he successfully crafted the 20 tanks and listed them on the trading platform. At this juncture, the turbid seawater gradually receded, leaving behind an abundance of silt on the seabed, along with a white spherical object the size of an ostrich egg. What would this be? Zhou donned all his equipment, wielding a shield and an iron blade, and approached for a closer examination, discovering it appeared to be a fish egg. He swiftly touched the outer shell of the egg and then consulted the biological compendium. Big-headed fish, length 20 meters, weight 100 tons, dietary type carnivorous, description a predatory fish that prefers to conceal itself in sand, utilizing remnants of food as bait. It possesses a certain level of intelligence. Its flesh is delectable and edible, and its teeth can be fashioned into weapons. What I touched was the fish egg, yet the description pertained to the mature specimen. Zhou was somewhat taken aback, yet he was immediately captivated by the mention of its edibility. Typically, any creature described as edible has the potential to enhance attributes. He wondered whether the fish egg would confer any attributes. Zhou lifted the fish egg, noting its delicate yet resilient shell, through which he could vaguely discern its interior. However, it seemed the egg had been laid not long ago, as it lacked an embryo, remaining in a fertilized state. Using his iron blade, Zhou gently tapped the shell, revealing the transparent egg liquid inside. He leaned closer to the opening and took a small sip. Oh no! How pungent! A wave of unprecedented fishy odor overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to retch, though he ultimately managed to suppress the urge and swallowed it down. Would this fish egg truly enhance his attributes? If not, his ordeal would be in vain. Zhou endured the overwhelming fishiness in his mouth, desperately stifling the turmoil within his stomach. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to disregard his apprehension, closing his eyes, and gulped down the entirety of the egg liquid in one swift motion, reluctant to allow it to linger in his mouth due to its unbearable taste. Ding! Consumed big-headed fish egg. Intelligence 1. The instant the notification sounded, Zhou's mind was flooded with an unprecedented clarity as long-forgotten memories surged forth, vividly recalling events as if they had transpired only moments ago. This sensation was astonishing. Could a mere point of intelligence yield such a profound enhancement? Zhou felt as though he had acquired an extraordinary ability for photographic memory. Moreover, whether it is an illusion or not, he felt a heightened control over his own body. For instance, akin to the martial arts dramas where one hand draws a square and the other a circle. He found himself capable of executing such feats with ease. Ah, another treasure. The voice of the Leviathan reemerged. Another treasure? Could it be that before departing from the Sea of Birth, there would be a significant replenishment? There must be supplies before a great battle. Zhou suddenly recalled this phrase. While waiting for the Leviathan to consume the newfound treasure, Zhou glanced at the system interface. The death toll had already reached 2 million. At this stage, they had merely entered the consumption phase, and by the time this phase concluded, it was likely that 10 million lives would be lost. This was still during the protection phase. Zhou hurriedly prepared 2 doses of blood coral powder and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, advising them to exercise caution. He informed them about the enhancements and side effects of the blood coral powder, urging them to be mindful of the timing of its use. Given Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's current equipment, a single anchor headworm would pose no issue, but the fear lay in facing multiple ones. He needed to provide them with a means of survival. After all, they were his allies, and he could not afford any mishaps. Chapter 64. The White Jade Shell. After waiting for a while, the illusory Leviathan once again swallowed the sea water, which remained murky. Zhou was uncertain whether there were any dangerous creatures lurking within the depths of the water. Although he believed that the illusory Leviathan, being a benevolent entity, posed no threat, he opted to take refuge in a resting area for precaution. Before long, the sea water receded, leaving behind a considerable amount of silt. Fortunately, no large creatures were discovered. Zhou climbed out of the resting area and began to search within the stomach wall space, soon spotting 5 shells, smooth and lustrous like jade, nestled amidst the mud. He swiftly reached out to touch the shells and activated the newly acquired biological encyclopedia entry. White jade shell, length 20 centimeters, weight 8 kilograms, food type, microorganisms description, a shell composed of white jade. Its flesh is delectable and edible. The white jade shell can be absorbed by the illusory Leviathan, allowing it to grow scales. How delightful! Yet another edible creature. Zhou felt a surge of anticipation regarding the potential enhancement of his attributes from the flesh of the white jade shell. However, upon reading the subsequent information about the illusory Leviathan, his interest intensified. Could it be that the shell of the white jade shell could enable the illusory Leviathan to grow scales? Zhou was taken aback. The first page of the biological encyclopedia featured an introduction to the illusory Leviathan, accompanied by a simple illustration. It bore resemblance to a whale devoid of scales. If indeed the illusory Leviathan could develop scales, its survival capabilities would be significantly augmented, perfectly equipping it to confront the unknown perils of the deep blue sea. With determination, Zhou grasped his iron blade, preparing to pry open the white jade shell. Yet, the shell remained tightly sealed, offering no leverage for his efforts. He then raised the iron blade and struck the shell several times, producing sparks, but only managing to leave shallow marks upon its surface. Such hardness! Zhou's hand felt numb from the recoil. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a rather unorthodox method. He crafted a wooden door and placed the white jade shell atop it, then turned to the blueprint interface to select the stone pedestal design, using 10 units of stone for construction. As he worked, Zhou adjusted the position of the stone pedestal to the highest point above the white jade shell. In an instant, upon completion, the pedestal fell from a height of 3 meters, crashing down heavily onto the shell. With a resounding thud, the impact of the stone struck the resilient shell, causing it to crack. Is that all? Zhou examined the now fractured shell, noting that it remained largely intact. The stone pedestal weighed at least 500 pounds, and he had expected it to shatter completely. A glance at the indentation on the wooden door revealed that its lack of sturdiness had provided a cushion, dissipating much of the impact force. Nevertheless, Zhou had achieved his objective. Following the lines of the cracks, he struck the shell with the iron blade several times, and the fractured shell finally shattered, revealing the pearlescent flesh within. After much toil, he had finally reached his goal. Zhou eagerly seized a piece of flesh, roughly the size of his palm, and took a hearty bite. The flesh of the shellfish is remarkably chewy, imbued with a hint of sweetness that enhances its delightful flavor. After consuming it in just a few bites, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Consuming the white jade shellfish increases strength by 1. How splendid! His strength had now risen to 11. 5. However, a fleeting pause gripped Zhou as he realized that this newfound strength rendered his previous weight training ineffective. He would need to increase the load to compensate for that additional 0. 5. If only more strength-enhancing creatures could be encountered, he mused. Perhaps I could forego the extra weight. With that thought, Zhou placed another white jade shellfish against the wooden door, employing the same method as before. First smashing it with a stone block, then cleaving it with an iron blade. Upon opening the shell, he consumed the flesh once more, only to find that no further notification emerged, indicating that the enhancement could not be repeated. This was anticipated, and Zhou felt no disappointment. Holding the 2 shattered shells, he approached the digestion pool, preparing to discard them. Perhaps crushing the shells further would allow the Leviathan to absorb them more effectively? Contemplating this, he pulverized the shells with the stone block before scattering the fragments into the digestion pool, now awaiting the Leviathan's response. Yet, Zhou suspected that the Leviathan would not react. After all, 2 shells were minuscule compared to the immense creature, akin to a grain of sand falling into the pool. The absorption would be negligible. This was merely an experiment. With only 5 shells in total, tossing 2 into the pool would yield the same results as throwing all 5. He decided to reserve the remaining 3 shells as rewards for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, or perhaps to barter with anyone willing to trade valuable blueprints. As time passed, the Leviathan seemed to be in a constant search for resources, though it often returned with little of worth, mostly silt and sand from the stomach wall's space. Zhou shifted his focus to the system interface, noting that the consumption phase had concluded and the death toll had surpassed 5 million. Another grim statistic. Zhou did not pity these souls. Rather, he viewed it from a broader perspective. The reduction in numbers signified a decline in daily resource production. particularly rare materials that only a few could gather. For instance, the accelerated growth of the Leviathan's food compendium would be arduous to complete single-handedly. It necessitated a substantial population to enhance the probability of acquiring resources. He hoped for fewer casualties in the future. Presently, apart from Zhou Wen, everyone else remained in the Sea of Birth, still under protective conditions. If hundreds of thousands had perished today, he grimly wondered how many would fall once they ventured into the deep blue sea. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to surge into the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen swiftly regained his attention, scrutinizing the seawater's condition. This time, the water was clear, devoid of any visible biological activity. Once the tide receded, a silver-edged supply box materialized within the stomach wall space. A silver-edged supply box? Zhou Wen eagerly leapt from the wooden platform and approached the box, anticipation swelling within him as he reached to open it. Ding! Obtained blueprint for an iron pot. What? To his astonishment, it was merely a blueprint for an iron pot, which he found utterly useless. Zhou Wen's tone exhibited an immense contrast. While an iron pot is undeniably significant and a valuable asset in any survival game, the issue lies in the fact that one cannot ignite a fire within the confines of the stomach. Nonetheless, it does possess some utility. After all, being made of iron, it could serve as a form of defense when strapped to one's back. Zhou Wen mused, gesturing with his hands behind him to gauge the pot's dimensions. He then utilized the blueprint, flipping to the latest page of the schematic to ascertain the materials required for its creation. Iron pot blueprint requires iron ingots X5. Chapter 65. Wait a moment. As the feeding phase concluded, Zhou Wen inquired about the circumstances of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, as well as the mortality rate among the guild members. Jiang Haitao had encountered 2 anchorhead worms, but they did not come at him simultaneously, allowing him to easily dispatch both. Conversely, Chen Xian faced 2 at once, yet with her strength of 13, as long as she maintained vigilance. Overcoming them proved to be a manageable task. After 5 rounds of feeding, she had successfully slain 3. The death toll within their guild was relatively stable, akin to the previous day. Please compile a list of those who have made a notable contribution to the guild and have survived an encounter with an anchorhead worm. Although Zhou Wen intended to initiate fruit cultivation among the guild members, given the current daily fatalities, the members were at constant risk of succumbing to the anchorhead worms, making it unwise to distribute the small planting boxes indiscriminately. It was imperative to select individuals capable of surviving encounters with the worms to ensure the planting boxes could serve their intended purpose. Brother One, I have compiled a list of 30 individuals. What shall I have them do? I plan to have them cultivate fruits starting tomorrow. Please assure them of some rewards to prevent them from taking the items and fleeing. Rewards? Would spiked helmets suffice? That won't do. Those who manage to survive an attack from the anchorhead worms likely already possess spiked helmets. Perhaps you could procure some weapons for them. You can negotiate with a few other guild leaders. They should be amenable to trade, especially since you still hold the spiked helmets. Understood, Brother One. By the way, establish a daily task for the guild, requiring each member to submit 100 seaweeds daily. They cannot simply join the guild and expect to receive spiked helmets without contributing. What shall we do with the seaweeds? If we collect 200,000, that's far too many with no place to store them. This posed a genuine dilemma. Zhou Wen furrowed his brow. Jiang Haitao could directly hand over today's 200,000 seaweeds to him. For reasons unknown, the Leviathan had not fed today, and as its symbiote, he could not neglect its needs. After all, a child cannot go without food. However, he could not feed the Leviathan daily. He had previously speculated whether trading a substantial amount of seaweed would satiate the Leviathan's hunger, and if it did not need to feed. This information could be exploited for personal safety. Let me handle today's portion. We can address tomorrow's 200,000 later. If necessary, we may allocate them as rewards to the more contributive guild members, informing them that encouraging the Leviathan to consume more seaweed would accelerate its growth. Understood. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian sent him a list of her guild members who met the criteria, surpassing Jiang Haitao's tally with 50 individuals. Zhou Wen similarly informed Chen Xian of the need for her guild members to engage in fruit cultivation. What? Boss Joe, is this how it's going to be? You just provided me with the small planting boxes yesterday, and now you expect me to distribute them for free tomorrow? I was contemplating how delightful this fruit is. It could be exclusively ours in the guild, serving as a reward for our members, allowing them to recognize the guild's strength and fostering a greater sense of belonging. This is not contradictory. All that they cultivate must be collected, and the majority should be handed over to me. They may keep some for themselves, either for personal consumption or as rewards, or even a trade with other guilds. However, how can this be the same? Receiving the harvest from them just to reward them again is not equivalent to not providing them with any rewards initially. It is indeed the same. Consider it from another perspective. The small planting boxes are of great significance, and offering them for free to cultivate is also a form of reward, imbued with the trust of bearing substantial responsibilities for the guild. You should continue to entice them, portraying them as the future backbone of the guild. By the way, let us highlight the member who submitted the blueprint for the wooden house and reward him with 2 small planting boxes, promoting his contribution to the guild. Once he successfully cultivates and submits the fruit, he could be granted a grand reward, a fishbone knife, establishing him as a model for others and motivating them to submit their blueprints as well. Very well. Subsequently, Zhou instructed Chun Xin to establish a daily task within the guild, requiring each member to submit 100 seaweeds per day, with today's target set at 50,000. After pondering for a moment, he provided Chun Xin with a scooping tool and a compost bin, along with a method for producing low-grade fertilizer. Wow, why is Boss Zhou suddenly being so generous, sharing the production methods and tools for low-grade fertilizer? I am quite benevolent towards my own people. Previously, I directly provided you with the precious blood coral powder. See how much I trust you. Thank you for your trust, Boss Zhou. When will the small planting boxes be distributed? Today, I plan to entice them. The small planting boxes cannot be given to you. They must not appear directly in your possession. You need to trade with Jiang Haitao. What happened to the trust we spoke of? You heartless boss. No interruptions. You will acquire the small planting boxes from him, and the low-grade fertilizer will serve as your bargaining chip in this trade. Publicly, the 2 guilds maintain a cooperative relationship. In the future, should you both possess similar items, such as fishbone knives, blood coral powder, small planting boxes, or other rare items, it will be reasonably justified to outsiders. Very well, but is such caution truly necessary? Do not concern yourself. I relish lurking in the shadows, crawling in obscurity. After concluding the conversation with Chun Xin, the time for the supply box approached. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater surged in. Once the water receded, Zhou beheld a silver-edged supply box. Surely, today cannot consist solely of silver-edged boxes, he mused in astonishment. Just as Zhou was about to open the silver-edged supply box, the tender voice of the Leviathan echoed, expressing its hunger. I am so famished. I found nothing to eat today, and there are still many delightful items I cannot pursue. I must hasten to leave this place to seek nourishment. Upon hearing this inner voice, Zhou felt a surge of energy. Wait, the food is about to arrive. We must not let any of the good stuff go to waste. Zhou hurriedly urged Jiang Haitao and Chun Xin. Soon, 250,000 portions of seaweed began to arrive. And this time, Zhou did not need to lift a finger. He simply stood before the digestion pool, and with a mere thought, the seaweed cascaded into the pool. The voice of the transformed Leviathan expressed its confusion, wondering why it suddenly felt full without having consumed anything. However, the transformed Leviathan dismissed the thought. Since it was full, it decided to pause its activities for digestion. Once digested, it would be time to seek out more treasures. Zhou smiled as he approached the silver-trimmed supply box, swiftly opening it. Clink! Acquired blueprint for stone foundation. What on earth? Chapter 66. A relaxed mindset. The blueprint for the stone foundation required 100 stones. Zhou directly utilized the blueprint to examine the materials necessary for its construction, noting that it demanded significantly more resources than the wooden foundation. Consequently, he resolved to create one for inspection. Upon clicking to fabricate, 100 stones transformed into a radiant blue light, coalescing into a cubic stone block, measuring 1 meter on each side, within the area Zhou had designated. Unlike the wooden foundation, which was supported by 4 wooden beams and resembled a table, the stone foundation was entirely solid, a fact that accounted for its greater material requirements. It appeared sturdier at first glance. Zhou struck it with the back of his iron blade, producing a crisp metallic sound. He proceeded to craft 5 additional stone foundations, totaling 6, intending to replace all 6 wooden foundations on the first layer. It was evident that the wooden foundations lacked the robustness of the stone ones, especially after encountering the razor beetles yesterday, which could penetrate wooden shields and doors, as there would undoubtedly be more formidable threats in the future. He felt much more secure with the entire structure converted to stone. However, relocating the materials posed some difficulties. Zhou needed to clear the items from the wooden foundations before he could dismantle them and replace them with stone counterparts. He placed 2 wooden foundations adjacent to the 6 wooden platforms and crafted 2 new storage cabinets. After transferring all items from the old cabinets to the new ones, he stored the old cabinets and 2 wooden foundations, substituting them with 2 stone foundations. He then repositioned the old cabinets and moved all items back from the new cabinets. This method was applied to other areas as well. After a flurry of activity, 5 of the 6 wooden foundations have been replaced with stone, with 1 remaining that housed a mango seedling. At that moment, the small planting box and the mango sapling were inseparable. Removing the planting box would result in the loss of the sapling, having grown nearly 20 centimeters in height over the course of the day. Zhou decided to leave it for now, intending to wait until the harvest before making the switch. Ultimately, the 2 crucial storage cabinets now rested on stone foundations, alleviating any concerns regarding their stability. The second layer still featured 2 small aquariums on wooden foundations, as converting them to stone would eliminate his hiding spots. Once all tasks were completed, Zhou further explored the use of the stone foundations, discovering a slight distinction between them and the wooden ones. The wooden foundations could be placed apart from one another without the need for support beneath, whereas the stone foundations could only be stacked to form a wall. Nonetheless, the 2 types of foundations could be intermingled in use. If space permitted, it would be entirely feasible to construct a stone house with the stone foundations. Zhou envisioned this possibility. However, the current area was too limited. To erect a house using stone foundations would require a minimum of a 4 by 4 meter space. Currently, the available area measured only about 5 meters on each side, leaving scarcely any room for the seaweed consumed by the transformed Leviathan. At that moment, the transformed Leviathan, having completed its digestion, began to stir once more, seeking out valuable items in its surroundings. Thus, it validated Zhou's previous conjecture that as long as the transmuted Leviathan is sufficiently fed, it would directly enter a state of digestion, bypassing the eating phase altogether. Zhou would not employ this method himself. However, he could encourage Zhang Haitao to disseminate this information, thereby bestowing a certain value upon seaweed among the survivors. In the future, the seaweed collected by their guild could be exchanged for fundamental materials. Currently, only Zhou purchases 10,000 portions of seaweed daily to serve as a midnight snack for the transmuted Leviathan. He remains uncertain whether this accelerates growth, but the expenditure of 1,000 basic resources is inconsequential to him. The seaweed market is too diminutive to hold any value. Once this news spreads and is substantiated, seaweed would acquire a measure of worth. Those who possess abundant materials would opt to skip the eating phase to avoid encounters with anchorhead worms, as survival is paramount. Consequently, their basic materials would circulate among the common folk, who could then trade these resources for life-saving items or tools, thus establishing an economic cycle. It would be more fitting for Chan Xin to spread this information, aligning with her character. Zhou hesitated for a moment before sending her a private message through the system interface. Is this method truly viable? Yes, I have tested it. How many portions of seaweed are required? 250,000. It might not necessitate such a large quantity, but that is irrelevant. Once disseminated, others will naturally research the minimum required amount. Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished, Boss Zhou. Do not resort to this method. An unknown world necessitates a sense of crisis. Indeed, after concluding their conversation, Chun Xin shared this notion in the global communication channel. As she had previously proposed the transportation of seaweed, the survivors were more inclined to trust her hypothesis. In truth, this concept is easily conceived, but it hinges on one condition: an overwhelming surplus of basic materials must exist, necessitating their swift consumption, as is the case with Zhou. After observing for a while and confirming that Chun Xin's message was disseminating smoothly, he closed the interface. The spread of this information poses a disadvantage for Zhou. Those capable of bypassing the eating phase might additionally obtain an extra supply box, thus acquiring 4 boxes in a single day. Nevertheless, Zhou no longer harbors the anxieties he once felt regarding the survivors catching up to him. The experiences from the 9th day within the treasure cave, coupled with the fact that the transmuted Leviathan had not found food upon reaching the boundary area today, reinforced his understanding of the tremendous power of his ability to hear the Leviathan's thoughts, far surpassing his initial expectations. For instance, within the treasure cave, if one could not hear its thoughts, the esophageal diaphragm opens to an abyss of darkness. Who would dare venture forth? Who knows what lurks outside, waiting? Even if one were bold enough to step outside and encountered a mere 1 meter diameter of darkness, how many would have the courage to crawl into it? Upon entering, one must contend with the lurking cavernous worms. Even if fortune smiles upon you, driving away these creatures with an illusionary Leviathan, perilous labyrinths and treacherous obstacles await. How many can truly emerge alive, treasures in hand? Thus, Zhou has adopted a more relaxed mindset. He possesses a cheat, so what is there to fear? Given the opportunity, he could even commence the mass sale of oxygen-generating algal tanks. However, the moment is not ripe, for he finds himself devoid of space to store the requisite basic materials. Just as Zhou's confidence swells, the sound of surging seawater reverberates through the esophagus, prompting him to swiftly retreat to the resting area for concealment. This time, once again, no danger lurks, and he discovers yet another silver-edged supply box. Ding! Acquired iron ingots X20. Such a bounty of iron ingots. Truly, the silver-edged supply box lives up to its reputation. Zhou gazes at the 20 ingots, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 67. Contemplation. Zhou swiftly secured the 20 iron ingots, having previously acquired 5 from the treasure cave. After utilizing 3, he was left with 2, bringing his total to 22. He felt a surge of excitement at having a surplus of iron ingots. A large iron sword requires 3 ingots, and when he only had 2, he always hesitated to wield it with full force, as if he feared damaging such a precious artifact, for it was his sole possession. Any mishap would mean its irrevocable loss. However, now with 22 ingots, equivalent to crafting 7 iron swords, he could use them freely and boldly. Should he consider forging an iron dagger? Zhou possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger obtained from a previous trade. Initially reluctant due to the scarcity of ingots, he now found himself with ample resources to create one for experimentation. After some contemplation, he decided against it, primarily because the iron sword's utility far surpassed that of a dagger, rendering the latter less advantageous. With no pressing matters at hand, Zhou embarked on a new round of physical training. His strength points had increased slightly, but he sought to add more weight. For his push-ups, he employed 3 pieces of equipment as weights: spiked chest armor, spiked leg armor, and spiked groin protection, totaling 80 pounds. However, Zhou did not don all the equipment simultaneously, as push-ups primarily engaged the arms and core. The spiked leg armor, worn on his legs, provided minimal benefit. Thus, he utilized the leg armor and groin protection as additional weights, wearing only the spiked chest armor while performing push-ups. After completing one, Zhou felt a noticeable strain, indicating that the weight was indeed effective for training, and he continued with his regimen. After reaching 100 push-ups, a private message arrived. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he seized the opportunity to rest and opened the message, discovering it was from Zui Junyang, the leader of the Leviathan Guild. "Greetings, esteemed one. Is there something you require?" Indeed, I noticed on the World Trading Channel that you listed 9 pieces of mirror skin pike meat 2 days ago for equipment exchange. Oh, you possess an equipment slot, but wish to increase the offer? Zhou quickly grasped that Zui Junyang intended to trade for more mirror skin pike meat, which was a conversation worth pursuing, as the equipment slot held far greater value for Zhou than the meat itself. Not exactly. I was inquiring whether you would consider exchanging for a different item. Our guild is eager to acquire those 9 pieces of mirror skin pike meat. Zui Junyang did not mention the equipment slot, understanding that even if he did, Zhou might remain tight-lipped. The term equipment slot was already quite explicit. Anyone who had played the game would comprehend its purpose. That is permissible, but I can only accept blueprints or exceptionally rare items in exchange. The mirror skin pike meat had been listed for 2 days without any trades, perhaps due to its rarity or because survivors opted to keep it for themselves. Given this, it seemed more prudent to negotiate with Zui Junyang for something of greater value. Esteemed one, I actually have a more advantageous trading proposal for you. What is your proposal? The president of the Survivors Guild recently proposed a brilliant idea to bypass the feeding phase of the illusory Leviathan. After discussions among several major guilds, we found this idea quite feasible, so we decided to attempt it tomorrow. I am aware of this, as I saw it through the World Communication Channel. Indeed, it is a stroke of genius. However, what does this have to do with your desire to trade for the mirror-scaled pike? In truth, Zhou had already surmised what Zui Junyang intended. The thought of this convoluted negotiation looping back to him was rather amusing. We proposed that once this hypothesis is validated tomorrow, we would trade seaweed with you for the mirror-scaled pike. Naturally, the quantity of seaweed is not merely in the hundreds or thousands. We intend to provide you with a staggering total of 250,000 pieces, sufficient to facilitate the bypassing of the feeding phase in exchange for just 1 mirror-scaled pike. Should you, esteemed sir, be willing to trade all 9 pieces to us, we would additionally offer you an extra quantity of seaweed capable of bypassing the feeding phase. What do you think? My goodness, you are truly ingenious. As Zhou read Zui Junyang's message, the more he read, the harder it became to suppress his smile, eventually erupting into laughter. What a twist. It all circled back to me. Nevertheless, I must admit, Zui Junyang indeed possesses remarkable ideas. If seaweed were to be sold individually, for instance, distributing the 250,000 pieces, it would lose the higher life-preserving value associated with the bypass feeding phase advantage. While 250,000 pieces of seaweed may seem plentiful, they hold little intrinsic value. After all, millions of people witness the illusory Leviathan consuming 200,000 to 300,000 pieces daily, rendering it almost trivial. If one were to sell them in bulk, say 10,000 pieces at Zhou's purchasing price, they could acquire 1,000 base materials. What does 1,000 base materials signify? For most survivors, it is an exorbitant fortune, transforming their struggle for survival into a life of ease. Thus, when seaweed begins to be traded in large quantities, supply will undoubtedly exceed demand, leading to a price drop. It is unlikely that Zhou's valuation of 1 base material for 10 pieces of seaweed will hold. The eventual exchange rate could very well shift to 1 base material for 100 or even 1,000 pieces of seaweed, making the 250,000 pieces equivalent to 500 base materials or 250. Moreover, as the guild president, Zui Junyang could easily gather seaweed from guild members, requiring each member to contribute just 1,000 pieces would yield a total of 1 million. Analyzing this, it becomes evident that Zui Junyang's proposal to trade for the mirror-scaled pike through this method is essentially a no-cost endeavor. This indeed seems to be a sound trading strategy. So, do you agree to the trade? However, I am confident in my own abilities. I do not require the bypassing of the feeding phase. Zhou could hardly acquiesce. After all, he could not agree to trade based on a method he himself had proposed. All he could do was acknowledge, "You are quite innovative." Furthermore, from the perspective of others, Zhou indeed had no need to bypass the feeding phase. He was already the foremost survivor, the strongest among them. with no threat posed by the anchorworm. However, as the guild was established, Zhou Wen's status in the eyes of the survivors gradually diminished. For how could one individual possibly rival a multitude of guild members, unless one were a cheat? Esteemed leader, please reconsider. Moreover, we have a hypothesis that by skipping the feeding phase, one might gain an additional supply crate. In other words, you could acquire 4 supply crates in a day. An extra supply crate sounds appealing, but will this additional crate invariably yield blueprints? Or will it guarantee rare materials or unique items? Faced with such inquiries, Zhuo Junyang was rendered speechless. Zhou Wen could effortlessly trade the mirror skin pike's meat for blueprints and rare materials, making the need for an extra supply crate entirely superfluous. Thus, Zhuo Junyang's strategy of exchanging seaweed for mirror skin pike meat proved utterly impractical in Zhou Wen's context. Chapter 68. The locator card. Zhuo Junyang's thoughts were not without merit. However, he had misidentified his target, as his approach would undoubtedly fail with Zhou Wen. Then let us trade blueprints, esteemed one. Blueprint trading is feasible, but they must be of significant value. We cannot repeat the previous folly. The flesh of the mirror skin pike could enhance 2 attributes, benefiting the individual in ways distinct from external items. Presently, Zhou Wen was the sole vendor, making it imperative that he did not engage in bartering with worthless blueprints. Well, while his guild possessed some worthless blueprints, those of actual value were exceedingly rare and certainly not up for trade. One could hardly expect to relinquish a golden goose that laid golden eggs. All right, President Zhuo, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing Zhuo Junyang's reluctance to part with valuable blueprints, Zhou Wen prepared to conclude their discussion. However, considering the time, some of the more advanced survivors were nearing an encounter with a mirror skin pike. Yet, Zhou Wen remained unperturbed, for the number of leading individuals was scant, ensuring that the price of mirror skin pike flesh would not plummet anytime soon. Should he fail to trade the 9 portions of mirror skin pike flesh today, he would allocate them to Jiang Haitao and Qin Xian as rewards for their contributions to the guild. Delaying further could result in the fish spoiling. Wait a moment, esteemed one. Though I cannot present any valuable blueprints, I happened to discover a rare item yesterday. What item? Please share the details with me. Mere seconds passed before Zhuo Junyang transmitted the item information. It was a card the size of a bank card, entirely silver, inscribed with the words Crimson Locator Card. What is the purpose of this card? I am uncertain. I just acquired it yesterday, but it is undoubtedly rare. I inquired in the Global Exchange channel, and no one else has obtained one. In truth, Zhuo Junyang was not being entirely honest. The card had not been discovered yesterday, but rather on the 2nd day of his arrival in this world. Yet, as of today, he remained oblivious to its function. Upon receiving the card, he had been informed of its ability to locate the Crimson Sea, but despite his attempts over the past few days, he had exhausted all conceivable methods without eliciting any response from the card. He understood that this card might hold significant importance, potentially proving invaluable at some future juncture. Yet, the question remained, how far into the future would that be? Would he even survive until then? The death toll had been steadily rising, and just today, he had encountered 2 anchorhead worms. Fortunately, since establishing his guild, he had amassed a considerable supply of basic materials and procured a complete set of spiked armor at a high cost from those possessing the relevant blueprints. Without this, he might very well have perished by now. However, the spiked armor was exceedingly cumbersome, rendering it nearly impossible to wield effectively. This highlighted the significance of attribute points. Although the mirror skin pike flesh did not augment strength, an increase in constitution and speed, even by a single point, was advantageous. Presently, Zhou Wen was the only vendor, leaving him with little choice. Originally, he had contemplated employing Qin Xian's recent hypothesis regarding skipping the eating phase to trade for mirror skin pike flesh at minimal cost from Zhou Wen. To his dismay, it appeared that Zhou Wen had discerned his intentions and was unwilling to comply. Zhuo Junyang's assertion that it was opened yesterday was merely a ploy to enhance the perceived value of the positioning card. If he were to speak candidly, revealing that it was opened the following day and has yet to be utilized would clearly indicate a problem, even to a fool. If it were as rare as you claim, it could indeed serve as a medium for trade. Haha, of course it's genuine. I wonder how many pieces the esteemed one is willing to trade. Just one. Ah, that's rather too low, considering there exists only this singular card among all the rescuers. Rare it may be, yet it holds no intrinsic value. One piece is already quite generous. You opened this card yesterday, and I trust you have studied it. However, your failure to utilize it suggests it is either unusable or entirely without merit. I am willing to trade a piece of mirror skin pike for it, out of consideration for our friendship. It may not hold value now, but it surely will in the future. One piece is simply insufficient. Let us not speak of the future, but focus on the present. Zhou was unwilling to indulge in fanciful promises. After a prolonged negotiation, Zhou secured the Crimson Positioning card in exchange for 2 pieces of mirror skin pike. Ding. Acquired Crimson Positioning card. Ding. Crimson Positioning card. Upon use, it locates the Crimson Sea region. It's finally in my possession. The notification chimed in his mind, and Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Upon seeing the message regarding the Crimson Positioning card sent by Zhu Junyang, he was reminded of the Crimson Seaweed, which could augment the growth rate of the Leviathan by 20. However, he maintained his composure. Since Zhu Junyang had presented it, he had evidently resolved to trade, and it was merely a matter of price. He was not anxious and chose to engage him gradually. Use. Zhou glanced at the positioning card and attempted to utilize it, but it was unsuccessful. There must be some prerequisite conditions. Zhou murmured softly, fully expecting this outcome. His inability to use it at the moment did not concern him. He would stow the card away, planning to attempt its use once he entered the deep blue sea. Zhou continued with the remaining 100 push-ups. Soon after, the Leviathan once again consumed a silver-edged supply crate, and Zhou opened it immediately. Ding! Acquired 5 gold ingots. Wow, they shine brilliantly. Were this on Earth, I would be overjoyed. Zhou held a gold ingot, approximately the size of a smartphone and about 5 centimeters thick, feeling its substantial weight in his hand. Forgive me, but I regard wealth as inconsequential. With a flourish, Zhou tossed the gold ingot onto the ground, adopting a demeanor of disdain. In this realm, he would indulge in portraying himself as a wealthy individual. After toying with the gold ingot for a while, he placed it directly into the seaweed cultivation box to nurture golden seaweed. He wondered if the gold ingots would accelerate the growth of the golden seaweed. The golden seaweed had begun its growth on the 9th day. 3 days had passed, and it had only reached a length of 20 centimeters. Patience is key. Subsequently, the Leviathan consumed another silver-edged supply crate, yielding 5 silver ingots. Zhou was entirely unaware of the utility of silver ingots, so he decided to store them for the time being. What is that? As dusk approached, the ethereal voice of the Leviathan echoed once more in Zhou's mind, hinting at the discovery of something extraordinary. After a brief interval, the esophageal diaphragm ceased its activity. Yet no seawater surged forth, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the treasure cave. Had another treasure cave been uncovered? Excitement tinged Zhou's tone, for the riches within such caves were abundant. He promptly donned his armor and weapons, and, just as before, grasped a supply crate as he ventured into the esophagus, while briefly communicating with Jiang Haitao to ensure he was ready to provide support. However, as soon as he entered the esophagus and had taken only a few steps, the diaphragm behind him abruptly sealed shut. What was happening? Chapter 69. A grave situation. The sudden closure of the esophageal diaphragm instilled a sense of tension and unease within Zhou, leaving him with an overwhelming feeling of entrapment. He gently tapped the diaphragm, hoping that the Leviathan manifestation would comprehend his intent and reopen the passage. However, the creature remained unresponsive, devoid of any audible thoughts, perhaps entirely oblivious to his plight. Resolutely, Zhou decided to forge ahead, trusting that the Leviathan would not bring him harm. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a step forward, only to be met with violent tremors shaking the entire space. The ground began to rise slowly, and Zhou lost his footing, stumbling backward several paces until he collided with the esophageal diaphragm. What on earth is happening? As he sensed the ground tilting beneath him, confusion flooded his mind. It appeared as though the Leviathan was raising its head. "Hey, little one, stop fooling around," Joan urged, his anxiety mounting as the Leviathan's entire form began to tilt. What would become of the supplies within his gastric chamber? Fortunately, items placed on the foundation remained secure due to its adhesive properties, akin to being glued in place. The two small aquariums were also safeguarded by glass lids, preventing any spillage of seawater. Yet, there was one crucial item that was not anchored to the base. My golden seaweed. Panic surged within Joan. The precious golden seaweed he had painstakingly cultivated could not be jeopardized. Drawing upon the wealth of schematics, formulas, and relevant information he had gathered over the days, he understood the immeasurable significance of the golden seaweed. Not only could its fruit augment strength by 5 points, but it also served as a material for crafting equipment and could accelerate the Leviathan's growth by 50% when fed to it. At that moment, Joan contemplated abandoning this treasure-seeking endeavor altogether, fearing another vital plant might also be at risk, the crystalline rockleaf tree. Unlike the golden seaweed, the crystalline rockleaf tree's roots were embedded in the feces of the burrowing rockworm, and a steep incline could cause it to detach from its nutrient source. Both the golden seaweed and the crystalline rockleaf tree were of paramount importance to Joan, and now they both faced the peril of destruction. "Stop rising. I no longer desire the treasure," Joan shouted, overwhelmed with despair at the thought of such a significant loss. However, the worst-case scenario he had envisioned did not materialize. The Leviathan halted its ascent after lifting its head to a certain height, tilting its body at a mere 45 degrees. Joan exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. This angle, while still affecting the golden seaweed in the cultivation box, was not severe enough to topple it entirely. Some seawater might spill, but it could be replenished easily. Thank goodness it stopped. At least it didn't rise like last time. Yet, Joan realized that this posed a problem he must address upon returning from this venture. Wait, how am I supposed to ascend now? Although the esophagus of a Leviathan was devoid of slimy moisture, its surface remained exceedingly smooth and at a 45-degree angle. He would merely slide back after taking 2 steps upward. Before long, the predicament was resolved as an influx of seawater surged into the esophagus, quickly submerging Joan up to his neck. Startled, Joan hastily secured the supply box to his back with cloth strips, freeing his hands to tread water and keep himself afloat, rising with the ever-increasing water level. After ascending several meters, Joan exited the esophagus and entered the cavernous mouth of the Leviathan. Within the mouth, darkness enveloped him, and the icy seawater sent a shiver of fear through him, for he could not dismiss the possibility of creatures lurking within the brine. However, his apprehensions proved unfounded, as no creatures infiltrated the water. After a while, the seawater reached the baleen plates, allowing him to climb onto them with the buoyancy afforded by the rising tide. Illuminating his surroundings with his headlamp, Joan discerned that beneath him lay the lower jaw of the Leviathan, while overhead loomed a sloped opening, obscuring his view of the upper jaw. This scenario suggested that the Leviathan had its maw agape, effectively blocking the entire entrance while permitting seawater to flow in, facilitating Joan's ascent into the cavern. Fortunately, his childhood lessons in dog paddling had not been in vain. He felt a surge of gratitude, for had he been unable to tread water, he might have succumbed to drowning. The baleen plates were still elevated above the entrance, and Joan stood upon them, awaiting the water's ascent while taking the opportunity to rest. As treading water was indeed taxing, the Leviathan seemed to sense Joan's approach to the entrance, thus increasing the volume of seawater entering. Soon, the water level rose to the edge of the opening, and with a few swift strokes, Joan swam to the shore of the entrance and climbed out with ease. Upon entering the cavern, Joan refrained from making any hasty movements, first taking a moment to survey the area with his headlamp. This cavern was considerably more spacious than the treasure cave, with a ceiling soaring over 4 meters high. Although damp, the cave lacked standing water, resembling an underwater air pocket. Joan opened the supply box, donning the spiked armor, wielding a shield in his left hand and a hefty iron blade in his right, while the heaviest spiked breastplate remained temporarily stored in his equipment pouch. Additionally, A package of boiling blood coral powder was secured to his left wrist with a tourniquet. Lacking paper, he utilized seaweed leaves to fashion a triangular bundle of the coral powder, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in size, resembling a diminutive zongzi. In a moment of crisis, he would tear the tourniquet, crush the seaweed package, and swallow its contents, thereby augmenting his speed by 5 points to hasten his escape. The sound of Zhou when cranking the hand-cranked headlamp resonated within the cavern, echoing and amplifying as it traveled further. This was a deliberate tactic on his part. Rather than delving deeper into the cave only to encounter a colossal creature, he preferred to attract any lurking beings to the entrance, testing their fear of the Leviathan. After a while, silence reigned in the cavern, and with the headlamp fully charged, Zhou donned it and commenced his exploration into the depths. What was that odor? As he ventured further, a foul stench permeated the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh from some unknown creature. Zhou furrowed his brow, his mind brimming with wariness as he pressed his body against the right wall of the cavern, allowing him to focus solely on the front and left directions. After traversing a short distance, he found nothing within the cave, yet the foul stench intensified, causing him to feel a wave of nausea. Upon reaching a corner, he directed the beam of his headlamp forward and discovered an unexpected turn. Steeling himself against the noxious odor, Zhou cautiously approached the corner. Rather than directly peering around it, he extracted a mirror hide from his supplies, extending it around the bend. With his headlamp in hand, he leaned against the wall and illuminated the interior of the corner. To his horror, the reflection that met his gaze caused his heart to momentarily cease, sending a jolt of terror through his being. In a panic, he discarded the mirror hide and, propelled by an instinctual urgency, sprinted away at a pace unmatched in his life. In the midst of his flight, feeling his speed inadequate, he hastily discarded his spiked armor from his equipment menu. Chapter 70. The glimmer of reflection in that fleeting moment, Zhou could not discern what the creature was. He merely caught a glimpse of a row of jagged, ivory fangs, each exceeding a meter in length, interlaced in a gruesome display. Given such a sight, Zhou felt no need to contemplate the full form of the creature. The mere length of its teeth sufficed to convey the enormity of its size. One bite could easily consume him without a hint of difficulty. Silence enveloped him as he sprinted onward, straining his ears for any indication of pursuit. Apart from the sound of his own hurried footsteps echoing within the cavern, there was naught else to be heard. This led Zhou to entertain a sudden hypothesis. The colossal beast might have perished. Such a conclusion would also elucidate the foul stench of decay permeating the cave. He did not halt his flight immediately. Instead, he occasionally glanced backward, ensuring that indeed no monstrous entity was trailing him before gradually coming to a stop. How did the little one escape? There are still items left behind. The voice of the illusory Leviathan resonated in Zhou's mind. A jolt of clarity surged through him, dispelling his earlier trepidation. The continued awareness of the illusory Leviathan suggested that it had been vigilant all along, unlike the previous encounter when it had only noticed his peril when he was nearly devoured by the burrowing worm. Moreover, the tone of the illusory Leviathan was remarkably relaxed, indicating that no creatures within the cavern posed a threat to it. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, Zhou began to retrace his steps, collecting the spiked armor he had discarded along the way and donning it once more. Upon reaching the corner once again, he found no signs of the gigantic creature's presence, confirming that it had indeed refrained from pursuing him. He picked up a reflective skin from the ground and, using its mirror-like surface, confirmed that a massive beast lay at the corner, lifeless. Stowing the reflective skin away and securing his headlamp, Zhou bravely ventured around the corner. A close examination of the colossal creature revealed that its skin was already in the throes of decay, and its once luminous, lantern-like eyes had shriveled. Only the exposed fangs remained intact, glimmering ominously in the light. This deceased giant bore a striking resemblance to an eel from Earth, standing over 3 meters tall, stretching into the shadows of the cavern beyond. Its full length remained unknown for the moment. However, Zhou could consult the biological compendium. He found a patch of skin that showed no signs of rot, touched it with a finger, and promptly washed it with bottled water, wary of potential pathogens from a corpse. After cleansing his hand, he opened the biological compendium and turned to the newly added page. Blade-toothed eel, length, 72 meters, weight, 160 tons, diet, carnivorous description, a lurking eel within caves, ever poised to ambush passing creatures. Its sharp fangs can pierce through flesh, rendering a chunk of meat that is both dense and edible. These fangs also serve as formidable weapons. 72 meters? 160 tons? After perusing the fundamental information regarding the saber-toothed eel, Zhou Wen's expression reflected subtle nuances. Given its formidable size, he pondered the potential peril of encountering a live specimen, for even the Leviathan transformation might prove insufficient to contend with it. The possibility of being bitten and having flesh torn away was alarmingly real, even leading to a fatal outcome. Zhou Wen contemplated whether the Leviathan was aware that the saber-toothed eel was deceased. Based on the whispers of the Leviathan from the previous treasure cave and the resonances within the current saber-toothed eel cave, it was evident that while the Leviathan could not enter the cave, it possessed knowledge of the internal circumstances. Thus, Zhou Wen concluded that the Leviathan likely possessed a biological radar capable of extensive exploration. This was indeed reassuring, as it ensured their safety. With newfound resolve, Zhou Wen prepared to delve deeper into the cave in search of the items referenced in the Leviathan's whispers. However, before embarking on that quest, he aimed to extract the teeth of the saber-toothed eel. The descriptions indicated that these teeth could serve as formidable weapons, and he was determined not to overlook this opportunity. With a stone in hand, Zhou Wen initially anticipated a strenuous endeavor. To his surprise, after only a few strikes, one of the teeth became dislodged. Upon inspection, he discovered that the root of the tooth was affixed to a bone resembling a hilt, which could be wielded as a weapon. This bone seemed to be embedded directly within the tooth's root. Excessive force would cause the root to fracture, resulting in the tooth's detachment. This biological design aligned remarkably with the descriptions provided. The information indicated that the saber-toothed eel favored lurking in caves, ambushing passing creatures. While smaller beings might suffer a swift demise, inadvertently biting into the tough skin of larger creatures could lead to the tooth becoming lodged in flesh, compelling the creature to struggle and potentially pull the eel from its lair. In such scenarios, the design of the teeth would allow them to disengage from the eel, liberating it from the larger creature's grasp. I've struck gold," Zhou Wen exclaimed triumphantly after successfully dislodging all 30 of the saber-toothed eel's teeth. Although these teeth were not as robust as iron blades, they certainly surpassed the strength of fishbone knives. After all, the fishbone knives were crafted from 1-meter-long fish bones, lacking the formidable hardness of the 72-meter-long saber-toothed eel's teeth. Just as Zhou Wen reveled in his success, collecting the 30 teeth into his supplies box, the upper jaw of the saber-toothed eel sagged due to the loss of its teeth. In that moment, a noxious gas erupted forth, enveloping Zhou Wen in a wave of rancid odor. He retched violently, quickly retreating a considerable distance to escape the foul fumes. After a bout of nausea, he gradually regained his composure. "Good grief, not only does it reek, but it burns the eyes too," Zhou Wen muttered while wiping away the tears that had streamed from his eyes. After a brief respite, as the horrid stench dissipated, Zhou Wen felt rejuvenated. He then crossed over the head of the saber-toothed eel and ventured deeper into the cave. After traversing nearly 100 meters in a brief span, Zhou Wen reached the end of the cave. Yet, apart from the elongated corpse of a knife-toothed eel, he found nothing else. Could it be that the entity spoken of by the illusory Leviathan was merely the tooth? Puzzled, Zhou Wen stood at the cave's terminus, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of golden reflection. He immediately lifted his gaze and discovered, at approximately 4 meters from the cave's end, a small opening housing a supply chest. A gilded supply chest? Zhou Wen's expression brightened. The last gilded chest had bestowed upon him 3 blueprints. What treasures might this one hold? His anticipation soared. Chapter 71. The transformation period of scales. Zhou Wen made a powerful leap, his hand grazing the bottom of the supply box, yet he could not retrieve it. Almost there. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed the blueprint interface, intending to craft a wooden foundation. Standing upon it would allow him to easily seize the box. However, to his dismay, the wooden foundation could not be created. Zhou initially assumed it was a material issue, so he switched to a stone foundation, yet the result remained unchanged. Could it be that crafting items outdoors was prohibited? No, that couldn't be right. On the 9th day, while in the treasure cave, he had successfully constructed a small aquarium. Zhou attempted to create other items. Wooden doors and barrels materialized without issue, indicating that as long as he possessed the materials, creation was indeed possible. However, the foundation remained elusive. This implied that bases could only be established within the illusory Leviathan. Such a restriction clearly served to bind survivors to the illusory Leviathan, discouraging thoughts of venturing outside for sustenance. Zhou found this limitation to be rather inconsequential. Aside from slight inconvenience, it was actually quite beneficial. After all, the large form of the illusory Leviathan could provide protection for the survivors and assist in locating supply boxes. If he were to depart from the illusory Leviathan, both his safety and resource availability would be jeopardized. With the foundation crafting off the table, Zhou opted to create a stone pedestal. Standing at half a meter tall and possessing substantial weight, it was perfect as a stepping stone. He retreated a few meters and made another leap, placing his foot firmly on the pedestal. With a vigorous push, he soared upwards, arms outstretched like a zombie, successfully clutching the supply box before landing smoothly. Haha, bring me more crucial blueprints. Zhou thought to himself, gazing at the supply box in his hands, only to be struck dumb. This was Zhou's eyes widened, his face reflecting shock as he meticulously examined the entire supply box. The light from his headlamp illuminated the box, casting a golden glow that seemed to dust his face with gold powder. This was indeed a pure gold box. His heart raced with excitement. If a gilded supply box could yield him 3 blueprints of considerable value, what treasures might emerge from a pure gold one? His trembling hands slowly pried open the gold box, and a brilliant light erupted from within, revealing a formula amidst the golden radiance. Ding! Obtained the ultimate formula for the transformation period of the illusory Leviathan. Unique. Ultimate. Zhou gasped internally. Though he was yet to comprehend the precise function of this formula, the term ultimate, accompanied by unique, assured him of its extraordinary nature. Holding the golden formula in his hands, he unfurled it to examine its contents, but what he saw left him utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Ultimate formula for the transformation period of the illusory Leviathan. Unique. Material 1 golden threadworm, obtained from the golden seaweed region. Within the body of a gold king crab. Low discovery probability. Material 2. Material 3. Material 4. Upon a thorough reading, apart from the introduction of the first material, the rest is shrouded in uncertainty. Sighing, Zhou decided to focus solely on the first material, realizing that this particular formula was not feasible for production at present. He was only aware of the information regarding the Golden King algae, yet he had no clues as to its specific location. Even if the subsequent materials were laid out, he might not even recognize them, rendering them as perplexing as a question mark. Resigned, Zhou could only stow the formula away, preparing to return the blueprint to the golden chest. Suddenly, the chest radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the surroundings in a resplendent hue. Ding! Acquired Golden Order X1. Ding! Golden Order can be used to gild an item, enhancing its corrosion resistance, or to augment character attributes, adding 1 to any chosen attribute. Remarkably, the golden chest had transformed into an item. Zhou had initially intended to take the chest back as an ornamental piece. However, the emergence of the Golden Order was fortuitous. It was something he could utilize immediately. At that moment, Zhou felt an unsettling sensation, caught in a limbo of emotions. Although the ultimate recipe for the transformation of Leviathan scales was exceedingly rare, it remained impractical for immediate use. This expedition into the cave felt somewhat fruitless, yet could not be deemed entirely barren. There was a promise of future prospects. Thankfully, he had acquired a Golden Order which, although its described effects were not particularly significant, was nonetheless usable at that moment. Zhou promptly activated the Golden Order, opting to enhance his character attributes, specifically adding to his intelligence. The Golden Order transformed into a beam of golden light and surged into Zhou's mind, causing his pupils to constrict as a golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. Ding! Golden Order used, Intelligence 1. In that instant, Zhou felt as though his consciousness transcended ordinary limits. Closing his eyes, he envisioned a version of himself within his mind, and the chaotic fragments of memory floating in his consciousness began to organize themselves under his deliberate guidance. Soon, folders materialized, categorizing his memories by type, akin to the functioning of a computer. This was utterly astonishing. Zhou experienced a refreshing clarity. His mind felt remarkably lucid. He could even follow along with the fighting techniques from martial arts videos he had previously viewed, absorbing the skills displayed therein. If he continued to augment his intelligence in this manner, would he risk losing his essence? Zhou pondered the potential of such an exponential increase. With everything gathered, it was time to depart. As he retraced his steps, Zhou found that he no longer required a light for guidance. He could close his eyes and reconstruct the path he had taken in his mind, effortlessly navigating back along the same route. Just as he approached the head of the knife-toothed eel and was about to turn the corner, Zhou glanced back at the decaying creature. At that moment, a question nagged at him. How did the knife-toothed eel meet its demise? As he ventured deeper into the cave, he had briefly examined the eel's entire body under the beam of its headlamp and found no apparent fatal injury. Moreover, the eel's teeth remained intact, suggesting it had not encountered an exceptionally large predator. In addition to these points, there exists a significant enigma. How can an eel thrive within an air-filled cave devoid of water? Furthermore, a pure gold box containing the ultimate formula was effortlessly retrieved by Zhou without encountering any peril. Such circumstances defy logic. According to Zhou's conjecture, this 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel was, in essence, the guardian of the golden box. Yet for reasons unknown, it had perished, allowing him to seize this opportunity. It is rather peculiar. What could possibly cause such a colossal creature to meet its silent demise? A chill suddenly crept down Zhou's spine. Chapter 72. I shall no longer pretend Zhou returned to the entrance of cave, carefully stowing away all his equipment into the storage box before plunging headfirst into the sea. The illusory Leviathan, aware of Zhou's return, gradually opened its esophageal membrane, beginning to release the seawater from its mouth into the gastric cavity, subsequently expelling it through the digestive pool. Soon, the seawater receded to the level of the esophagus, and the illusory Leviathan gently lowered its head, causing the entire space to become tranquil. With about half a meter of seawater still in the esophagus, Zhou waded through the water and entered the gastric cavity. Concerned about the golden seaweed and the crystalline leaf tree, Zhou examined the two plants and, upon confirming their well-being, felt a sense of relief. The golden seaweed remained unaffected, though some seawater had spilled from the planting box. The crystalline leaf tree had tilted slightly due to the overly soft excrement of the burrowing rockworm. Fortunately, he had returned in time. As its roots were still embedded in the excrement, he was able to upright it easily. As night fell, the illusory Leviathan ceased its activities. Zhou informed Jiang Haitao to retire for the night and proceeded to dispose of the 10,000 portions of seaweed he had acquired that morning into the digestive pool before preparing for sleep. However, the ground was too hard for comfort. After attempting to rest on the rocky surface, he found it unbearably rigid, prompting him to abandon the resting area. Instead, he placed 2 wooden platforms in the gastric cavity. Henceforth, he would sleep upon these platforms, intending to stow them away in the morning when the illusory Leviathan resumed its movements. Ahem! On the 13th day, the illusory Leviathan began its activities. Zhou slowly rose from the wooden platform, feeling somewhat lethargic. Why did he feel so drained? Was it due to sleeping late the previous night? He yawned, stretched a bit, retracted the 2 wooden platforms, and commenced his inspection of the gastric cavity. Ahem! Zhou coughed softly. Had he perhaps caught a chill from being in the water for too long the day before? Nonetheless, he brushed aside the thought. His physical constitution had already reached a score of 15, rendering a minor chill inconsequential. Continuing his inspection of the gastric cavity, he confirmed that both plants and the two species were unharmed before accessing the system interface to communicate with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian regarding the day's public performances. Before long, the illusory leviathans of other survivors began their feeding phase, while Zhou Wen's little companion continued its search for sustenance. According to the system's prompt from the evening of the 11th day, it was expected to enter the deep blue sea today. However, as Zhou Wen provided food for the illusory leviathan, it was not in a hurry to depart the boundary waters. After some time, the illusory leviathan consumed several white jade clams, the quantity exceeding yesterday's by 13. The scale metamorphosis period. Zhou Wen held one of the white jade clams, contemplating the mention of the scale metamorphosis period in the ultimate formula. This clam was evidently linked to the scale metamorphosis period. However, the present moment does not seem opportune for utilization, as the illusory leviathan remains in its nascent stage according to the biological compendium. In other words, to absorb the jade shell and develop scales, the illusory leviathan must transition into the scale transformation phase. Given that materials pertinent to the scale transformation phase have already emerged in the intersecting sea, it indicates that the subsequent stage after nascence is likely the scale transformation phase. Is the time sufficient? Zhou Wen recalled the multitude of question marks in the ultimate formula for illusory leviathan scale transformation phase, and a sense of uncertainty washed over him. He temporarily ceased pondering this matter, accessing the system interface to procure 10,000 units of seaweed, subsequently crafting 20 oxygen-generating algal tanks for the World Trading Channel. At this juncture, as they were still in the feeding phase, nearly 99% of survivors were intently focused on spotting anchorhead worms in the seawater, rendering the World Communication Channel rather desolate. Nevertheless, a few individuals engaged in conversation, all of whom were guild leaders, as they were testing Chun Xian's hypothesis from yesterday, whether providing sufficient seaweed to the illusory leviathan could indeed bypass the feeding phase. The results confirmed their suspicions. 6 participants conducted the experiment, each feeding their illusory leviathan varying amounts of seaweed, ranging from 200,000 to 250,000 units, ultimately establishing that 200,000 units sufficed to successfully skip the feeding phase. Indeed, it has succeeded. President Chun Xian is truly astute. Her earlier notion of transporting seaweed was likewise brilliant. I hope our two guilds can collaborate more extensively in the future and flourish together. Haha, President Zhao Teng is too modest. In this survival world, as fellow humans, we must naturally support one another. Moreover, President Chun Xian possesses great vision. I, Zhao, am truly humbled. For this noble cause, should President Chun Xian require spiked helmets, do seek me out. I assure you it will be more economical than that Jiang fellow's offerings. I sincerely thank you, President Zhao Teng. It's the least I could do. If President Zui Junyang has further needs, do not hesitate to approach me. It will undoubtedly be at a lower cost. Zhao Teng tirelessly promoted his spike helmets among the guild leaders. His soaring guild now boasted over 500 members. The initial 100 members who joined the guild each received a spiked helmet from him. These 100 individuals actively advocated for Zhao Teng in the World Channel. And with the enticing benefit of receiving spiked helmets, an increasing number of people were inclined to join the Soaring Guild, swelling its ranks to over 500 in just a day or two. Well, as long as they don't provoke me, I shall be fine. Zhou Wen found himself holding more cards, no longer anxious about others surpassing his development. As long as they leave him be, he couldn't be bothered. Time passed gradually, and the feeding phase of the illusory Leviathan concluded, with a notable decrease in fatalities today, totaling over 3 million deaths. I'm eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. I nearly perished upon encountering an anchorhead worm. What the hell? How did you survive, brother? That worm got stuck beneath a wooden foundation and took ages to emerge. When the tide receded, I mustered the courage to dispatch the anchorhead worm with my spikes. Your luck is astonishing. I must express my gratitude for the wooden foundation sold at a modest price by the previous esteemed individual. Otherwise, no amount of good fortune would suffice. Those who previously resold the wooden foundations were truly detestable. If they wished to risk their own lives, let them do so. But it is a pity that we could not procure the wooden foundations ourselves. Who could deny this? It is indeed infuriating. Why doesn't the esteemed individual establish a guild? Indeed, if a guild were to be formed, I would be the first to join. Oomph. Do you even have the qualifications for that? You wouldn't even be considered. What could be the reason? Are you afraid of losing out on benefits? Every day, it's this lowest price and that lowest price. If a guild were formed, wouldn't you all strip it bare? The esteemed individual is benevolent, not foolish. Oh, if only there could be more algae oxygen generators available for sale each day. Alas, it seems unlikely. Everyone, please pay attention and align with my words. I have an announcement to make. I shall lay my cards on the table. The esteemed individual is my father. If each of you provides me with 10 basic materials, I will persuade my father to increase the stock of algae oxygen generators. This is a promise, honest and true. The surrounding text observed the messages in the World Channel and found them rather amusing, when suddenly, an unexpected son appeared. Who on earth are you? Chapter 73. Promoting the miniature planting box, I am the god of wealth. This is divine gold. I am Kai Lewin. This is paper. I am the director. This is the film. I am a sandpit owner. This is sand. Upon seeing the World Communication Channel rife with criticism, Joan felt a sense of reassurance. Nonetheless, he still sent a message to clarify. In the future, it is likely that more individuals will attempt to deceive others under my name. Please remain vigilant and do not fall victim to such trickery. Haha, this kind of deception is only for the gullible. However, could you possibly increase the stock of algae oxygen production tanks? Indeed, boss. I have heard from various guild leaders that seaweed is about to be traded in large quantities. Joan had previously used seaweed as an excuse, which had long since lost its credibility, yet few dared to criticize him. After all, such rebuke would bear no fruit. Ultimately, it was Joan who held the final say. If provoked, he could simply cease sales, leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, Joan's prices were quite low, providing everyone an opportunity, yet the supply was too limited, relying solely on speed and luck. Each day, survivalists competed fiercely for the 20 algae oxygen production tanks, as if their lives depended on it. As the survivalists awaited Joan's response, a blueprint message materialized in the World Communication Channel. Blueprint for miniature planting box. Wow. Can we finally start farming? Damn it. Why did this guy acquire it? If we obtain the miniature planting box, does that mean we will no longer worry about food? Jianggu, are you planning to sell this miniature planting box? The information shared by Jiang Haitao regarding the miniature planting box blueprint successfully diverted the survivalist's attention. Nothing could rival the allure of a box capable of producing sustenance. Thus, Joan found himself momentarily relieved from the need to increase the algae oxygen production tanks. Although he was not concerned about the survivalists catching up, he could not simply augment the supply without consideration. The returns were meager. Joan was no longer particularly invested in basic materials, and valuable blueprints were treated as treasures by survivalists who would not part with them lightly. It would be exceedingly difficult to replicate the initial success of trading algae oxygen production tanks for such blueprints. What Joan sought now was prestige. By establishing himself as a benevolent figure, a good reputation would enable him to influence the actions of most survivalists. In a scenario where survivalists could not encounter one another, this proved to be an exceedingly effective strategy. However, merely increasing the number of algae oxygen production tanks would yield only fleeting gratitude. It was only when all faced adversity that he could step forward and be remembered. The miniature planting box will not be sold to outsiders. Only members of our guild may acquire it through contributions. If you're not selling it, why publish the blueprint? Is it simply to flaunt? How infuriating. How wonderful it would be if this blueprint were in the hands of the boss. I can't believe you just said that. The survivalists, who had initially been filled with excitement, were now disheartened by Jiang Haitao's announcement of its unavailability for public sale, and they began to voice their grievances. President Jiang, might our guild be permitted to trade some? We can negotiate the price. Numerous guild leaders have begun to post messages on the World Channel inquiring about Jiang Haitao, eager to engage in high-priced transactions for some small planting boxes. Some have even privately messaged him. To these guild leaders, there seems to be no issue with external sales. It is merely a matter of price. Jiang Haitao has been accommodating, accepting all their requests without hesitation. This has incited a considerable uproar among the survivors who lack the means to join a guild, questioning, what does this mean? Are we not human? Do we not count? They express their disdain for these guilds, lamenting, these guilds are insufferable. They gather a group of well-developed individuals. Do they see us ordinary folks as anything more than mere tools for opening boxes? The outcome has been quite effective. Zhou observes that the majority of ordinary survivors are filled with righteous indignation, indicating that his plan is progressing well. The influence of the guilds among the common survivors will inevitably grow, soon surpassing Zhou. It is merely a matter of time. Thus, he seeks to incite feelings of resentment among the ordinary survivors towards the guilds to ensure his own voice remains prominent among them. President Jiang, I believe our Survivors Guild can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with your brother Jiang Guild. It seems President Chen is willing to offer a higher price? As long as the price is satisfactory, a long-term partnership is certainly feasible. President Jiang is jesting. It's not merely a higher price, but rather, I possess something that can shorten the growth time of crops by 1/10. Following this, Chen Xin presents a low-grade fertilizer, which Jiang Haitao regards with utmost importance. A long-term cooperation is announced between the two guilds, culminating in mutual flattery, finishing this performance for the outside world. Go. The promotional material for the small planting boxes has been completed. Jiang Haitao sends the blueprint for the small planting boxes back to Zhou. Upon receipt, Zhou dispatches 50 small planting boxes, a knife, and a piece of white jade clam meat to him. Although Jiang Haitao's guild can only standardly accommodate 30 members for the small planting boxes, Zhou provides 50, with the remainder serving as rewards. After all, Jiang Haitao is not particularly skilled at enticing others, so rewards will suffice. How did I perform, Boss Zhou? Not bad, though the final flattery segment felt rather forced. Haha, there's little I could do. From an outsider's perspective, there is hardly any connection between Jiang Haitao and myself, so forced compliments were the only option. Zhou also sends Chen Xin 50 small planting boxes, a knife, and a piece of white jade clam meat, along with information about a treasure cave. Are all these treasures found within the treasure cave? One could say that. Should you encounter it, do let me know, so we can look out for one another. Wow, what a generous boss you are. Everything found in the cave must be promptly submitted to avoid perishing within and leaving behind nothing. A heartless boss, after their exchange, concludes. Zhou instructs both to send over the 250,000 seaweed samples collected today, which he then feeds entirely to the transformed Leviathan. The plan for cultivating fruit has gradually begun to take shape. In order to meet the criteria for the first method in the Accelerated Food Compendium, it is necessary to gather 1,000 watermelons. Although the membership of the two guilds, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin, is sufficient, daily losses among members render the situation unstable, and trust among the majority remains elusive. To expand the cultivation of fruits, it is essential for these guild members to develop further and establish a profound connection with their guilds. However, with the intelligence provided by Zhou from the outpost, this task does not appear insurmountable. It merely requires the passage of time. Ahem, it is time to devise a means to secure the seaweed planting boxes. After experiencing 2 significant episodes of the transformed Leviathan's vigorous movements, Zhou has come to realize that this is a pressing issue. Important elements must be anchored securely, particularly the golden seaweed and the crystalline rock leaf trees. Chapter 74. Radiant Colors. Zhou placed a stone foundation on the ground and positioned a seagrass planting box atop it, subsequently placing another stone foundation above the box. The 2 stone bases snugly encased the seagrass planting box in between. Zhou applied force to the box at its center, and it remained utterly unmoved, as if it were seamlessly fused with the 2 stone bases above and below. It worked. Seeing his hypothesis confirmed, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. In the future, should he need to vacate the gastric wall space, he would first embed the seagrass planting box between the stone foundations, thus eliminating any concerns regarding the golden seaweed. The most troublesome task was with the crystal leaf tree. There was no fixed solution. After pondering for quite some time, Zhou ultimately decided to plant the crystal leaf tree in a wooden barrel. After considerable effort, he successfully transplanted the crystal leaf tree into the barrel, then tore the hemostatic bandages into thin strips to secure the trunk of the tree to the barrel. Finally, he wrapped the entire barrel tightly with the bandages, ensuring that the droppings of the lurking rockworms would not escape. All was well, as long as the illusionary Leviathan did not turn over. There should be no significant issues. With the methods for securing the two vital plants resolved, Zhou commenced his weight training for the day. Just as he was about to begin some push-ups, Jiang Haitao sent him a private message. Brother One, that Zhao Tong has come to me again, seeking collaboration. He wishes to trade for small planting boxes. Zhao Tong is indeed adaptable. If he wants to trade, let us proceed with it. Really? You're going to trade with him? He is not a trustworthy individual. He has gradually risen in stature and cannot be suppressed any longer. We can simply raise the price, limiting the quantity to 10. By the way, how do you set prices with other guilds? It is 3 small planting boxes for 1 blueprint. Then let Zhao Tong have 1 blueprint for 1 box. He can take it or leave it. Understood. Brother One. After concluding the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou returned to his exercise routine. Finding himself somewhat bored during his workout, he decided to open the World Chat channel to see what the survivors were discussing. To his surprise, he noticed members of Zhao Tong's guild actively recruiting in the World Chat. Join Ting Fei, and you will receive a spiked helmet without needing to surrender basic materials or blueprints. Simply joining grants you one. Is that true? I don't believe it. It is indeed true. I joined the Tung Fei guild yesterday, and this morning, the guild leader personally gifted me a spiked helmet. I'm truly grateful to guild leader Zhao Tong. I encountered an anchorhead worm during the feeding phase today. Had it not been for the timely delivery of the spiked helmet by guild leader Zhao, I would have perished. Brother, you are incredibly fortunate and made a wise choice in joining the Tung Fei guild. Had you chosen another guild, survival would have been uncertain. Who can argue with that? I heard that the current guild leader, unlike others, does not charge membership fees, so the spike helmets are crafted from his own materials. Indeed, it is far superior to other guilds. Had the leader possessed more basic materials, you would have received the spiked helmet yesterday. Zhou gazed at the messages from the members of the Tung Fei guild, his brows furrowed in discomfort. Nonetheless, he could not deny their effectiveness. As an increasing number of individuals were choosing the Zhao Tong guild, it seemed akin to a Ponzi scheme. Zhou discerned Zhao Tong's intentions, which appeared to involve using the spiked helmets as bait to fervently recruit survivors. Ostensibly, there was no requirement to pay membership fees. However, the words of the guild members indicated that, due to the president's refusal to collect fees, their materials were scarce, rendering them incapable of promptly crafting spiked helmets for new members. Thus, upon joining, one would have to wait, and the duration of this wait would necessitate contributions to the guild. The contributions did not have to be substantial. Submitting a bit of seaweed daily or recruiting others would suffice. In this manner, Zhao Tong could amass a significant number of guild members and, by collecting their seaweed, substantially increase his daily income. Zhou conjecture was accurate. This was indeed Zhao Tong's strategy. He perceived other guild leaders as rather foolish, for this method had been validated. It represented a lucrative opportunity. If one had enough followers, a vast quantity of seaweed could be collected and sold for profit. Yet, those guild leaders continued to prioritize the quality of their members. Had Zhao Tong not previously tarnished his reputation, he would likely possess millions of guild members by now, accumulating countless seaweed daily. A small portion of this would be allocated to providing spiked helmets to earlier joiners, thereby enticing newer members with hope and prompting them to continue submitting seaweed each day. After finishing his training, Zhou found little interest in the ongoing exchanges and subsequently closed the global communication channel. Soon, it was time for the supply box phase. As the Leviathan was still within the boundary waters, no fixed supply boxes were available. These had to be sought out by the Leviathan itself. After a while, seawater surged into the gastric space, and, as the water level rose, Zhou beheld a magnificent sight, a multitude of colorful lines darting through the water. These vibrant lines swam in schools, transforming the otherwise dark seawater into a dazzling spectacle. In that moment, The dark ocean resembled the vast, inky cosmos, while the intertwined, colorful lines resembled the Milky Way. What fascinating creatures these were, Zhou mused, captivated by the enchanting scene. The flowing lights were slender, measuring only 5 to 6 centimeters in length, and though small in size, their numbers were abundant, totaling over 100. As the seawater gradually receded, these colorful lines became agitated. Many swept away into the digestive pool along with the retreating water. Once the seawater had completely withdrawn, only a few dozen remained. Zhou promptly leaped from the stone platform to observe these colorful lines more closely. He discovered they were slender little fish, each measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length. Indeed, among the smallest of fish in this world. Glowing fish length, 5 centimeters weight, 10g diet, plankton description, a luminescent fish adorned in vibrant colors, deemed edible. The introduction is rather simplistic, yet it mentions the possibility of consumption, implying the potential for attribute enhancement. Zhou seized a lively luminescent fish and promptly tossed it into his mouth. Due to its diminutive size, he merely chewed a couple of times before swallowing, barely discerning any flavor. Ding! Consumed luminescent fish, speed 1. Oh, just one is sufficient? Zhou found this somewhat surprising. Previously, the creatures he had consumed for attribute enhancement were considerably larger, often leaving him feeling quite full. However, with this luminescent fish, he had not even experienced its taste before the attribute point was already added. Chapter 75. The pioneer Zhou promptly fashioned a wooden barrel and, using a wooden cup, ladled some water from the aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. He carefully placed all 32 luminous fish, which were diminutive in size and emitted a captivating array of colors, into the barrel. These fish could easily be housed in an aquarium as ornamental specimens. After a flurry of activity, Zhou cleared out the tank that had been fostering the gel-like planarians and exchanged the luminous fish with the planarians. The luminous fish were transferred to the glass aquarium, while the gel-like planarians were relegated to the wooden barrel, as they were not particularly finicky about their living conditions. After a while, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to once again flow into the gastric cavity. Zhou observed the water, confirming the absence of larger marine creatures before filling the tank for the luminous fish. Ideally, the luminous fish would have thrived in the aquarium with the boiling blood coral, enriching the tank's biodiversity. However, since the blood coral's diet consisted of blood, the tank would be awash in crimson during feeding, potentially adverse for the luminous fish, necessitating their separation. And the white jade clams. Looking at the somewhat plain aquarium, Zhou contemplated adding a white jade clam, of which he had an abundance. He decided to add just one clam, as its size, approximately 20 centimeters, could easily overshadow the luminous fish. Within the compact aquarium, the 32 luminous fish frolicked together, leaving delicate specks of color on the pristine shell of the white jade clam as they swam past. Yet, the scene still felt a tad monotonous, and Zhou mused that some aquatic plants would enhance the aesthetic. His mind first wandered to seagrass. However, its size seemed ill-suited for the aquarium. Perhaps another time. The only plants he currently had in mind were seagrass and golden silk seagrass. The latter's length was indeed appropriate for a backdrop in the aquarium, but he was reluctant to part with it. As the seawater receded, it brought with it another 16 white jade clams, totaling 30 when combined with the 14 he had left. This quantity was rather excessive, leaving him with scant space, so he decided to retain only 6, placing the remaining 24 in the gastric cavity. Due to the flat nature of the white jade clams, the flow of seawater entering the gastric space was not particularly swift, ensuring they would not be swept into the digestive pool. In truth, Zhou could have directly listed them on the trading channel for exchange, but should someone take notice, it would reveal that he was consistently discovering new items. Moreover, these white jade clams belonged to the boundary marine zone. When other survivors eventually arrived in this region, they would realize how far ahead Zhou was. Thus, he resolved to hold onto the white jade clams for a while longer before offering them for sale, thereby obfuscating the timeline of his discoveries. Ding! Entering the deep blue sea. Ding! The first survivor to enter the deep blue sea earns the title of pioneer. Ding. The Pioneer, unique, grants 5 to free attributes, which can be freely allocated or returned among Strength, Constitution, and Speed. Losing the title of Pioneer will result in its recovery. Ding. Upon first entering the Deep Blue Sea, you have obtained a Deep Blue treasure chest. Ding. You have captured the attention of the Steel Leviathan. Ding. Please promptly utilize the Steel Leviathan Pest Control Voucher, where you will face the pursuit of the Steel Leviathan. A series of notifications echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, yet he felt no confusion. With an intelligence of 12, he processed information swiftly. This title of Pioneer was rather intriguing. Zhou Wen opened his character panel, noticing an additional notation beside his name, Pioneer 5. According to the notifications, these 5 attribute points could be returned, so Zhou Wen allocated 1 point to Strength, bringing it to 12. 5. How does one return points? After allocating a point to Strength, Zhou Wen attempted to return it, but found no icon for such an action. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the entire amount could be returned at once. Simply clicking on the bracketed Pioneer would allow him to return all 5 points. This design was indeed splendid, enhancing the operability of these 5 points. In times of danger, he could allocate all 5 points to Speed, but when escape was futile, he could click Pioneer to return the points and bolster his strength instead. Quite clever. Zhou Wen experimented by distributing the 5 points across his 3 attributes, then returned them all at once to 1 attribute. This was both convenient and flexible. Clearing his throat softly, he glanced at his attributes. Zhou Wen, Pioneer 5. Normal human attributes are 10, Intelligence, 12 Strength, 11. 5 Constitution, 15 Speed, 15 Evaluation. Infected with oxygen-rich bacteria. A sick individual. Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback by the evaluation, then promptly opened the biological encyclopedia to seek information on the oxygen-rich bacteria, but found none. Could that 72-meter-long fangtooth eel have been killed by this oxygen-rich bacteria? Rapidly recalling his experiences over the past 2 days, it dawned on him that the infection must have occurred in the fangtooth eel's lair yesterday. Now, reflecting on the eel's bizarre death without external wounds, everything began to make sense. What to do? A bacterium capable of killing a gigantic creature was certainly beyond Zhou Wen's ability to contend with. Yet he had no means of understanding even the basic information about the bacteria. Calm down, Zhou Wen murmured softly, suppressing his inner anxiety and panic. He carefully contemplated the situation and decided to allocate all 5 free attribute points to Constitution. Based on his conjecture, this oxygen-rich bacteria did not seem particularly virulent, for he had been infected last night, and nearly a day had passed. Aside from occasional coughs, his body felt relatively normal. Had he not glanced at his character evaluation, he wouldn't have sensed any issues with his health. In the absence of any available treatment, he could only rely on his own resilience, striving to elevate his constitution to 20 in hopes of slowing the infection rate of the oxygen-breathing bacteria. Of course, this strategy could merely serve as a temporary reprieve. After all, even a 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel had succumbed, and with only 20 points in constitution, it was implausible for him to withstand a prolonged battle against the bacteria. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. For the moment, he set aside the matter of the oxygen-breathing bacteria, for there was another pressing concern. Zhou Wen retrieved from his storage cabinet the Armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher he had acquired on the 5th day. Today marked his 13th day in this world, and nearly 8 days had elapsed since then. Chapter 76. Into the Deep Blue Sea. Zhou Wen originally intended to reach a strength of 15 points to utilize the complete set of spiked armor and make use of the Pest Control Voucher. However, he had not anticipated how arduous it would be to increase his strength points, and he found himself at a mere 11. 5 points. At that moment, the Steel Leviathan Pest Control Voucher displayed a time notification, 3 days remaining. This 3-day period represented the final threshold of tolerance for the Steel Leviathan. If Zhou Wen did not utilize the voucher within this time frame, the Leviathan would pursue him relentlessly. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Zhou Wen retrieved the rock fruit he had previously set aside as potential seeds. If absolutely necessary, he would consume it in hopes of further enhancing his attributes. The illusory Leviathan had only been born a few days prior, yet it had already encountered two highly aggressive parasites, each more perilous than the last, and in considerable numbers. He pondered the horrifying thought of how many parasites might inhabit the gastric walls of an adult Leviathan that had not been regularly cleansed. The notion filled him with trepidation, evoking a sense of impending doom. Found it how terrifying. We must return quickly. The illusory Leviathan's voice resonated, seemingly having discovered something. Ding! Entering the boundary sea. Why we return again? Zhou mused, momentarily perplexed, but then realized it was nearing evening, and the illusory Leviathan likely intended to rest in the boundary sea. Indeed, upon its return, the creature ceased its activities and the esophageal membrane opened, allowing seawater to flood in. Once the water receded, a deep blue chest materialized within the gastric space. This chest was presumably the deep blue treasure mentioned by the notification sound. Zhou thought to himself as he reached out to open the chest. Ding! Acquired 2 sets of clothing. What an absurdity. Why provide 2 sets of clothing? Zhou scrutinized the contents, revealing simply 2 sets of ordinary attire. Although his current clothing was tattered, with only half remaining and a gaping hole at the chest, clothing was not of paramount importance for survival. In the temperature-regulated gastric space, he could easily go without clothes, indulging in his daily pursuits without concern for prying eyes. However, in the context of the deep blue treasure, this reward felt inappropriate. Receiving 2 mundane outfits from a treasure chest was disappointing. If these garments had emerged from a supply box, he would have considered himself fortunate. Nevertheless, having received them, Zhou could not simply discard them and promptly stored them in his storage cabinet. Ding! Acquire dual voucher X1. Ding! Dual voucher. Designate any survivor. Killing the opponent grants you all their supplies. The troubling scenario he had feared had come to fruition. The deep blue treasure was accessible to all upon entering the deep blue sea, which implied that every individual would possess a dual voucher. This inevitably foreshadowed a wave of mutual plunder. This was not merely a dual voucher. It was a switch igniting desire and greed, a pivotal moment of risk for reward. The inception of chaos and madness. Zhou hoped that other survivors would possess the self-awareness to refrain from seeking him out for a duel. Upon finishing his statement, he found it quite amusing, for he knew that there would undoubtedly be individuals eager to challenge him, and their numbers would be considerable. Fortunately, he was 3 times ahead of most survivors, affording him ample time to enhance his strength, ensuring he possessed the prowess to dominate all the other survivors. As for the few survivors who were ahead, such as the leaders of various guilds and some affluent individuals, Zhou did not believe they would trouble him. They possessed sufficient foundational materials and could acquire what they needed through trade, rendering it unnecessary to risk a challenge against him. The potential loss was far too great. No one would be foolish enough to take such a gamble. Ding! Obtained 10 cans of meat, 10 bottles of mineral water. Cans of meat. Zhou's eyes brightened with delight as he inspected the cans, discovering 10 different varieties of meat. There were beef, chicken, and pork cans, among others. However, there were no cans of fish, likely because the current diet of survivors consisted solely of fish meat. Thus, he had been granted an abundance of meat types that would not typically exist in this world. Ah, what a splendid find. He decided to store them away for now. Zhou swallowed hard, placing all 10 cans into his storage cabinet. Ding! Obtained 200,000 seaweeds. Upon hearing this notification, Zhou's face displayed astonishment. Not at the quantity of 200,000 seaweeds, but at the capacity of this deep blue chest, which could indeed contain such a vast amount. His current storage cabinet could only accommodate 10,000 items. With his deep blue chest, he now had ample space for his resources. Zhou felt a surge of excitement, as this meant he could temporarily set aside his concerns regarding insufficient storage. The contents of the deep blue chest did not significantly enhance the development of survivors, but they did improve his quality of life. He now had food, drink, and clothing, which made for a decent overall situation. The phantasmagoric Leviathan had already rested, and as before, Zhou tossed 10,000 seaweeds into the digestive pool. The 200,000 seaweeds in the deep blue chest represented a substantial meal for the phantasmagoric Leviathan. If it could not find food by tomorrow, he would feed it the 200,000 seaweeds to free up space in the deep blue chest. As night fell, Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations and lay down upon them. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, a torrent of complex thoughts flooded his mind. More perilous seas, the 3-day deadline concerning the armored Leviathan, and, most troubling of all, the infection of his body with oxygen-rich bacteria. Unable to sleep, Zhou opened his character attribute panel. Glancing at his 20 points in physique, it seemed that the 5 points of free attributes from the Pioneer class had made a difference. He had yet to cough, indicating that the increase in physique was indeed suppressing the oxygen-rich bacteria. He decided to wait until tomorrow to see if his condition would worsen. Realizing that worrying further was futile, Zhou cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts and succumbed to a deep slumber. On the 14th day, the Leviathan began to stir. Zhou immediately rose from the wooden platform and took a moment to stretch, assessing his physical condition. He felt a slight fatigue. However, it was an improvement compared to the previous day. It seemed that with a physical constitution of 20, he could endure for a while longer. The absence of accelerated deterioration in his body was indeed a piece of good news. Zhou's plan was to wait for 2 more days. As he was about to venture into the deep blue sea, hoping to encounter new creatures that could enhance his strength. Thus, on the 3rd day, by utilizing the steel-armored Leviathan pest control voucher, he would stand a greater chance of success. As dawn broke anew, he commenced his patrol of the stomach wall, ensuring that the cultivated plants and creatures were thriving. Ding! Entering the deep blue sea. Chapter 77. Pursued as Zhou entered the deep blue sea. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The birth sea, while a protective realm, harbors numerous dangers, and what perils awaited him in the deep blue expanse. The illusory Leviathan also seemed agitated. Upon entering the deep blue sea, the vibrations within its gastric cavity intensified dramatically. Previously in the birth sea, the gastric wall had only quivered slightly, indicating the illusory Leviathan's smooth gliding. However, the current turbulence suggested that it was now propelling itself with great urgency. A resounding hum suddenly filled Zhou's ears, growing increasingly louder and resonating painfully against his eardrums. Abruptly, the gastric cavity halted, sending Zhou hurtling to the left, where he crashed heavily against the soft gastric wall. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries, though the violent oscillation left him somewhat dazed. A thunderous explosion followed, reminiscent of a colossal bomb detonating underwater, occurring perilously close to the illusory Leviathan's right side. The intensity of the blast nearly rendered Zhou unconscious. It was far louder than the previous sounds of the Leviathan striking the swarms of krill with its tail. Had his physical constitution not been at a remarkable level of 20 points, he might have succumbed to the shock. "Hide! Hide!" echoed the panicked thoughts of the illusory Leviathan in Zhou's mind. Enclosed within the gastric cavity, he was oblivious to the events unfolding outside. However, the series of sounds and the Leviathan's frantic mental voice suggested that a colossal creature was pursuing it. The ominous hum returned, drawing ever closer, an ominous precursor to the impending attack from the gigantic entity. Zhou's heart raced in tandem with the escalating sound. Once more, the gastric cavity jolted violently, flinging Zhou outwards as the terrifying explosion reverberated beside the illusory Leviathan. Ignoring his dizziness, Zhou swiftly scurried beneath the wooden foundation where mangoes were planted, gripping the wooden posts tightly with both hands and feet, anchoring himself securely. The previous 2 instances of being thrown about were clearly due to the illusory Leviathan's sudden shifts in direction, evading the attacks of the monstrous predator, akin to a small fish dodging a larger fish's predation. The unsettling hum persisted in Zhou's ears, akin to a reaper brandishing its scythe behind him. Each time the sound approached its peak, the illusory Leviathan would deftly alter its course to evade the assault. Zhou clung desperately to the post, avoiding being thrown again. Yet he could do nothing but pray for the Leviathan's successful escape from its relentless pursuer. Almost there. Almost there. resonated the illusory Leviathan's thoughts, infused with joy and excitement. Bang! Moments later, a tremendous impact echoed from the rear of the gastric cavity, as though a massive entity had collided with a mountain. Boom! Boom! The colossal creature seemed utterly unwilling to relent, striking the mountain with ferocious intensity, causing the entire edifice to tremble violently. Zhou was unable to perceive the external circumstances. All he could conjure in his mind were images shaped by the cacophony of sounds around him, yet they bore a striking resemblance to reality. Gradually, the thunderous noise receded, diminishing in intensity, and the vibrations within the gastric cavity began to subside as the Leviathan resumed its normal pace of movement. Were they safe? Zhou slowly released his grip on the wooden post, his body drenched in perspiration. The tension from his earlier anxiety had left his nerves and muscles taut, rendering his joints somewhat stiff. With a deep exhale, he felt a slight cramp due to the excessive force he had exerted while clutching the post. It appeared that the sea of birth truly was a protective phase. At last, Zhou comprehended that this protective stage was not meant for the survivalists like him, but rather to shield the Leviathan. For countless days within the sea of birth, the Leviathan had encountered no peril, traversing with an air of invulnerability. And now that they had exited this sanctuary, they were immediately pursued by a gargantuan entity. At last, a meal has been found. After a spell, the sound of the Leviathan resonated once more, indicating it had located sustenance. Upon hearing this, Zhou swiftly ascended the rocky platform, seeking refuge in the resting area as they entered a new maritime domain, where the feeding phase would undoubtedly bring its own challenges. With a rush, the sound of surging seawater echoed within the esophagus, and soon after, the diaphragm opened, allowing the water to flood into the gastric cavity. Zhou, fully alert, grasped his headlamp and directed its beam into the inky depths, utilizing the reflective properties of the mirror-like surface to discern the situation above. Apart from some strands of seaweed, he detected no signs of larger marine creatures, which alleviated his anxious disposition. Having just escaped the pursuit of a colossal organism, he was apprehensive about encountering another such threat. What is that? Just as Zhou began to relax, he spotted a creature emerging from beneath the surface, crawling up along the gastric wall. Externally, it resembled a being with an oval shell, measuring around 30 centimeters in length. Once it breached the surface, its movement ceased, and Zhou beheld a soft body gradually extending from the shell, akin to a snail. Ultimately, as the creature fully extricated itself from its shell, a slender, 10-centimeter-long spike emerged from its supple form, plunging sharply into the gastric wall to siphon its blood. Another parasite. Zhou furrowed his brow, filled with a desire to leap forth and dispatch the parasite with a blade. Yet with the seawater still present in the gastric cavity, he could only bide his time. However, as he awaited the receding of the water, an increasing number of similar parasites emerged from the depths, and by the time the water had fully withdrawn, a dozen or more were clinging to the gastric wall. This was far too many. Zhou hastily descended from the stone platform, wielding a formidable iron sword and a wooden shield. Approaching a parasitic creature, he prepared to raise his iron sword to sever the creature's head. In an unexpected moment, the parasite's supple body recoiled sharply into its elliptical shell. Undeterred, Zhou gripped the iron sword firmly and struck down upon the shell with great force. A resounding clang echoed as he felt as though he had struck stone. Upon inspection, the elliptical shell bore only a shallow groove from his blow, inflicting damage yet failing to breach its defenses. Is it truly this resilient? A flicker of astonishment coursed through Zhou as he steeled his resolve. He unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes against the shell, and after 5 or 6 relentless blows, he finally cleaved through, vanquishing the entity within. Without hesitation, Zhou reached out to touch the surface of the parasite's shell, eager to consult the biological compendium. Chapter 78. Iron Dagger, Bone-Armored Leech, Length, 30 centimeters weight, 10 kilograms diet, blood description. A parasitic organism residing within colossal creatures, possessing a formidable exoskeleton. When threatened, it retracts its soft body into the protective shell, which can be fashioned into armor. There is no mention of its aggressiveness, suggesting it does not attack proactively. Having grasped the fundamental characteristics of the bone-armored leech, Zhou turned his gaze towards the other leeches, still indulging in the blood of the phantasmal leviathan. An ingenious solution to eradicate these parasites struck him. He set aside his wooden shield and iron broadsword, donning spiked gloves, and approached the bone-armored leech. Sensing peril, the leech swiftly withdrew into its shell. Zhou attempted to seize the exoskeleton, aiming to detach the leech from the gastric wall. Yet the creature's 8 clawed appendages, adorned with barbs, anchored it firmly to the wall, posing a risk of injury to the tissue if he exerted force. What to do? Zhou initially intended to rip the bone-armored leeches from the gastric wall, gathering them in a cluster to crush them with a stone pedestal, preserving 3 for research without destroying the exoskeleton in the process. After all, the description indicated that the exoskeleton could be crafted into armor, and Zhou had already proven its hardness by striking it with the iron broadsword, which surpassed the toughness of the spiny shrimp's shell. However, with the leech's clawed appendages gripping the gastric wall, he needed to extricate them delicately, but time was of the essence. There were still several bone-armored leeches draining the blood of the transformed leviathan, and he needed to eliminate them swiftly. Casting a glance at the aperture in the exoskeleton, an idea dawned upon him. He could pierce the weapon into the opening to eliminate the organism within. He raised the iron broadsword to measure the diameter of the hole, which was only 2 to 3 centimeters wide, rendering the broadsword ineffective. Yet, Zhou remained undeterred, for he possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger. Swiftly ascending the stone platform, he retrieved a piece of iron ingot and a portion of wood from his storage cabinet. Opening the blueprint interface, he flipped to the iron dagger design and commenced crafting. The 2 materials coalesced into a radiant blue light, materializing into a dagger measuring 30 centimeters in length. With a blade 2 fingers wide and 20 centimeters long, sharpened on both edges and boasting a keen point. Grasping the iron dagger, Zhou wielded it with ease, feeling its lightness allow for a variety of attack maneuvers. He approached another bone-armored leech. The 2-finger-wide dagger effortlessly penetrated the aperture of the exoskeleton, piercing into the flesh of the leech. As he felt the dagger sink into the flesh, he vigorously twisted it within, shattering the inherently fragile body of the bone-armored leech in mere moments. Witnessing the effectiveness of his method, Zhou proceeded to replicate the process, systematically dispatching all the bone-armored leeches. After eliminating the leeches, he carefully dislodged the clawed appendages from the gastric wall, ultimately acquiring 12 intact exoskeletons. Following the meals that ensued, there were no further encounters with the bone-armored leeches. Zhou resumed his task of transporting seaweed, much like before. During this time, Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian inquired whether seaweed was needed today, as they had completed their own transportation. Zhou, having previously evaded the colossal creatures, had progressed more slowly in his feeding phase. He informed them that it was unnecessary and suggested they sell the seaweed or reward guild members with it. However, he stipulated that any seaweed collected by the guild in the future would require his approval before being sold. The harrowing experience of being pursued by the giant creature made Zhou acutely aware that such situations might recur frequently. The Leviathan's transformation could lead to missed opportunities for sustenance while evading these behemoths. Thus, he would need to ensure that the seaweed collected by both guilds would adequately nourish the Leviathan. In the deep blue sea, the ability to satiate hunger was intrinsically linked to survival. Being well-fed provided the energy necessary to evade the relentless pursuit of giant creatures, significantly increasing the chances of survival. Therefore, Zhou was determined to ensure that the Leviathan was well fed. At that moment, Zhou recalled the 200,000 portions of seaweed within the deep blue treasure chest and suddenly comprehended the profound significance of receiving such a bounty. In just an hour, he completed the transportation of all the seaweed and requested a hookworm from Jiang Haitao, which he then fed to the boiling blood corals. Subsequently, he used the seaweed to nourish the gel worms in the barrel. After several days of growth, the 19 gel worms had now reached adulthood. Zhou processed one into hemostatic gel, recognizing the increasing dangers ahead and the necessity of preparing for any eventuality. He then proceeded to slice the remaining gel worms in half, expanding their breeding stock to 36. With all tasks accomplished, the Leviathan entered a state of digestion, and Zhou went prepared to rest. The earlier perilous encounters had drained his energy significantly, necessitating a period of recuperation. At that moment, a message from Chun Xin arrived. "Boss Zhou, did you have Jiang Haitao sell a small planting box to Zhao Teng? Is he trading low-grade fertilizer with you?" "Yes." "Is he selling it to him at a high price?" "No need, just sell it at the normal price. You have no conflicts with him. It's best to maintain a good relationship, so he sees you as a kindred spirit." "Boss Zhou, please don't slander me. I am not of the same ilk as Zhao Teng. I have my principles." "Well, that is fine. Just keep a cooperative relationship with him." Zhou initially intended for Chun Xin to foster a good rapport with Zhao Teng to glean some hidden information about him. However, he reconsidered, realizing that this might tarnish Chun Xin's reputation among the survivors and conflict with her character. Therefore, he abandoned the idea. Should Zhao Teng continue to collaborate with Jiang Haitao in the future, it would be more fitting for Jiang Haitao to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Teng, aligning better with his character. Zhao Teng, having leveraged a Ponzi scheme, had already amassed over 2,000 guild members. As the guild grew, many survivors who had previously scorned the Tengfei Guild would begin to follow suit and join. After all, the offer of a free spiked helmet is indeed enticing. Merely joining grants one the opportunity to acquire it. It simply requires patience and the daily submission of 1,000 seaweeds, which is hardly a burden for the survivors. As the membership of the Soaring Guild continues to swell, it will undoubtedly attract an increasing number of survivors, ultimately propelling Zhao Teng to a formidable stature. Should Jiang Haitao consider emulating this strategy and recruit extensively? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou dismissed this notion, realizing that an excessive number of guild members would be difficult to manage. In such a scenario, the guild would likely be a mlang of individuals, making trust a rare commodity. It would be far more prudent to cultivate a select group of trustworthy individuals over time. Chapter 79 New Questions During a Moment of Respite. Zhou took out the Crimson Locator card he had previously acquired from Zhou Junyang. It had proven ineffective in the Birth Sea and the Boundary Sea, but now that he had entered the Deep Blue Sea, its utility was anticipated. He held the locator card and softly uttered a command, yet it failed to activate. This unexpected outcome left Zhou, who had been brimming with confidence, feeling disheartened. He had hoped to locate the Crimson Kelp through the locator card before the guild members cultivated 5 tons of fruit, enabling accelerated growth for the illusory Leviathan. According to the food compendium for the illusory Leviathan's growth acceleration, apart from the first type, the other 4 were not sustainable. Only the first type, consisting of 5 tons of fruit, could be reliably supplied daily as the number of survivors farming increased. Ultimately, the first method was the most stable. The other 4 relied entirely on chance. It seemed there were additional prerequisites, so he resolved to keep trying daily. The inability to use the Crimson Locator card left Zhou somewhat disappointed, but he understood the need for patience and planned to experiment further in the future. After a while, the illusory Leviathan finished digesting its meal and began transitioning to the supply crate phase. Zhou had also rested sufficiently, donning his full set of spiked armor and preparing his weapon and shield as he awaited the day's supply crate. Suddenly, the illusory Leviathan emitted a sound akin to a whale's call, inexplicably alarming Zhou. "Damn it, don't run," an inner voice echoed in his mind, tinged with evident anger. Zhou was bewildered by the situation when, without warning, the entire gastric space jolted violently, causing him to fall backward, his head striking the stone foundation. Fortunately, he wore a spike helmet, otherwise he would have surely bled. What is happening? Zhou face was a mask of confusion. Unable to see outside, he could only infer from the fierce vibrations of the gastric space that the illusory Leviathan was in hot pursuit of some creature. As he speculated on the circumstances confronting the illusory Leviathan, the section of the gastric space near the esophagus suddenly dipped, while the area near the tail rose sharply. This scene was all too familiar to Zhou, It had occurred previously when the illusory Leviathan had struck a swarm of spiked shrimp with its tail. Thankfully, he had securely grasped the wooden stumps of the second-level foundation, preventing him from being thrown off. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of an explosion beneath the waves, the entire gastric space flipped, an upheaval even more pronounced than during the previous encounter with the spiked shrimp. Zhou found himself relatively unscathed, as he was positioned between the two foundations. Even with the gastric space inverted, the impact on him was minimal, though the seawater in the algae oxygenation tank had spilled entirely. Before long, the illusory Leviathan righted itself, restoring the gastric space to normalcy. At that moment, Zhou yearned to inspect whether any other items had been affected, yet he feared that the Leviathan's turmoil was not yet over. "Oof, dare to steal from me? I shall crush you." The voice of the illusory Leviathan resonated once more. Upon hearing this inner voice, Zhou deduced that the recent events outside involved the illusory Leviathan searching for supply crates, only to witness them being snatched away by other creatures. In a fit of urgency, it accelerated and struck one of those creatures with its tail. Understanding the general cause, Zhou realized that the matter had concluded, and he promptly emerged from the resting area to inspect his belongings. Most items remained unaffected. It seemed that as long as they were placed on a solid foundation, they would not be impacted by gravity. However, the wooden barrel containing the gel worms had lost some of its inhabitants due to the absence of a lid, prompting Zhou to hastily retrieve them and return them to their container. The most significantly affected item was the algal oxygen chamber, which had spilled its seawater due to the lack of a cover, necessitating a refill. Nevertheless, these were minor inconveniences. Fortunately, he had previously embedded the sea silk seaweed planting box within two rocky foundations, and the crystalline leaf tree had been secured with bandages, thus remaining unscathed. Zhou's initial plan was to secure the sea silk seaweed and crystalline leaf tree during treasure expeditions, as the rocky foundations occupied an additional square meter of wall space, which he feared might hinder the illusory Leviathan's feeding. However, in the Boundary Sea, there had been no food, and he had not removed the excess rocky foundations. After entering the deep blue sea, he had faced the pursuit of gigantic creatures. Although he had not flipped as he did this time, the movements had still been considerable. Consequently, Zhou decided against removing the rocky foundations for the seaweed planting boxes, since the deep blue sea was evidently fraught with peril. Henceforth, as long as he could relocate the seaweed promptly with each feeding cycle, it should not interfere with the illusory Leviathan's nourishment. Even if it did, he could always request some seaweed from Jiang Haitao and Chenxian. Ultimately, the priority was to ensure the healthy growth of the illusory Leviathan. Its strength directly correlated to his own survival. Detected? Run, run. The illusory Leviathan's voice resonated once more in his mind. Zhou, now positioned within the wall space, sensed impending danger and swiftly grasped the wooden foundation beneath the mango tree. Indeed, the next moment, the illusory Leviathan surged into motion, swimming for an extended distance before gradually decelerating. Zhou understood that the biological radar of the illusory Leviathan possessed an extensive detection range. It had likely been spotted by a colossal creature, compelling it to flee with all its might. Now that its speed had diminished, it indicated that the pursuit had been evaded, allowing him to relax. After a brief interval of swimming, the illusory Leviathan ceased its activity. "So tired, time to sleep." The voice conveyed a hint of bitterness, for it had spent nearly the entire day in vigorous motion and had been pursued twice. A stark contrast to its experiences in the Birth Sea. Zhou, however, was left bewildered. What? Not a single supply crate today? Suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation. Supply crates were fundamental to development. If he were to be chased daily, would he be left without any resources? Next week, one must contemplate whether to distribute small planting boxes, allowing numerous survivors to cultivate fruit, which he would then purchase with basic supplies to nourish the phantasmal Leviathan, thereby accelerating its growth. As when hesitated, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing no seawater to enter. He understood it was a signal for him to exit. A treasure cave? As before, one prepared his belongings, carrying the supply box into the esophagus. Though he was perplexed, for the phantasmal Leviathan had not mentioned the discovery of a treasure cave. While traversing the esophagus, when communicated with Jiang Haitao, instructing him to remain ready for supply support. However, upon emerging from the esophagus, he was startled, for the beam of his headlamp illuminated a singular eye. The eye was as large as Wen's head, bloodshot and unwaveringly fixed upon him, casting a genuinely terrifying presence in the darkness of that space. Chapter 80. The white-scaled fish, however, Zhou quickly realized that the illusory Leviathan posed no threat to him. The mere act of allowing him to emerge signified that the owner of this eye would not endanger him. Acknowledging this, Zhou boldly approached and took a thorough look at the full appearance of this eye's master. It was a large fish, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, adorned with tiny scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen under the light. At this moment, the great fish lay dead, its eyes heavily congested, one entirely turned crimson, and patches of scales had notably fallen away, with droplets of blood seeping from beneath its skin. This must be the creature that had seized the supply crate. Observing the overall condition of the fish, it was evident that it had been struck by tremendous force, resulting in internal bleeding and death. In other words, the supply crate was within its belly? Zhou gazed at the fish's abdomen, convinced that his speculation was indeed accurate. However, before he proceeded to dissect the fish to retrieve the supply crate, he felt compelled to touch the great fish, then opened his biological encyclopedia to review its basic information. White-scaled fish length, 8 meters weight, 4 tons diet, carnivorous description, a species fond of swallowing items that float on the ocean surface, edible, and its scales can be utilized to craft armor. Edible. Zhou eyes sparkled at the sight of those 3 words. Such a large fish, he mused. How many attribute points could it possibly yield? Excitement welled within him, but first, he needed to extract the supply crate. Zhou approached the abdomen of the white-scaled fish, where the scales were finer and more delicate, representing the most vulnerable area of its body. He wielded a heavy iron blade and forcefully scraped the abdomen, producing a series of metallic scraping sounds, yet found it impossible to penetrate the scales. Faced with this obstacle, he resolved that if cutting was futile, then he must resort to chopping. Positioning himself before the fish's belly, Zhou adopted a slight squat with his legs spread apart, gripping the iron blade at his waist. After taking aim at the fish's abdomen, he exerted power through his legs, raising the blade high above his head to the right, then swung it down sharply to the left. Swish! The abdomen of the white-scaled fish was successfully cleaved open by the forceful strike. Cough, cough! Zhou coughed repeatedly, having allocated all 5 of his free attribute points from the Forerunner into strength during the swing, which diminished his constitution and made him susceptible to the effects of oxygen-rich bacteria. Hastily, he redirected those 5 points back into his constitution, restoring his body to normal. Yet, it was clear that the situation was less than ideal. Just yesterday, with a constitution of 15 points, he had not coughed so frequently. Setting aside these concerns, having breached the protective scales of the white-scaled fish's abdomen, Zhou began to widen the incision. This task required considerable strength. After a lengthy struggle, he managed to carve a 2-meter gash into the fish's belly, from which copious amounts of blood flowed, accompanied by numerous fragments of internal organs. The force of that tail from the illusory Leviathan was indeed formidable, shattering the innards. Zhou marveled as he donned his spiked gloves and plunged his hand in the fish's belly, searching for the supply crate that had been swallowed into its stomach. After a brief exploration, he extracted a square wooden box from the belly of the fish. To his dismay, it turned out to be merely an ordinary supply box. Zhou gazed at the blood-stained wooden crate, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had endured a relentless pursuit by the transformed Leviathan and exerted considerable effort to retrieve it from the fish's belly, only to find it was just a commonplace supply box. Oh well, an ordinary supply box is still an ordinary supply box. Perhaps it would yield something worthwhile. With a heart full of hope, Zhou slowly opened the box. Ding! You have received stones X10, wood X10, soil X10. What the? Zhou slammed the supply box onto the ground in frustration. How much effort have I and the transformed Leviathan expended for this? To lose so utterly? Before opening the box, he had been filled with anticipation, convinced he might acquire a piece of armor blueprint, especially since he had already gathered 2 types of materials for crafting armor today. Surely, receiving a blueprint wouldn't be too much to ask, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Alas, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Zhou shook his head helplessly, turning his gaze toward the corpse of the white-scaled fish. He decided to consider this fish as a reward accompanying the supply box. Zhou began to skin the white-scaled fish with his iron dagger. The process was particularly protracted due to the fish's large size and the tight bond between its skin and flesh, making it far more challenging to peel than the mirror skin pike. However, it mattered not. The transformed Leviathan had already rested, and it was nighttime, granting him ample time. He could afford to skin it throughout the night. Given his current physique, enduring a night without rest posed no issue. Having made this decision, Zhou suddenly recalled that Jiang Haitao was waiting for support. He swiftly sliced off a sizable portion of fish meat with his iron blade and sent it to him, instructing him to consume it and inform him of any attribute enhancements. Brother one, this white-scaled fish meat is unpalatable, but it does grant 2 constitution. All right, have you finished eating? If not, discard the remainder, and do not speak of it to others or give it as rewards to guild members. Not yet. I have already thrown the rest into the digestion pool. Understood, go to bed now. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou cut a slice of fish meat, eating while continuing to skin the fish. As he bit into the fish, a strong fishy taste overwhelmed his palate, almost making him gag. This was not merely unappetizing, it was inedible. Zhou let out a faint complaint and steeled himself, forcing himself to eat little by little. The 2 constitution was something he still greatly needed. However, he hoped for a boost in strength instead, especially since the steel-armored Leviathan pest control ticket had only 2 days remaining. In light of the threat posed by the oxygen-rich bacteria, he needed to survive the onslaught of numerous parasites first. As time passed, Zhou consumed enough fish meat, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Consumed white-scaled fish meat, Constitution 2. Finally, he had met the consumption requirement. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou immediately spat out the partially chewed fish meat, utterly revolted. After 6 or 7 hours, Zhou finally managed to peel off the fish skin from one side of the white-scaled fish. He then cut the skin into several pieces and stored them in the supply box. The introduction of the white-scaled fish mentioned that the scales could be utilized for crafting armor, rendering the integrity of the fish skin insignificant. Zhou decided against peeling the skin from the other side, as it had been struck by the illusory Leviathan's tail, causing most of the scales to fall off and the remaining ones to be shattered, thus rendering it unusable and not worth the time. He cut off a large chunk of fish meat and placed it into the supply box. Embracing both supply boxes, Zhou traversed the esophagus and returned to the stomach wall space. He chose to leave the remaining fish meat behind, as the white-scaled fish was quite large and too cumbersome to drag through the esophagus, and he lacked the strength to do so. Chapter 81. Familiar yet eerie returning to the gastric wall space, Zhou took a brief respite before the manifestation of Leviathan commenced its activities, marking the arrival of the 15th day. Although he had spent the night without sleep, Zhou remained in good spirits, and thus began today's inspection. Blooming? Zhou approached the wooden barrel, tightly bound like a zongzi, within which the rock crystal leaf tree was planted. The 3 diminutive rock flower buds had now blossomed. The flowers were neither composed of rock nor crystal, their petals a pristine milky white, smooth and lustrous, exuding a gentle warmth akin to jade. The overall appearance of the flowers bore a striking resemblance to that of a night-blooming cereus, petals thin as snow, layers pure as jade. Yet, these blossoms were modest in size, merely the diameter of a tennis ball, reflecting a soft glow under the light. Quite beautiful indeed. It seems that fruiting will not take long now. Zhou's only hope was that the rock fruit would emerge by tomorrow, allowing him to explore the possibility of enhancing its 3-dimensional attributes before utilizing the pest control voucher. To ensure the rock crystal leaf tree would bear fruit successfully, Zhou untied the bandages restraining the wood, added 3 portions of the burrowing rockworm droppings, and then tightly wrapped it once again. Having already blossomed, there could be no room for mishaps. Turning his attention to the golden sea grass, it remained unchanged, growing approximately 5 centimeters per day, now measuring 30 centimeters. For it to mature and bear fruit, it would need to reach around 70 to 80 centimeters, level with the surface of the planting tank. With the inspection complete and everything in order, the next phase was to await the feeding period. One could only hope for a more tranquil day. The previous day, the manifested Leviathan had spent nearly the entire time in flight, which not only disrupted feeding, but also affected the quantity of supplies. Zhou could only wish for a smoother day ahead. During the waiting period, Zhou sent the filleted white-scaled fish meat to Chen, advising her, as he had with Jiang Haitao, to allocate the attribute points accordingly and discard the remainder. After some time, the manifestation of Leviathan successfully entered the feeding phase, prompting Zhou to breathe a sigh of relief. It marked a favorable beginning, indicating that the deep blue sea was not overrun by colossal beasts, allowing for a moment of respite. Naturally, Zhou remained vigilant. Upon hearing the sound of the surging seawater within the esophagus, he promptly retreated to the resting area, donned his protective gear, and grasped his weapon, prepared to confront any aggressive creatures that might emerge from the depths. To his surprise, Zhou observed 2 familiar parasites through the mirror-like surface of the water, the anchorworm and the razor clamworm. For reasons unknown, the sight of these 2 familiar parasites stirred a sense of familiarity within him, as they posed no threat whatsoever to his current self. The anchorworm could easily be dealt with by brute force, while the razor clamworm had its weaknesses. This sense of mastery over the situation provided Zhou with a profound sense of security. Beneath the water, only one anchorworm lingered, mirroring the previous encounter. Zhou employed the same offensive strategy as before, waiting for the anchorworm to approach the wooden platform. With a swift motion, he displaced the algae oxygenation chamber before pouncing into the water like a hungry tiger. One arm wrapped around the elongated body of the anchorworm, while the other wielded a steel blade, swiftly dispatching the creature. Crimson blood surged forth, staining the sea, as Zhou, reminiscent of his previous endeavor, dragged the lifeless body of an anchorworm onto the wooden platform on the second level, offering the blood to the boiling blood corals. The next task was to deal with the razor disc worms, which possessed a weakness for the enticing blood. Standing upon the wooden platform, Zhou patiently awaited, and soon enough, numerous razor disc worms began to congregate in the blood-dyed waters. Without hesitation, he leapt into the water once more, brandishing his iron blade, and with a decisive stroke directed at the center where the blood had pooled. He swiftly dispatched all 8 razor disc worms. Having eliminated these 2 aggressive parasites, Zhou felt an unusual lightness wash over him. Being familiar with these creatures alleviated his concerns regarding any unique attack patterns they might possess. How fortunate it would be if every day were filled with familiar parasites. He mused as he collected the bodies of the razor disc worms from the water. Yet in that fleeting moment, a disquieting sensation arose within him as he gazed upon the 8 razor disc worm corpses in his hands. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the foundations, realizing that all 6 were constructed of wood, despite having replaced them entirely with stone. Why were they still wooden? Abruptly, as this confusion settled in his mind, the water behind him surged violently. Zhou spun around, but the sea remained tranquil, devoid of ripples. The sound of the disturbance seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Anxious, he grasped his headlamp and shone it closely upon the surface, finding everything eerily calm, with no signs of life beneath the water. The entire space felt hauntingly silent. Once he confirmed the underwater stillness, he redirected his attention to the foundations, which had now reverted entirely to stone. In that instant, a chill ran down Zhou's spine, a wave of inexplicable dread enveloping him. Am I dreaming? Given his sleepless night before, his initial thought was that he was caught in a dream, but his mind felt lucid, far too clear to be unaware of slumber. Realizing this, he sensed a deeper issue at play, as if he were ensnared within an illusion. Without hesitation, he swung his iron blade, slicing into his thigh. The searing pain of torn flesh jolted his mind awake, and the scene before him transformed entirely. No longer was there water, anchorworms, or razor disc worms, only a colossal, soft-bodied creature, nearly 3 meters in length, its head adorned with numerous thrashing tentacles, writhing in chaotic abandon. Zhou stood before this creature, its tentacles ensnaring his head, some slender appendages penetrating his mouth and nostrils, as if attempting to convey something within. A wave of revulsion surged through him, prompting him to swing his iron blade fiercely against the slender tentacles. The slender tentacles were effortlessly severed, and Zhou liberated himself from the grasp of the mollusk. Gagging, he pressed his fingers against his throat, attempting to expel what the creature had forcefully introduced into his body. A mass of viscous slime was expelled, teeming with a grotesque multitude of insect eggs, repulsively dense. Zhou continued to heave, striving to rid himself of the eggs within his abdomen. Suddenly, a piercing sound wave erupted, plunging Zhou's mind into a haze once more. The surrounding environment seemed to morph into a familiar setting. At that moment, he found himself submerged in the inky depths of the ocean, with his headlamp flickering incessantly. Within the water, a flesh-toned, elongated form flickered in and out of visibility beneath the strobing light. Realizing he was ensnared by an illusion, Zhou concentrated his mind and broke free from its thrall. This time, he disregarded the presence of the insect eggs within him, raising his iron sword and charging towards the mollusk. Yet, the closer he approached, the more his consciousness spiraled into chaos. Undeterred, Zhou closed his eyes and swung wildly, regardless of whether he struck true, advancing while hacking away. After delivering a relentless barrage of strikes, clarity returned to his mind, and the mollusk was cleaved into several pieces, now devoid of life. Chapter 82. A life in peril. Zhou panted heavily, retreating slowly to lean against the stone foundation. The exertion from his relentless slashing had nearly drained him of all his strength. What manner of creature was this? Zhou promptly accessed the biological compendium, certain that the soft-bodied entity that had just made contact with him would be cataloged therein. Phantasmic sea anemone worm. Length, 3 meters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Diet, blood description. A parasitic worm that dwells within the bodies of colossal organisms. It ensnares humans in a hallucinatory state with its tentacles reminiscent of sea anemones, subsequently implanting its eggs within the human body. The larvae absorb the host's blood to expedite their growth, ultimately bursting forth from the host, posing an extreme danger. Its bodily fluids can serve as a hallucinogen. Do I still have eggs within me? After perusing the description of the phantasmic sea anemone worm, Zhou's greatest concern was whether he had expelled all the eggs from his body. However, he was powerless to ascertain his internal condition and could only drink copiously to induce vomiting, striving to eliminate any remaining eggs from his stomach. After a while, Zhou was utterly exhausted from vomiting, and he ceased, recognizing that he needed to conserve some strength for the possibility of encountering new aggressive creatures. According to the description, the creature's bodily fluids could function as a hallucinogen, so Zhou collected all of it in a wooden barrel. During the collection, he felt the effects, but his mental preparation allowed him to merely experience a fleeting disorientation before quickly regaining his composure. Upon processing the corpse of the phantasmic sea anemone worm, Zhou noticed an oval shell measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, which had a neat crack running down its center and was now split in two. The phantasmic sea anemone worm must have emerged from this shell. Zhou struck it with his iron blade, discovering that although the shell appeared thin and transparent, its texture was remarkably robust. His blade left no mark upon it. He attempted to lift one half. It was not overly heavy, weighing approximately 30 pounds. Ding! Obtained phantasmic sea anemone worm shell X1. Is this a material? Zhou was taken aback by the auditory notification in his mind. However, the system provided no further information, leaving him uncertain of its purpose. Yet he suspected it would prove useful in the future, so he stored both halves of the shell in his storage compartment. After a brief respite, the next feeding cycle of the Leviathan commenced, prompting Zhou to hastily conceal himself. This time, the sea was eerily calm, devoid of any strange creatures. As the feeding phase concluded, Zhou had navigated through the latter rounds without incident, save for the initial encounter with the phantasmic sea anemone worm. He began to gather seaweed, though unease gnawed at him. He was unsure if he had completely expelled the eggs from his body. Perhaps it was mere psychological suggestion, but he felt something writhing slowly within his abdomen. Would the character attributes panel indicate a bacterial infection? Zhou pondered, opening his character attributes panel. Zhou, a pioneer, possessed the following attributes: intelligence, 12, strength, 11, 5, constitution, 22, speed, 15. His assessment revealed a dire situation, with afflictions from rich oxygen bacteria and parasitic larvae of the dream sea anemone, leaving him in a precarious state. The reality of being infected by parasites weighed heavily on him, and despite his urgency, there was little he could do. He perused the World Trading Channel in search of an antidote, but found only anti-inflammatory medications, of which he already had a box acquired long ago through trade for krill meat. From his storage compartment, Zhou retrieved the box of anti-inflammatory medication, fully aware of its ineffectiveness, yet he swallowed a pill, seeking a modicum of psychological comfort. After ingesting the medication, he resumed transporting seaweed, completing the task after an hour. He opened his character attribute panel once more, harboring hope that the medication might yield some effect, at least eliminating the oxygen-rich bacteria. However, the evaluation remained unchanged. Frustration mounted as he pondered the absurdity of it all. With a constitution of 22, how could his immune system falter? The bacteria persisted, as did the parasites. His thoughts drifted to the wound on his thigh, inflicted earlier by a steel blade, which had ceased bleeding and appeared to be healing rapidly, prompting a wry smile from him. Resigned to his fate, Zhou retrieved a can of beef, popped the lid, and began to eat. Inside was a tomato beef stew, featuring generously sized pieces of beef, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, embodying the essence of brisket. The dish, complemented by the tangy and aromatic tomato broth, was a culinary delight that coursed through him, lifting his spirits, albeit temporarily. Upon finishing the stew, Zhou's mood remained somber. While the oxygen-rich bacteria posed little immediate discomfort, the notion of living parasites within him was unsettling. The digestion of the Leviathan concluded, ushering in the phase of resource boxes. He fervently hoped that the forthcoming box would contain an antidote or a remedy for the bacteria. As he awaited the arrival of the resource box, Zhou sent private messages to Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian, inquiring about any issues faced by guild members who had received the small planting boxes. To his surprise, there were indeed a couple of short-sighted individuals who had left the guild after obtaining the boxes. However, such instances were rare. Most understood the value of remaining within the guild, as future opportunities might arise. In a world devoid of legal constraints, being trusted by the guild from the outset promised a pathway to becoming a core member, as the cost of trusting newcomers was not to be taken lightly. Zhou also inquired about the growth status of the fruits, and upon learning that all were flourishing, he concluded the conversation. The plan for cultivating fruit must be executed gradually. Those who acquired the small planting boxes have severed their ties with the guild. They are merely inconsequential losses that will lead to their eventual regret. A few hours later, without any unforeseen incidents or being pursued by colossal creatures, the illusory Leviathan successfully consumed the first supply box of the day. After a careful observation and confirming the absence of dangerous creatures in the seawater, Zhou took a wooden bucket to replace the seawater for the luminescent fish. After all, the luminescent fish thrive on plankton, and refreshing the seawater would provide them with sustenance. As the seawater receded, it revealed an ordinary supply box, which Zhou approached and opened. Ding! Acquired Furnace Blueprint. Chapter 83. A Sudden Decline. Smelting Furnace Blueprint. Requires 50 stones. Zhou directly utilized the blueprint to examine the necessary materials for its construction, which were not overly abundant. The smelting furnace is, by its very nature, intended for the refinement of metals, transforming ores into pure forms such as iron and copper ingots. However, the smelting process necessitates exceedingly high temperatures, which in turn demand substantial oxygen consumption. The gastric space is limited, and the oxygen content therein is already sparse. Most survivors rely on the illusory Leviathan to consume and absorb resources daily, thereby augmenting the oxygen levels within the gastric cavity. Although Zhou possesses an oxygen-producing algae tank, the oxygen generated is insufficient to sustain the furnace's demands. Moreover, the combustion during smelting might release harmful gases such as carbon monoxide. In a confined space, carbon monoxide is undoubtedly lethal, rendering the prospect of utilizing the furnace for iron smelting currently impossible. Of course, it is conceivable that due to the world system, the furnace might not emit harmful gases during the smelting of iron. Yet this remains an unknown factor, and experimentation carries inherent risks. Perhaps it could be worth a try. Upon meticulous examination, Zhou discovered a specific time frame during which the furnace could indeed be utilized, the feeding phase. During this period, the illusory Leviathan engages in 5 feeding sessions with brief intervals, allowing for multiple exchanges of air within the gastric space. Zhou constructs 20 algae oxygen tanks daily, which could effectively generate oxygen during the iron smelting process. Coupled with the Leviathan's feeding, this could help expel any potential harmful gases from the gastric cavity. If the metal ores could be successfully smelted during the feeding phase, he could then place the 20 algae oxygen tanks on the world trading channel, an ideal scenario. Zhou felt optimistic about the feasibility of his plan, albeit with one critical condition. Everything must proceed smoothly during the feeding phase. However, this is a tall order, for the feeding phase is often fraught with peril, as various aggressive creatures tend to invade the gastric space alongside the seaweed. Thus, even if Zhou's hypothesis could be realized, it would require a stroke of good fortune to encounter a feeding phase devoid of hostile entities. Nevertheless, today is not the day for such an experiment, as the feeding phase has already passed. Nonetheless, Zhou utilized 50 stones to successfully craft the furnace. The furnace stands 1 meter tall, characterized by a trapezoidal structure that is wider at the base and narrower at the top, hollow in the center, with an arched air intake at the bottom. Wait, Zhou suddenly recalled a significant issue. From where would the fire originate? Although he currently lacked for nothing, he possessed no means to ignite a flame. Moreover, the environment within the gastric space is rather humid, as substantial seawater enters daily, and the constant temperature leads to the evaporation of some seawater, resulting in a high concentration of water molecules. Even if Zhou wished to learn the primitive skill of fire starting as depicted in wilderness survival videos, it would be futile in such a damp environment. Sigh. Perhaps it would be best to address this matter another time. After much contemplation, Zhou ultimately concluded that smelting iron was currently beyond his reach, and thus he decided to store away the furnace. The next step was to await the arrival of the second resource crate of the day. During this period of anticipation, Zhou continued to engage in physical training. With a strength level of 11.5, he had been undertaking weighted exercises for 3 consecutive days, and he was resolute in his commitment. Perhaps, with another session of weighted training tomorrow, he could bridge that 0.5 gap, which might prove invaluable when utilizing the pest control voucher. While exercising, Zhou kept the world communication channel open, perusing the exchanges among fellow survivors. Suddenly, he stumbled upon some rather unfortunate news. Haha, I just found a blueprint for the algal oxygen generator. No way, no way, no way. Damn it. Why wasn't T at me? What kind of outrageous luck is this? Is a second big shot about to emerge? I think I'm ill. Upon reading this news, my heart feels constricted. Is there a doctor among you? Is something wrong with my heart? I'm not a doctor, but I know you're not sick. You're merely filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seriously, I just want to rush over and steal that blueprint from him. Bastard, this world is so unfair. Why have I yet to uncover a single blueprint, while others continuously find excellent items? Haha, don't be envious, everyone. What I discover is for all of us. My price is the same as the Big Shot S, 100 basic materials per unit. However, I impose no upper limit and place no restrictions on the quantity each person can purchase. As long as you can offer 100 basic materials, I will trade with you. The survivor who had discovered the algal oxygen generator blueprint ignited a frenzy in the communication channel with these words, causing Zhou's reputation to plummet in an instant. Wow, you're the real Big Shot. That previous so-called Big Shot, what was his name again? He hasn't even mentioned it in all these days. He clearly isn't a good person. Exactly, and he imposes daily restrictions. claiming concerns about excessive seaweed consumption affecting the growth of the Leviathan. I believed him at first, but once the seaweed began trading, I realized he was treating us like fools. Who can deny that? If he didn't hold the only algal oxygen generator, I would have berated him long ago out of fear that he would cease selling. Come on, what is there to be afraid of? He is not a good person, with all his restrictions aimed at inflating prices to trade blueprints. Even capitalists aren't as unscrupulous as he is. Don't speak so harshly. Despite the various limitations, the price isn't excessively high. Anyone can save up for a chance to trade. What? Are you his son or grandson? Defending him like that? Have you grown accustomed to being a lapdog? I'm merely stating facts. Without the big shot S-base price, do you think he would set such a price? Would he genuinely price it at 100 basic materials? What are you barking about? What are you barking about, I ask you? If you're willing to be exploited, go lick that previous fellow. Don't come here to yap. I am merely assisting everyone, urging them to exercise restraint in their words. The availability of two individuals selling algae oxygen tanks is indeed a positive development, allowing for low-cost transactions. However, by disparaging the esteemed seller, should he cease to offer these tanks, he would monopolize the market, which would ultimately be detrimental to us all. The vitriol continues. Yet I find it hard to believe he would halt sales. After all, who would willingly forego profit? I not only wish to condemn him as a heartless capitalist, but also express my disdain towards him. In the communication channel, many voices support Joe 1, yet they are relentlessly criticized by a multitude of survival seekers. Witnessing those who defend him being berated weighs heavily on Joe 1's heart. Consequently, he clicks on their profiles and sends each of them 2 wooden foundations. Currently, no one has yet unlocked the blueprint for wooden foundations, and Joe 1 has halted sales. Upon receiving the wooden foundations, they can keep one for themselves while offering the other to guild members, thus securing items for their protection. As for those who insult him, Joe 1 remains largely indifferent. Such behavior is entirely expected. Human nature is inherently selfish, particularly in this precarious survival environment, where allegiances often align with those who provide the greatest benefits. Chapter 84. The world's best brother 1. Should our guild intervene to suppress this Wang? At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent a message referring to Wang Xian, the survivor who had just offered the second blueprint for the algal oxygen generator. No need. Suppression is futile. The algal oxygen generator is the most fundamental and crucial device. As long as Wang Xian does not recklessly raise his price, it is impossible to undermine him. But many are criticizing you, Brother 1. That is inconsequential. Ignore them. By the way, you might consider reaching out to Wang Xian to see if we can recruit him into our guild. Huh? You want to bring him into the guild? Jiang Haitao understood that his survival thus far and his rise to guild leader were entirely thanks to Zhou 1. Otherwise, he might have starved to death. Therefore, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Xian, who had usurped Zhou 1's position. Indeed, the algal oxygen generator is a potent tool for consolidating the guild. Whoever secures Wang Xian will develop the most formidable and stable guild. That seems a bit exaggerated. I believe that under Brother 1's leadership, our guild can become the strongest. Haha, learning to flatter are we? However, it is wise to be prudent. Other guilds will certainly seek to invite Wang Xian, and both you and Chen Xian must not be absent. Understood, Brother 1. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian also sent a message inquiring whether they should recruit Wang Xian into the guild. Naturally, Zhou 1 encouraged her to proceed with the recruitment. Before long, the weight training for the day came to an end, and it was nearly time for the second supply crate. Beep. Acquired stones X10, sand X10, hay X10. The second supply crate contained basic materials, which Zhou 1 promptly collected. At that moment, within the World Communication Channel, the various guilds' invitations to Wang Xian were nearing their conclusion. Ultimately, Wang Xian chose not to join any guild, but instead established his own, naming it the world's best. This decision was evidently astute. Possessing a blueprint of such high value, why should he serve as a subordinate in another's guild when he could establish his own and reign as the leader? However, the name of this guild was somewhat ostentatious. Zhou 1, who favored a more modest approach, frowned at it. Although Wang Xian indeed had the algal oxygen generator blueprint to justify the name. As a rising star, what did he think of other guilds with such a title? Furthermore, Wang Xian utilized the algal oxygen generator as a promotional tool, stating that those who joined the world's best guild and contributed 300 units of basic materials would receive an algal oxygen generator for free, with the second unit available to guild members at a discounted price. He subsequently clarified that the previously mentioned unlimited supply of the algal oxygen generator was unfeasible. While seaweed could be traded, seawater was finite. Even if seawater were traded, unlimited supply was unattainable due to the limitations of human time. Ultimately, Wang Xian set a quota, deciding to sell 1,000 units each day. This limited edition swiftly snatched away numerous members from other guilds. Many guilds were established using weapon or armor blueprints as promotional tools, rendering their efforts utterly inferior when compared to the algae oxygen generation tanks. Wang Xian's decision not to restrict the quantity of algae oxygen generation tanks allowed guild members to trade freely. However, once limitations were imposed, and the guild not only provided algae oxygen generation tanks upon joining, but also offered the second at half price, many found it impossible to remain in their original guilds. Upon its inception, the guild quickly became adversaries with all other guilds. Yet, they were powerless against Wang Xian. The algae oxygen generation tanks held paramount importance. The major guilds sought to procure them in large quantities. Unable to criticize Wang Xian, they could only congratulate him on establishing his guild and maintain good relations. Over 20 members from Chun Xian's guild were poached, all newcomers who joined that very day. The guild faced daily fatalities, ensuring a steady influx of qualifying survivors eager to join. Similarly, around 30 members from Jiang Haitao's guild were also taken, predominantly newcomers, which was comparatively less than Chun Xian's losses, as boasted a total of 2,000 members, while had only 500. A significant factor was that Jiang's guild possessed the coveted spiked helmet blueprint, which, while not as critical as the algae oxygen generation tanks, still represented a vital asset. For survivors, both were of utmost significance, one ensuring survival and the other augmenting daily resource acquisition. However, if even Jiang Haitao's guild could lose over 30 members, the losses for other guilds were expected to be far greater, with hundreds being commonplace. Zhao Tong's guild experienced the most drastic exodus. Initially, Zhao Tong had no restrictions on recruitment, allowing almost anyone to join without cost, resulting in an overwhelming departure of over 2,000 members from a guild of 3,000. This nearly drove Zhao Tong to despair, as his painstaking efforts to develop the guild were undone by the rapid recruitment of, which managed to attract 2/3 of his members. What was even more infuriating was that had only recruited 3,000 members, imposing certain conditions for joining. Few for Zhao Tong's guild met these criteria, and shortly after leaving, most returned. Yet, Zhao Tong did not express his discontent. He welcomed them back without hesitation. After all, these individuals were primarily there to procure seaweed for free. Their loyalty was inconsequential as long as they were willing to submit their seaweed. He only needed to ensure that the upper echelons of the guild would follow him, while the rank-and-file members held little significance. Boss Show, I've encountered a mirror-skinned catfish. Should I submit it? No need. You may trade it yourself or use it as a reward for guild members. What about the fish bones and skin? Submit the skin, keep the bones for yourself. After contemplating, Zhou decided to pass the fishbone blade blueprint to Chun Xian, especially since he now possessed superior tools such as a better tooth knife and an iron machete. The fishbone blade had become redundant for him. Once Chun Xian sent the fish skin, Zhou promptly forwarded the fishbone blade blueprint. From now on, you shall craft the fishbone knives yourself, but do inform me of any sales. Understood. Thank you, boss. In truth, fish skin holds little practical value. Perhaps in the future, it may serve as a reflective surface for sale. Zhou merely intended to collect a token amount of materials. A few hours later, the third supply crate of the day arrived. Zhou opened it to find a selection of basic materials, which he promptly accepted. Overall, the transformation of the Leviathan went relatively smoothly today, free from the pursuit of colossal creatures. However, Zhou faced his own misfortunes, plagued by bacteria and parasites. Additionally, someone had unveiled the second blueprint for the algal oxygen chamber, tarnishing his reputation further. Nevertheless, Zhou never placed great importance on his reputation. Initially, he had no choice but to step into the limelight, necessitating a favorable image. Now that his reputation had faded, he resolved to withdraw from public view and conceal himself in the shadows. Chapter 85. The eve of the great battle today. 3 supply crates have been procured, and the phantasmal Leviathan has found a secure refuge, gradually ceasing its activities in preparation for slumber. Although Zhou had not slept a wink the previous night, his robust constitution, rated at 22 points, ensured he remained invigorated throughout the day. The absence of any pursuit for the phantasmal Leviathan alleviated his worries regarding its safety, allowing his nerves to relax. However, tomorrow marks the final day for utilizing the Armor Leviathan Pest Control voucher, and Zhou understood the necessity of conserving his energy to confront the multitude of parasites. After feeding the phantasmal Leviathan 10,000 portions of seaweed, Zhou succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he realized it was already the 16th day. His mental state was somewhat diminished. He had dreamt of the phantasmic sea anemone worm bursting forth from his body in overwhelming numbers that were quite repulsive. A sense of inexplicable pressure loomed over him, embodying the literal notion of internal and external strife, a worry about the parasites within him and the necessity to address the vast horde of parasites residing within the Armor Leviathan outside. With a mental adjustment, Zhou commenced his routine patrol. Today, the blossoms of the crystal leaf rock tree had wilted, and at the ends of its delicate branches, rock fruits the size of peanuts had emerged. The sight of the rock fruit brought Zhou joy, yet, given the current growth rate, he surmised that the fruits would not mature today. Reluctantly, he retrieved the remaining rock fruit stored in his cabinet. In the wormhole of the retreating rock, he had consumed 2 of the 3 rock fruits from the crystal leaf rock tree, enhancing his 3-dimensional attributes twice. He initially intended to reserve this last fruit as a potential seed should the tree fail to thrive, or for replanting should it survive. However, as he was about to employ the Armor Leviathan Pest Control voucher, his strength remained at 11.5, still far from the requisite 15 points necessary to adeptly wield the complete set of spiked armor. If he did not encounter any creatures that could augment his strength before nightfall, he would have no choice but to consume the remaining rock fruit, hoping it would indeed elevate his 3-dimensional attributes for a 3rd time. After a brief period, the patrol concluded without incident. The mango tree had reached a height of 1 meter, marking the 6th day since its planting. Its growth trajectory now aligned with that of the ripening watermelon. Yet the mango tree exhibited no signs of flowering or fruiting. Could it be that the mango tree required a longer growth cycle? Zhou, lacking extensive knowledge about the growth patterns of these plants, could only speculate. At that moment, the phantasmal Leviathan entered its feeding phase, prompting Zhou to set aside his thoughts about the mango tree and retreat to the resting area. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing a substantial influx of seawater. Observing the surface through his mirror skin, Zhou's brow furrowed as he once again beheld the unique, shimmering colors reminiscent of an oily film, characteristic of the razor disc worm within the seawater. Am I ensnared in an illusion once more? Zhou, now fully concentrated, believed that even upon encountering the phantasmic sea anemone worm again, he would not succumb to another illusion. Unable to find an alternative, Zhou reluctantly drew a steel dagger across his thigh, feeling a sharp sting as the pain surged. The razor clam worm in the water remained, and there was no sign of the dream sea anemone in the stomach wall space. It seemed he had truly encountered the razor clam worm this time. Zhou hastily messaged Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, requesting them to send over a corpse of the anchorworm. He had discarded the previously stored anchorworm blood after several days without encountering the razor clam worm. Before long, both responded promptly with a corpse each. Zhou seized one of the anchorworm corpses and immersed its blood into the seawater, successfully luring all the elusive razor clam worms together. So many? Observing the densely packed razor clam worms, numbering at least 40, Zhou felt fortunate to have discovered their weakness. Otherwise, he would likely have faced their gruesome fate once the seawater receded. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm had closed, the seawater reaching its zenith and began to gradually retreat. Sensing the opportunity, Zhou donned his gear and plunged into the water, initiating his dual-handed assault. With a steel dagger in his left hand and a large iron sword in his right, his intellect enhancement enabled him to maneuver both arms with remarkable agility, each seeming to possess its own will, executing their tasks independently. The left hand thrust while the right cleaved, as he fought against time to extinguish the peril and, having secured his safety, savor a moment of triumph. Before the seawater fully receded, all 42 razor clam worms lay slain, their bodies collected meticulously. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Zhou reacted instantly, conjuring a shield to block the source of the noise. Thud! A razor clam worm embedded itself into the wooden shield. Almost immediately, another sound echoed, and Zhou swiftly adjusted the shield's orientation. Another razor clam worm became lodged within. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the stomach wall space. Zhou was no longer the same entity he had been at the birth of the sea. His intellect had risen by 2 points, and his reflexes and precise control over his body had vastly improved, allowing him to deflect 2 or 3 attacks with ease. A total of 44 razor clam worm corpses were stowed away in his storage cabinet, after which he carefully inspected the stomach wall space to ensure no hidden razor clam worm would ambush him while transporting the seaweed. Once assured of safety, Zhou commenced the transportation of seaweed. The first batch was swiftly relocated, prompting the Leviathan to begin its second feeding. During this round, creatures once again entered the seawater. However, they were merely bone armor suckers, posing no threat to Zhou. Their numbers were limited to 7, which he effortlessly dispatched with his steel dagger, collecting 7 bone shells as a reward. In the subsequent 3 rounds of feeding, no further creatures appeared, leaving Zhou quite relieved as he manufactured 20 albal oxygen tanks and listed them on the World Trading Channel. Despite having faced criticism from many survivors the previous day, he was certain they would not refuse these 20 albal oxygen tanks. After successfully deploying the algae oxygenation chamber, Zhou resumed his training. Today marked the final opportunity. Before using the pest control voucher in the evening, he intended to consume the rock fruit, hoping it would once again enhance his dimensional attributes. If the rock fruit failed to yield any benefits, all his efforts and training would have been in vain. Zhou engaged in weighted exercises for an extended period, only concluding his regimen upon the arrival of the first supply crate. However, upon inspecting his character attributes, he found his strength still at a mere 11. 5. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. With the remaining time, Zhou decided against further training. Instead, he would focus on recuperating and restoring his energy to prepare for the evening's task of eliminating parasites. The first supply crate presented no dangers amidst the retreating seawater, and Zhou promptly opened it. Ding! Obtained glass X20. He was pleasantly surprised, as this indicated that the rarity of items within ordinary supply crates had increased in the deep blue sea. Zhou continued to await the second supply crate, hoping it would contain a piece of armor blueprint to upgrade his existing armor. However, his hopes were dashed as no further supply crates appeared. The illusory Leviathan had been detected by a colossal creature, triggering a life-or-death chase that extended into the night, resulting in the disappearance of the remaining 2 supply crates. Chapter 86. Leaving a way out, Zhou retrieved the Steel Leviathan pest control voucher and glanced at the time remaining, just 1 night. At this moment, the phantasmal Leviathan had ceased its activities and succumbed to slumber. As the remaining time dragged on, it bore no significance. He took out a rock fruit, smashed its rocky shell upon the algae oxygenation pool, revealing the translucent flesh within, and swallowed it in one go, his heart brimming with anticipation. Ding! Consumed rock fruit. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Indeed, it was possible to continue augmenting his 3-dimensional attributes. Zhou felt a flutter of surprise, swiftly followed by exhilaration. If he could incessantly enhance his attributes, he would have stumbled upon a true treasure. He gazed at the newly bearing rock crystal leaf tree, a sense of urgency swelling within him to ascertain whether the rock fruit could perpetually boost his attributes. However, as the rock fruit had yet to mature, he could only suppress this fervent desire. Even if the enhancement were limited to 3 times, it was still commendable. Zhou Wen murmured to himself, tempering his expectations to avoid the pitfalls of excessive hope leading to profound disappointment. Nonetheless, all of this hinged upon his survival in the current endeavor. Zhou Wen activated his character attribute panel. Zhou Wen, Pioneer. Normal human attributes are 10, Intelligence, 12 Strength, 12, 5 Constitution, 23 Speed, 16 Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, afflicted by dreaming sea anemone larvae, a life on borrowed time. With a mere thought, Zhou Wen allocated the 5 free points of the Pioneer to Strength, elevating it to 17. 5. The surge in strength was palpable. The entire set of spiked armor he wore suddenly felt weightless, akin to donning a simple cotton coat. While it somewhat restricted his movements, it was far from burdensome. Cough. As his constitution dwindled, Zhou Wen immediately sensed a weakening in his body. With only 18 points remaining, the dual infections seemed to take their toll. However, aside from sporadic coughing, the impact remained manageable. He proceeded to craft. Zhou Wen extracted 6 iron ingots, forging 2 iron broadswords anew, bringing his total to 3. He wielded a pair in each hand, now capable of dual wielding with his enhanced strength, while the third was stowed in his equipment slot, ready for quick replacement should one break. From the wooden barrel, he seized 6 gel worms, grinding them into 6 portions of hemostatic gel to place within his supply box. With preparations nearing completion, Zhou Wen sheathed his iron dagger at his waist, secured the blood-boiling coral powder around his left wrist, and then notified Zhang Haitao to be on standby for support before grasping the Steel Leviathan Pest Control Voucher. Use. As the words left his lips, the golden Pest Control Voucher emitted a radiant glow, transforming into a magnificent armored golden fish. It soared through the air, its form suddenly enlarging, and then it voraciously opened its mouth, swallowing Zhou Wen whole. In an instant, Zhou Wen's body vanished from the confines of the creature's stomach. The next moment, Zhou Wen found himself in a pitch-black space, where the ground felt excessively damp, and the air was tainted with a fishy odor that made him feel somewhat nauseous. Without delay, Zhou Wen accessed the biological compendium, flipping to a newly added page. Steel Leviathan Stage. Adult length. 300 meters weight. 200,000 tons diet. Carnivorous. Iron ore description. A colossal fish that revels in consuming iron ore. Its scales and teeth forged from bone steel, which can be utilized in crafting armor or weaponry. The Leviathan can absorb and grow bone steel scales through transformation. Zhou Wen found this description to be quite thorough, detailing the most valuable aspects of the Steel Leviathan. The dilemma, however, lay in his own lack of capability to strip its scales or extract its teeth. In this dark expanse, Zhou Wen assessed his surroundings and confirmed that he was indeed within the maw of the Steel Leviathan, where he currently sensed no imminent danger. Thus, he resolved to conduct 2 experiments. The first was to ascertain whether he could manufacture items within the Leviathan's body. He attempted to craft a wooden shield and succeeded, indicating that creation was indeed possible. The second experiment was to determine if he could establish a foundation, a crucial aspect. Previously, in the cave of the saber-toothed eel, this had proven impossible, but the environment within the Steel Leviathan was different, warranting another attempt. He could place it upon successfully situating a stone foundation on the ground. Zhou Wen felt an overwhelming joy. The task of eradicating parasites would now be significantly simplified. Suddenly, a particularly nefarious thought crossed Zhou Wen's mind: to use the stone foundation to obstruct the Leviathan's esophagus, preventing it from consuming sustenance. He could then wait for it to starve before skinning it and dismantling its bones. However, this notion was evidently impractical, for even if the Steel Leviathan were a corpse, Zhou Wen would still be unable to budge an inch. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Wen began to probe the interior of the Leviathan's mouth. The vast, lightless space made it challenging to locate the position of the esophagus. He could only search inch by inch. Finally, after half an hour, he discovered a massive cavity akin to an air raid shelter. Due to the limited range of his headlamp, he could not discern the maximum diameter of this hollow, but he estimated it to exceed 10 meters. This cavern was the esophagus of the steel leviathan. As Zhou stepped inside, he was enveloped in darkness. The beam of his headlamp provided no illumination, allowing him to see only a short stretch beneath his feet. Progressing cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings after each short distance, wary of any lurking parasites in the shadows. However, after traversing approximately 20 meters, he encountered no signs of parasitism. What was that? A glimmer of light ahead? As Zhou had been maintaining a low posture, he raised his head to discover a faint illumination emanating from the far end of the esophagus. Though not particularly bright, it stood out starkly in the oppressive darkness surrounding him. Yet, instead of reassurance, this light invoked an inexplicable sense of eeriness. It seemed utterly absurd that there could be light within the steel leviathan's body. Nevertheless, with his mission to cleanse the parasites at hand and no path of retreat, he pressed onward toward the source of the illumination. After traversing approximately several meters, Zhou arrived at the terminus of the esophagus. Rather than hastily entering the gastric wall space, he took the time to construct a stone wall at the end of the esophagus, effectively separating the esophagus from the gastric wall space, akin to an esophageal diaphragm. This wall, composed of stone foundations, consisted of 5 segments, all materials sourced from Jianghaitao. During the stacking process, he discerned the precise diameter of the esophagus, which measured 15 meters. Each segment of the foundation wall required 180 stones, totaling 900 stones for all 5 segments, culminating in a requirement of 90,000 stones. These 5 stone walls served as his retreat, with a wooden foundation placed at the lowest point in the center of each wall, creating an escape route. Once the retreat was adequately prepared, Zhou formally exited the esophagus and entered the gastric wall space, only to be met with a shocking sight. The gastric wall space was not shrouded in darkness. Instead, it was illuminated by a multitude of sunlight ball insects clinging to the gastric wall. At the apex of the gastric wall space, a 10-meter-long sunlight ball insect radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire area. Zhou then beheld a myriad of bizarre and grotesque parasites within the gastric wall space, densely packed and layered, provoking a profound sense of physiological discomfort and eliciting a strong aversion to the gastric wall environment. Chapter 87. The cleansing begins. Zhou engaged in extensive psychological preparation before once again gazing at the vast expanse of parasites before him, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, he had entered the gastric wall space, which was significantly larger than the transformed Leviathan, measuring approximately 50 meters in length and width, and around 30 meters in height. Upon entering this gastric wall space, Zhou cast a glance at the walls flanking the esophagus, where a multitude of parasites clung to the surface. Among them were familiar creatures such as the anchor-headed worm, the armored fluke, and the razor disc worm, alongside several unfamiliar parasites, some elongated, others distorted, thin, round, and grotesque in appearance. They all latched onto the gastric wall, voraciously siphoning blood, leaving the wall pockmarked and riddled with decay, with scarcely a single intact area in sight. Some of the parasites had even burrowed directly into the decaying sections of the gastric wall, creating holes through which their supple bodies could enter, thus securing both sustenance and shelter. How could one possibly cleanse this? Despite his mental fortitude, Zhou found it difficult to endure this repulsive scene. Just as he contemplated retreating into the esophagus to devise a new strategy, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and the scenery before him morphed once again into that of the transformed Leviathan-esque gastric wall space. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou quickly concentrated, dispelling the haze that clouded his mind, and the surroundings returned to normal. However, in that fleeting moment of restoration, a flesh-eating worm, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, appeared before him, its jaws agape, poised to take a bite out of his head. In an instant, Zhou reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the attack of the toothy worm and brandishing his iron blade. With a swift stroke, he severed the creature's head cleanly. Yet, the peril was far from over. The parasites had evidently recognized Zhou as an unwelcome intruder. No sooner had he dispatched the flesh-eating worm than 3 anchor-headed worms charged toward him. These three anchor-headed worms were larger than any he had encountered before, each nearly 5 meters long, exceeding the descriptions found in the biological compendium. The fastest of the trio lunged at him, curving its body and leaping with ferocity. Its hardened anchor head aimed to ensnare Zhou Wen's head. However, Zhou Wen was all too familiar with the anchor-headed worm. His current strength was incomparable to that of before. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he swung the iron blade with all his might, striking the hardened head of the anchor-headed worm. The collision produced a resounding crack, followed by the sound of something shattering. His powerful blow cleaved through the worm's tough exterior, and Zhou Wen felt the blade slice through flesh and blood. In the next moment, the anchor-headed worm's body was split in two, a torrent of blood gushing forth, splattering Zhou Wen from head to toe. With no time to concern himself with the blood covering him, he swiftly rolled to evade the attacks of the two remaining anchor-headed worms. Then he sprang to his feet, pivoted, and charged forward, wielding a blade in each hand. He struck the soft bodies of the anchor-headed worms, decapitating them in a single, seamless motion. Thud! 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 Having just slain 3 anchor-head worms, unaware of the direction, 3 globs of white viscous substance suddenly flew towards him. Although Zhou Wen was uncertain of the purpose of this white goo, he knew avoiding contact would be prudent. He retreated several steps, evading the 3 blobs, when a white beetle, armored and approximately 3 to 4 meters in size, advanced towards him like a war chariot, its 8 short pincers moving menacingly. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Zhou Wen recognized his current strength was insufficient to confront it directly. Thus, he continued to retreat, opting to fall back into the esophagus and relying on the stone walls for protection. However, before he could retreat far, he observed the beetle's pincers becoming ensnared in the white goo, causing its body to falter and crash to the ground. Seeing this as an opportunity, Zhou Wen swiftly opened the supply box on his back, transforming 10 pieces of stone into a blue light that coalesced into a stone pedestal positioned 20 meters above the beetle's head. With a resounding crash, the pedestal plummeted downwards, smashing onto the beetle and shattering its white carapace, resulting in its instantaneous demise. Just as Zhou Wen paused momentarily, 3 more globs of white goo were hurled towards him. This time, while retreating, he identified the location of the parasitic creatures responsible for the goo. They were positioned on the gastric wall above him. Their flesh-colored, soft bodies dangled like strands of noodles from the ceiling, and upon noticing Zhou Wen's halt, they expelled more white goo in an attempt to ensnare him. Although Zhou Wen was aware of their presence, their location made it difficult for him to retaliate. Suddenly, familiar sounds of slicing through the air echoed around him. Reacting instantly, Zhou Wen discerned the direction of the razor disc insects' assault and deftly dodged their attacks. Whenever he could not evade, he swung his iron blade to cleave any razor disc insects that threatened him. During this encounter, several unfortunate insects were struck down, but their sheer numbers forced Zhou Wen to keep evading, while the noodle-like worms above him continued to spit white goo, attempting to immobilize him. As more parasites detected Zhou Wen, they began descending from the gastric wall, inching closer to him. Yet, he found himself hindered by both the razor disc insects and the noodle-like worms above, unable to retreat further into the esophagus. In this dire situation, an idea struck Zhou Wen while observing the corpses of the razor disc insects. Seizing one, he hurled it towards the dangling noodle worms on the gastric wall's apex. The sharp body of the razor disc insect effortlessly severed one of the noodle worms. Seeing the effectiveness of his tactic, Zhou Wen quickly gathered several more razor disc insect corpses and launched them at the remaining noodle worms, exterminating all of them. With the noodle worms eliminated, Zhou Wen seized a moment of respite to craft a wooden door from the 10 pieces of lumber in his supply box, embedding numerous razor disc insects into the newly formed barrier. The number of attacking razor disc worms has significantly diminished, granting Zhou Wen a moment of respite. He promptly retreated into the esophagus, where a multitude of parasites pursued him. Dense, varied, and utterly repulsive, Zhou Wen squinted and furrowed his brow at the sight before quickly burrowing beneath the wooden foundation at the base of the stone structure, seeking refuge behind it. Before long, a swarm of parasites surged into the esophagus, crashing against the stone walls that had been meticulously constructed. However, they could not inflict any damage on the stone foundation in that brief moment. Some smaller parasites managed to navigate through the lower wooden foundation. Yet Zhou stood resolutely in front of it. As soon as the parasites dared to reveal themselves, he did not bother to scrutinize. With a swift motion of his arm, he delivered a decisive strike. Truly, he was an indomitable force, and the small parasites attempting to breach the wooden base were mostly dispatched with a single, lethal blow. Those that survived met the same fate shortly thereafter. Chapter 88. The rockfall plan. Zhou stood at the entrance of the wooden foundation, tirelessly chopping for 10 minutes, his arms weary from the exertion. The corpses of various small parasites gradually accumulated around him. However, parasites continued to burrow into the entrance, and the rustling sounds emanating from the stone foundation walls indicated that the other side was likely teeming with them. It was clear that he could not maintain this vigil indefinitely. The relentless influx of parasites would soon exhaust him, and there might even be types among them capable of eroding stone. The stone walls, therefore, might not serve as an impenetrable barrier. Contemplating the stone walls behind him, Uwenshu devised a permanente solution. There were 5 stone walls in total. He decided to retreat behind one, and, after passing through the wooden foundation beneath the second stone wall, he would remove the wooden structure entirely, sealing off the second stone wall completely. Ensuring his safety, Zhou turned and began to dismantle the stone foundations of the remaining 3 walls, transforming them into a stone passageway. The stone passage extended 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, its height connecting directly to the uppermost part of the esophagus. The floor was laid with a layer of stone foundation, and the excess gaps on both sides were sealed with stone, leaving a straight stone path in the center. With a sigh of relief, Zhou stood at the entrance of the stone passage, with the stone walls behind him serving as a barricade against the multitude of parasites. He took several deep breaths, then removed all his gear and placed it into a supply box. He allocated his 5 freedom points from the predecessor to enhance his speed and sent a private message to Jiang Haitao. Once this was accomplished, Zhou positioned the supply box at the end of the stone passage and returned to the entrance to face the stone walls that obstructed the mass of parasites. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he converted both stone walls into blue light, transferring them to the system interface, which then sent them to Jiang Haitao via private message. In an instant, as the 2 walls vanished, the parasites clinging to them lost their support and fell, while those continuously pouring into the esophagus surged forward like a crashing wave. At the moment of the stone wall's removal, Zhou turned and sprinted away, glancing back just briefly, a chill running down his spine as he dashed forward like an arrow towards the end of the passage. At that moment, a swarm of parasites flooded into the stone passage, rushing towards Zhou. His speed had now reached 21 points, allowing him to cover 10 meters in just